Chapter 1. The Wolf Spirit Witch Part 1. How does it strike you? This is exquisite August emerald. Please observe closely its naturally smooth surface, the delicate and comfortable texture, devoid of any impurities. I assure you, no collector in this world could possibly resist its allure. Yet, this antique shop is an anomaly, housing items that Fusa cannot comprehend or appreciate: skulls with missing teeth, featherless bird specimens, and a cane severed into 3 segments. Who would pay for such curiosities? Apart from these peculiar relics, their proprietor is an eccentric individual. Since entering the shop, Fusa has showcased the August emerald and delivered an engaging narrative for at least half an hour, while his counterpart has not uttered a single word, nor even lifted his gaze to regard the emerald. What manner of fool is this? But Fusa dares not cease, for behind him stands a distinguished gentleman, Marquis Bestvere. Fusa is keen to avoid offending this significant figure thus far. The Marquis seems to possess ample patience. Yet it is worth noting that the Marquis steward has begun to display signs of impatience. His gaze fierce, as if rebuking Fusa. I should never have entrusted this matter to a simpleton like you, allowing the esteemed Marquis to wait here for half an hour. Fusa is acutely aware that if he fails to sell the August emerald for a good price today, he may find himself as a corpse in the stinking sewers of Devonburg by nightfall. Surely, I have introduced it sufficiently. Sir, why do you not pause your work and lift your head just a little to behold this rare emerald? I guarantee it will be the greatest fortune of your life. Marquis Vere is in no haste. On the contrary, he exhibits remarkable patience. This shop is precisely as he had imagined, perhaps even better. To discover such an establishment in the dim back alleys of Devonburg's lower district is indeed surprising. One must understand that Marquis Vere is intimately familiar with his domain, even to the extent of knowing the number of rats scurrying through the sewers. Yet, this is delightful and entirely normal. If he could easily ascertain such knowledge, there would be no need for his personal visit. Resting upon a scepter adorned with red gemstones, Marquis Vere leisurely surveys the oddities within the antique shop. Among them, his favorite is a crescent-shaped stone of vivid crimson, its brilliant luster capturing his gaze. To immerse oneself in its depths would undoubtedly be a joyous venture. You have been staring at it for far too long. What? Marquis Vere replies. The blood moonstone. Kindly avert your eyes. Consider this a benevolent warning. A benevolent warning, delivered in an impolite tone, with an underlying threat woven into the words. It is unacceptable for a commoner to address a noble in such a manner, especially when the noble in question is the venerable Marquis Vere, whom the steward has served for many years. Mind your tone, and recognize that you stand before the most esteemed master of Devonburg. Offer the most sincere apology of your life at once, or I shall have your tongue severed. A scepter stands between the steward and the merchant, who adjusts his collar and steadies his composure before remaining silent. Apologies, my steward has become somewhat agitated, Marquis Vere remarks. Still, he remains unperturbed. From a moment of entry, Marquis Vere has observed that the merchant is engaged in a task requiring utmost concentration. The workbench is cluttered with exquisite, diminutive tools, and even upon the trio's entrance, seating, and initiation of conversation, the merchant has not lost focus for a single moment, appearing utterly absorbed. As for Fusa, the lack of discernment is better left unmentioned. By the way, I have yet to learn how to address you. I am Bai Heng, the lord of this Devonburg, if only in name. Merchant, I am simply referred to as the merchant. Ah, then, merchant, your shop harbors a plethora of intriguing items. I presume each possesses its own purpose. This is not something you can possess. The steward narrows his eyes. Every word from the merchant seems to test his limit of patience. Marquis Vere lightly taps his scepter against the ground, adjusting his seated posture. He feels a twinge of discomfort in his lower back. Perhaps it is simply the passage of time, though 2 years remain, and such signs should not yet manifest. I believe you speak the truth. This time, I am willing to trust you committing the same error twice would be a foolish endeavor. The Marquis gestures toward the august emerald. Are you not interested in this piece? The merchant removes his white gloves and sets aside his magnifying glass, leaning back in his seat, yet his gaze accommodates no one. Marquis Veer is taken aback. The merchant is a young man, and as soon as the notion arises, it is extinguished. Bas Veer, you have forgotten. The same mistake cannot be repeated. Etch this into your mind. This is not a young man, merely one who possesses the visage of youth. I was introduced to your shop by a friend who claimed it to be the most fascinating antique establishment. Hence, I sought to visit personally, and he was indeed correct. As for my friend's friend, I hope my initial visit will not cause any offense. Yet I am uncertain what would be a suitable token of greeting, so I brought this trinket along, hoping it would not displease you. What is his name? Hank, a wandering adventurer. He is not my friend. The tone is displeased, the brow furrowed, and the denial is unwavering. Yet this only reinforces Marquis Veer's belief in Hank's words. As the Marquis rubs the ruby with his fingertip, years of experience signal to the steward that the Marquis desires solitude with the merchant. He gestures to Fusa to depart, which brings a sigh of relief, albeit with an undercurrent of anxiety, for the transaction remains unfulfilled. The two exit into the dim alleyway, where the steward covers his nose with his hand, his brow knitted. Despite the clear weather, the alley is littered with puddles, and the intermittent sound of dripping water is confounding, as if every wall is seeping. For certain small creatures, this is a fitting abode. Two rats bask in the puddles, occasionally glancing up at the giants intruding upon their territory. Humph! Fusa shudders. It has been a dreadful day. What news of the trading fair in the upper district? He vaguely recalls a plethora of splendid items listed in the trading catalog, including a prized tattoo dagger he adores. Though he cannot afford it, as the auctioneer, he could indulge in the spectacle. Indeed, he should be at the trading fair now, basking in the glow of brilliant lights, reveling in the adoration of the crowd, rather than standing in this filthy alley, fretting for his own head. Perhaps the neighborly uncle spoke the truth in his youth. Look, our little Fusa wishes to become the chief auctioneer of Devonburg and mingle with the nobility of the upper district. But, dear little Fusa, do you not realize? You are far too diminutive. This meager flesh cannot satisfy the hunger of those vampires. What a foolish aspiration. He ought not to venture into the upper district. It would be wiser to remain grounded, learn a trade, and spend his days mending shoes or fishing, sharing companionship with the rats. This is not a dignified life, not dignified in the slightest, yet at least he would be a living man. The rats frolicking at the corner appear so free and joyous at this moment. Of course, esteemed steward, I, Fusa, swear to the gods that if I reveal any secrets, I shall transform into a large, fat pig, slaughtered for my every drop of blood, sliced into each morsel of flesh, served upon your table for your tasting pleasure, and ultimately reduced to worthless excrement buried beneath the earth, never to rise again. That is a lamentable oath. No one would wish to taste your dry, foul meat, and your worth pales in comparison to a succulent pig. The steward produces a pouch of gold coins from his pocket. No, esteemed steward, I cannot accept your remuneration. My only capability lies in apologizing for my own incompetence. I am unworthy of possessing such wealth. Please keep it. The remuneration for this endeavor is 100 gold coins, regardless of success or failure. This is a promise made by the esteemed Marquis Veer. To refuse is to risk tarnishing the Marquis' reputation, is it not? I would never dare imply such a thing. Fusa trembles as he extends his hands. 100 gold coins would grant him the luxury to squander for months. In typical trading fairs, a character like Fusa could expect to earn at most 1% of the sale price. 100 gold coins as remuneration is an unprecedented fortune in his life. Yet this substantial sum brings no sense of gratification. As he accepts the pouch, the steward's grip remains firm. Remember your oath today, should I learn of any information leaking. Regardless of whether the gods transform you into a fat pig, I shall drain every drop of your blood and carve each piece of flesh from your body. The warning in his words stems from the confidence built upon formidable strength. Fusa lowers himself further, the weight of the 100 gold coins pressing down upon him. The two individuals who should have engaged in dialogue within the shop remain silent. Marquis Vere is evidently deep in thought, still contemplating that same notion. The same mistake must not be repeated. He intends to weave together his thoughts, organize his language, and prepare to ensure a seamless and pleasant conversation. Meanwhile, the merchant is meticulously arranging his workbench, polishing each tool he has utilized, repositioning them in their original order. A neat and orderly arrangement invariably uplifts one's spirits. Marquis Vale, before we commence our conversation, might I regale you with a tale, if you would permit me? Marquis Vale continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. The protagonist of this story is a nobleman, blessed with vast lands, which invariably implies a multitude of subjects and daily encounters with a diverse array of individuals. Such interactions, as you might imagine, are often fraught with misunderstandings and disputes. Yet, this nobleman is distinguished by his refinement and courtesy. He seldom displays arrogance or boorishness indeed. He stands apart from the lesser gentry. Of course, there are exceptions, particularly on those rare occasions when his mood darkens. It was precisely on such a day that a disagreement arose between the nobleman and a foreigner, leading to a minor misunderstanding. Marquis Vale. What began as a trifling matter could have been dismissed with a night's rest, after which the nobleman would surely recognize the futility of his actions. However, the foreigner denied him the opportunity for an apology and instead cast upon him a dreadful curse, a potent curse, one that left even the most formidable of sorcerers summoned by the nobleman utterly powerless. In the nobleman's eyes, there were but two paths to lift this curse: to locate the foreigner or to find a sorcerer even more powerful than he. What say you, Mr. Merchant? The merchant cast his gaze upon Marquis Vale for the first time, taking in his meticulously groomed hair, his simple yet striking red attire adorned with golden embroidery depicting a soaring eagle, and the gemstone that punctuated the eagle's eye on his shoulder. The scepter, inlaid with red jewels, exuded nobility, and his polished black boots bore not a speck of dirt. His casual demeanor belied a focused gaze and a relaxed smile. This was a man who, though unassuming compared to other nobles, possessed a confidence that surpassed them all. The merchant replied, "This nobleman is a fool, and the true protagonist of the story is the sorcerer. The nobleman will never find this sorcerer, let alone someone more powerful." Marquis Vale straightened, resting his scepter upon his lap, his expression now serious, every nerve taut with tension. "Marquis Vale, I believe I've already found him. My instincts have always served me well. This is not an urgent matter. There remains ample time. I would like Mr. Merchant to consider my request thoroughly before deciding whether to assist me. As for this emerald, it is a token of my gratitude for our meeting. I implore you to accept it." With that, Marquis Vale rose and, in a gesture befitting his rank, bowed to the commoner before turning to depart. It was a rather dull affair. The premature revelation of the mystery dulled one's interest, and the radiance of the red moonstone in the display dimmed gradually. The merchant surveyed his surroundings, aware that much work awaited him restoring the teeth of a skull, regrowing feathers on a bird, mending a broken staff, and prioritizing the armor that had been hopping about on one leg each night, lest he be disturbed again in the dead of night. The skull's jaw moved awkwardly, its missing teeth hindering its motion, rendering its mouth comically askew. A featherless bird flapped its wings at the edge of the display before leaping and crashing to the ground. A three-piece staff floated, seeking a suitable connection to reassemble itself. The antique shop's wooden floor creaked, and a board beside the workbench bulged slightly, as something struggled to push through, yearning to break free, until with a pop, a fluffy round ball emerged, its dense, soft brown fur obscuring its form as it rolled slowly across the floor. The merchant remarked, "Quiet, please. I need to concentrate on my work. You are distracting me." Things improved considerably at that moment. The merchant began selecting tools for his next task, only to notice an unfamiliar object on his neatly arranged workbench. He picked it up. The emerald gleamed beautifully, but it was merely beautiful. He casually tossed it towards the fluffy ball, which swiftly opened a mouth far larger than its body, sharp teeth catching the emerald in a single bite. Inside the antique shop, the merchant bent over his work while the fluffy ball wiggled, striving to digest its meal. Outside, the steward had been awaiting for some time. A red carpet laid down the alley leading to a carriage at its mouth, where the driver stood ready to welcome the Marquis back. Marquis Vale remarked, "It seems our prepared August emerald has not piqued his interest to any significant extent." The steward inquired, "Do you believe this could pose a problem, my lord?" Marquis Vale revealed a light-hearted smile, tossing his scepter into the air and catching it once more, his hands clasped behind his back. Reveling in the pleasantness of the moment, even the dingy, filthy alley appeared delightful. Marquis Vale, on the contrary, this grants me greater clarity in how to engage with that reclusive shopkeeper. Let's reach out to our old friend Hank. I am confident that conversing with him will provide further insight into dealing with this shopkeeper. Each day, the vicinity near the gates of Devon Castle bustled with a myriad of individuals, primarily due to the presence of the Bounty Hunter Guild, a favorite haunt for hunters seeking the latest bounty postings, as well as the opportunity to earn some extra coin. Those who lingered here often had need of bounty hunters for various tasks, some of which might involve discreet dealings. Provided the price was right, one could always find a hunter capable of addressing their troubles. Of course, there were certain endeavors deemed unlawful, subject to severe penalties should one be caught. Common perception held that a bounty hunter's true strength lay not in their weaponry or the magic they wielded, but rather in their eloquence. Groups of hunters often succeeded in capturing the attention of wealthy patrons with their persuasive words. A splendid sword forged from meteoric iron, combined with unparalleled swordsmanship, creates an unrivaled warrior, one who has slain frost giants in the north, carved through blackwater serpents in the south, and faced desert scorpions in the west, as well as the man-eating mandragora flowers in the east. Indeed, they have even vanquished dragons. Whatever obstacle stands before you, our warrior can clear it for merely 10 gold coins, just 10 gold coins for their unwavering loyalty. A towering man, clad in simple, sleeveless leather armor, with a great sword slung across his back, surveyed the crowd with an imposing gaze. His muscular frame bore numerous scars, testament to his formidable exploits. An exceptionally gifted sorcerer from the Arcane Academy, capable of wielding fourth-tier magic. No matter how many creatures may threaten you, a mere wave of their staff can resolve the matter. Beyond combat, they can assist in locating long-lost items, reuniting estranged family members, and curing ailments that even the finest physicians cannot heal. The applications of magic are beyond your imagination. For just 15 gold coins, you may catch a glimpse into the mysteries of the arcane. In stark contrast, a female sorceress stood before them, similarly clad but perhaps even less so. Freckles adorned her beaming smile, and her staff stood upright against her chest, accentuating her curves. Master of the Thunder and Flamia, tribal axe wielder, all-seeing oracle, a dual-wielding warrior of generations. The merchant frequented the vicinity of the guild every few days, drawn by the eclectic mix of individuals and the peculiar tales that emerged. This was precisely what fascinated him. He preferred to navigate the throng quietly, avoiding contact or conversation with anyone until he stumbled upon something of interest. Blue crystal? Or perhaps a fragment. Damn it, what's so remarkable about that? The lucky fool gets an audience with a guild leader. Where on earth did he acquire such a thing? From Shadow Wolf Mountain. The speaker lowered his voice as the two engaged in hushed conversation. Have you heard? There's a formidable witch on Shadow Wolf Mountain. Bah, just a witch. No way she could be more formidable than those hags from Mistral Town or Luxembourg. No, My friend, this witch's power lies not merely in her spells. Do you know what she's called? The wolf spirit, which she can forge contracts with shadow wolves. Pierce, my good brother, I implore you to use your scarce intellect wisely rather than fixating on such trifles this way. You may earn more coin. Amidst the cacophony, a small dialogue unfolded. The merchant glanced at the two individuals 20 meters away. This was certainly worth investigating. Merchant, good afternoon to you both. The taller figure, clad in leather shoulder armor and black trousers with flat-soled boots, sported a dagger slung over his shoulder and a bow with a quiver at his feet, a ranger named Pierce. The shorter individual, donned in chainmail, bore a thick beard dusted with remnants of last night's revelry, wielded a gleaming double-head axe that matched his stature, a brawny dwarf warrior. Dwarf, what is it, tall one? Merchant, I am quite interested in your recent discourse regarding the wolf spirit, which the topic at hand is indeed quite intriguing. However, this is not necessarily a favorable circumstance. Although of shorter stature, I'm not blind. During the recent conversation, my gaze did not fall upon that individual. The surrounding clamor was significant, yet they still suppressed their voices to converse. Clearly, in the eyes of the diminutive warrior, the tall figure before him is merely a petty eavesdropper lurking in the shadows. Moreover, the matters being inquired about are linked to the old vulture. Any association with this individual carries an unmistakable scent of misfortune. Dwarf, no, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. And raise your back straight when speaking to mice that a sign of contempt. While I'm in a good mood, I suggest you make yourself scarce. The merchant straightened his posture and retrieved an item from his pocket, tossing it to the dwarf. The dwarf caught it with one hand, opened it, and beheld a gleaming golden coin. His eyes widened in astonishment as he rubbed his thumb against the gold piece, slowly bringing it to his mouth for a taste. Indeed, the flavor of money is most delectable. Dwarf, huh? It seems I possess a rather foolish mouth and a dim-witted brain. I extend my sincerest apologies for my foolishness. Esteemed Sir Glack is at your service. With his left hand outstretched, his right hand placed over his heart, and the tip of his right foot resting on his left heel, he bent slightly, a gesture of formality that appeared somewhat comical beneath the dwarf's barrel-like physique. Merchant, you may refer to me simply as Merchant. I would like you to elaborate on the matter of the wolf spirit witch. Dwarf Glack. Ah, yes, the wolf spirit witch indeed. Allow my companion, Pierce, to provide you with a thorough account. Glack nudged his companion with his elbow, and Pierce's expression turned troubled. How could he provide a detailed account? His knowledge was merely hearsay, and this was supposed to be the sort of gossip one hears in the marketplace. What could there be to elaborate on? Yet, under the temptation of gold and the murderous glare of Glack, Pierce reluctantly steeled himself. Dwarf Glack, dear merchant, if you are interested, I believe I can offer you a most fitting proposal. You may hire us for a fee, and we shall escort you to Shadow Wolf Mountain to witness this wolf spirit witch firsthand. At that time, all your curiosities and inquiries shall be resolved. What say you? Merchant, Dwarf Glack, esteemed merchant, as a bounty hunter in this region, I consider myself an anomaly. This is due to my integrity. I do not besmirch my fellow hunters to achieve my aims, but rather detest their incessant parade of deceitful tongues. That robust warrior, please believe Miss Hold you return tomorrow. You will discover even more of his remarkable feats. For just yesterday, he slaughtered the gray wolves to the north, tamed the eight-legged spiders to the south, and decimated the red monkey nest to the west. As for the east, need I even mention it? He single-handedly vanquished 5 earth dragons. Is there anything more absurd than this? The merchant shifted his gaze, and with it, Glack's words transformed. Dwarf Glack. Oh, that wretched harlot has emerged once more to flaunt her prowess, a sorceress capable of wielding 4th-tier magic. My heavens, how could such a formidable mage be found in this filthy place? She need not even exert herself. A chair would suffice, and a horde of shameless companies would rush to fawn over her, imploring her to join their ranks. Indeed, the chair she occupies is likely prepared by others in advance, such as the status befitting a 4th-tier sorceress. As for this harlot, I suspect she does not even know the first incantation for casting a first-tier spell. Just look at her ample posterior and delicate waist, how utterly ridiculous. Do these dolts possess no wit whatsoever to be so easily deceived by such abysmal skills? Merchant, your suggestion is quite reasonable. Glack's thick brows danced joyfully, his eyes sparkling with a newfound brilliance. He sensed the scent of a great turn in the fate of the dwarven warriors to acquire information for the price of a single gold coin, a damned gold coin. He ought to procure a new coin pouch, for the narrow one he possessed could scarcely contain a bounty of gold. Glack cautiously probed, his gaze not missing any subtle changes in the merchant's expression, ever ready to adjust the price, whether upwards or downwards. In such moments, Pierce always admired Glack not for his words, but for the audacity that surpassed even the thickest chainmail. Yet, one must admit, it was this very audacity that had allowed him to survive thus far. Merchant, then let it be 60 gold coins. Dwarf Glack, indeed 60. 60 coins. The startled dwarf leapt to a height exceeding twice his own stature. It was the first time he found himself in a position to look down upon others. Alas, Glack did not savor this moment, as he was engulfed in overwhelming shock. Pierce exhaled deeply, bracing himself with his longbow, striving to maintain his composure and control his expression to avoid any sign of dismay. Merchant, you shall receive 30 gold coins up front, with the remaining 30 to be paid upon completion. Dwarf Glack, of course. We can certainly adhere to your terms, I fully agree. Right, Pierce? Ranger Pierce, yes, indeed, absolutely. Dwarf Glack sighed in relief. Phew, Pierce, gather your belongings. We shall depart from Devon Fortress under the cover of night. Chapter 2. The Wolf Spirit Witch, Part 2. Laura is an exceptional archer, her prowess not merely evident in the precision of her aim, but also in her identity as an enchanter. Unlike traditional mages, she requires no incantations. Her arrows serve as her medium. The magic employed by enchanters primarily enhances their capabilities, standing in stark contrast to the more potent spells wielded by conventional sorcerers. While enchanters can utilize many spells that mages can, the reverse is seldom true, often placing enchanter archers in a rather awkward position when alongside mages, regardless of their remarkable skills, lacking a legitimate profession. The life of a bounty hunter emerges as the most viable option, as this vocation imposes no restrictions. One merely needs to be prepared to sacrifice their life in the line of duty. With the guild's doors always open, Laura is a determined individual, aspiring to carve out her own path and forge a legend that belongs solely to her. Yet, the harsh realities of the world remind her that the foundation of any great legend requires considerable financial backing. A person whose stomach is empty cannot hope to achieve resounding success. Fortune smiled upon her this time, as she secured a lucrative bounty task, after spending an entire day in the guild. Suffocated by the oppressive sin of sweat and stale air, the refreshing aroma of mint that once clung to her was now thoroughly tainted by the stench of those foul men. Laura had to lift her chin, lest her nose be inundated by that repulsive odor. Upon completion of this task, a reward of 3 gold coins awaited her, a substantial sum indeed, with proper planning. Not only could Laura upgrade her equipment, but she might also have the opportunity to acquire a new garment, perhaps that exquisite lace-trimmed dress. Every woman cherishes her beauty. However, this prospect hinged on the condition that the 3 gold coins would indeed belong to her. Her intention in enduring a day at the guild was to seek a bounty task that she could accomplish independently for a reward of 50 to 60 silver coins. Regrettably, after a day of searching, she found no suitable tasks until, at the very end, the current bounty caught her eye. To capture a giant lizard, preferably alive and in good health. The task itself was not overly challenging. As an enchanter, she could easily enhance her arrows to immobilize a giant lizard. The complication arose from the fact that these creatures are social animals, typically residing in groups of 3 to 5. Moreover, despite their large size, they are remarkably agile, making them unfriendly targets for an archer. Laura would require a warrior capable of holding their ground to assist in stabilizing the movements of the giant lizard. The thought of what lay ahead was no less daunting than the stench that clung to her at times. Laura found herself pondering why she had initially chosen to team up with those 2 individuals. The individuals she needed to locate could only be found at night, and they were likely to appear at a single venue. the Finney Tavern, a place where one could indulge in inexpensive libations. As Laura pushed open the small door of the tavern, an unusual aroma rushed into her nostrils, prompting her to wrinkle her brow. She effortlessly spotted her target, as the individual's distinctive features were unmistakable. However, making her way there was no simple task. She needed to remain vigilant against women who appeared intoxicated yet were acutely aware of their surroundings, as well as the foul men who would take advantage amidst the chaos. Clearly, the girl being toyed with in the tavern was a novice, her hands laden with empty glasses, leaving her unable to fend off the unwelcome hands that roamed over her backside. She could only twist and turn to evade. Yet this only drew more hands eager to greet her. Laura had no intention of intervening. People often grow through adversity, and she too had once navigated such struggles. This time, her assistance might not be a kindness. For the next moment, she might not be present to help. She needed to learn to look after herself. Laura skillfully maneuvered through the crowd, facing no obstacles, and upon sitting down, she noticed the spread of dishes on the table was more lavish than ever, while the wine remained the same. Laura, where did you acquire this money? Have you finally succumbed to a life of crime? The laws of Devonsburg cannot be brushed aside with a mere lash of a whip. The dwarf took a long swig of ale, squinting as he regarded the newcomer for a moment before recognizing her. Bursting into laughter, Dwarf Grack, "Oh, my dear little Laura, you have finally arrived. Come, let us drink. Tonight, we are all wealthy." Laura's expression darkened as she glanced at the swaying Pierce across the table, slowly drawing her dagger and placing it on the table to put some distance between herself and Grack, who was leaning in to refill glasses. "Laura, mind your tongue, unless you wish to continue using it for drinking." Having toiled all day, Laura was indeed hungry. The array of dishes was quite tempting. As she ate, she recounted the bounty tasks she had acquired that day to Grack. However, after satisfying her hunger, she noticed that this diminutive miser lacked his usual excitement over money. Instead, he wore a rather profound expression. "Dwarf Grack, no need for that. We no longer require such meager bounty tasks to get by." His tone, laced with pride, effectively dismissed Laura's hard work from the day, which displeased her, yet she was willing to overlook this for the sake of 3 gold coins. "Laura, I will grant you 3 minutes to provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, my hand may not be gentle." Grack smirked cunningly, divulging all the day's events to Laura and outlining his flawless escape plan with increasing enthusiasm. Oblivious to the darkening expression on Laura's face as she listened, "Laura, make your choices wisely. Forsake the remaining 30 gold coins. In the dead of night, when the streets are least populated and we can slip away from Devonsburg unnoticed. Even the laws of Devonsburg will be powerless against us." Laura spoke through clenched teeth, perplexed as to why this normally shrewd dwarf was behaving as foolishly as a pig. Dwarf Grack, "Well, what do you think? Not a bad plan, right?" Laura, "Indeed, not bad." Taking a deep breath, she donned a charming smile, her fingertips gliding playfully across the table in circles, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she teased him. Grack's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. By his grandmother, it was truly life-threatening. The time had come for this woman to be captivated by the great charm of Lord Grack. Alas, it was indeed regrettable. He should not have indulged in so much wine tonight, as it would undoubtedly impact his performance in bed. Leaving a poor impression on a man during the first encounter is the gravest insult. "Laura, the plan is sound, but how do you know the other party won't find us?" The diminutive Grack, "Under this vast sky, how much land exists? How could he possibly locate us? Even if he did, it would be futile. By then, we would be reveling in the free city." Laura, "Yet this merchant is undeniably wealthy." The diminutive Grack, "Ha, of course, but he is just a foolish wealthy man." Laura, "He is willing to pay a gold coin for a piece of information and has readily advanced a deposit of 30 gold coins. Surely, the merchant is not lacking in funds." The diminutive Grack, "What? Do you greedy little creature, wish to extract even more gold from him?" Laura, "Certainly not. I am merely curious. What could a man who is indifferent to money possibly care about?" The diminutive Grack, Laura, "Perhaps he values his reputation, his authority, and his pride. If a merchant were to lose 30 gold coins, it might mean little to him, as that amount is trivial. However, should this thief dare to flaunt the ill-gotten gains in the free city, it would be as though he is proclaiming to all that there is a fool in Devon Castle from whom anyone can withdraw funds. What do you suppose this merchant would think?" The diminutive Grack, Laura, "I believe that if it were me, I would take the remaining 30 gold coins that have not yet been paid and offer them as a bounty, hiring a group to teach this audacious thief a lesson." making him understand the cost of offending the powerful. Therefore, I am quite curious as to why this little rogue perceives a man so wealthy that he is indifferent to money as a simpleton. Easily deceived, Grack, suddenly more sober, felt his tongue curling as the after-effects of the alcohol surged to his head, his face reddening as beads of sweat began to form. The diminutive Grack, but we are in the free city. Laura scoffed dismissively, restoring her air of disdain. Laura, are the rules of the free city applicable only to you and not to others? Are you so special? What makes you so, save for your height? The great Lord Grack felt a twinge of fear. Having struggled through the mire to survive until now, he had forgotten certain truths. He had overlooked that there existed a class of individuals known as nobles. And having spent his days among those of his own rank, he had neglected the possibility that the man from earlier could very well be a noble, an identity imbued with considerable influence. The diminutive Grack, this is disastrous. We are done for. The Shadow Wolf Mountain, the Wolf Spirit Witch, these are not adversaries to be trifled with. Laura, 3. You must be drunk. Grack. I had no part in this matter. Have you forgotten that I was not present at that time? Such words plunged Glark deeper into despair. He clutched his hair with both hands, as if he could foresee himself being forced onto the gallows. Laura, unless, the diminutive Glark, unless what? This was the final straw. Among the trio, Laura possessed considerable strength. Without her assistance, the journey to Shadow Wolf Mountain would be indistinguishable from a death sentence, relying solely on Glark and the already inebriated Pierce. Glark had to secure Laura's companionship. Laura, unless the remaining 30 gold coins from this job are all mine, and you two each receive 15. In that case, I might consider aiding you. The diminutive Glark. What? This. In truth, Glark had no other options. He needed assistance, and seeking help from other bounty hunters would only result in them demanding even greater rewards or excluding him from the spoils entirely. Glark sighed. Very well, you win. The remaining 30 gold coins are all yours. Laura, excellent. Then I shall see you tomorrow. With her plan successfully executed, Laura revealed her most genuine smile of the day. 30 gold coins, my goodness. This substantial sum could not only procure all that she desired, but also afford her a better place to stay. Yet at that moment, Laura yearned for nothing more than a hot bath followed by a restful slumber. Preparing herself to seize her first significant fortune, alone, Glark sighed in frustration. It seemed that winning the favor of Lady Luck was no simple feat. He glanced at the unconscious Pierce, realizing that he had no choice but to recoup his losses from this wretched fellow. The sun's rays bathed the land, awakening the town of Devonburg from a peaceful night. Men preoccupied with making a living invariably rose with the first light of dawn, managing their companions, resisting the allure of naked women in their beds, donning their clothes, tying their shoelaces, and pushing open doors to navigate through sprawled drunks to their places of work. Among these men was the diminutive Glark, yet he had no need to manage a companion. Last night, his bed had been occupied solely by the still puking Pierce, with no woman in sight. Glark's mood was far from pleasant. The abrupt changes in his plans had left him flustered, unable to maintain a clear mind while haggling with that woman, resulting in a significant financial loss. Such a blunder was exceedingly foolish. It should not have happened to him, but rather to Pierce, who was now disturbing Glark's tranquil morning with his irritating voice. Diminutive Glark. Is there something you do not understand? Was I not clear enough? We cannot escape. That is not a wise choice for us, for seeking that damned wolf spirit which at Shadow Wolf Mountain. We need Laura's assistance. That's so difficult for you to comprehend. Ranger Pierce, I understand. You have made that quite clear. What I do not grasp is why the remaining reward should entirely belong to Laura, while I am left with less than half of my original share. The dwarf leapt up in anger, waving his hands in an attempt to make his fury more intimidating, oblivious to the smirks of passers-by. Grack the dwarf. Are you questioning my decision? Our dear Pierce is becoming more and more like A.M.A.N.D. Oh, you have any idea how much you drank last night? The cost must have been exorbitant. You indulged yourself and fell asleep. Yet I am the one left to settle the bill, am I not? Do you think that tavern owner would smile and show off his yellowed teeth to waive your tab? Not to mention the disgraceful state in which you left the bed at his establishment last night. I can still smell the remnants of your midnight feast on me. Grack's ire had a notable effect on Pierce. Perhaps only on him. Pierce visibly recoiled, but bolstered by the prospect of money, he felt he could endure. Ranger Pierce. However, I wasn't the only one drinking last night. Grack impatiently waved his hand, dismissing the incessant buzzing of a fly. Indeed, every encounter involving that old vulture seems to end poorly. Had his devout prayers not reached the goddess's ears? The dwarf warrior, increasingly agitated, began to curse the goddess he had once revered, declaring that any goddess who could not bring him wealth was hardly worthy of reverence. You two are quite punctual. Good morning to you both. Grack rolled his eyes. She was a woman more detestable than the goddess herself, for she was all too real. Ranger Pierce. Good morning, Laura. That we've only just arrived as well. Grack the dwarf. Nonsense. What do you mean you've just arrived? I have been waiting here for at least half an hour. Some people clearly lack the professional standards of bounty hunters. Laura, who had just greeted Pierce with a smile, was abruptly interrupted by Grack's rudeness. She bent down to scrutinize Grack closely. Laura, well, seeing you in such a foul mood gives me some comfort. I hope this time we can collaborate harmoniously. I, for one, have no objections, as I am already quite pleased before our journey has even begun. Thank you, Grack. Look at that. What a loathsome fellow that I actually considered approaching a woman like her last night. I must have been out of my mind. The cheap liquor must have clouded my judgment, causing me to forget her true nature. Grack once again reaffirmed his resolve. Grack the dwarf. Ha ha ha, esteemed merchant. We meet again. An exciting journey is about to commence, and I can hardly contain my anticipation. By the way, allow me to introduce our companions. Aside from Pierce, whom you met yesterday, the enchanter Laura will also be joining us on this venture. Grack struck what he believed to be a perfectly respectful pose. Laura was somewhat taken aback. The issuer of this bounty was considerably younger than she had anticipated, and quite handsome as well. She tidied up a few stray locks of hair that had sprung loose, her ponytail swaying from side to side. The merchant halted his cart, nodding in acknowledgement to the two, his gaze finally settling on the quiver slung across Laura's back. Merchant, is the arrow your medium? Laura. Yes, sir, though it is not solely arrows. I can utilize a variety of implements as mediums, daggers, longswords, axes, and so forth. However, my expertise lies primarily with bows and arrows. Merchant. So, Pierce, you are also skilled in archery, are you not? Perhaps I should say you possess a dagger as well, though its length resembles more of a short sword. Ranger Pierce. I apologize, sir, but I am actually more proficient in close combat. Archery merely serves to compensate for my lack of long-range capabilities. This dagger is relatively long, as it suits my preferred fighting distance. A longsword does not harmonize with my style, and using a battle axe would be even more cumbersome. Merchant. To recognize one's strengths and weaknesses and make informed choices regarding weaponry is indeed a wise approach. Pierce rarely displayed a relaxed smile, while Laura cast a lingering glance at the merchant. Perceiving him as an unpretentious wealthy individual, Dwarf Grack. Very well, merchant sir. I trust you are prepared. Let us embark on this splendid journey. Please take a seat in the carriage and rest. Allow me to assume the role of the driver. Under my precise guidance, we shall reach Shadow Wolf Mountain in a matter of days. Merchant. No, thank you for your kind offer, but it does not take kindly to the touch of strangers. I shall manage. You need only provide directions. The group, led by the merchant, set forth towards Shadow Wolf Mountain. The merchant took the reins, while Laura volunteered to act as the guide, preferring not to be alone with Grack in the carriage. As the polluted air would suffocate her, the merchant and Laura sat side by side in the carriage. Merchant. Enchanters are a rare breed. This is the first time I have encountered one in person here in Devonsburg. Laura. Indeed, it is possible that I am the only enchanter in Devonsburg. Most enchanters aspire to journey to Forgemelt City, as it is the premier destination for enchanters in every regard. Merchant. Then why do you not go there, and instead choose to become a bounty hunter? Laura. It is indeed a rather foolish choice. Each day, I must toil for coin, and to earn a few extra silver pieces, I might find myself cleaning sewers. When seeking companions, I am often compared to mages, which is no easy feat. This profession is one of the most challenging I could have chosen. Only those who have experienced it firsthand are qualified to judge. And I possess ample authority on this matter, as I speak from my own experiences. Laura. However, I refuse to resign myself to this fate. That it is not that being a craftsman in Forgemelt City is undesirable. On the contrary, it is a coveted position. Yet, that is not my aspiration. That I wish to explore the far corners of the world, the boundless deserts, the snow-laden mountains. That I yearn to meet more people and witness more wonders. Choices made out of mere circumstance do not constitute true choice. They are surrender. Every step taken, every footprint left behind, is a choice that belongs solely to oneself. Thus, I shall not go to Forgemelt City, for it is not what I desire. Merchant. That is a commendable notion, a notion of freedom, Laura retorted. And you, merchant sir? This was a straightforward question, a common inquiry in the realm of social discourse. Yet the merchant fell into deep contemplation, a prolonged silence that led Laura to mistakenly believe she had posed an impolite question. Merchant, I am the proprietor of an antique shop, and I take great pleasure in collecting unique items. I also restore severely damaged artifacts, often spending a day or even two to repair a single piece. Time passes swiftly for me, filled with a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. The resumption of dialogue allowed Laura to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Although the subsequent 30 gold coins would ultimately belong to her, they currently resided with the merchant, and she wished to avoid offending him in any way. Laura, as a connoisseur of an antique shop brimming with treasures, you must have encountered many fascinating items. The topic shifted to the merchant's area of expertise and keen interest, and his demeanor visibly transformed, his eyes glimmering with joy. Merchant, indeed. Authentication and restoration are incredibly engaging pursuits. They expose you to myriad unknowns, offering a fresh sense of discovery each day that I find myself intrigued by all that is unfamiliar and enigmatic. Regarding the snow-capped mountain you just mentioned, I possess a wondrous glass orb in my shop that houses a mountain perpetually adorned with falling snowflakes throughout the seasons. You may gaze upon it, or even touch it whenever you desire. Laura, touch. Are you suggesting one can enter the glass orb? Is it a magical artifact? Merchant, yes. It is a simple magical trinket meant for leisure, particularly alluring to those who have never seen snow yet long for it, much like yourself. Laura, haha, it truly holds considerable allure. If given the opportunity, I would love to visit your shop and experience it firsthand. I hope you would welcome me. Merchant, of course, you are most welcome. Not just this glass orb, but many other wonders as well outside the carriage. The two engaged in lively conversation on this topic. Inside, Glack sat with a stern expression, glaring through the curtain at the back of someone, filled with disdain for the shameless woman who had so quickly become intimate with another. He could not fathom why he had allowed such a woman into his ranks. Pierce, comfortably seated on the plush cushions of the carriage, marveled at its comfort, the spaciousness within, and the abundance of supplies that he contemplated that once he acquired wealth, he too would commission a carriage identical to this one. Sparing himself and Glack from enduring the hardships of life on the road. Short-statured Glack, are you enjoying yourself? Ranger Pierce, somewhat surprised. Are you not comfortable? Do you not appreciate this carriage? What a fool. Utterly lacking in crisis awareness, the greatest benefactor of his life was about to be lured away, yet Pierce remained blissfully at ease. The irritable dwarf warrior could hardly restrain himself from seizing his double-headed axe and splitting open the head of the man before him. Curious to see what lay within. Short-statured Glack, for heaven's sake, Pierce, have you not noticed what that woman is doing? She seeks to gain further advantages from that esteemed merchant, using her voluptuous figure to procure all that she desires. What does this imply? She will monopolize all our gold coins. Pierce, perplexed, questioned, but wasn't it already agreed that the remaining 30 coins would belong entirely to her? Behold, my astute companion has an uncanny ability to consistently miss the crux of every conversation. Glark, with arms outstretched in exasperation, recognized that prolonging the discourse would only exacerbate his discontent. Instead of pondering how to enlighten Pierce on the utilization of his limited intellect, he ought to devise a means to integrate himself into the dialogue between the two. Each harbored their own thoughts, and the quartet continued their journey in a tranquil manner. At noon, the carriage halted near a somewhat spacious patch of grassland. The three bounty hunters intended to eat while on the move, a habit cultivated from long periods of life in the wilderness, and they preferred to avoid unnecessary stops unless absolutely required, as it was the safer course of action. The merchant, however, held a different perspective. He deemed this a necessary respite, for human beings cannot forego their 3 daily meals. Since the merchant insisted, the three had no choice but to acquiesce. The merchant unloaded provisions and cooking utensils from the carriage, while the Ranger Pierce undertook reconnaissance, venturing alone into the thicket to assess the surroundings. Laura assisted the merchant in chopping vegetables and simmering soup, a meticulous task ill-suited for a warrior accustomed to wielding an axe. Ultimately, Glark found himself in the ironic position of being the most superfluous member of this expedition, a striking irony indeed. Yet, he soon identified his purpose. Once again, Glark successfully bestowed upon himself a sense of significance, and his spirits lifted as he extended a bucket of water to the black horse. However, he received no gratitude in return. The horse seized the edge of the bucket and, with a swift tug, liberated it from Glark's grasp, dousing him completely with the contents, leaving him with a thorough face washed. Laura's voice always emerged at the most opportune moments. Glark, Are you considering a career as a horse caretaker? I advise against it. A horse is unlikely to regard a man who cannot even reach its rear as worthy, and you would surely starve. The merchant approached, affectionately stroking the black horse, which nuzzled its head against its owner. Glark wiped the water from his face, shook his hands dry, and smiled at the merchant to convey that all was well. As he turned to leave, he muttered under his breath, "What a rude beast." No sooner had he spoken than he lost his balance and fell face first into the grass. Laura's voice rang out once more. "Even on level ground, you managed to trip? Have your long legs ensnared you?" Glark could no longer tolerate the venomous jibes of this woman. He rose to his feet, ready to retaliate, and a new round of conflict commenced. The bounty hunters were pleasantly surprised by the lavishness of their lunch. The prime beef tenderloin, grilled to perfection, wafted an enticing aroma, accompanied by steaming cheese soup and crisp vegetables. That moment, all three felt that pausing to enjoy lunch was indeed a sagacious decision. The delectable fare dispelled any lingering discontent, and the four shared laughter and conversation over their meal, until an unexpected intruder made an appearance. The Ranger Pierce was the first to set down his bowl. Rising to his feet, drawing his dagger, and signaling for silence, he scanned the woods, straining to listen, aware that something was encircling them. Grak steadied his steel helm, gripping the double-edged axe tightly as he shielded the merchant behind him. Laura held her bow in her left hand, an arrow poised and ready in her right, the tension palpable in the air. The trio moved in uncanny synchrony, a tranquil atmosphere enveloping them, slowly creeping over each individual in an attempt to distract. The merchant finished the last morsel of beef, setting down his bowl and wiping his mouth, aware that the true battle was about to commence. The rustling grass shattered the silence as a pack of wolves, their sharp fangs and claws visible, emerged from the underbrush. Wolves are notoriously vicious creatures, employing their pack mentality to encircle and hunt their prey. Once targeted, escape becomes nearly impossible. They herald their lethal intent with chilling howls at the break of dawn or in the dim light of dusk, their eerie calls serving as a grim proclamation of death for other beings. Yet, the midday foragers that now approached were clearly an anomaly. The stout Grak exclaimed, "Damn it, has Pierce's prolonged absence from the outside world dulled your senses? How could you fail to notice this pack during your reconnaissance?" Ranger Pierce replied, "I apologize, but there was truly nothing in the vicinity at that moment." Laura interjected, "Perhaps they were already lurking nearby, deliberately avoiding your detection." Grak retorted, "Indeed, they are a clever bunch." He spat onto the ground, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. The long-awaited thrill of battle coursed through his veins. Ranger Pierce noted, "At least their size is not particularly imposing." Laura countered, "No, that is hardly a cause for comfort." The encircling wolves appeared gaunt and emaciated, a pack of famished hunters, yet their predatory gaze betrayed an underlying ferocity. After enduring prolonged hunger, their ability to refrain from a reckless assault upon spotting prey revealed a primal discipline that rendered them far more dangerous than the average wolf pack. This was precisely the concern of the hunters. They did not doubt their capability to confront the wolves, but rather feared that in the ensuing chaos, they might fail to protect the merchant from even the slightest harm. Any injury inflicted upon him would be a disgrace, an intolerable affront to the three hunters. Chapter 3. The Wolf Spirit Witch, Part 3. The wolves granted no further time for the hunters to prepare, for their own readiness had already been achieved. 4 wolves lunged, 2 targeting Laura and Pierce, while 1 remained poised behind each of them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Conversely, Grak faced a multitude of wolves, who attacked him with unrelenting ferocity and directness, dividing the battlefield into 3 segments. Pierce, typically perceived as the weaker, shone brightly amidst the fray. The 2 wolves that charged him nearly brushed against him, his dagger carving a vivid crimson line across their forms. His swift reflexes allowed him to behead another ravenous wolf that sought a weakness from behind. Before it could react, the attacking wolves, seemingly aware that Laura excelled in archery, offered her no chance to take aim. Without hesitation, 3 wolves leapt to assault her, oblivious to the fact that their prey, though possessing 2 fewer legs, was equally capable of jumping. Laura's lithe figure twirled gracefully through the air, while the bowstring shimmered with an electric hue, releasing arrows that, like living entities, carved an arc and pierced the skulls of 3 wolves in swift succession. The dwarf warriors engaged in combat with utmost directness, channeling their strength through their arms to infuse their double-bladed axes with formidable destructive power. A mere touch was sufficient to shatter the already frail wolves under the keen edge. The famished pack of wolves seized the opportunity in the intervals of Grak's axe swings, launching themselves at the unsuspecting merchant's back, presenting an excellent opportunity for slaughter. Yet, a robust arm intercepted their sharp fangs. Grak, wielding his axe in one hand, spun around and delivered a fierce sweep with his free arm against the wolves' jaws, shattering their teeth and crushing their skulls. The wolves' meticulously devised battlefield strategy inadvertently afforded the three hunters the optimal approach to handling the situation. Had the pack targeted them from the outset, the merchant would have been safe at that moment, allowing the hunters to eliminate the wolves with ease. Those who could not contend with a mere pack of wolves were unworthy of the title of bounty hunter. The ranger, Pierce, remarked with relief, "Fortunately, my skills have not diminished." Grak's reproachful voice immediately followed. "Diminished? You have regressed to a point from which there is no return. You can't even detect the enemy in advance." "What use are you?" Laura interjected. "Enough. We cannot predict what may transpire outside. As long as all is well, that is what matters." Grak sheathed his axe, acknowledging that their encounter with the wolves was not a grave matter. His primary concern lay in their impression on the merchant, as failing to notice even the signs of wildlife, let alone monsters, would tarnish their reputation. Grak addressed the merchant. "Sir, are you unscathed?" "Any injuries?" The merchant replied. "I am perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern. Your trio's seamless cooperation ensured that I sustained not a scratch. You are truly an excellent hunting party." The four, having successfully neutralized the threat, had no intention of lingering. They swiftly packed their belongings, preparing to continue their journey, but it seemed that the fates had further trials in store for them. Boom! A thunderous sound startled the birds in the forest, and then the noise seemed to find its direction. Rapidly approaching the position of the fort, Grak readied his double-bladed axe once more, cursing vehemently. "Damn it! I knew things wouldn't be so simple. Snowin is a wretched bitch." The three repositioned themselves, this time forming a triangular formation to shield the merchant and his cart. With Grak leading the charge at a distance, trees leaned and toppled as a colossal creature forged a path with its formidable bulk, uprooted trees soaring high above their heads and crashing behind them, sending clouds of dust into the air. The heavy footfalls resonated in the hunters' hearts, and the towering figure obscured the midday sun, unveiling its monstrous form to all. "Grak, the dwarf," exclaimed, "a giant lizard? This is far too massive." Laura shouted, "Open your eyes. This is not an ordinary giant lizard. This is a tri-crowned lizard king, with limbs as sturdy as boulders and powerful hind legs." Its dark yellow scaled armor gleamed, while the three crowns atop its head proclaimed its royal status. Grak cursed. Damn it. Amidst a flurry of curses, Grak was the first to charge forward, yet his physical disadvantage hindered his offensive speed. Laura deftly grasped 3 arrows with her 4 fingers, and as the yellow lightning ascended, the 3 points of thunder successfully captured the initial attention of the tri-crowned lizard king. With a powerful sprint, Pierce propelled himself forward, his legs unleashing a force that tore through the grass. Merging his form with the wind, the last to attack became the first to close in on the enemy. The kinetic energy of his run intensified as his body spun, allowing him to nimbly weave past the lizard king's forelimbs. The blade of Pierce's dagger plunged into its hind leg, yet it embedded itself less than halfway. The tri-crowned lizard king winced in pain, but sustained little damage. It lowered its head to gaze at the small figure that had somehow crept behind it. As it began to move, the surrounding 3 points of thunder seized the opportunity to assault its eyes in an attempt to evade. The lizard king felt another sharp pain in its forelimbs as Grak's axe struck down upon its foot. The coordinated assaults effectively hindered the lizard king's mobility and vision. Before the merchant unfolded before him was a tableau of hunters exhibiting exemplary teamwork, fully aware of how to confront a foe of such considerable size. They first drew its attention, leveraging their speed to inflict initial damage upon the massive lizard, while simultaneously allowing their dwarven companion the time needed to attack. With impaired vision and movement, the colossal lizard became little more than a stationary target. The black horse neighed softly, its warm breath resting against its master's shoulder. The merchant stroked the horse, remarking, "They are quite well coordinated, aren't they?" Black wind. However, attacks that failed to inflict significant damage could hardly be deemed attacks. Realizing their assault had not gone as anticipated, Laura, upon successfully releasing her arrows, shouted urgently, "Scatter!" The attack was ineffective. Damn it! A transparent membrane enveloped the lizard king's eyes, perfectly blocking the 3 arrows. Drawing back her bowstring once more, she readied 3 arrows now ignited with fiery red flames. The tri-crowned lizard king flicked its neck with the agility of a whip, opening its massive jaws to sweep through the air, shattering the 3 flaming arrows that it lifted its forelimbs, using its stout hind legs as leverage, and hoisted Grak, axe and all, into the air before crashing its powerful limbs down upon the ground, shattering it like glass. Equally agile was the lizard king's long tail, which, in its exaggerated movement, inadvertently affected Pierce, who was deep behind enemy lines. As the tail lashed toward him, he could only brace himself with his dagger to adjust his position and evade the strike. Alas, as if it possessed eyes, the tail ensnared Pierce with unerring precision, sweeping around the lizard king in a grand arc and flinging him towards Laura, who was drawing her bowstring for a 3rd time. Pierce collided with Laura against a tree, the force of the impact reverberating through her body, signaling the painful realization that her rib might be fractured. Agonizing pain flooded her mind, yet there was no time for reflection. Laura needed to rise immediately, for she could not abandon Grak to face this monster alone. "Move your backside off the ground, Pierce. We are not finished yet," she yelled, her voice rallying their spirits, though her disobedient body hindered her efforts. Leaning awkwardly against the tree trunk, she found it nearly impossible to reach for the bough that lay 3 meters away. Pierce propped himself up with his limbs, striving to suppress his cough, as if his lungs were on the verge of bursting. Every breath he drew seemed to leak out through the myriad cracks in his body, while a deafening roar reverberated in his mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. His body conveyed a dire message. He had temporarily lost his mobility. The victorious behemoth raised its proud head, surveying the minuscule creatures that dared to challenge it. These insects would pay the requisite price to become sustenance within its form. The diminutive warrior Grak shouted. "Ah!" The dwarven warriors charged forth with unyielding spirit. From the fractured earth, a gleaming, double-bladed axe emerged, and accompanied by a fierce battle cry, the valiant dwarf once more confronted his foe. The overhead war axe bore the entirety of Grak's strength, including his weight, as its blade sliced through scales, etching a crimson line upon the giant lizard's flesh. The 3-crowned lizard king let out a thunderous roar, its bellow declaring the death sentence for this foolish insect. Its elongated tail transformed into a spear. Lunging toward the dwarven warrior, Grak braced himself with his axe, but the weighty impact of the lizard's tail sent him hurtling backward, rolling on the ground several times before he came to a halt. Yet the brave and indomitable warrior still commanded his body. Using his double-bladed axe for support, he slowly rose, his own blood staining the grass beneath him. The warm flow seeping from his nostrils soaked his beard. Once more, Grak fixed his gaze upon the enemy. For a warrior, it is an eternal duty to confront one's foes. This is the essence of a warrior's honor. Failing to safeguard his bounty from the clutches of the 3-crowned lizard king hardly seemed a disgrace. It was far preferable to being devoured by a pack of wolves. Was this how it would end? How regrettable it was that no survivors remained to tell their tale. No, the warriors of the Great Bear tribe know only death in battle. Never surrender. Rise, timid Grak, seize your axe, and rescue your bounty from this 4-legged beast with every ounce of your strength, even if it means perishing alongside your enemy. The final glory surged as life force coursed through his body, and the dwarven warrior stood resolute upon the battlefield once more. With his wrist gripping the axe's handle, he twisted it, releasing a wisp of eerie green mist from a fissure, which snaked and coiled around the entire double-bladed axe. "Come forth, beast, let me witness your true prowess," Grak roared, as the mist-enshrouded blade sliced into the wound left by his previous strike. The moment the ethereal green fog met flesh and blood, it unleashed a magma-like effect, producing a sizzling sound as the axe cleaved through the robust muscles of the giant lizard, severing its sturdy bones. Grak, the dwarven warrior, had entirely removed the 3-crowned lizard's forelimb. The mist, with its potent corrosive properties, devoured every drop of blood oozing from the lizard's wound, forcing the beast to taste the bitterness of this assault. Yet Grak had no intention of halting his onslaught. The lizard's unsteady form leaned toward him, its neck drawing ever closer, a perfect opportunity. Grak stepped onto the creature's scales, intending to use its weight against it to ascend and deliver a final, decisive blow. The fervor of battle dulled the pain but could not restore his wounds. The imminent prospect of victory made Grak overlook many things: his own scars, the dwindling strength within him, and the cunning, vicious tail of the lizard poised to strike. The strength bestowed upon Grak by his legs was insufficient to provide him with the necessary momentum. The neck connecting to the colossal lizard's head loomed tantalizingly close yet remained beyond his grasp. The sound of slicing wind echoed in his ears as the long tail seized the opportunity to strike. enhanced by the smoke. The dual-bladed axe gained tremendous potency, and the dwarf warrior intended to replicate the tactic and sever the bothersome appendage. However, Glack soon realized that the velocity of his arm's rotation was woefully inadequate. While the opponent's tail moved with alarming swiftness, he failed to adjust his battle axe to the proper angle and time, resulting in him being forcefully knocked aside. The glimmer of victory once more dissipated. The roar of the colossal lizard turned hoarse, yet its fury intensified rather than diminished in response to its wounds, reaching a critical point of imminent explosion. The three-crowned behemoth, having lost one of its forelimbs, managed to rise solely on its remaining 3 legs, its tail raised high, targeting the most despised of insects before it. Suddenly, a mournful cry erupted from the creature. Its 3 sturdy legs seemed to have exhausted their strength. No longer able to uphold its gargantuan form, the three-crowned lizard collapsed to the ground, its long tail drooping, bereft of vitality. Glack stared in astonishment at this spectacle. Fate's goddess had finally chosen to smile upon him. The dwarf warrior felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How dare he have referred to the goddess known as a harlot at the onset of battle? Glack, it is you who are the harlot. Suddenly, 3 arrows descended from the heavens, striking unerringly into the lizard's eyes, causing 2 blood-red blossoms to bloom atop its head. Laura shouted, Glack, how long do you intend to sit idly? Seize your damned axe and bring this battle to an end. Her voice jolted Glack into action. He grasped his dual-bladed axe and, with swift strikes, severed the lizard's head from its body in 3 decisive blows, during which the creature emitted no further mournful cries. As an observer, the merchant witnessed the entirety of the conflict unfold. These 3 seemingly ordinary bounty hunters each possessed admirable qualities, and he gently stroked the mane of his horse, Black Wind, soothing its agitated demeanor and calming its crimson eyes. Laura supported Pierce as they approached, the immense carcass of the lizard leaving her in disbelief that they had managed to vanquish such a formidable foe. Glack took deep breaths, the sweet air of victory soothing the frantic pounding of his heart. The merchant remarked, that was an extraordinary battle, truly impressive. The dwarf Glack responded with a relaxed smile. It was nothing, dear merchant. Your safety is the most vital aspect. Besides, we have faced even more formidable adversaries. No, we have not, Laura interjected, but this time she refrained from exposing Glack's bravado. Cherishing this rare victory, she felt he had earned the right to pride himself, at least for now. Ranger Pierce said, I apologize. Laura, Glack, I haven't been of much assistance. Laura replied, do not speak so. You have contributed your part admirably, if we must put it that way. I too have not been of much help. The dwarf Glack burst into laughter. Do not chastise yourselves. You both performed admirably. The remainder shall be left to Lord Glack. Laura shot him a sidelong glance, noting his slight hubris. The merchant observed the smoke and inquired, is that the venom of the Tunksha? Dwarf Glack replied, indeed, dear merchant. Consider it my secret weapon. Merchant, the venom of the Tunksha snake is hardly an optimal choice. There are far superior alternatives available. Short-statured Glack. Indeed. But those require a greater expenditure of quality coin. The Tunksha venom poses little threat to me, provided it is not used excessively. I possess considerable resistance to such toxins. These are 3 exceptionally enticing items, perfectly aligned with the personalities of the 3 hunters. And they are undoubtedly costly, especially the feathered arrows the merchant wishes to bestow upon Laura. Enchanters in this world are not born for combat but for creation. Thus few invest effort into crafting weapons specifically suited for enchanters in battle, let alone such practical and convenient ones. Upon closer inspection, short-statured Glack. Good items? Merchant. Indeed, excellent items. Short-statured Glack. For one-time use? Merchant. One-time use. Glack felt a profound sense of satisfaction, grateful to the goddess of fortune for granting him the opportunity to encounter this generous merchant. Ranger Pierce, I appreciate your kindness, sir, but I have done nothing to warrant such a fine short sword. Short-statured Glack. What are you saying? This is a token of gratitude from the merchant. A gesture of thanks for saving his life. Do you truly believe the merchant's life is worth less than these 3 items? That would be the gravest insult, and I, Glack, shall not allow such a thing to transpire. Glack took the items from the merchant's hands, distributing them firmly to both individuals and reiterating his determination that they accept the weapons. Merchant, you need not feel discomfort. Fine weapons should be wielded by worthy individuals to unleash their true potential. Short-statured Glack. Listen, the merchant speaks with great insight. Ensure everything is accepted. Under the merchant's insistence, Laura and Pierce reluctantly accepted their respective weapons. This was indeed a generous reward. Merchant, by the way, you are all injured. There are effective healing remedies in the wagon, and I believe I can assist you. Short-statured Glack. Oh my heavens, I can find no words grand enough to extol your virtues, merchant. Terms like generous and kind are unworthy of you. You are. The air became saturated with a pungent and overwhelming odor, a peculiar scent even overshadowing the stench of the three-crowned giant lizard's carcass. The merchant remained unfazed, methodically adding herbs and unique materials to the mortar. Laura, did he just put that insect in there? Ranger Pierce, apologies, I did not see. Laura, is he now preparing to add that wriggling mass? Ranger Pierce, apologies, I did not see. Laura, is that a tongue he is placing in? Laura, Glack, why have you ceased your praises? Short-statured Glack. Silence. After some effort, 3 bowls of healing potion were placed before the 3 hunters. Laura, merchant, this is, merchant. Healing potion, quite effective. The merchant pushed the bowls forward, his demeanor unmistakably clear. Pierce took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself, before seizing the medicinal bowl and gulping it down with fervor. The other 2 hunters watched in awe as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Within just a few swigs, Pierce drained the entire bowl. Laura and Gluck inquired, "How do you feel?" Pierce cast a glance at the merchant, and with a thud, collapsed onto the ground, leaving the 2 in a state of alarm. The merchant pondered momentarily. Of course, after consuming the potion, rest is essential. Upon waking, all will be well. After tidying up, the merchant placed the 3 slumbering bounty hunters into the carriage, grasped the reins, and patted his old friend. "Thank you for your assistance, Black Wind. Now, let us depart from this place." The black horse neighed as it pulled the carriage away from the chaotic and ravaged battlefield. By the 3rd day, when Laura and Pierce awoke, they had experienced the most restful slumber of their lives. Even more delightful was the moment they opened their eyes to find a sumptuous breakfast prepared by the merchant, granting them a newfound sensation of being the recipients of care. Indulging in the meticulous attention of a steward, Ranger Pierce inquired, "Merchant, where are we now?" The merchant replied, "During your brief respite, we were fortunate that no further mishaps occurred. At our current pace, we should arrive at Wolf's Lair town by this afternoon." As for Gluck, who had yet to utter a word and lay in an unusual silence without snoring, the 2 began to wonder if this dwarf warrior had succumbed to the bubbling potion. The merchant felt this journey would yield unique rewards, a new kind of bounty he hoped for. From the very onset of their travels, he had already encountered many intriguing occurrences, and he anticipated that the forthcoming arrival at Wolf's Lair town would unveil even more fresh discoveries. The muddy path cut through the underbrush as a man hoisted a wooden post, stepping unevenly through the soft mire, striving to find equilibrium between the weight of the post and his muscular frame. Occasionally, he would bellow at the rascals who persistently disturbed him, recalling how he had once fallen victim to these little scamps, tasting the unsavory blend of dog feces and black mud for the first time. "Get lost, you snot-nosed brats. While I'm still holding this post, make haste and clear out, unless you wish for it to land squarely on your heads. Don't be so angry, big guy Choba," slurred the drunken Hyman. "Let us not forget you were once in their shoes. You even bit your own mother back then, and everyone knows it. Have you forgotten?" Fuming, big guy Choba retorted, "Shut your mouth, drunken fool Hyman. Enjoy your water. Which, I must add, has been enriched with my warm urine. If that doesn't silence you, perhaps I should stuff this post in your mouth and seal it with a bottle, ensuring you cannot utter another word." In the midst of this exchange between the 2 adults, the rambunctious children hurled mud at Choba's already filthy trousers. "Giant Choba, you wretched creatures, your actions have compelled me to soil my trousers. But you had best make haste, otherwise I shall seize each of you and compel you to cleanse my trousers with your mouths." The prank succeeded, and the children scattered, vanishing into various corners. Drunken Hyman, Burpo. "Come now, my ears are nearly blocked by your fabrications. When have you ever fulfilled a promise?" Burp, "Of course, if you consider kicking that bunch of rascals as a lesson, then I shall pretend I never spoke." Giant Choba, "Trust me, Hyman, if you do not cease your incessant chatter, I shall promptly deliver on the promise I just made to you." Drunken Hyman, "Now that is truly terrifying, akin to uncovering the bed after a bath only to find your grandmother. The one who constantly entices me, nestled within, and furthermore, my heavens, I can't be seeing this right. Giant, come over here." Giant Choba, "Coming, for I have resolved to fulfill my promise and seal both of your orifices tightly." Drunken Hyman, "Damn it, I am not jesting. Open your eyes and behold what that is." Giant Choba, "Do not divert the topic. Stick out your backside and let me . Is that a card?" Hyman rose to finish his drink in one gulp, hurling the empty bottle to the ground. Overwhelmed with excitement and intoxication, he slipped and fell into the mud, yet did not forget to cheer. Drunken Hyman. Aha. You are indeed correct. This is a delightful cart. After such a long journey, they must be utterly exhausted. What they need now is a fine drink to soothe the soul. Good heavens, my tavern is about to have business. Giant Choba, for heaven's sake. Hyman, what does your tavern have besides empty bottles and cobwebs? Immersed in unparalleled joy, Hyman ignored Choba and staggered towards his tavern, as if he could already envision shimmering silver coins bouncing into his pockets. The giant stood there, shaking his head in resignation, praying that Hyman's delusions might somehow materialize. Chapter 4. The Wolf Spirit Witch, Part 4. From the moving cart, the merchant spotted a tall man leisurely observing them. A wooden post resting on his shoulder, Laura held a bow in one hand, while gripping an arrow with the other, and Pierce slowly drew his sword. Merchant, remain calm. The other party does not seem to harbor ill intentions. The two hunters remained poised, their gaze unwavering from the target as the cart drew nearer. Merchant, good afternoon, sir. Giant Choba, good afternoon to you all. Merchant, I am called Merchant, this is Laura, and this is Pierce. Inside, our companion Glark is asleep. We are en route to Wolf's hidden town. Giant Choba, I am Choba. Merchant is quite an unusual name. What brings you to Wolf's hidden town? Merchant, I am a trader, journeying from place to place to peddle various goods for a living. Giant Choba, so, you have come to Wolf's hidden town to conduct business? There is hardly anyone in the town with spare coin to purchase impractical wares. Merchant, this is but a fragment of the matter. Far more pressing is our need for a place to rest and replenish our supplies. It has been so long since we last slumbered upon a soft bed or savored a warm bowl of soup. Naturally, if we could also earn a little coin in the interim, that would be most fortuitous. Giant Choba, the earlier requests pose no significant issue, provided you do not exhibit any fastidiousness. However, regarding the latter, I fear you may be disappointed. Control your horse and follow my lead. Laura, no, that won't be necessary. We can find our own way. Laura interjected, her tone unkind and her demeanor resolute. Pierce leaned forward to express his stance. Yet Choba did not seem displeased. He scrutinized the two carefully. Giant Choba, a businessman, a well-equipped businessman. Now that is indeed a rarity. Laura, the journey is fraught with unforeseen events, and one must be prepared. Who can say whether an unexpected individual encountered along the way is a friend or foe? Giant Choba, indeed, you speak the truth that in that case, I shall leave it to your discretion. Choba stepped aside, granting them a clearer view, revealing a winding fork in the road not far ahead. Ultimately, under the merchant's guidance, the cart trailed slowly behind Choba. The route to Wolf's hidden town proved more intricate than anticipated. After the first fork, they encountered a dual fork, and now they prepared to navigate a quadruple fork, with turns left and right. It resembled a labyrinth, and without the guidance of the townsfolk, finding Wolf's hidden town would have been a daunting task. One could only be grateful for not getting lost. Laura, Mr. Merchant, we ought to be cautious about placing our trust in a stranger, particularly one who appears unexpectedly in such a remote area. Giant Choba, I can hear you, madam. Laura, I am unperturbed. Choba shrugged. Merchant, rest assured, I do not place my trust in him. We merely find ourselves in need of his assistance. Furthermore, we have you and Pierce with us, and should things go awry, I have my old friend Black Wind to rely upon. We shall adapt as circumstances dictate. Laura conceded without further objection. It was prudent to consider only the presence of Laura and Pierce, for there remained a foolish pig yet to awaken that as for that black horse. Laura felt that a swift steed would not prove particularly beneficial, for this was no race. However, given the merchant's stance, Laura had no choice but to acquiesce, for turning back was no longer an option. She simply needed to quietly fulfill her responsibilities. The merchant shifted the topic of conversation. Mr. Choba, what purpose does a solitary wooden stake serve in this vicinity? Merchant, it seems that any endeavor requiring such a stake must be rather complex. Giant Choba, not just a single stake is required, Mr. Merchant. You are correct, however. This is no simple task, but rather one imbued with honor. Merchant, such a prideful undertaking piques my curiosity. What say you, Laura? Giant Choba, I apologize. Dear Merchant, for my eagerness to share this exhilarating news with you. However, as it is still in preparation, I am unable to divulge much at this moment. Once the matter concludes, should you still be in town, I would hope for the opportunity to sit down with you and converse at length. After this, the towering figure remained silent on the subject, quietly leading the way ahead as they navigated through numerous forks in the road. The carriage, following Choba, emerged from the thicket, revealing a quaint town at the end of the path. Giant Choba. Welcome to Wolf's Hideaway. Wolf's Hideaway is not extensive. The town's structures exhibit a certain historical charm, standing resilient against the ravages of time. These edifices are witnesses to history. Having observed the generations of inhabitants in this mountainous enclave, the townsfolk did not seem surprised by the arrival of the carriage. Choba noted this and surmised that rascal Hyman must have been unable to contain himself in sharing the forthcoming events with everyone. Choba, may I inquire who these individuals are? The merchant lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing an array of intriguing items, thereby affirming Choba's veracity. Mayor, are they intending to stay at Hyman's tavern? Indeed, the situation aligned perfectly with Choba's expectations. Giant Choba. No, not at all. Yet Hyman is convinced they will become his new patrons. If one can even call that establishment a tavern. Mayor, in that case, do not direct them there. Take them to Hansen instead. Giant Choba. Mayor, if Hyman were to discover this, who knows what he might do to me? Mayor, are you afraid he will attempt to discipline you with his feeble fists? Giant Choba. That does not concern me, but I am genuinely apprehensive that he might deposit a mudskipper freshly emerged from a dung pit onto my bed. In fact, he nearly succeeded last time, had he not slipped and fallen into the muck. Mayor. Very well, I shall speak to him. Ensure you escort the guests to the inn. And do not err in the task I have entrusted to you. It pertains to the well-being of our entire town. Choba nodded earnestly, and after the mayor concluded his quiet instructions, he departed. Choba steadied himself with the wooden post, preparing to fulfill the mayor's commission. Giant Choba. All right, everyone, please follow me, and once more, welcome to Wolf's Hideaway. The unfamiliar travelers, driving an unfamiliar carriage, effortlessly attracted the gaze of the townsfolk. As they approached, the residents instinctively parted to create a path, pausing momentarily to scrutinize until the carriage had passed. An inexplicable oddity in the air, the ranger, Pierce, quietly remarked. I may be stating the obvious, but the people of this town are rather peculiar. Laura. Indeed, it is an obvious statement, and I wholeheartedly concur with your observation. Has that imbecile in the carriage awakened yet? Pierce glanced into the carriage and shook his head. Laura could hardly suppress the urge to unleash a few arrows upon that foolish head to test their efficacy. Laura, dear merchant, I kindly request that you do not stray too far from us, nor venture beyond our line of sight. Merchant, not a problem. Finally, under the guidance of Choba, the carriage arrived at the entrance of an inn. The towering Choba did not linger for long, after conveying the mayor's message to the innkeeper. Hans, he hoisted a wooden post and swiftly departed, evidently having already lost considerable time. Innkeeper Hans. Very well, everyone, please follow me, and allow me to arrange the finest rooms and the most exquisite food and drink for you. Oh, and merchant, sir, you may park your imposing carriage in the vacant space nearby. Rest assured, no one would dare to commit any mischief in Wolf's Hollow. Once the carriage was secured, the merchant and his two companions followed Hans into the inn. Rather than resembling a traditional inn, it appeared more akin to a tavern, bustling with local residents indulging in libations. Were it not for the staircase leading to the second-floor rooms, one might easily mistake it for a mere gathering place for townsfolk to drink and dine. Innkeeper Hans. So, what can I get for you all? Merchant. Let us start with 3 cups of pine nut liquor, some beef and bread, and do recommend your finest specialties. Good sir. Innkeeper Hans. Of course. I shall bring forth my signature smoked meat. I assure you, it will be utterly addictive. Hans first fetched the pine nut liquor before preparing the food. Laura couldn't shake the feeling that since their entry into the inn, the once vibrant atmosphere had taken on a decidedly cooler demeanor. When did patrons begin to favor whispering and eavesdropping in the tavern? Pierce evidently directed his attention more towards the long-awaited sweet libations, while her bounty hunter best left unmentioned. A sense of foreboding gnawed at her, and she fervently hoped that no calamity would befall them. Children often exhibit a bravery in exploring the unknown that surpasses that of adults, driven more by curiosity and the anticipation of joy that exploration brings. With the carriage safely parked, there was little worry of losing anything, as merely climbing aboard for play would not lead to any lost possessions. The grand and majestic carriage was a sight to behold in the eyes of the children, and the proud black horse beside it was equally captivating. They decided to first venture into the carriage for a closer look before attending to the striking black steed. Boy Jack. I knew it. I knew there are countless toys inside. Boy John. All right, Jack, lower your voice. If that hot-headed Hans catches us meddling with his guest's belongings, he'll give us a sound thrashing. Boy John, you're too timid. Jack, you ought to possess some manly courage like me. Boy Jack, so your idea of manly courage involves sneaking me here. Boy Jack, what is wrong? Boy John, am I seeing things, or is there a person lying here? Boy Jack leaned in closer. This is definitely a person. Boy John, feeling a twinge of fear. A dead person? Boy Jack crouched down. No, still alive. Look, he asked, breathing. But is he an adult? Boy John, how can that be? This fellow is about our height. Boy Jack, but he has so much facial hair. Isn't that something that only grows after we become men? The two children were perplexed, and to resolve their confusion, they had to take action, for the children of Wolf Hidden Town possessed quite the knack for handiwork. The Golden Palace, towering higher than the sky and broader than the sea, was constructed entirely of pure gold, with every fence encrusted with diamonds. It was filled with so many beautiful women that one could scarcely embrace them all or behold their splendor. Draped in revealing attire, they swayed with enchanting grace, while sumptuous delicacies adorned every long table and fountains gushed with sweet, rich libations. This was paradise, a realm belonging to the great dwarf warrior, Glack. Glack reclined against the soft, milky white peaks, the warm sighs of women caressing his ears. As 8 delicate hands relaxed every muscle in his body, he reached out to grasp the chin of one lovely maiden, taking delight in the sight of her moist, rosy lips. Dwarf Glack, my little darling, your master wishes to savor the taste of grapes. Do you know how to proceed? The beauty bit her lip, picked up a grape, and, using her red lips, delicately pushed it toward Glack's mouth with her tongue. How utterly delightful! Could there be a more pleasurable existence than this? Glack, utterly content, sought further entanglements with the lovely lady, having sensed that little Glack was already prepared for battle. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated from above, interrupting the man poised to contribute to the propagation of humanity. Dwarf Glack, what in the world is that infernal sound? Look, this is utterly foolish. Angered, Glack could hardly believe that someone dared to openly provoke him within the confines of his palace. He resolved to teach these rascals a lesson. Just then, an intense itch invaded his nose, as though 1,000 ants were crawling within. Glack sneezed violently. With that thunderous sneeze, Glack awoke, his eyes meeting the black roof of a carriage, and the triumphant expressions of 2 filthy little children. Dwarf Glack, ah, you wretched little brats, you've made me spew forth my golden palace. What a travesty! I dare say I shall never have the chance to relish such pleasures again. The 2 children showed no signs of fear towards Glack, even as he rose and hefted his gleaming double-bladed axe once more. They puffed out their chests, defiantly staring up at him. Boy John, who are you? An adult or a child? Boy Jack, if you're a child, how come you have a beard? If you're an adult, why are you so short? Dwarf Glack, I am your grandfather. With a swift kick, Glack sent John tumbling out of the carriage, while he seized Jack by the scruff and leapt down, intending to teach these audacious little rascals a lesson. Dwarf Glack, you mischievous little scamps. Now tell me, where are we, and where have my companions gone? In a remarkably brief span of time, Hans efficiently served the food, while Pierce, equally swift, polished off a generous glass of pine knot liquor. He then received a cautionary word from Laura, aware that Pierce, despite his fondness for drink, possessed a rather limited tolerance. Nevertheless, the merchant kindly requested another glass of pine knot liquor for both himself and Pierce, while Laura scarcely touched her own drink. Merchant, a heartfelt thanks to you, the amiable proprietor Hans, for the exquisite fare you have prepared for us. If I may, there is a small favor I hope you could assist me with. Innkeeper Hans, speak freely. My friend, I am willing to help with anything within my capacity. As the merchant savored the smoked meat, he continued, I believe you are already aware that our visit is primarily to replenish supplies necessary for our journey and to engage in minor trade. Our method of commerce involves traversing various locales. At each destination, we not only procure diverse items but also sell to a myriad of individuals, allowing us to uncover the unique stories and people that each place harbors. The warmth of Innkeeper Hans seemed to momentarily freeze. Oh, is that so, merchant? Before our arrival in this town, we heard whispers of a peculiar matter, a name of a special individual. The conversation shifted the atmosphere, and Laura sensed an unsettling tension. She straightened in her seat, preparing for what might unfold, while Pierce set down his glass. Merchant, the wolf spirit witch, have you perchance heard of her? A sharp sound erupted as the mere act of placing a cup on the table resonated through the tavern, drawing all eyes upon the merchant as if they sought to pierce his very being. Innkeeper Hans, may I inquire why you seek such information? Merchant, continuing to relish the meat, like you. Dear Hans, we are simply curious, nothing more. Hans refrained from further comment, his tone growing mechanical and cold. The other patrons in the tavern not only redirected their gazes toward this table, but also shifted their bodies, nearly all facing the merchant. The merchant continued to enjoy the smoked meat, occasionally praising Hans for his culinary skills. While Laura contemplated whether to take the initiative, she pondered how to contend with so many and to what extent. While Pierce observed Laura, prepared to act should she make a move. The inn was on the brink of tension. Suddenly, the door burst open with a thud, and a diminutive figure entered, dragging two children along. The short figure, Grack. "Aha, esteemed merchant, long time no see. Your potion worked wonders. It restored my vigor and granted me a delightful dream, though it ended rather regrettably. My dear companion, the intoxicating aroma of this liquor is truly irresistible. Laura, why do you not partake in a single sip? Is it reserved for me? Glug, glug, glug. Ha, such splendid wine. So, have you two managed to locate our merchant friend who seeks the wolf spirit witch? Why are you so silent?" The merchant, having satisfied his hunger, was wiping his mouth as Pierce gazed at Laura in slight bewilderment. Laura's fist, clenched with excessive force, trembled incessantly, the veins on her forehead bulging. She realized she ought to have skewered this scoundrel with an arrow long ago. Otherwise, he would invariably be absent when needed and present only to cause chaos. "Laura, Mr. Merchant, although our purpose here is to seek the wolf spirit witch, the current circumstances are rather dire. This little town is unlikely to extend us any particular kindness, and I do not recommend lingering here. Furthermore, I doubt we can glean any information regarding the witch from the townsfolk." The dwarf Grack interjected. "Stop overreacting, Laura, that we do not require any intelligence. We simply need to know which mountain is Shadow Wolf Mountain. As for the witch, she must be atop that mountain that we could readily capture a passerby to inquire. Like those two rascals we just saw. Where have those two scamps gone? Laura, be quiet. Do you not think you've helped enough already? Merchant, do not be alarmed. Everyone. I believe there is another place where we might obtain the information we seek. Ranger Pierce, that dilapidated tavern we just passed? Pierce's observations were always astutely keen. Merchant, indeed, the tavern that the mayor frequents. Hyman felt as though the entire world had forsaken him. Fate had dealt him a most unjust hand. It had endowed him with sharp intellect, yet never afforded him the opportunity to prove himself. Hyman knew that it only required a single chance, if only that group would visit his establishment today, purchase a bottle of wine, and stay the night. He could earn a modest sum. With his exceptional management skills, that small amount could be transformed into a fortune. He could not fathom why they would choose to patronize Hans's dreary inn, a place devoid of joy. When the mayor delivered this disheartening news, Hyman was nearly overwhelmed with despair. Inside the tavern, aside from rickety tables, the only remaining feature was the ceiling, thickly adorned with cobwebs. Hyman took a swig from a bottle of wine, lamenting once more that such exquisite libations went unappreciated. Even if one were not fond of this particular flavor, there was always whiskey dough. He had consumed the last of it while mocking the giant in the woods. No matter. There was still tequila, the finest tequila. The last bottle now rested in his grasp. Yet none of this mattered. He could still offer you a feast. How delectable could it be? Just count the mice I have nurtured and the spiders that crawl throughout this room, and you shall understand the vitality my food can bestow upon you. You fools have squandered what should have rightfully been yours. Squeak. The last corner of the wooden door, hanging from the wall, creaked open, allowing long-awaited sunlight to flood into the tavern, the brightness momentarily blinding Hyman. Dwarf Grack. Oh, what is that foul stench? My heavens, this cobweb is more abundant than my beard. Is this a place fit for habitation? Merchant. Good day, may I inquire if there are any rooms available? After much effort, Hyman finally managed to cobble together a set of tables that had completely succumbed to ruin, wiping them down as best as he could with his own garments. Drunken Hyman, please, have a seat. Everyone. I sincerely apologize for your unexpected prompt arrival. I was in the midst of tidying up. Yesterday, a group of shameless rascals indulged themselves in my tavern, leaving the place in utter disarray. I hope you will not take offense. Short-statured Grack observed intently. Indeed, it is evident that your tavern must have been quite lively yesterday. Drunken Hyman chuckled. Ah, of course, my friend. How may I assist you? Would you care for a drink? I have some exquisite tequila on hand. Short-statured Grack. Ah, good fellow. This indeed is top-notch tequila. Drunken Hyman licked his lips. Naturally, this is the finest bottle remaining in the tavern. Perhaps the only bottle left. The merchant. Boss Hyman, we have certain matters we hope to clarify with you. Hyman strained to divert his gaze from the alluring bottle, forcing himself to forget the dwindling contents of the tequila. Drunken Hyman. Of course, all your inquiries can be addressed here. I shall arrange accommodations for you immediately, and once settled, we can converse at our leisure. The merchant, thank you for your thoughtful service. Might you first enlighten us on the matter of the wolf spirit witch? Hyman was taken aback, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Even under the heavy influence of alcohol, he could discern the gravity of the situation. The markedly different reaction from the tavern owner assured the merchant that he could extract the desired information from this individual with just a slight nudge. Chapter 5. The Wolf Spirit Witch, Part 5. The Merchant. Speaking of which, given the proximity of such a fine establishment, why did the mayor specifically send someone to escort us to a more distant inn? The raucous atmosphere there gives me a headache. I prefer a quieter space. Drunken Hyman, are you saying the mayor specifically directed you to that place? Was it not your own request? The merchant. Certainly not. The townsfolk enthusiastically recommended Hans's Inn, not uttering a word about your tavern. This is our first visit to Wolf S. Hyde, and we are unfamiliar with the local situation that we assumed that Hans's was the only inn available for us. Hyman fell silent for a moment before violently kicking a broken chair. Drunken Hyman. I knew it. I knew they were all conspiring against me, doing everything in their power to thwart my success. They envy my brilliance and are consumed by jealousy. What a bunch of petty fools. Their vile faces disgust me. The merchant. It appears that genius is often met with scorn, no matter the location. I imagine these years must have been quite arduous for you, yet in such an environment. Only you have managed to endure without being crushed by them. I truly admire your resilience. Drunken Hyman. Genius? Me? Yes, you are correct. I am a genius. They will never bring me down, neither in this life, nor in the next, nor in any future incarnation. The incompetent insects are only worthy of feeding my toes. The merchant. Precisely. So you must strive diligently, allowing them to witness your prowess. Let them taste the bitter fruit of your wrathful vengeance, and make them regret their actions, regretting all the disrespect they have shown you. Laura cast a glance at the merchant. Perhaps he was not as defenseless as she had presumed, nor as benevolent as she had imagined. Hyman seemed to grasp something profound. His spirits lifted, for he now possessed an unprecedented clarity regarding his forthcoming actions. Indeed, his objective was unmistakably defined: to execute each task with precision and exact vengeance upon the ignorant townsfolk. Drunken Hyman. Esteemed sir, were you inquiring about the wolf spirit witch, the diminutive merchant Grack? Indeed, that is correct. We, the merchants, have come to Wolf's hidden town specifically to gather information about this woman. Also, I must apologize for finishing your drink. Drunken Hyman. No need for apologies. Feel free to indulge in any bottle you desire. I no longer have any use for such things. The wolf spirit witch. I see. You two seek her out, do you not? This woman, who hides away in the mountains and enjoys the respect of all in the town without lifting a finger, what merit does she possess to warrant such treatment? Merchant. I share your curiosity. Could you provide me with a detailed introduction to this woman? As emotions poured forth, the scent of liquor seemed to dissipate entirely, leaving Hyman's eyes remarkably lucid. Tavern owner Hyman. Certainly. Certainly, esteemed merchant Tio, speak frankly. Few in the town are acquainted with the visage of this woman. The only individuals qualified to converse with her face to face are the mayor and that bumbling giant Choba, perhaps a few children who enjoy frolicking in the mountains. However, do not expect to glean any useful information from those mischievous children. Their pitiful little minds are preoccupied solely with thoughts of play, leaving no room for anything else. Moreover, that woman has cast a spell upon them, forbidding them from revealing her true appearance even if they have encountered her. Evidently, the topic of the wolf spirit, which captivated the 4 individuals who had journeyed for 3 days to arrive here, with even Laura willingly seated on the rickety chair that appeared as if it might shatter at any moment. Tavern owner Hyman. This woman is a sorceress, magic. Do you all understand what that entails? She possesses the ability to accomplish feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Perhaps it is for this reason that she commands such respect and significance in the small town. Humph. She is merely a fortunate individual with a modicum of magical aptitude. What is so remarkable about that? Merchant. Indeed, I suspect it is merely a series of parlor tricks. Yet, if she only possesses such trivial skills, why is she referred to as the wolf spirit witch? Tavern owner Hyman. On that note, I must concede my admiration for her. Not far from our town lies a mountain, sharply pointed, with a summit that appears somewhat bifurcated, shrouded in darkness. This mountain is home to the shadow wolves, a fearsome breed that has dwelled there for centuries. They are terrifying creatures, capable of melding into the shadows of the night, even into your very own shadow, poised to strike at your throat. Fortunately, As long as we do not provoke them, they remain on the mountain and pose no threat to us. Therefore, in all these years, I have yet to encounter a shadow wolf. Such a situation persisted until the appearance of a woman, who seemed to materialize from the void, her arrival both abrupt and unexpected. Even more astonishing was her connection to the shadow wolves, and not just any shadow wolves, but their king, the shadow wolf monarch. What was initially perceived as a simple quest to locate someone now sounded increasingly enigmatic. The dwarf Grak remarked, "I understand now. It is for this reason that she is referred to as the wolf spirit witch. A title bestowed upon her by you, is it not? Yet this does not explain the unfriendly demeanor directed towards us. We merely wish to pay her a visit." Laura, somewhat exasperated, interjected, "Hymen is in the midst of explaining. So kindly keep your mouth shut, breathe if you must, but refrain from uttering any further nonsense." The merchant continued to listen intently, while Pierce cast a disapproving glance at Grak for interrupting the conversation. The dwarf warrior merely scoffed, but ultimately complied. His curiosity piqued. Grak then exclaimed, "Aha! I knew it. That blasted old buzzard must have done something nefarious to warrant our current predicament." The dwarf warrior abruptly stood, causing his rickety chair to split in two under the strain. The merchant admonished, "Grak, listening quietly is a courtesy to others. I trust you will demonstrate this." Grak replied, "Of course, Mr. Merchant." The calm tone carried a note of reproach, making Grak feel, for the first time, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. He resolved to cease his interruptions. Hymen poured himself a glass of water, perhaps too engrossed in his narrative to remember to serve his four guests as well. The four, however, were indifferent, eager for Hymen to finish his drink and continue the tale. The merchant inquired, "You mentioned the large fellow. Was it Choba who brought us here?" Hymen, the tavern keeper, responded, "Who else could it be? There is no one in this town as foolish and robust as he." The merchant pressed on, "So since then, the only adult who has ventured into the mountains is him. Does that mean the timber he carried today is related to that woman?" Hymen replied, "I wish I could assist you further, Mr. Merchant, but I am unclear why he has been selecting logs these past few days. I overheard the mayor mention something about a ritual, or perhaps a sacrifice. It was something along those lines. I apologize, I was rather inebriated and could not catch their exact words." The merchant reassured him, "Please do not apologize, Hymen. You have provided us with ample information, leaving me at a loss for how to thank you. Is there anything we can do for you?" Hymen replied, "No need for that, sir. All I require is the opportunity to serve you at a fair price and with proper care." The merchant acknowledged, "That is precisely our intention in coming here, so we appreciate your assistance." The four at the table fell into contemplative silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The minds of the dwarven warriors are invariably straightforward and unpretentious. They confront problems with resolute determination and eliminate adversaries without hesitation. Coupled with their understanding of the unfolding events, the situation is devoid of complexity. Laura interjects, "I do not recommend lingering in this town, especially staying overnight, not merely due to the dilapidated state of this tavern that A.S. Hymen has already mentioned. The townsfolk, now aware of our intentions, will not extend their hospitality towards us. Moreover, considering the fate that befell the previous group, I am convinced that their last confrontation did not conclude without bloodshed." Ranger Pierce concurs with Laura's assessment, noting, "I wonder if anyone else has noticed the eerie silence that has enveloped this town since our arrival," and after hearing Hymen's words. Just moments ago, the streets were bustling with life, yet now the sounds of voices, barking dogs, and children playing have vanished. Even before nightfall, the surroundings have grown so quiet that it feels as though no one resides here. "I recognize this oppressive stillness. It is the breath held by a hunter awaiting its prey." Pierce's rare contribution to the decision-making process underscores the genuine peril of remaining in this town, where the residents hold the wolf spirit witch in utmost reverence. Gluck, however, perceives his companions as overly anxious. They can handle packs of wolves and three-crowned giant lizards. Surely they can manage a mere gathering of ordinary folk. The merchant counters, "On the contrary, we ought to stay here. Assistance is always reciprocal, and that applies not only to the townspeople, but also to the wolf spirit witch." Ultimately, under the merchant's persuasion, the four remain at the tavern. Although Hymen has endeavored to clean the rooms, the task is evidently too formidable for mere hours. The state of cleanliness barely suffices for rest, provided one can tolerate the musty odor of the bedding. However, this is of little concern, as the three bounty hunters are destined for sleeplessness in such circumstances. Nightfall in the mountains descends with remarkable swiftness, perhaps due to the towering peaks that swiftly shroud the sunlight. The night in Wolf Shadow Town is marked by an eerie tranquility, as if the darkness has extinguished all living essence, rendering the atmosphere unsettlingly quiet. Suddenly, a flicker of flame emerges in the inky blackness, ascending in a graceful arc before striking a building with precision. Following suit, several more arcs of flame appear, and the aged wooden boards, provoked by the flames, ignite rapidly. The fire blazes, illuminating the night, while the evening breeze carries its warmth into the interiors, consuming the air and dispelling the chill. Shadows materialize in the darkness, converging from all directions as they witness the intensifying inferno. What the hell are you doing? This is my tavern, and there are still patrons inside. What gives you the right to act thus? Hyman's roar shatters the tranquility of Wolf Shadow Town as he fervently resists the residents attempting to subdue him. Enough, Hyman. It was always a rundown tavern. If it burns, so be it. You can simply reopen elsewhere afterward. That I suspect that a lack of business will eventually drive you to despair. Perhaps this opportunity to make a change is not without merit. The tavern keeper, Hyman, exclaimed, "You wretched little men, selfish and self-serving. Have you ever bothered to consult my opinion? Have you ever inquired about my thoughts? You simply rely on your numbers, hypocrites. Do not presume to make decisions on my behalf, nor cloak your actions in the guise of benevolence. You repulse me. Today should have marked a turning point, yet you have cruelly stripped me of all hope. You are all sinners who deserve to descend into hell. This inferno should consume you, not those few kind-hearted travelers." The crowd ignited torches, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, yet none bore any expression. No one truly cared for Haman's outburst. The comforting words offered were merely a formality. The mayor gestured, and several individuals approached to subdue Hyman completely, silencing his resistance. The flames continued to swell. As far as the eye could see, not a single piece of wood remained visible. Tonight's fierce blaze would incinerate the past. And when the sun rose again tomorrow, everything in Wolf's Hollow would revert to its former normalcy. That it would remain an isolated sanctuary, untouched by the outside world. Behold, just as I suspected, these vile creatures indeed plan to set fire to us while we slumber. How considerate of them, allowing us to perish in our dreams without the torment of facing death. Yet, one does not die in slumber amidst flames. The acrid smoke will rouse you before your demise. And ultimately, you will awaken to the horror of being consumed by fire. Silence, Pierce. I have no need for your useless knowledge. 4 figures emerged from a shadowy alley beside the tavern, the exposure and failure of their scheme causing a palpable tension among the townsfolk. Save for the mayor, who stood resolute. The mayor remarked, "Indeed, it is not so easy to dispose of you quietly." The diminutive figure, Grack, retorted, "What nonsense are you thinking? Do you truly believe it would be so simple to eliminate us? Have you been so long without relieving yourself that your brain is now clogged?" Hyman, as if having seen a savior, struggled to emit muffled pleas for help through his covered mouth. Grack unsheathed a double-edged axe from his back, resting it disdainfully on his shoulder, while Laura knocked an arrow to her bow as a warning. Pierce simply gripped the hilt of his sword, confident that his companions had provided sufficient intimidation. The merchant surveyed the scene nonchalantly. The number of men was few, all robust, with women, children, and the elderly presumably left at home. The mayor added, "If it were up to me, I would prefer you to perish quietly in the flames. It would spare everyone a great deal of unnecessary trouble." The merchant replied, "I apologize, but I am averse to allowing events to unfold as others desire. That would be rather dull." With this exchange rendered moot, the mayor commanded everyone to draw their weapons. Axes, scythes, and pitchforks. Every piece of iron in the town was now transformed into an instrument of death. The merchant mused, "The quality of the weapons is somewhat disappointing, but it will have to suffice. You 3, capable of slaying wolves and giant lizards, can you also slay men?" Grack, the diminutive figure, responded, "Those who wish to burn me alive, certainly." Laura interjected, "I have many matters yet to attend to. I cannot die now." Pierce unsheathed his short sword without hesitation. The inhabitants, armed with weapons, gradually advanced, casting aside their encirclement in an attempt to annihilate the outsiders. A chilling wolf howl pierced through the tension. Halting the impending clash, the merchant, drawn by the sound, gazed into the distance where a silent mountain peak seemed to beckon him, finally presenting the long-awaited opportunity. The residents turned their eyes towards the mayor, who was lost in contemplation. "Mayor, you may depart, and be sure to express your gratitude for our God's mercy." "Merchant, I shall do so." Only Haman remained, standing solitary, gazing mournfully at the desolation before him. The wagon traversed the forest, the massive wheels clashing against the rocky terrain resonating loudly in the night. The merchant wore a serious expression, likely pondering the forthcoming journey to Shadow Wolf Mountain, an endeavor he rarely anticipated with such eagerness. Glark and Pierce were replenishing their sleep within the wagon, while Laura accompanied the merchant on this nocturnal journey. Laura, Mr. Merchant, we could have clarified matters with the townsfolk right from the start. Could we not? Merchant, that is indeed one approach. Why did you not suggest it earlier? Laura, I apologize. I was caught off guard, focused solely on fulfilling my duties. Merchant, it is a method, albeit not an effective one. They refer to her as God. Laura, the wolf spirit which has done much for them. Considering her healing and saving endeavors, it is no wonder they regard her so. Merchant, but she is not a deity, nor can anyone be. Excessive reverence can give rise to darkened sentiments, encroaching upon one's heart, distorting thoughts, and amplifying desires that the god resides solely in their quaint town, where the residents express their gratitude, pose inquiries, and make requests. They have received abundantly, far more than they rightfully deserve, leading them to covet this honor exclusively for themselves. They believe that others, outside their town, are unworthy. This insidious notion erupted during the last conflict. Anyone who might threaten their god becomes an adversary, and they see themselves as her most devoted, albeit misguided, guardians. Thus, our earnest and friendly overtures will not yield the audience we seek, for we are deemed unworthy. Laura, what compels you to endure such tribulations merely to meet this wolf spirit which, to converse with her? Merchant, out of curiosity, are you not curious yourself? Shadow wolves are not among the most formidable of creatures, yet they embody a proud lineage. This innate arrogance surpasses their own capabilities, rendering them impervious to subjugation. However, this which has achieved what none other could, this sudden sorceress has done so, and that alone is sufficient to justify the expenditure of my time and energy in pursuit of understanding. Laura found herself unable to readily agree or disagree. She felt a flicker of curiosity, yet deemed it insufficient to warrant the perilous journey she had undertaken. Moreover, she was not the merchant, and could not fathom the weight of such curiosity in his eyes. Their dialogue remained unfinished when an unexpected visitor suddenly obstructed the wagon's path. The merchant pulled the reins, bringing the wagon to an abrupt halt, the jolt awakening Glark and Pierce, who peered out to assess the situation. The diminutive Grak grumbled, "Does this little beast intend for us to follow it?" Laura replied, "Fortunately, your wits remain intact. I was quite concerned you might once again babble mindlessly as you did last time." Humph, this woman insists on dragging up long-forgotten matters instead of speaking plainly. Grak, recalling the lesson from their previous encounter, chose not to engage in a quarrel with her. The merchant interjected, "Let us proceed. Gather the essentials, for the journey ahead must be undertaken on our own accord." After bidding farewell to the Black Wind, the quartet trekked uphill in the company of the Shadow Wolf. The treacherous and rugged path posed no challenge to the monsters born and raised in this terrain. For Laura and Pierce, the seasoned bounty hunters, it was merely a trifle, and even the merchant appeared to navigate it with ease. Yet Grak found himself panting heavily from the exertion. Blast it! Surely we have traveled far enough. How is it we have yet to arrive? I feel as though the sun is about to rise. Is this little beast deliberately leading us astray to exhaust our strength, intending to ensnare us all? After an hour, the mountain path began to level out. The Shadow Wolf made a final leap, bringing the group to a plateau, where it chose a comfortable spot to lie down, ignoring them thereafter. Ah, at long last, we have arrived. I nearly exhausted myself. Even if offered a naked woman right now, I doubt I could muster the energy to move, Grak wheezed. The others paid little heed to Grak's complaints. Their attention drawn to their surroundings, the nearby trees had been deliberately felled, the underbrush cleared away, and in a flat corner lay a familiar wooden stake, evidence that the towering Joba had once cultivated this place and left the stake here for the afternoon. "What is the purpose of your visit?" The four looked up to find a pair of blood-red eyes watching them from the cliff above. Perched there was a colossal wolf, its powerful limbs capable of shattering stone. Its razor-sharp claws able to sever steel. It surveyed the scene with an air of regal disdain. However, the voice that broke the silence did not belong to the Shadow Wolf King, but rather to a figure leaning against its feet, the wolf spirit witch, whom the merchant had taken 3 days and 60 gold coins to encounter. Her voice was ethereal, seeming to emanate not from vocal cords, but to blossom directly within the mind, mysteriously soothing, and evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "You are the wolf spirit witch?" The merchant inquired. "That I do not go by that name. My apologies. It is the title I heard from others. How should I address you?" "Then, Madam Vicini." "Good evening, Vicini." The tranquil exchange eased the tension among the three hunters, even rendering the Shadow Wolf King's watchful gaze less intimidating. The wolf spirit witch Vicini asked, "What brings you here?" "My purpose is largely fulfilled, though not yet complete. I have come to meet you and engage in conversation." Vicini replied, "You are not allied with them. How can you be certain we do not belong to the church?" "Wolf spirit witch Vicini, you lack the commanding presence they possess. I sense nothing from you." The dwarf Glack suddenly awakened. "The Holy See." "What Holy See?" The dwarf warrior, forgetting his fatigue, stood up. The mention of the Holy See was no trivial matter to him, and he needed someone to provide a reasonable explanation. "Wolf spirit witch Vicini, is there a second Holy See in this world?" Glack swallowed hard. This was no simple issue. He had known that the old vulture could not possibly gain an advantage here. Under the shadow of the Wolf King, merely by relying on himself and a few unknown individuals, that it turned out those few were sent by the Holy See. Damned fellows. Dwarf Glack, did the merchant know from the very beginning that the hooded figure was sent by the Holy See? Merchant, no. I only found out just now. Do you remember the shadow wolf that guided us? Initially, it was carrying a piece of the Holy See's clerical robe in its mouth. But it's all over. All over. All over. I have unwittingly entangled myself in the affairs of the Holy See. This is not something one can escape simply by fleeing to the free city. Not by a long shot. Glack felt he had landed himself in deep trouble, met by the silent gaze of the others. Still silence. Merchant, perhaps this is related to your origins. That if possible, I too would like to know what you were doing before you suddenly appeared at Shadow Wolf Mountain, and why you came here. Wolf spirit witch Vicini, are you truly just curious? Merchant, I trust you can sense it, can't you? Wolf spirit witch Vicini, I can satisfy your curiosity, but you must first assist me with a task. The merchant shrugged. Very well, let us resolve this matter before we proceed. The merchant looked at Glack, a rare expression of tension and restraint on his face, quite unlike the dwarf warrior's usual reckless demeanor. Merchant, is that so? And what about the two of you? Laura, of course, I will continue to assist. I need this reward. Ranger Pierce, so will I. Dwarf Glack, do you even realize what you are saying? That is the Holy See, and I am. Glack gazed incredulously at his two companions, but their expressions of confusion seemed to suggest that he was the one who did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Glack took a step back, forcing a stiff smile. Well, it seems he had overthought it, but that was entirely understandable. Such a rare opportunity to earn a fortune, while he stood as an obstacle if positions were reversed. He would undoubtedly make the same choice. Yes, he certainly would. That was only natural, very natural. Glack secured his axe and silently tossed the pouch of gold coins to Pierce, then descended the mountain alone along the same path. Merchant, one less person. Does that affect anything? Wolf spirit witch Vicini, the number is just right. Any fewer would not do. Follow me. The Shadow Wolf King rose, the moonlight casting a colossal shadow upon the ground. In the next moment, the shadow transformed into a flowing form, sliding along the cliffside and extending to the wooden stake, from which a five-fingered claw emerged, grasping the stake and trailing behind the Wolf King. Merchant, have you slaughtered all the members of the Holy See? Wolf spirit witch Vicini, did you not witness it for yourself upon your arrival? Merchant, then why did you let the old vulture go? Wolf spirit witch Vicini tilted her head in contemplation. Who is the old vulture? Merchant, it is said he is a man with half a bald head. Wolf spirit witch Vicini, ah, that certainly suggests cunning. Thus, he managed to escape. The elongated intonation sounded unexpectedly charming. Merchant, do the Holy See seek you for the same reason as I? Wolf spirit witch Vicini, curiosity? No, they do not approach me with such trivial motives. Their intentions are quite direct. They wish to possess me. Vicini is an exceptionally beautiful woman, her long hair cascading like a waterfall around her waist. Her tall stature and striking features evoke without inciting base thoughts. Her graceful aura remains evident even in the darkness, making it difficult to conceal her beauty. The Holy See's objective is certainly not merely her physical form, although such an interpretation is not entirely erroneous. They desire far more, including her extraordinary abilities. Wolf spirit witch Vicini, the Holy See is insatiable. When they sought me, they simultaneously sought another object, the frost blue crystal. Wolf spirit witch Vicini, Are you not interested in the frost blue crystal? Merchant. I am aware of this item and have gathered sufficient knowledge about it. While it has numerous applications, its significance is rather minimal. Wolf Spirit Witch Vicini. That is fortunate, for what I require of you is assistance in obtaining the frost blue crystal. Chapter 6. Wolf Spirit Witch, Part 6. The deep woods at midnight evoke a chilling sense of dread, as the owl perched atop the treetops vigilantly observes every movement within the forest. The golden circle of its gaze captures every rustle of the grass, serving as the guardian of the night. This evening, it has acquired a new subject of observation, a great wolf, a small wolf, and 4 humans who are advancing with purpose. The owl hoots a warning, signaling to this band that they are trespassing upon its domain. The Shadow Wolf King halts, and Vicini gracefully slides down its sleek fur, adjusting her long hair, signaling the merchant to follow her. The Wolf King remains still as a statue, solemnly crouching upon the ground, watching Vicini depart. Only when the merchant passes by does the wolf's head turn to regard him, offering both scrutiny and a subtle warning. Wolf Spirit Witch Vicini. There, in the center, lies the frost blue crystal. Merchant. Do you believe the frost blue crystal is merely that small piece? It encompasses the entire stone ring. Vicini glanced at the unremarkable white stone, struggling to comprehend how such a stone could be related to the tricolored treasures. Vicini attentively absorbed every word spoken by the merchant, her full attention causing her to unconsciously draw nearer to him. The merchant extended his palm. This is the soil beneath our feet, of a blackish-yellow hue, laden with impurities, for it has not undergone purification, while the center has been affected. Wolf Spirit Witch Vicini frowned in contemplation. Are you suggesting that those white stones are not stones at all, but rather soil? Merchant. Precisely. That is my assertion. The power of the frost blue crystal has reached a saturation point, beginning to overflow, akin to a perfectly ripened apple. This force begins to influence the surrounding environment. The white stones, or rather, the clumps of soil that have been purified, serve as the best testament to this. I believe you have never delved into the peculiar nature of these oddly arranged objects, instead relying solely on visual judgment to deem them as mere stones. Am I correct? Wolf Spirit Witch Vicini. Well, you are not mistaken. I am quite relieved that I sought your assistance instead of allowing the Wolf King to crush you directly. Merchant. What method do you intend to employ to remove it? Wolf Spirit Witch Vicini. What are your suggestions? Merchant. Did you not summon us with a plan already in mind? You merely need to expand the scope to include the clumps of soil. Just moments ago, a tall figure appeared on the path up the mountain. It was the giant Choba, shouldering a wooden post recently taken by the Shadow Wolf King. 7 wooden posts stood in the outer circle, 3 meters from the white clumps of soil, for had their bark stripped away, adorned with serpentine inscriptions, while the remaining 3 retained their original form. The post on Choba's shoulder should be the missing final piece. The frost blue crystal offers a unique form of assistance to mages, serving to complete and balance their abilities. The term completion signifies that if a mage possesses a good affinity with the lightning element and can also wield some lower-tier fire spells, the frost blue crystal can enhance the mage's control over the fire element, elevating it to a level of power equal to that of their proficiency with lightning. Balance, on the other hand, pertains to the challenging interplay of opposing elements, such as water and fire or ice and flame. The frost blue crystal can ingeniously harmonize these elements, resulting in a mage who is not constrained by elemental weaknesses, a truly formidable entity, indicating that one must possess far superior strength to defeat them. This tricolored gem repels all magical creatures. Proximity to the crystal offers no aid for enhancement to such beings, but instead inflicts damage upon them. The naturally occurring frost blue crystal is exceedingly benevolent toward mages, and this is merely one of its uses. Ironically, only those with low magical adaptability can extract the frost blue crystal, which implies that it exists solely for the benefit of mages, yet only mages are unable to retrieve it. Thus, Vicini seeks the assistance of ordinary individuals, although enchanters with significantly lower magical adaptability than mages remain viable options. The 8 wooden posts are a requisite for the ritual. Directly removing the crystal would cause it to lose a portion of its power and purity upon detaching from its base. Therefore, a ceremonial approach is necessary to preserve the integrity of the frost blue crystal before it is extracted. Only then can Vicini genuinely claim the crystal, as the merchant rightly indicated. The Wolf Spirit Witch has already devised a meticulous plan in her mind. Wolf Spirit Witch Vicini. Since there are no objections, I believe we can commence. Choba nodded at the merchant as a form of greeting. After placing the last post, he stood beside one adorned with inscriptions. The silent Laura and Pierce followed Vicini's lead, positioning themselves appropriately. Wolf spirit, witch Vicini. Very well. All that remains is for me to share the incantation for the ritual, and we shall be ready. Merchant. There is no need. I am well aware of what I ought to do. Wiseni tilted her head, seemingly searching for something in the merchant, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Wolf spirit, witch Wiseni. You know, you are quite extraordinary. Despite lacking any magical adaptability, you possess knowledge that surpasses even that of sorcerers, and you remain ever so composed. Perhaps I should indeed have a conversation with you. The merchant cast a glance at the diligent Choba. Rest assured. You will have your opportunity after this matter is resolved. He is remarkably helpful, is he not? Always dutifully fulfilling your needs. Wolf spirit witch Wiseni, this trivial magic has no effect on him. And neither do your two companions. Merchant. That is a concern I do not harbor. Have you also employed mental control over the townsfolk? Wiseni shook her head. Merchant. They revere you as their deity. Wolf spirit witch Wiseni. I am neither a god, nor have I ever aspired to be one. We merely engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Merchant. So, not only have you erected a sensory labyrinth outside the town to deter others, but you have also turned the townspeople into a secondary barrier against outsiders entering the mountains. They have disappointed you on their first attempt, have they not? Wolf spirit witch Wiseni. From your words, it seems you believe this is my fault. I never asked them to act in such a manner. My only request was to ensure that I could remain undisturbed here while I retrieve the crystallization. Merchant. Those who wield power should possess a clear understanding of the impact their abilities have on their surroundings. It is a responsibility. When one chooses to turn a blind eye, that is indeed a misstep. Wolf spirit witch Wiseni. I had thought you would be indifferent to such matters. Merchant. I am indeed indifferent. My only curiosity lies in discovering what sort of person you are, which is why I endeavor to understand you. Wiseni cast a penetrating gaze at the merchant before turning to commence the ritual. All preparations were complete, the props and actors were in position, and the stage was set to unfold. Ripples emerged from the shadow beneath Wiseni's feet, and a staff ascended from within. She raised her hands and began to chant an incantation. As four carved wooden stakes slowly lifted from the ground, the inscriptions upon them beginning to glow. After the first round of the incantation was completed, the five present began to synchronize, repetitively chanting the same spell. As silence enveloped the space, a tremor coursed through the air, and a gust of wind began to swirl. It first coiled around the first glowing stake, draining its luminescence entirely. The wind subsequently withdrew the radiant inscriptions from the remaining stakes, gathering all the light at the apex of the crystallization, where the frost blue crystal glimmered with intensified azure brilliance. Then, the wind divided into four, cascading onto the other four stakes, which instantaneously split into 8 equal fragments. Scattering across the ground like blooming autumn flowers, the visible, spiraling milky breeze ascended from the floral centers, carrying a beam of blue light upward. The white earth began to tremble and crumble, transforming into fine sand that had long since dried. Forming a swirling vortex of sand in a clockwise direction, the vortex gradually rose and contracted, inching closer to the central frost blue crystal as the earthen base supporting the crystal melded with the vortex. Becoming one with it, the crystal, once ethereal and elusive, now radiated a profound and substantial azure hue, its brilliance solidifying and deepening. The sands began to recede slowly, and the frost blue crystal finally detached itself. Suspended alone in midair, the ceremony proceeded seamlessly, just as anticipated. Now, all that remained was to wait for the fine sands to completely dissipate, after which Choba would retrieve the crystal, and everything would come to an end. Vicini had finally achieved her long-desired goal, having spent over half a year to obtain the frost blue crystal. I knew it. I knew it was you, that malevolent witch who manipulated everyone, who incited them to burn down my tavern, who set up a labyrinth outside the town, ensuring my patrons could no longer find their way to my establishment. Everything is because of you. The furious roar joined the scene, emanating from a familiar figure. The tavern owner, Hyman. All the grievances and resentments accumulated over the past 6 months found an outlet at this moment, directed at an outsider, a witch, a scapegoat who had thrown his life into disarray. Hyman, damn it, damn it, damn it. This is all because of you. You accursed hag. Oh, you desire this blue object, do you? How much do you want it? Would you destroy a normal person's life for it? No, no, no. You shall never possess it. You will pay for your deeds. You have taken my tavern, which I devoted my entire life to building. and I will take from you that which you so desperately covet." Vesini's expression darkened as the ritual, now nearing its conclusion, faced an unexpected disruption. Hymen was approaching the frost-blue crystal, undeterred even by the howls of wolves echoing from the woods. "Merchant. Hymen, while we are unable to prevent you from moving during the ritual, I strongly advise against taking that object. It is not merely a means for you to exact revenge and deny the wolf spirit which her desires. More importantly, it is likely to have severe negative repercussions for you." Hymen. "Oh, esteemed merchant, I appreciate your concern, but this indeed will fulfill my vengeance against this woman, will it not?" Without hesitation, Hymen reached for the crystal, and with a tremendous crash, a powerful shockwave erupted, scattering the crowd. Choba was thrown directly into the woods, while Laura and Pierce collapsed to the ground, rolling over and losing consciousness. The merchant skillfully absorbed the force, retreating several steps to regain his balance, while Vesini swiftly conjured a barrier, minimizing the impact upon herself. Hymen. His hands twisted and contorted. The crystal, once gentle and luminous, now radiated with a fierce brilliance, seemingly merging with the flesh it came into contact with. Agonized wails escaped Hymen's lips. And upon closer inspection, one could discern that the frost-blue crystal was not merely merging with flesh, but rather encroaching upon Hymen's hands, with intentions of expansion. "Merchant. This is indeed a first. The wolf spirit which Vesini spoke in a chilling tone. You had better find a way to resolve this situation." Or else that a howl echoed through the woods as a massive shadow emerged. The Shadow Wolf King arrived at Vesini's side. "Wolf spirit, which Vesini? What do you think?" The breath exhaled by the Shadow Wolf King brushed against the merchant's face, accompanied by a threatening growl from deep within its throat, sharp teeth poised to descend upon the merchant at any moment. "Wolf spirit, which Vesini? What if he cannot withstand it?" Merchant. "No. It is best to avoid such contingencies. Wolf spirit, which Vicini? Have you not considered that your actions might lead to the demise of us all?" Merchant. "Well, are you not curious as to what would transpire if one were to touch the operational frost-blue crystal?" The merchant's inquiry sent a shiver down the spine of the furious Vicini. Hymen's hands were thoroughly torn apart, blue veins coursing through his blood, as the infusion of power rendered his diminutive frame nearly unbearable. His body swelled, garments shredded, and the muscles enhanced by the crystal's force rapidly expanded, bursting forth from his skin's fissures. Blue veins spread across Hymen's entire being like the roots of a tree, each pulsating with the rhythm of his heart. That a colossal blue giant, nearly the size of two Shadow Wolf Kings, loomed before the two that the frost-blue crystal was embedded in its massive left wrist. Giant Hymen. Power, boundless and formidable power. I am now stronger than Choba. You are all so insignificant, so feeble. Let the wrath of my vengeance be borne by you, pitiful insects. Overwhelmed by his newfound strength, Hymen sought only to unleash his fury. With a sweeping motion of his raised arm, a tempest was conjured, uprooting the very soil beneath. The shadow beneath the feet of the Shadow Wolf King surged forth, erecting a wall of darkness. The gale collided with the wall, producing a thunderous sound akin to a hammer striking iron, the raw force uprooting trees in its wake. Such exaggerated power, Glark emerged from the chaos, his appearance a disheveled sight. The opponent's onslaught was even more formidable than that of a tri-crowned giant lizard, Dwarf Glark. Indeed, my mind must be clouded to have made such a decision. Merchant, there is still time. Let this woman and that wolf confront the beast while we hastily depart with those two disgraceful individuals. Vicini remained silent, leaping onto the wolf's back and charging towards the giant. The merchant observed Glark struggling to pull Laura and Pierce together, attempting to find a more effortless way to evacuate them. A rare smile graced the merchant's face, as this turn of events was somewhat unexpected. Dwarf Glark, this is not the time for jest. Merchant, remaining here will lead to your demise. Merchant, fear not, for I am a man of my word. I shall not succumb until the remaining 30 gold coins are settled. The Shadow Wolf King raced faster than the wind at his side as they approached the giant. Vicini levitated into the air. Under the incantation's influence, moisture from the atmosphere was swiftly drawn to her side, coalescing into a water serpent that lunged at the giant. The giant, having gained immense strength at the cost of agility, was quickly ensnared by the water serpent. The serpent exploded, scattering droplets that transformed into razor-thin water blades, slicing several wounds across the giant's form, before the dispersed liquid reformed into ice, encapsulating the giant's feet. The Wolf King howled as multiple spikes sprang forth from the shadows, piercing the giant's body and pinning its arms to the ground. The Shadow Wolf King opened its massive maw, attempting to bite down on the giant's left wrist, seeking to sever the embedded crystal from its host. Yet the sturdy wrist proved indomitable. The spikes, capable of piercing through flesh, could not harm the crystalline wrist, nor could the Wolf King's sharp teeth. The merchant gazed intently at the battlefield from a distance, having discerned the connection between waning and the Shadow Wolf King, a bond forged through a twin contract, wherein both parties shared a symbiotic existence, their fates intertwined, thoughts resonating, and powers mutually exchanged. It was this profound connection that enabled their seamless collaboration in combat. Alas, it was unfortunate that their adversary was no ordinary giant. The giant, High Man, bellowed with derision. Ha ha ha! You pitiful little insects, are you attempting to tickle me? Do you truly believe such feeble attacks could harm me? With a surge of strength, the ice beneath him shattered as he tore away the black spikes embedded in his flesh. His bleeding wounds healing rapidly, he raised his left hand, lifting the Shadow Wolf King high into the air before crashing it down violently to the ground. The darkness served as an optimal ally for the Shadow Wolf, and as the Wolf King made contact with the earth, it appeared to sink into a mire, vanishing into the night. In the next instant, it re-emerged from the giant's very shadow, sinking its fangs into Haman's shoulder. While waning coordinated her magical assault anew, the impatient giant, weary of the relentless entanglement between the man and the wolf, clenched his fists and raised them high, his blue veins glowing with energy as arcs of electricity crackled around him. With a thunderous impact, the giant's fist struck the ground, unleashing a brilliant blue electric shield that exploded forth, its force staggering enough to send the Wolf King sprawling, illuminating the night as if it were day. Drowning wazening's form in its radiance, as the light receded, the Shadow Wolf King lay scorched and smoldering upon the ground, gasping for breath with its remaining strength. From the shadows of the Wolf King emerged a silhouette, wazening, kneeling upon the ground. She had managed to evade the explosion by retreating into the shadows, yet she still bore significant injuries, her left arm drenched in blood. The outcome of the battle was as the merchant had anticipated. Although wazening had demonstrated her exquisite control over elemental magic with her recent water spells, masterfully timing her incantations, transitioning between magical forms, and adeptly manipulating the transformation of water and ice, it was regrettable that, in sheer magical power, her abilities fell woefully short. The Shadow Wolf King, despite being bolstered by wazening's strength through their twin contract, could not transcend its identity as a low-tier magical creature. The giant Hyman scoffed. Now the world is tranquil. God, what a jest. Woman, do you truly believe you deserve to be revered as a god by those people? Yet, perhaps it is fitting. Your abilities are perfectly aligned with that pitiful lot. A stone hurtled through the air, striking the giant's back and interrupting his tirade. Choba, braced against a tree trunk, stood nearby. After a brief moment of gathering himself, he inhaled sharply and charged toward the giant. With all his might, Choba grasped the giant's foot, the stark disparity in their sizes rendering him akin to a petulant child. Hurry, move, wazening. Now is the time. While I hold its attention, the giant Hyman erupted in laughter. Ah ha ha ha. What a touching sacrifice. You almost bring a tear to my eye, dear little Choba. Are you jesting with me? With a swift motion, the giant's hand closed around Choba, rendering him as insignificant as a toy, devoid of any chance to struggle. Look at you, big Choba. Hyman roared with mirth. Do you realize how diminutive and endearing you appear to me now? You can no longer regard me with that condescending gaze. Henceforth, you shall all look up to me, revere me, and fear me. I might have wished to spare you, but each time I behold you, I am reminded of my past failures. Thus, I regret to inform you, Choba, that you must perish. With a slight exertion, Chopper's entire skeletal structure shattered like fragile eggshells, his body limp and blood quickly filling his eye sockets. The giant then casually discarded him, treating him as mere refuse. In Vicini's eyes, there was no flicker of emotion. Her gaze remained fixed on the frost-blue crystal, showing no remorse for Chopper's self-sacrifice, which was merely an inconsequential death in the grand scheme of the battle. The dwarf warrior cast aside the distant battlefield, striving to ignore the sounds of conflict and the final flash of light. It was no small feat for Grak to flee with two living beings down the treacherous mountain path in the dead of night. The dwarf, having exhausted his strength, had to pause for breath. Otherwise, he risked suffocating on the journey. Suddenly, Grak looked up, sensing something passing overhead in the night sky, yet all he could see was the dim starlight amidst the darkness. He felt compelled to move forward, Certain that something was about to transpire once more on the distant battlefield, the dwarf warrior Grak continued his descent. Had half a year of effort ultimately been in vain? The Shadow Wolf King beside him was on the brink of collapse, and he himself was not in a much better condition. A searing pain coursed through his left hand, transmitting agony along his nerves to his brain. Vicini realized she lacked the strength to confront the creature before her. Indeed, she felt she was better suited to being a mere decoration, or perhaps a tool. The giant Hymen declared, all right, having dealt with the bothersome chopper. It's your turn, woman. Rest assured, I will send your little pet along with you, so you may keep each other company. The Shadow Wolf King struggled to rise. The approaching enemy must be thwarted, even at the cost of its own life. The Wolf King's determination resonated within Vicini, who remained eerily calm in the face of impending death. Ultimately, the only genuine sentiment she could claim was from a creature she had exploited. Glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, another foolish man, deceived by her eyes. Suddenly, Vicini caught sight of the merchant approaching, accompanied by a black horse. The merchant commanded, "Hafeng, enough." The black horse reared, its forelegs raised to the sky, emitting a sound akin to a chaotic roar from the depths of hell, a noise that did not belong to this world. Billowing smoke enveloped it as black flames ignited, red patterns emerging on its dark body. A suit of armor materializing upon its back, with skeletal fingers forming the saddle that a sharp blade pierced through its forehead, and its crimson slit-like eyes radiated madness and brutality. It was a four-legged demon from the abyss. The witch was taken aback. The Wolf King bowed in submission, while the merchant remained unfazed. Go forth, but tread carefully. Do not shatter the frost-blue crystal. The demon galloped, transforming into a wraith, sweeping all in its path with utter disdain for existence. The giant halted, gripped by fear. Even with such formidable power, Hymen felt the encroaching darkness overwhelming him, a tide of terror threatening to drown him where he stood. Hymen shouted, "Begone! Get away from me, you beast!" The giant raised his right hand, intending to crush the demon into a pulp, when suddenly he felt a lightness on his right side. His arm was severed at the shoulder and fell to the ground. The giant, Hymen, cried out, "Ah! It hurts! It hurts! What have you done to me? What have you done to me?" Blood gushed from the severed shoulder, and this time the crystal failed to heal the giant. The blood, pouring onto the earth, ignited a small flame, and the black flames, fueled by his blood, licked at his wounds, enveloping his entire body in a fierce inferno. The giant, Hymen, screamed, "No! No! No! Ah! Help me! Save me! Save me!" His heart-wrenching wails were horrifying. The sound of flesh burning was distinctly audible, yet it was not enough. It was far from sufficient for the demon, who, on its four legs, clawed at the ground in a fit of rage. Still unsated, the black flames surged once more, this time consuming even the last cries of the giant, Hymen. As the demon danced joyfully around the spiraling pillar of fire, the devastation unabated, Vicini turned her head away, unsure of how to witness this nightmare of the mortal realm. Equally uncertain of how to address the merchant. The merchant sighed, "I knew things would come to this. That should suffice." The demon paid no heed to the merchant. Still intoxicated by its momentary liberation, the merchant, Vicini, though she could not grasp the meaning, understood that the merchant spoke the same language as the demon. The merchant grasped the horns atop the demon's head, pulling it closer. "Next time, when I say enough, it means to stop. Please ensure you cease when I ask. All right?" The demon lowered its head further, nuzzling against the merchant's chest. The merchant continued, "I apologize. I must convey my regrets on behalf of this creature. It was too engrossed and failed to control its strength, and it may have damaged the frost blue crystal just now. You cannot expect it to retain its original efficacy. However, this does not imply that the crystal's effects will be significantly diminished. Merely affected." The wolf spirit witch, Vicini, replied, Thank you." Beyond that, she found herself at a loss for words. The merchant responded, "No need for thanks. As you said, we merely seek to fulfill our respective needs. Now that you have acquired the frost blue crystal, it is time for us to engage in a more thorough discussion." The horizon began to pale, the mountains and forests shedding their nocturnal demeanor, becoming lively with the sounds of morning. The early birds commenced their search for food, tending to the newly hatched lives in their nests, while squirrels scurried up the tree trunks in search of today's nuts. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed, and Grak swiftly drew his double-bladed axe, only to see a figure approaching on a black horse, bathed in the morning light. The dwarf, Grak, opened his arms wide. My heavens, merchant, sir, you cannot imagine how delighted I am to see you again. We must share an enthusiastic embrace. The merchant replied, apologies for keeping you waiting. The matter has been resolved. As the two conversed, Laura and Pierce gradually awakened, both somewhat disoriented, unable to gather their thoughts initially. The merchant took it upon himself to explain the events of the previous night. Pierce lamented, I can hardly believe it. The dwarf, Grack, added, indeed, who would have thought we would dare to help someone take away what the church sought? However, the frost blue crystals, my goodness, I have yet to behold the physical manifestation of such a rarity. That old vulture truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck, fortuitously discovering such a treasure. Laura, are you familiar with this item? Pierce inquired as well. The diminutive Grack was taken aback. You mean to say you are unaware of this? Each word inscribed upon it is worth no less than 1,000 gold coins. When it comes to matters of wealth, Grack undeniably possesses a certain authority. Laura, very well, you have triumphed. Ranger Pierce, so, if the wolf spirit which acquires the frost blue crystals, she will depart from Shadow Wolf Mountain? Merchant, perhaps, who can say? Dwarf Grack, if this woman were to leave, this small town would be doomed. No one would remain to assist them with their daily burdens, including tending to their very lives. Ranger Pierce, ultimately, individuals must rely upon themselves for sustenance, making choices of their own. Fate is not something that others can whimsically manipulate. Dwarf Grack, well, who would have thought you were capable of such profound words? Merchant, by the way, last night the wolf spirit which cast a subtle spell upon you both. It was a form of simple mental control. Those under its influence would remain unaffected, provided they were prepared in advance or possessed a strong will. As such control cannot seize those with unwavering resolve out of course. This form of control would merely compel you to assist with trivial tasks. Grack suddenly understood. No wonder these two had been so compliant last night, even unhesitatingly abandoning their. But that was of little consequence now, as he had graver matters to attend to. Dwarf Grack, look at you both, so easily ensnared by a spell of mental control. This only serves to demonstrate your feeble willpower, which pales in comparison to that of Lord Grack. Had I not been present last night, would you have awoken here in safety? You would have long since become mere specters of the wilderness. Though neither Pierce nor Laura bore any blame for the situation, Laura could not abide Grack's self-important demeanor, reveling in the notion that his presence had been crucial. She felt no inclination to express gratitude and even wished to engage in debate. Laura, so, it seems we still have much to learn from Lord Grack, such as the art of swiftly abandoning others in times of peril. Dwarf Grack, what? Is that not because of your susceptibility to mental control? Moreover, it remains uncertain who truly abandoned whom. Merchant interjected, for at that moment, Grack became aware of the church's involvement in this matter, thus necessitating his withdrawal. Pierce was taken aback, and a look of guilt crossed his face, rendering him somewhat at a loss for what to do next. Laura's attitude shifted. I apologize, Grack. I was unaware. The diminutive Grack feigned simplicity, saying, enough already. I understand that you are under mental control, which serves as a convenient excuse. However, this does not alter the fact that your willpower is insufficiently robust. Henceforth, I advise you to earnestly seek my guidance on cultivating a resilient mind. Who knows when you might encounter another instance of mental manipulation? It is settled then. I shall arrange a series of training sessions for you, such as. Laura transformed her demeanor, patiently listening to Grack's relentless admonitions, while Pierce watched the two with a knowing smile. The merchant's smile reemerged, finding the scene before him quite pleasing. The journey to Wolfshade Town yielded considerable rewards. Vicini was indeed an intriguing woman. If her words held any truth, she might just bring about novel experiences for herself. And he eagerly anticipated their next encounter. As for the three humans before him, they, too, could be re-evaluated. The neighing of steeds resonated through the sky, marking a triumphant conclusion to this adventure. The sound of pursuit shattered the night, igniting a frenzy within the town of mixed chaos, as it faced an unprecedented challenger this evening. Find him, by any means necessary. Now, immediately, at once. I've spotted him. He is fleeing south. Capture him. Damn it, that little thief has evaded us. Tonight, heads will roll. In the streets, guards hastily surged towards the south, only for someone to bellow. No. East. He found him in the east. The guards swiftly redirected their charge towards the east on the windowsill of a tavern's upper floor. Two men observed this farce. The disparity in their physiques was striking. One was robust, his muscles taut and firm like solid stone, nearly occupying 3/4 of the windowsill. The other possessed a more slender and unremarkable build, save for a long sword at his waist, adorned with a distinctly feminine ribbon. That thief is toying with these clowns, one remarked. Clearly, you're uninterested? Never mind. My frame is ill-suited to apprehend such a nimble and clever fellow. Indeed, yet this individual possesses a boldness akin to yours. Please, do not overestimate me. I would never dare to meddle with the lady's affairs in mixed chaos. Such actions would lead to a most ungraceful demise. That is precisely the oddity. Why do nothing and merely send out a bunch of incompetents? Was Shadow not involved? Your sword seemed to react earlier. The man glanced at the inert blade and shook his head. No, it did not, or perhaps it did, but only at the outset. Good heavens, could it be that the thief has dispatched it? The man gazed at his muscular companion with a look of incredulity. Think before you speak. Apart from the lady, no one in this town stands a chance against that monster. Not even you. I mean, considering your sword, the man replied without hesitation. No, suddenly, a shadow appeared atop the opposite rooftop, stabilizing itself before casting furtive glances around. Its gaze fortuitously met that of two individuals at the inn, one of whom exuberantly waved a hand in greeting. The thief let out a hearty laugh, declaring, I am not worthy indeed. Though his words belied modesty, his hands rested defiantly on his hips, his posture suggesting immense pride in his performance that evening. The man understood. It was no wonder the guards could not locate the thief. He had never been here from the outset. In the brief moment of recognition, the two familiar figures began to engage in playful interaction. The thief mimed a gun with his hand, leaping side to side with a playful "Bayubi-yubiu," while the burly man defended himself with his hands, resembling a shield. They enacted a mock gunfight across the street, culminating in the burly man seizing a perfect opportunity to deliver a precise shot that struck the thief squarely in the head, causing him to fall dramatically onto the rooftop in a starfish position. The burly man expertly concealed his weapon, humbly shrouding his achievements. Their eyes met, and a shared smile of camaraderie blossomed between them. The man observed the two characters, one unafraid of death, the other untroubled by trouble, while he himself seemed to embody the essence of one who relished chaos. The thief rummaged through his satchel, seemingly preparing to retrieve a formidable weapon for a new round of mayhem against the burly man. However, as he searched within the limited confines of his pouch, a pair of crescent-shaped earrings emerged, revealing themselves to be of unique design and antiquated quality. The man was taken aback. Even his long sword stirred with unease. This matter appeared to have escalated significantly. The burly man, perplexed, inquired, why did he flee so abruptly? No sooner had he spoken than a pallid visage emerged amidst a throng of bats. Did you see anything? The burly man replied, we are not acquainted with this thief. Merely observing from afar is not a crime. Is it? The man interjected, good evening, Mr. Shadow. It is merely a chance encounter. We never interfere with matters in the town of muddled pursuits, as we are uncertain whether our assistance would be beneficial or detrimental. After all, it is we who might end up suffering the consequences. Thus, you did indeed witness it, replied the shadowy figure. The burly man remarked, what do you think these two are on my face? Up and down, left and right. Seems like eyes to me. What are eyes for, if not to observe? Surely not to pick one's nose. The man nudged his companion, signaling him to silence. This fellow truly feared no repercussions. The shadow asked, have you noticed if others in the town are watching? The ambience of muddled pursuits that night mirrored its usual vibrancy, with taverns and brothels aglow, the clamor of men and the sighs of women weaving a tapestry of indulgence, each adhering to their own set of rules amidst the revelry. Yet, outside, no soul traversed the streets. Not a single head peeked from doors or windows. The man caressed the hilt of his sword, sensing that this might be an elaborate trap, and that the night's protagonist extended beyond just one thief. Remain here, you two. Muddled pursuits will welcome you, the shadow commanded, the first part of his statement a directive, the latter a veiled threat. The burly man ceased his interjections, realizing the gravity of the situation was beyond his control, best left to those more adept in such matters. The man ventured, may I ask, is this the sentiment of Mr. Shadow, or that of muddled pursuits? The burly man queried, is the situation dire? The man replied, at present, it seems somewhat precarious. In a dimly lit pavilion, blood stained the white jade floor. A crimson tide cascading down the steps, forming miniature waterfalls. The noblewoman reclined upon a crimson chair, her gaze transfixed upon the gruesome artwork cradled in her hands. A severed head, bloodied and grotesque, bearing 3 gaping wounds where its eyes and tongue had been ruthlessly excised. Behind her, A mound of dismembered limbs lay in a macabre heap. The allure of the noblewoman was not merely a product of her embellishments, but rather emanated from her innate charisma, a beguiling temptation that danced through her every gesture. Even amidst this sea of blood, as she held the head, one could not sense fear, but rather an intoxicating beauty and thrill that arose from the raw violence surrounding her. Her silver gown, adorned with lace trim woven from golden threads, clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite physique and elegantly highlighting her sinuous silhouette. The hem was embellished with simple yet opulent jewels, resembling blossoms flourishing in the night. A shadow knelt within the hall, awaiting her command. "Noblewoman, you have accompanied me for quite some time, have you not?" The shadow remained silent, aware that the discourse was not directed at itself. The noblewoman tenderly caressed the head, meticulously arranging each strand of hair with a devotion akin to tending to an invaluable treasure. "Noblewoman, I ought to have bestowed upon you the reward you rightly deserve for your final service. But it seems I acted too swiftly. Heh, as if I barely had the chance that a wry smile graced her lips, tracing a flawless arc upon her immaculate visage, not one of remorse or guilt, but rather one of indulgent pleasure. With both hands, she held the head, her thumb softly caressing its cheek. She drew it closer, bestowing a gentle kiss upon its forehead, as the remnants of flesh decayed in that kiss, leaving behind an empty skull. "Noblewoman, did it escape? Ha ha ha. Noblewoman. Then let us proceed with anticipation, exercising a modicum of patience to eye in the lower district of Devonburg. Very well. This is a matter of routine." Mike transported the items to the rear warehouse, categorizing and arranging them neatly. The merchant, preoccupied with the ink upon the letter, paid little mind to young Mike. "Old friend, perhaps you should learn to integrate yourself. Merely playing the observer will not yield what you desire. Do not confine yourself to that dilapidated antique shop. Venture outside more often. By the way, convey to young Mike that I have prepared an intriguing toy for him, which I shall bring on our next encounter. Yours sincerely, Hank." After perusing the letter, the merchant pondered momentarily before incinerating the paper, recalling that Mike had just mentioned something. "Merchant? Is he the only one?" The merchant's inquiry prompted Mike to launch into a torrent of words. "Merchant, you ought to learn to integrate yourself." The phrases from the letter echoed in his mind. "Merchant. Mike." Mike hastily silenced himself. "Mike. Present. Manager. Merchant. When you next encounter them, please extend my regards, and let Laura know she is always welcome at the shop. As for the bounty task, I will greet them when the opportunity arises. Mike." "No problem, Manager. I am at your service." A slight attempt at integration would suffice, provided it remained within controllable bounds. The merchant resolved to proceed thus. Straightening himself and arranging his tools, ready to commence the day's work, Mike busied himself with organizing the items. He could not help but chatter. "When I first arrived, I overheard several adults discussing that the Holy See recently executed a group of offending dwarves and a few elves. It seems the Holy See has been rather harsh on them. I am not suggesting that lawbreakers should escape punishment. However, there was one dwarf who merely stole a trifle, and to execute him for such an offense seems excessively severe. By the way, Manager, I plan to use this gossip to frighten the little fellow next time I see him. Do you think that would be appropriate? I mean, in a jesting manner. Merchant, I would advise against such antics." Merchant: "Mike, deliver these items to the upper district shortly." Upon hearing the mention of the upper district, Mike's excitement surged as he rushed out of the warehouse, only to find a collection of neatly organized items awaiting auction, which instantly dampened his enthusiasm. "Mike, Manager, are you planning to entrust this batch to Vorsa for auction?" "Why is that?" "During the trading fair, Vorsa is hardly a top-tier auctioneer. Others could secure a better price for you, and you would be giving him a 9% commission on each transaction. Moreover, Vorsa has recently moved into a new, larger, and more luxurious residence." "Merchant, do not ask too many questions. It distracts me. Just do as I say." Mike: "Very well." Though Mike yearned for all of this, in his heart, the finest place remained the manager's antique shop, for it bestowed upon him a new future, and as a person, one must understand gratitude. This was a significant lesson that Mike grasped. Upon arriving at the entrance to the upper district, Mike produced the pass the manager had given him. Initially, he was taken aback, as he could not fathom why someone possessing a pass to the upper district would choose to establish an antique shop in the dim alleyways of the lower district. Mike believed that if the manager were willing to relocate the shop to the upper district, a throng of wealthy patrons would surely flock there daily, rather than the current situation where only they occupied the shop. With not a third living soul in sight at times, Mike felt that the manager, who worked beside him, was quite distant, not in terms of physical proximity, but rather in a way that he seemed perpetually unreachable. They stood face to face yet appeared to inhabit entirely different worlds. And at times, the manager's gaze towards him felt less like that of an employer towards an employee, but rather that of an observer scrutinizing something intriguing. Mike struggled to articulate this sensation more precisely. At 13, he lacked the cognitive ability to fully comprehend such matters. As he walked along the bustling streets of the upper district, Mike had to exert every effort to restrain his gaze. For everywhere he turned were shops brimming with temptation, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meats wafting from nearby eateries, and toy stores exhibiting an array of innovative playthings. The journey to the trading fair was fraught with trials. "Look, is that not our little Mike?" Mike faltered, the familiar voice pulling him away from the myriad of temptations. This was not someone he was adept at handling. Indeed, it was the very person he least wished to encounter in the upper district. "Mike. Good day, Mr. Steward." "Steward. Hello, little Mike. Let me see. You seem to have brought quite a few items. Where might you be headed?" "Mike. Yes, Mr. Steward. The manager has tasked me with a few errands in the upper district." "Butler. I see. Since that is the case, you should have informed me at the earliest opportunity. The Marquis holds Mr. Merchant in high regard. They are indeed good friends. As the Marquis' steward, I am naturally willing and eager to assist Mr. Merchant with all his minor affairs." Without a moment's hesitation, Mike declined. "No, that is unnecessary. What I mean to say is that since the manager has personally instructed me to carry this out, I cannot rely on another's assistance. Even though they are good friends, this would make me appear, in the manager's eyes, as a lazy scoundrel who exploits personal connections for convenience that I certainly do not wish to foster any misunderstandings with the manager." This statement holds merit. In fact, Mr. Merchant had specifically cautioned Mike against entangling himself with Marquis Vere. However, Mr. Merchant did not instruct Mike on how to avoid such associations, which is why Mike continually concocted various excuses to evade the steward. If this continues, he will soon run out of justifications. "Butler. Young Mike, your thoughts are commendable, and I truly appreciate them. This is the mindset a good employee should possess. Fear not. The bond between the Marquis and Mr. Merchant is extraordinary. You may freely inform me of Mr. Merchant's needs, and I shall see if I can be of assistance if by chance I can. I assure you that I will handle it discreetly and ensure it remains attributed to me alone. You may observe from the side to intervene should I inadvertently err, thus sparing you from any repercussions. Correct. Mike. Thank you for your kindness, but this time I wish to undertake this task myself. It holds significant importance for me. Perhaps next time, dear steward, I shall certainly seek your assistance." Expressing gratitude while underscoring the matter's significance and promising future collaboration. This is a perfect formulation of refusal. It is a tactic Mike acquired from the trading conference, a method employed by a noble to reject Fusa. Of course, Mike did not exhibit the same level of gentleness as he does now. There is a fundamental similarity, yet the noble's treatment of the common-born Fusa was far less courteous, akin to stating that this matter is of great importance and your capabilities are woefully insufficient. Thus, it cannot be entrusted to you. Perhaps next time, a simpler task may be assigned. It could also be interpreted as an outright disdain for Fusa. "Butler, since you cannot assist this time, perhaps the Marquis might lend his aid to Mr. Merchant in another small matter. Butler, the Marquis suspects that Mr. Merchant may soon depart from Devonburg, perhaps embarking on a brief journey to another locale, such as Highcow City. Who knows? Traveling with the Marquis' family crest would undoubtedly facilitate the journey, especially given the stringent regulations in certain cities of late." Mike's expression shifted, while the steward managed a subtle smile that went unnoticed. Ultimately, youthfulness rendered him incapable of concealing his emotions. A moment's inattention allowed his feelings to manifest upon his countenance. Mike felt a rising anger. Even though the other party was the Marquis' steward, the manager had mentioned a potential upcoming trip in the past few days, which would mark Mike's first journey away from home, leaving a profound impression on him and filling him with anticipation. This was why he distinctly remembered the destination. By sheer coincidence, the place mentioned aligns perfectly with the example provided by the steward. Equally coincidentally, the shopkeeper has also remarked on the stringent regulations recently imposed on individuals entering and exiting Highcow City. Furthermore, it is a remarkable coincidence that today the steward happened to mention these 2 points and even presented a pass emblazoned with the crest of the Marquis of Weir. A true friend would never resort to surveillance. Thus, Michael's demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. "Steward, do you not perceive how excessive this situation is? I can assure you that the shopkeeper would absolutely detest being monitored, particularly by his own good friend." The term good friend was articulated by Michael with a certain bitterness. The steward, unfazed, merely smiled. "My dear child, the Marquis of Weir is the master of the Devonburg. He possesses the ability to know all that he wishes, as well as all that he may not wish to know. This is both the privilege and duty of a lord. Therefore, do not dwell on this trivial misunderstanding, but rather focus on the matters entrusted to you by the merchant, which should hold considerable significance for you, should it not? Is this the poise that comes with adulthood?" Michael found it quite displeasing, as it painted him as a petulant child, immature, prone to misinterpretation, and quick to anger without recourse. Yet, he could find no means of rebuttal, ultimately forced to watch his opponent depart with a victorious grin. This expedition to the upper city left Michael in a state of fury. "Little Michael, you seem rather out of sorts," remarked Lundrian. "Not at all," Michael retorted, arms crossed and sulking in a corner, making it abundantly clear to anyone that the little fellow was in a foul mood. Fusa interjected, "Of course not. Of course not. The merchant's goods are always of the finest quality. Little Michael, I hope you can keep your voice down. It may disturb others," Fusa cautioned. They were currently seated at a round table in the trading hall, where numerous individuals, nobles, auctioneers, and trade officials, were bustling about. Michael's earlier comments had drawn the attention of the officials, and while such antics might not faze a mere child, they could be considered a grave insult to Fusa, who relied on the trading fair for his livelihood and certainly did not wish to be expelled. Michael retorted, "If it's not a problem, then why are you checking? Just hand me the receipt and the appraisal." "Keep your voice down, Michael," Fusa urged, his mind racing. There were few reasons for a child who had always yearned for the upper city to suddenly display such unusual behavior, and he needed to swiftly redirect the conversation. Fusa could not allow Michael to continue his disrespect towards the trading fair. "Little Michael, did you have a chance to sample the new flavors at the barbecue restaurant today? It's an entirely new delicacy. And I assure you, after tasting it, you'll find the other barbecues unappealing." Michael's eyes initially brightened, only to quickly dim. "No, I didn't eat that. I encountered an annoying pest and had no time to browse." Annoying pest? Fusa seized upon this vital clue, considering the reclusive nature of the antique shop and the fact that, aside from himself, there were few who knew Michael in the upper city. It did not take long for Fusa to ascertain the true identity of the annoying pest. Fusa lowered his voice. "It seems that the steward of that esteemed marquis has dampened our dear Mike's spirits for the entire day." With a sudden clap on the table, Mike exclaimed, "Indeed, it is always him. I have declined his overtures countless times. Surely he ought to comprehend our manager's intentions by now. How can he still shamelessly approach us?" Fusa, startled by Mike's vehement reaction, urged him to lower his voice. "Relax, my dear Mike. I trust you do not wish to cause discomfort for the others present here, for that would render you no different from a nuisance." Mike, feeling deflated, slumped over the table. "All right, you are right. I should not create such a ruckus." Fusa sighed in relief. "Very well, young Mike, pray tell me what transpired." Fusa, "So, you did not accept the pass engraved with the Marquis's crest?" Mike, "Do you believe I ought to have accepted such a gesture?" Fusa, "Why ever not? It would be a tremendous advantage for both you and the merchant. You may be unaware, but Marquis Veer stands apart from other nobles. He is quite renowned in the aristocratic circles of the Aeon Empire. With his engraved pass, you would be granted unhindered access throughout the empire. Save for the imperial capital, you could venture wherever you please." Mike, Is he truly that formidable?" Mike's casual reaction took Fusa aback momentarily before he grasped the truth. The lad was more astute than he had initially presumed. "Mike, so, it appears I missed out on an opportunity. My main concern was whether my unilateral acceptance might adversely affect our manager, perhaps by incurring a debt of gratitude." Fusa, "Young Mike, you must understand the nature of your manager. Firstly, he has expressly advised you against engaging with those associated with Marquis Veer, indicating that the merchant holds no interest in them and would not concern himself with any debts of gratitude. You may trust me on this. Based on my past experiences, I can assure you of this fact. Secondly, after numerous encounters, it seems to me that the merchant is not one to be constrained by mere favors, despite their significance. Lastly, you must recognize that your actions stem from a desire to benefit the merchant. While your failure to inform him in advance may be somewhat improper, it was simply not feasible under the circumstances. Therefore, your task is to procure the greatest benefit for your manager at the least cost. Did not the steward imply that this was merely a gesture from good friends? Simply express your gratitude to this good friend on behalf of your manager. After all, a word of thanks suffices for good friends. And there is no need for the crass complexities of social indebtedness. Vusa's discourse left Mike momentarily speechless. For the first time, he realized that Vusa possessed a keen intellect, devoid of the mercenary mindset he had initially imagined. Mike, I find your reasoning quite persuasive and worthy of consideration, that I must concede that there is a rationale behind the Mike. Certainly. The cunning auctioneer, spouting nonsense. How foolish of you, Mike, to believe such a grand deceiver. Mike vowed that once he weathered this storm, he would express his heartfelt gratitude to Vusa, but for now, he needed to ponder seriously on how to rectify the situation. The merchant paused, fixing his gaze upon Mike. Present it. Mike, I apologize, manager. I'm not entirely clear on your meaning. Merchant, the barbecue. Did you not partake? Mike wiped his mouth, realizing his hands were slick with grease. I'm sorry, manager. I only purchased for myself. Next time, I assure you, I shall include your portion in the future. Merchant, indeed, you had better do so next time. Mike, of course, I guarantee it. I absolutely guarantee it. Mike tentatively inquired. So, is this matter settled? Am I in the clear? Merchant, for this instance, yes, let us consider it resolved, but should you take liberties again, the outcome may differ. Mike, aha, rest assured. Manager, there shall be no next time. The merchant suddenly interjected. There will be a next time. Mike was taken aback. The merchant feigned significance. Because you still owe me a serving of barbecue. Mike erupted in laughter, repeatedly affirming how amusing the manager was. A truly refreshing notion. Merchant, is this truly so amusing? Mike, what do you mean, manager? Merchant, I'm referring to my forgiveness and the jest I just made. Mike answered without hesitation. Indeed, manager, this is utterly delightful. Haha. Farewell, manager. See you tomorrow. In the quiet antique shop. The merchant sat with arms crossed, reclining against the chair as he gazed at the ceiling, contemplating that such attempts might not be entirely unwise. The Ocean One, a splendid vessel for the aristocracy's amusement, harbored everything their hearts desired: luxury in the eyes of others, prestige as viewed by onlookers, envy in the perceptions of many, an unattainable status for those outside their circle, beyond the gratifications of such a society. The ship also provided pleasures within, as the Ocean One was, after all, a gambling ship. The ship was composed of 5 levels, the first being the Grand Hall, a social venue for the nobility. The second dedicated to entertainment, where opera performances could be enjoyed. The third served as lodgings, a place for rest and sleep. The fourth housed the VIP quarters, an area for the elite among the aristocrats. And the fifth was the ship's control room, responsible for managing and coordinating the entire vessel's voyage. The main table within the casino, Duke Buck stood as the center of attention, dominating the scene with overwhelming prowess. One might say he was conquering in all directions. Alongside him were 2 other dukes and 6 marquises, yet all 8 shared a common fate, as the chips before them dwindled at a visible pace. While Duke Buck's pile of chips towered high, nearly obscuring his corpulent figure, the surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. Not counting the chips held by the 9, the stakes currently laid upon the table alone could suffice to purchase the entire Ocean One. This evening, the Duke of Buck has introduced a special variant of the game. In each round, the victor is granted the discretion to accept or decline their winnings, should they choose the latter. The amount will serve as the minimum bet for the next round, compelling the remaining 8 players to match this wager in order to continue participating. The rules remain unchanged, with the winner retaining authority over the fate of the chips. When the Duke first proposed this format, the 8 players nearly split their sides with laughter, whispering behind his back about the plump Duke Buck. It appears he wishes to offer his entire fortune for the sake of charity, distributing it among the players. However, in a rather dramatic turn of events, Buck has emerged victorious in all 8 rounds thus far, and this audacious fellow has, apart from the initial 3 rounds, refused to accept any bets in the subsequent 5, instead piling everything on the table, resulting in a veritable mountain of gold before them. The 8 players at the table furrow their brows, scrutinizing their hands, while the Duke of Buck remains composed, awaiting the others' calls. Do not be so grave, my friends, he declares. This is merely a game. We are here to seek joy. Just let go and revel in the experience. The Duke lightly taps his forehead, realizing with a start that the Marquis of Jean no longer possesses sufficient chips to call. How careless of me. He muses, very well. Shall I reduce the bet to 400 gold coins? The Marquis of Jean snorts, discarding his cards and parting the crowd to make his exit. With the first player having withdrawn, the others feel less compelled to maintain appearances, quickly finding excuses to leave as well. At this moment, the Duke manifests his poise as the victor, smiling as he bids farewell to the departing guests. Just as the Duke remarked, Lady Luck indeed graces him tonight, embodied in a beautiful girl of not yet 20. Her pale golden hair cascades like silk, shimmering under the lights. Her large, expressive eyes engage with yours at every interaction, a proud nose above lips that captivate the heart, coupled with a figure that no man could overlook. The Duke of Buck is exhilarated. My darling, Ilya, you are truly my goddess. Look at how much I have won tonight, and those who have always looked down upon me. Did you catch their expressions? It was nothing short of magnificent. Ilya replies, I saw it, my Duke. You are indeed the brightest star of the evening, captivating everyone around you. With a delicate motion, she tucks her hair behind her ear, resting her chin on her hand and gazing intently at the Duke, her eyes filled with admiration for the starlight and longing for the man before her. The Duke's triumph is overshadowed by his overwhelming infatuation with this girl, a sensation that even the most sophisticated of women have never evoked in him, an authentic feeling of conquest. Ilya, unlike those who are consumed by greed and power, remains a blossoming bud, yet to be plucked. The Duke gently takes her hand and bestows a soft kiss upon its back. My goddess, may I have the honor of dancing with you tonight? Ilya withdraws her hand, her finger trailing softly along the Duke's left cheek to his chin, caressing his robust jawline, then shifting to graze his right cheek before gliding to his forehead. What do you think, Duke Buck? Duke Buck gently swayed his ample belly and exclaimed, Come, Ilya, take my arm. I assure you, I shall provide you with an unforgettable evening. Ilya lowered her head with a playful giggle, extending her hand to clasp the Duke's elbow as they made their way back. Duke Buck found himself inwardly cursing the designer of the Ocean One. Why must the ship be so spacious? As if to thwart his chances of enjoying a romantic interlude with the goddess herself. Those wretched fellows always seemed to complicate matters when he sought to indulge in grand affairs. Ilya inquired, My Lord Duke, I happened to overhear two distinguished gentlemen discussing some recent peculiarities in Cow City. Are you aware of this matter? Duke Buck, with a hint of impatience, replied, Cow City. Why are you inquiring about such trivialities? Ilya responded, Oh, it's nothing, merely a flicker of curiosity. Leaning slightly, Ilya rested her delicate head against Duke Buck's shoulder, her curves tantalizingly close, as though they would soon brush against his arm. Duke Buck continued, Indeed, my dear. It is a matter known only to a select few nobles, and even the imperial city is quite concerned that it seems a relic has been discovered in the waters near Cow City. You might not grasp the significance of a relic. Essentially, it is something very precious. Yes, that's the essence of it. Consequently, access to Cow City has become exceedingly restricted, making it difficult for ordinary folk to enter or exit. What you overheard was likely related to this. Ilya pondered for a moment. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Duke Buck halted, opening a door and gesturing for her to enter. Yes, indeed. It's merely a trifling matter. Please, come in. Ilya, the true spectacle is about to commence. The moon rose majestically over the sea, casting a silvery glow that seemed to dominate the night sky. The moonlight shimmered upon the ocean's surface, and Ilya sat by the window, contemplating her next destination. She mused to herself, according to the ship's route I could journey to Smelting City, or perhaps Giant Rock City. Luxembourg seems appealing as well, and the Free City would be even better. Goodness, the choices are overwhelming. Ilya furrowed her dainty brows, troubled by the abundance of options, wishing she could be in multiple places at once. Finally, she clapped her hands in resolution. Then it shall be Cow City. Truly unexpected, isn't it? I'm off to Cow City. Just hearing the name of that extracted relic piques my interest, and as for the restrictions, the minor obstacle cannot deter the great mage Ilya. Suddenly, Ilya covered her mouth and glanced around, waiting a moment before releasing a sigh of relief and patting her soft bosom. She couldn't afford to be too brazen. She had worked hard to conceal her identity as a mage. If, by chance, she were to inadvertently reveal her true self and attract the attention of certain higher-ups, she would have nowhere to flee, surrounded by water with no land in sight. Unless perhaps that wouldn't be entirely impossible. With her plans resolved and her next objective set, Ilya placed her hands on her hips and chuckled silently, reveling in her cleverness. This victory belonged once more to the astute and crafty Lady Ilya. As for the final step, Elijah gazed upon the corpulent pig lying stark naked upon the bed, contemplating the most effective means to induce a vivid spring dream within this creature. Amidst endless anticipation, young Mike endured a protracted 3 days. Time, a peculiar unit of measurement, tends to drag when one eagerly awaits an impending event, yet it races forward with maddening haste when faced with a deadline. During these 3 days in Devonburg, Mike felt this truth acutely. Nevertheless, after much hardship comes ease, and at last, the day arrived for him to depart Devonburg en route to High Cow City. Today, Mike rose particularly early, meticulously rechecking the luggage he had prepared 3 days prior. Though modest, it consisted of a few changes of clothing and a small treasure trove accumulated during his brief tenure at the antique shop. High Cow City stands as one of the most prosperous metropolises within the entire Aeon Empire, being the sole trade city established upon the coast. This vibrant locale boasts an array of goods unattainable and unseen in the inland regions. With merchant caravans connecting to the interior and trading vessels linking with 2 other maritime empires, High Cow City rapidly flourished within a mere few years, solidifying its role as the trade hub of the Aeon Empire. Mike anticipated that this journey to High Cow City would likely deplete his entire savings. He understood the necessity of budgeting meticulously, ensuring every penny was spent judiciously to maximize its utility. Perhaps, if the need arises, he could persuade the shopkeeper to advance his salary for the upcoming months. A carriage rolled out of Devonburg and halted beside Mike. The familiar black walnut carriage, the well-known driver, and the only alteration being that this time, a chestnut steed replaced the usual black stallion. Mike inquired, "Shopkeeper, do you not intend to take Blackwind out this time?" The merchant replied, "Well, he has some matters to attend to." Mike continued, "Oh, I remember now. Uncle Hank has borrowed him. Shopkeeper, it has been quite some time. Even with Uncle Hank, I believe we should charge a rental fee, as this would be a reasonable expense among friends," the merchant replied. "Indeed, I cannot disagree with your sentiment, but one point requires correction. He is not my good friend," Mike conceded. "All right, I forgot. My apologies, shopkeeper. I neglected to remember that you never acknowledge your friendship with him. Despite the natural rapport you share, the chestnut steed bore a physique similar to Blackwind, albeit lacking his imposing presence. It was a mount Mike felt capable of handling, and one he was eager to attempt. Mike asked, "Shopkeeper, may I drive the carriage? I mean, given the heat, why not remain inside for some shade while I take the reins?" The merchant responded, "Of course, but there is no need to stay in the carriage. Basking in the sun can be quite pleasant, and I still need to guide you." The unexpected willingness of the merchant took Mike by surprise. He had merely inquired on a whim, not expecting such immediate acquiescence. It was splendid to have mustered the courage to ask. The merchant made room, and Mike took his seat atop the carriage, the towering driver's seat granting him a unique perspective, a refreshing experience indeed. "Now, let us set forth," the merchant declared. Mykina grasped the reins firmly and proclaimed with anticipation the words he had long contemplated. "Giddy up!" The journey of the Holy Lance of Londrian III through High Cow City commenced in the serene settlement of Tiamat City, a place characterized by its tranquil existence, mundane labor, and unremarkable urban landscape. The dominion was governed by a particularly unique viscount, who bestowed his lordly authority upon his subjects, empowering them to make decisions regarding the city's development and territorial planning. The populace, devoid of a conventional leader, did not descend into chaos despite their newfound autonomy. Rather, they engaged in harmonious discourse on how to enhance their city and improve their lives, embodying a collective spirit of peace. What, then, has this viscount accomplished? Since his ascension, this noble had devoted himself to an in-depth exploration of the origins of Tiamat City. The city's name is steeped in legend. Approximately 70 years ago, the Aeon Empire was graced by the presence of a mythical beast, a pure white unicorn. So extraordinary that even the denizens of the elven continent risked peril to send a few elves clandestinely into the empire. In strict terms, the unicorns that currently exist in the world cannot truly be classified as such. They are more aptly referred to as unicorn horses, as the name suggests. These creatures possess a singular horn, albeit short and not pointed, and none are truly of a solid color, let alone white. Most importantly, unicorn horses lack even the most basic ability to fly. Ancient texts describe the unicorn as measuring 3 meters and 60 centimeters in length, standing 2 meters and 70 centimeters tall, with a horn half a meter long and a coat as pure as freshly fallen snow. Its eyes, deep as the ocean, and its 4 legs, paired with wings, allowed it to traverse fire, hover in the air, and glide on the wind. An unparalleled being in the entire world. This rare entity, amidst the 3 great empires of the human continent, chose this very locale, then unnamed, as its sanctuary, according to eyewitness accounts. The unicorn appeared under the night sky, which that evening was unprecedentedly clear, with a tapestry of stars so magnificent it was overwhelming. The unicorn descended like a comet upon the earth, and the full, luminous moon seemed to rest upon its long horn. Gentle and serene, the pure white figure illuminated the darkness, bringing hope to the people. It raised its neck as if a divine creature surveying the realm of mortals. Some believe this is the reason Tianma City evolved into such a peaceful place, as all the ancestors of its inhabitants were believed to have received the unicorn's blessing, a legacy carried through generations. After that fateful night, the city was constructed. Even without a designated name, there was no need for discussion, for all had already embraced it as Tianma City. Over time, this designation became universally accepted. Yet, it is rare to find an elder in Tianma City who can claim to have witnessed the unicorn with their own eyes. Or conversely, each elder may assert they had indeed seen it. Every individual insists that their ancestors recounted tales of their own encounters with the unicorn, some even claiming to have approached it closely. Even a child of less than 10 years old can narrate a complete story of their supposed encounter. This Viscount, captivated by the legend, found that the unwavering assertions of each individual did not solidify his belief in the unicorn's existence. Instead, they deepened his suspicion that it might merely be a tale spun from the imagination of a wandering minstrel who had visited the place in Tianma City. Every individual serves as a witness, capable of affirming the existence of this unicorn. Consequently, it can also be interpreted that not everyone qualifies as a true witness. Should you engage in earnest contemplation of this matter, refraining from allowing the embellishments of legend to cloud your judgment, you will unearth a significant inconsistency. Even the most elusive of elves in the elven continent would inevitably be discovered upon infiltrating the vast Own Empire, given the complex relationship between humans and elves. Such an endeavor is far from trivial. Yet, to this day, no pertinent records exist, save for the mere transmission of the unicorn's tale, which is indeed peculiar. The first stop for the coachman, Mike, is this city steeped in legend. Yet the merchant's plan does not include a prolonged stay in this enchanting locale. Nevertheless, Mike resembles a fish that has taken the bait, eagerly leaping toward the shore, irresistibly drawn into the city's allure. Mike, shopkeeper, do you need a moment to rest? Merchant, I am all right. Mike, what about water? Are you feeling hungry? Merchant, I'm fine to as Mike silently observes the increasingly proximate Tianma City. He surmises that soon he will watch it recede into the distance. Perhaps to return another time, when opportunity permits. Merchant, what's the matter? Mike, nothing, shopkeeper, all is well. Let us continue our journey. Noticing a hint of despondency in his companion, the merchant gazes toward the city, contemplating that a brief visit would pose no significant issue. Merchant, I just realized I forgot to order something. Mike, please park the carriage nearby and fetch it for me. Mike, elated, of course, it would be my pleasure to serve. Shopkeeper, merchant, there's no need to rush after making your purchase. I shall rest here for a moment. You may take some time to explore inside, as I believe you could use it. Yes, Mike. Indeed, I require a bit of time. This is simply splendid, shopkeeper. Thank you. Clerk Mike vows to fulfill this task. After securing the carriage, Mike solemnly raises his fist in a pledge to the merchant and then joyfully rushes toward Tianma City. The shopkeeper has been markedly different of late, shedding the previous barriers and adopting a more affable demeanor, seemingly capable of empathy, as evidenced now. Mike understands that the shopkeeper, who typically maintains control over all matters, would not forget such a trivial detail. Remaining with the carriage, the merchant muses on the simplicity of human joy. A mere allowance suffices for satisfaction, it perhaps due to the youthfulness of his companion. Upon entering Tianma City, Mike feels a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps his expectations were set too high, or perhaps his starting point was similarly elevated. He ought not to compare the upper district of Duenberg with Tianma City, especially since it appears there is no such division here. Mike finds this egalitarian nature appealing. After all, they are all inhabitants of the same city. Why draw distinctions? Mike's foremost priority is to rectify the shopkeeper's oversight, after which he will delve into the central intrigue of this journey, the rumors surrounding the unicorn. Michael believed that to inquire about a matter from 70 years ago, one would naturally need to seek out some venerable elders within the town. However, he soon discovered an abundance of establishments linked to the legend, such as the Unicorn Tavern, Unicorn Inn, Unicorn Trading Post, and even the Unicorn Butcher Shop, that IT felt as though he was surrounded by unicorns without uttering a single word. Young Michael found himself somewhat bewildered. This was not the trajectory he had anticipated. The overwhelming influx of information left him feeling lost. "Young man," a voice called out, "I see you've been wandering the streets for quite some time. What are you searching for?" Michael replied. "Good day, sir. I am not in pursuit of anything in particular. I simply came to purchase a few items and am on the verge of departing. You needn't be wary of me. A mere lad of 10 has little that would entice others," the stranger continued. "Let me guess. You too are seeking the legend of the unicorn, are you not?" The amiable demeanor of the individual disarmed Michael's defenses. "All right. I concede you are correct. I am indeed curious about this legend." "Excellent. You have come to the right person. Here, you shall uncover all that you wish to know. I am Kyle, a chronicler of various legends." "Greetings, Mr. Kyle. I am Michael. So, you too are a traveler who has journeyed here." "Traveler? You might say that I have indeed roamed many places, arriving in Pegasus City only in recent years. But fret not. I have gathered a substantial amount of information regarding the legend you seek. If you wish to hear it, I can share it with you right now." "Absolutely. Mr. Kyle, please do enlighten me." "Very well. Then prepare your ears to listen intently, for this all began." "Wow, this is truly astonishing," Michael exclaimed. Kyle beamed with pride. "Indeed, the unicorn is a remarkable being. Yet, I have a question, Mr. Kyle. Do you believe the unicorn came that night solely to bestow protection upon the people? Was that all there was to it? I mean, while it is certainly a benevolent act, I find myself curious. Consider how abruptly the unicorn appeared, and the legend makes no mention of whether the elf ultimately found the unicorn that vanished from Pegasus City." Kyle's expression shifted. "It is quite rare for someone to pose such a question. You are correct. It does seem rather peculiar. Initially, I shared your doubts, which prompted me to invest considerable time investigating this matter. However, due to the lack of sufficient evidence, I have refrained from discussing it with others. Yet, perhaps it is worth sharing with you." Michael listened intently, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at Kyle. "It is said that the unicorn did not merely come to provide protection. It had a more significant purpose. That it was in search of a key. The unicorn's arrival in Pegasus City was merely a consequence of following the trail of this key, suggesting that the act of bestowing protection may have been incidental." "A key? What manner of key is this?" Kyle. "Oh, Mike, this world is replete with keys that can lead you to unlock a myriad of enchanting treasures, yet they also guide you to confront the malevolent past contained within those chests. However, it is only at the moment of unlocking that one can truly discern what lies within. Would you not agree?" Mike, somewhat perplexed, responded. "Then what of the elves who have come to the Oran Empire? I know that neither the Empire nor the Church welcomes them, as they are regarded as a wicked race that employs sorcery." Kyle, "Is that so? Do you consider elves to be such a presence?" Mike, "I suspect you have not truly witnessed or personally encountered an elf, have you?" Mike, "That may be the case, but everyone." Kyle interjected, "Yet everyone asserts such a claim to you know." Mike, "That those who speak in such a manner are undoubtedly individuals who have never genuinely interacted with elves? If they have not engaged with them, how can they ascertain that elves are inherently evil?" Mike was left speechless. Could it be that this understanding is flawed? Yet, do not the majority of the world perceive elves in this way? Is there someone with the power to alter the views of the entire world? Mike exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, this, Kyle. Indeed, it is quite astonishing that one of the three great empires, the Oran Empire, has found itself unable to contend with a mere handful of elves. Yet, such is the reality, the empire suffered defeat and wishes to shield its citizens from the knowledge of their failure. Consequently, they have concealed this incident, treating it as though it never transpired, hiding it away in the crevices of history. The defeated empire withdrew, the unicorns that were not invited vanished, and the victorious elves departed. This is the lesser-known side of the unicorn legend. Of course, this is merely a conjecture derived from my personal investigations, devoid of any concrete evidence." Mike was at a loss for words. Undoubtedly, this was a captivating tale, so enthralling that it left his mind momentarily stunned. Kyle. "Mike, you just mentioned that I am a traveler. Does this imply that you are a traveler as well, and all alone?" Mike. "No, Mr. Kyle, I am accompanied by the shopkeeper. I work at an antique shop in Devonburg." Mike suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. exclaiming joyfully, "By the way, Mr. Kyle, perhaps you could visit Devonburg next time you have the chance. After completing the investigation into the local legends, I would ensure you are well entertained, and I am eager to hear more tales from other places. They are simply marvelous." Kyle, "Certainly, Mike, should the opportunity arise, I will visit the antique shop in Devonburg." Mike, "You need not feel obliged to visit the antique shop. Wherever you are in Devonburg, I can host you. Do not let my demeanor deceive you. I am capable of managing such matters, though I advise against expecting a lavish reception." Kyle, "Haha, no worries, Mike. These are trifling matters. You mentioned that you work at the antique shop, so I shall surely be able to find you there." "Will I not, Mike?" "Yes, that is agreeable. You are always welcome, though perhaps not in the near future. I apologize. It was then that Mike recalled, "Yes, I almost forgot. It has been a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kyle, and I hope we can reunite in the not-too-distant future." Kyle, "Likewise, it has been a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Upon Michael's arrival at the carriage, he could not resist regaling the merchant with the unicorn legends he had heard. The echoes of Michael's elation had yet to fade. "Shopkeeper, do you truly believe that the Empire cannot withstand those few elves?" The merchant cast a glance at the feather, replying, "Did not that scribe named Kyle state that this is merely a conjecture derived from his personal investigation, lacking any supporting evidence?" Michael responded, "That may be the case, yet I cannot shake the feeling that a handful of elves could lead to the Empire's downfall. How could our vast empire of Aeon possibly suffer defeat so easily?" He then inquired, "Do you consider elves to be an evil race?" The merchant reflected, "Good and evil, justice and malevolence, are relative concepts. The justice you hold dear may not be perceived as such by others. It could be seen as wickedness." Michael, puzzled, retorted, "Justice is justice. Does it not remain the same for everyone? How could it transform into evil?" The merchant absent-mindedly brushed away a white feather that had settled upon Michael's shoulder, saying, "Perhaps, but this is not a discussion for now, that we must continue our journey. As for the discourse on the two concepts, we shall revisit it when the time arises." Michael acknowledged, "You are indeed correct. Shopkeeper, we have already squandered considerable time, that I have wasted ample time." The carriage gradually receded, ultimately rendering the city of Tianma invisible as it vanished beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, a man leisurely strolling the streets of the city suddenly smiled, opened his notebook, and inscribed 4 large characters. "Today, nothing matters. Dean Davis is the only man in history to have been re-elected as the president of the Merchant Guild, a position that previous presidents had failed to retain beyond 5 years. He triumphed in the second election with a staggering 90% of the votes, in his 50s. Dean's silver hair did not convey age, but rather lent him a demeanor of composure and authority. Even at this age, his hawk-like, piercing gaze instilled immense pressure on many negotiating adversaries, allowing him to discern their every hidden agenda. Under his leadership, the guild and the entire city of Haikou have thrived remarkably. In this world, only 2 cities exist outside the dominion of any noble house. One is Haikou, managed by the Merchant Guild, composed of a cadre of powerful merchants, where all decisions and developments are deliberated and voted upon collectively. The other is the Free City, managed by the Union, akin to the guild structure, yet distinct in that the Free City of Phoenix is not merely outside noble territories, but is not owned by any empire at all. Today, having resolved his pressing matters, President Dean intended to visit the Archbishop dispatched by the Holy See. The arrival of this Archbishop significantly altered the atmosphere in Haikou, primarily due to the enigmatic entity lurking beneath the sea. Typically, as president, one would be expected to host and accommodate personnel appointed by the Holy See, particularly an archbishop. However, this time the counterpart behaved unusually, not only refraining from requesting assistance, but also instructing President Dean to withdraw all relevant personnel from Haikou, allowing his own contingent from the Holy See to take command. This did not alleviate Dean's workload. Rather, it heightened his apprehension, signaling that this matter was far from ordinary. That a figure approached President Dean's desk and spoke. "President, the transaction summary for this quarter, along with the list of newly joined businesses, as well as the preparations for the banquet in 3 days, have all been completed and merely await your final review." Dean was engrossed in his writing. Baron, what is the situation with the Holy See?" Baron replied, "As usual, Archbishop Clifford continues to oversee operations at sea daily, and today is no exception." Dean set down his pen and closed the last document he had processed, rubbing his eyes as he leaned back in his chair for a brief respite. Being re-elected as president is a distinguished honor, a recognition from the city of Haikau, yet it is undeniably a laborious task. As long as Dean was not asleep, his mind was constantly occupied with various matters. Even with the entire chamber working in unison, the burdens on the president's shoulders felt particularly heavy. "Baron," he said, "do you think I should take a break?" "Yes, I believe a respite would be beneficial. Let us set aside the documents for now and take a leisurely stroll. Where do you intend to go?" "President, I can make the necessary arrangements in advance." Dean stood and stretched. "You might not be able to prepare for this. I plan to head out to sea to meet with Clifford, a maritime trading city. Haikau boasts numerous ports, frequently employing boats for both external and internal travel. Dean's private vessel is a modest yet unremarkable yacht, though in terms of speed, it is difficult to find another boat in the city that can rival its swiftness. Due to the demands of his business, which often require him to change locations, Dean had commissioned the construction of this yacht, the fastest in the entire city. On this outing, aside from the captain, Dean chose not to bring anyone else. Even leaving his secretary Baron behind in the city, the yacht sped across the water, and in no time, Dean could see the group of clerics standing upon the surface of the sea. With Archbishop Clifford hovering above, supervising the proceedings, the yacht came to a halt near Clifford, and Dean stepped onto the deck, addressing him, "Archbishop Clifford." Clifford shifted his gaze slightly. "President Dean." Dean continued, "Archbishop, may I inquire about the current situation? Many in the city are quite concerned. The recent strict regulations in Haikau have significantly impacted their businesses. While I have managed to keep things under control, some individuals are becoming anxious to know the present circumstances and when the restrictions on entry and exit will be lifted. Thus, I took the liberty of coming to you today, hoping I have not disturbed you." After a moment of contemplation, Clifford replied, "The progress is proceeding as planned. However, it seems that our Holy See has inadvertently caused you some inconvenience. It appears we owe you an apology for this matter." Dean responded, "Not at all. It is our duty to cooperate with the Holy See." He hesitated for a moment, smiled, and chose not to elaborate further. Dean had no intention of engaging in a dispute with the Archbishop over such matters. Merchants are invariably astute in their calculations. They shun endeavors that are arduous and unrewarding, viewing them as mere squanderings of time. Dean's philosophy was to cherish every fleeting moment, for one only lives once in this world. Thus it is all the more imperative to value time and lead a life of significance. His gaze was fixed upon the sea, where 300 clergy members were orchestrating a colossal magical array, encompassing the entirety of the surrounding waters. The clergy worked in shifts, tirelessly, and without pause. Even Dean, who possessed scant knowledge of magic, could discern that this array was anything but simple, and with such a multitude of practitioners involved, it was highly likely to be an 8th or even 9th tier spell. Only the church could boast such resources. Drawing upon the magical energies of mages as if they were mere batteries, swapping them out as needed. As the sound of the yacht grew increasingly distant, Clifford murmured, "Humph, he is indeed a clever man." Outside the city of Haikau, Elia, who was also aware of the tempestuous conditions at sea, had been contemplating ways to infiltrate the city since her departure from the cruise ship. For several days now, she had pondered her options, but the entrances to the city were guarded by 2 imposing soldiers standing over 2 meters tall, resembling statues that vigilantly scrutinized the entrance. Elia was not extolling their loyalty, but rather highlighting their rigidity. No matter what approach she attempted, she could not secure a passage past the steadfast guards, even when presenting a token pilfered from Duke Buck. "Elia, how many days has it been? Continuing this stalemate is utterly pointless, isn't it?" "Guard, that Elia. So, is this your method of driving me away? Please, recognize that this is the Duke Buck's token. I am a trustworthy individual, and such measures are unnecessary. Wouldn't you agree?" "Guard, that Elia. All right. Even the Duke cannot sway you 2 guards. You truly are something else." "Humph, as if I were desperate to enter Haikau City. I could not care less. Really, is there no way?" "Oh, come on, just bend the rules a little, guard." Thought the final negotiations yielded no results, and it seemed that the 2 iron-willed guards were impervious to Elia's entreaties. Indeed, she had contemplated employing magic to force her way in. But the 6th-tier spell, for Symbol's climate, disrupted her thoughts. There might be formidable figures within the city, and even if she managed to infiltrate unnoticed, she would subsequently have to live furtively beneath the watchful eyes of others, a notion Elia found utterly unacceptable. Her eagerly anticipated venture into Haikau City was abruptly halted, and ultimately, Elia chose to acquiesce to reality, at least for the moment. With a dejected demeanor, She began to depart. Once Elia had distanced herself, the two guards exchanged glances, both exhaling in relief and wiping the sweat from their brows. What a mischievous girl she was, stamping her feet and pouting. How could she be so endearing? Her prolonged nasal intonations and sulky words nearly caused the guards to falter. But thankfully, the girl relinquished her efforts swiftly. The dreamless Ilya had become a mere shell of her former self, wandering away from home. The weight of her first blow was unexpectedly heavy. It dulled the sky's azure hue, rendered the trees less verdant, softened the gentle breeze, and made the horse-drawn carriage appear less. A majestic and imposing carriage emerged within Ilya's line of sight. Ever since Cow City had come under strict regulation, no merchant would traverse this route. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was being driven by a child. Mike had been left by a merchant at the roadside, nearly a kilometer away from Cow City. The merchant had casually uttered a phrase, "I have a matter to attend to. Wait here," leaving Mike to linger in solitude. One person, one horse, and one carriage, with nothing to occupy his time. "Hey, little one, what are you doing here?" Mike replied, "I'm waiting that a person's life is adorned with vibrant colors, each individual, an event contributing to its tapestry. Yet, some fail to perceive this beauty, either due to their inattentiveness to the splendid moments or the absence of that special person who illuminates their existence." At this moment, Mike exemplified the latter, with eyes that sparkled like stars, brows that resembled delicate brushstrokes, skin fairer than snow, and a smile that could intoxicate. There truly existed individuals of such striking beauty. Ilya raised an inquisitive eyebrow, waving her hand before Mike's eyes. "Hey, little one, why are you so silent?" Mike flushed. Is there something you need?" Ilya smiled, concealing her cunning. It's nothing much, merely happened upon you here and thought to say hello." "Are you driving this carriage alone?" Mike stammered. "Well, not exactly. I'm with my store manager. He asked me to wait here." Mike felt foolish in his current state. Why should a simple conversation render him so tongue-tied? It was utterly baffling, and even more perplexing was how his heart raced, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Ilya remarked, "Oh, so you're with your store manager? Are you passing through here?" Ilya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sister was indeed a novel and delightful appellation, and she was quite pleased with it. Gently pinching Mike's cheek, she continued, "Indeed, sister has come from Cow City. My name is Ilya. What do they call you, little brother?" Mike, momentarily taken aback by her sudden intimacy, found his speech flowing more easily. "I'm Mike. Ilya's sister, my name is Mike." Mike touched his cheek where she had pinched him. Reflecting, "Is that so? That seems a bit excessive, but it appears entry might be quite difficult." But Ilya sensed something amiss, her keen eyes flickering with curiosity. Within Mike's small bag, she discerned something extraordinary, a lifelike eagle. "Ilya, Mike, what do you have in your carriage?" "A carriage of such size must contain quite a lot," Mike replied. "Yes, my little friend says that the store manager always brings many things when he goes out." "Oh, my little friend is someone I know. He is quite right. The manager prefers to be thoroughly prepared before venturing out." Mike lifted the curtain, revealing a plethora of items within, ingredients for culinary delights, utensils for cooking, and a variety of medicinal supplies. Regardless of their everyday utility, one could find almost anything inside the carriage. Ilya exclaimed, "Wow, this is simply marvelous. What is this? I seem to have never encountered it before." Mike chuckled, I believe you truly have not seen it. I first laid eyes on this in the shop of the store manager. This is an herb known as shitsao, renowned for its healing properties. Its resemblance to our tongues is quite striking, don't you think? And look at this that as Ilya continued to bombard Mike with questions, his initial nervousness faded, and he grew increasingly loquacious. Their conversation meandered from the items in the cart to their respective journeys, and then to their preferences and aversions. The two became more acquainted, eventually sitting side by side, engaged in delightful banter and laughter. The merchant surveyed them from head to toe at a young mage, a rare sight in Cow City, yet the merchant paid little heed. This visit to Cow City deviated from his expectations, an occurrence so rare it could almost be deemed unprecedented, as if an unseen element had subtly infiltrated the journey, something buried deep within even the merchant himself had yet to perceive. Ilya scrutinized the merchant, her gaze unreserved, tinged with a hint of judgment. Handsome, yet somewhat aloof, tall and upright, yet slightly stiff in his movements, dressed plainly yet impeccably groomed. Ilya concluded he was a meticulous individual who preferred to maintain control of situations and possessed keen insights into everything. However, something seemed amiss, casting a different mood over the store manager. Elia remarked, "Hello, you must be Mike's store manager." The merchant replied tersely, He had no intention of engaging in lengthy conversation with the girl before him. "Mike, prepare yourself. We shall enter the city." Mike replied, Oh. Elia appeared unfazed by the merchant's brusque demeanor. She stepped aside, cheerfully waving goodbye to Mike. Once seated in the carriage, Mike grasped the reins, his gaze wandering, his mouth moving soundlessly. Shifting his focus between Elia and the merchant inquired, "Is something the matter?" Startled by the question, Mike hesitated, gazing at Elia for a prolonged moment before exhaling deeply and summoning his courage. "Manager, could we possibly bring Sister Elia along?" The merchant remained silent, but Elia interjected, No, it's all right, little Mike. You need not bring me along. It is not your obligation that I can manage my own affairs quite well. You may proceed without me." Mike protested, "But you mentioned you didn't bring your pass. How will you enter once we do?" Elia continued to smile, shaking her head, undeterred by Mike's goodwill. The merchant remarked, "Did you hear that, Mike? She stated she will take care of her own matters, and we must attend to our own as well. Let us prepare to enter the city." Mike fell silent, unable to refute the statement. Elia, "Indeed, we each have our own matters to attend to, and besides, the manager seems to be in a rather foul mood, so I wouldn't want to intrude." Mike paused for a moment, casting a quick glance at the merchant. Perceiving no difference from the usual demeanor, unable to restrain his curiosity, Mike inquired, "Has something occurred with the manager?" The merchant's voice was notably more somber than usual. "Nothing of consequence. Just focus on managing the reins in your hands." Elia interjected immediately, "Nothing at all? I have the distinct impression that something is amiss. It feels as if an unforeseen circumstance has disrupted what was meant to be a planned affair. While the issue may not be significant, I am decidedly uncomfortable with unexpected events that lie beyond my control." Does that encapsulate the sentiment? The merchant turned his head, for the first time allowing his gaze to linger on Elia, devoid of any trace of magical influence or interference with his own mana. Hence, was this girl merely engaging in conjecture, or had he inadvertently revealed something? Dismissing the latter possibility, he was confident he would not commit such an error. Thus, the former seemed more plausible. "Merchant, you are Elia?" Elia executed a standard courteous gesture. "Indeed, manager." "Merchant, did you witness the sun rising over the sea just now?" Elia hesitated momentarily, her smile fading somewhat as she began to reassess the man seated high in the carriage. Was he truly just a manager? There was no doubt he had concealed his identity exceptionally well. Ordinarily, one would not be perceived as a mage unless they actively employed magic. So how had this manager discerned her nature? Was it intuition? Mike, oblivious to the exchange between them, craned his neck to glimpse the serene sea, as calm as ever, the sun unwavering above him. Where, indeed, was there a second sun rising over the ocean? Elia regained her smile. "Thank you very much, esteemed manager." Mike felt inexplicably out of place. Although events unfolded as he anticipated, he sensed himself becoming a mere bystander, unable to contribute in any meaningful way. The three settled into their seats, the carriage gradually setting into motion, embarking on the final mile away from Cow City. The duties of the two guards were monotonous yet exceedingly vital, particularly in these tumultuous times, necessitating meticulous scrutiny of every individual entering or exiting Cow City, including the approaching carriage. As the distance diminished, the guards recognized a familiar face aboard the carriage, striding towards them with an air of arrogance. "Merchant, is there a problem, gentlemen?" The merchant furrowed his brow slightly, diverting his gaze. Yet these subtle gestures did not escape Elia's keen observation. She mused that there might be a tale between this manager and the Marquis. "Mike, good sirs, what seems to be the issue?" The guard cast a glance at Elia. "Are you certain this girl is with you?" "Elia, what do you mean? Do you not see us seated together? Are you intending to detain me over the absence of a pass?" The guard found the situation perplexing. "What family in the city? She has never been inside." "Elia, manager, do you find it difficult to get along with that Marquis while? Why not attempt to immerse oneself within the fray?" The merchant pondered this notion, perhaps unbeknownst to both Hank and himself, that he had long been ensnared in this intricate game of intrigue. The merchant had always believed himself to be seated in the audience, blissfully unaware that the entire theater comprised both the stage and the seats, and he was ensconced within it, contemplating this. The merchant increasingly sensed that his journey to Cow City concealed some hidden agenda, As if a puppeteer were manipulating events behind the curtain as for the Marquis of Weir, he might have fancied himself the architect of this successful endeavor in Haikou City. Yet the merchant did not regard him as the mastermind, a man of inflated self-worth. He was unworthy of participation. The merchant gazed upon the placid city, recognizing that the relics beneath the sea were anything but sacred artifacts. During these 3 days in Haikou City, Mike experienced his most liberating moments, as the merchant had appointed a guide named Baron to escort them in their exploration of the city. The merchant imposed no restrictions on Mike. Nor did he reject the guide, thereby granting Mike tacit approval, allowing him to roam the streets freely, encountering an abundance of wonders previously unknown to him. On the first day, Mike and Ilya visited the largest dock in Haikou City, where he beheld the one-eyed giants for the first time. 5 colossal beings dutifully executing commands, loading and unloading cargo. These towering giants could clear an entire warehouse in an instant. As they passed by young Mike, he appeared diminutive, scarcely comparable to even their toes. Baron informed them that these 5 one-eyed giants consumed nearly 15 bulls each day. Intriguingly, such immense physiques required but a single meal daily. On the second day, Mike and Ilya indulged in the culinary delights of Haikou City. Setting aside the various seafood offerings, they were astonished to discover a vendor selling earth dragon meat, an experience Mike could scarcely have envisioned. Ilya, however, was not fond of earth dragon meat. Its texture was thick and firm, initially delectable, yet with prolonged chewing, it resembled a lump of indigestible wax, compounded by the difficulty of swallowing. Consequently, the two merely sampled it before seeking out a different establishment for shellfish. On the third day, they ventured to the bustling commercial street of Haikou City, where, despite the impact of regulations on business, the vibrancy of commerce remained undiminished. The throngs of people nearly caused them to become separated on multiple occasions. Ilya remarked, "Hey Mike, take a look at this." Mike responded, "Is that a bamboo figure?" Ilya quipped, "It bears a striking resemblance to the shopkeeper, does it not? Especially with that equally expressionless face. By the way, is that fellow perpetually scowling?" Mike clarified, "Certainly not. The shopkeeper merely has a less pronounced facial expression. For instance, when he is in a good mood, his brow relaxes and his visage appears more at ease. Conversely, when he is deep in thought, his demeanor radiates an air of unapproachability, and his face seems taut." Ilya inquired, "Like a stretched rubber band?" Mike affirmed, "Exactly, a similar sensation. No. Ilya, please do not convey my thoughts about him to the shopkeeper." Ilya chuckled, "Haha, rest assured. Your shopkeeper appears quite disinclined to engage with me. Judging by your anxious demeanor, do you harbor a fondness for him?" Mike's gaze was resolute and unwavering as he replied, "Of course." Ilya narrowed his eyes and asked, "What about me? Do you like me?" Mike hesitated for a moment, his cheeks suddenly flushing crimson. "Well, of course, I like Ilya. I mean, in the way that one admires and respects a store manager, not in that other way." Ilya burst into laughter, finding Mike's shyness utterly charming. I know, I was just teasing you." The two found themselves in a quaint gift shop, frequented by travelers visiting Haikou City, though at present the store was filled with local residents. Little Mike hoped to select a gift for the merchant, while Ilya had fervently expressed a desire to assist in the selection process, though her involvement was more likely to cause mischief than to be of genuine help. At that moment, Baron interjected, "Gentlemen, although I am not acquainted with your store manager, I do have a few humble suggestions regarding gift giving." Mike shifted his gaze from Ilya, who was about to pick up another bamboo figurine. Realizing that relying on her would be futile, perhaps Baron would prove more reliable in this matter. "Please, go ahead, Mr. Baron." Baron continued, "When it comes to giving gifts, one should consider 2 essential points. First, what the recipient enjoys. And second, what might endear that recipient to the gift." Ilya scoffed, "Isn't that just stating the obvious?" Baron smiled enigmatically, prompting Mike to inquire further, "Mr. Baron, could you elaborate?" Baron replied, "Certainly. Miss Ilya is not entirely wrong. Those 2 points might seem trivial, yet executing them is far from simple. Mike, you are the most familiar with the store manager among us. Only you can discern what he would appreciate. Reflect carefully on what he uses regularly or what items he engages with most frequently." This advice felt abstract and simplistic, leaving Mike even more uncertain about what to choose. Ilya waved her hand dismissively. "All right, Mike, I think this bamboo figurine would be quite lovely. There's no need to overthink it." Mike was reluctant to settle for what seemed like a casual choice for his very first gift, especially one intended for the store manager, He believed Mr. Baron had a point. He needed to contemplate this matter seriously. As Baron observed the scene with a detached demeanor and Ilya continued to stir up mischief, a box tucked away in the corner caught Mike's attention that eye in the span of 3 days. The merchant had not once left his hotel room, sitting by the window, patiently awaiting the arrival of nightfall for the 3rd time, doing nothing but quietly reflecting. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. And he had anticipated a visitor on the 1st day. Little did he know it would be on the 3rd evening that they would finally arrive. The door had never been locked. Perpetually awaiting a guest, the door swung open. An elderly man with silvery hair stepped inside. Good evening, Mr. Merchant. Good evening, Chairman Dean Dada. It appears that you are already acquainted with me, likely through the introductions by your friend, Marquis Vale. The merchant's gaze was devoid of warmth, as the moonlight scaling the window draped him in a cloak of shadows, concealing him and rendering his form akin to an unapproachable iron figure. Dean, an experienced figure in the marketplace, was uncharacteristically beset by a sense of oppression, despite the fact that his counterpart had yet to take any action. Mr. Merchant, you have resided in the hotel for 3 days. Is there truly no establishment in Haikou City that meets your esteemed standards? Dean inquired. The merchant replied, I dislike being scrutinized while traversing the streets, and the same applies when I am seated. I trust you can convey this sentiment to someone on my behalf. That Dean's tone remained gentle. You jest, Mr. Merchant. Baron is a man I hold in the highest regard, possessing unparalleled capability in my service. Given your association with Marquis Weir, it is only fitting that he attends to you. There is no ulterior motive. The merchant regarded the words with skepticism, dismissing even the punctuation. For 3 days, he had been untangling the intricacies of the situation, which appeared clear yet shrouded in an unsettling haze. That I, in need of external assistance, he patiently awaited its arrival. The merchant remained aloof, fully aware of the necessity to extract information from his interlocutor. Yet he was in no haste. A top-tier predator never rushes to strike, as haste often begets errors. Suddenly, Dean smiled, realizing he had unwittingly transgressed a cardinal rule of commerce. Wasting time in the presence of one who comprehends the stakes was rather unprofessional. Thus, he redirected the conversation. What are your views on the Holy See, Mr. Merchant? The merchant replied succinctly, I have no opinion. Their tones were flat, yet they broached a matter of life and death. Dean continued, Is that so? However, Marquis Weir does not hold the Holy See in high regard. A dog that cannot be fed is seldom beloved. The merchant retorted, So, you are the one who can feed it? Dean narrowed his eyes, concealing the glint of menace behind his smile. I did not anticipate that you possess a penchant for jest, Mr. Merchant. That I surmise you are unaware of the current situation in Haikou City. The Holy See has dispatched a cardinal along with hundreds of clergy to our town, and the recent stringent regulations are a consequence of their presence. That I believe a group of arrogant guests would not find a warm welcome in any household. Marquis Weir wishes to treat his friends with sincerity, hence his desire to express himself with utmost honesty, Dean added. The merchant responded, The answers derived from cautious steps are no different from lies. Dean pressed on. In that case, how might I convey the Marquis's sincerity? Sometimes, the best opportunities present themselves spontaneously. One merely needs to await their arrival and seize them with precision. The merchant stated, The relationship between Weir and yourself. Dean disregarded the title. On the surface, Haikou City does not belong to any noble's domain. And indeed it does not. However, this does not preclude Haikou City from maintaining favorable relations with certain nobles. With Marquis Weir being one. My personal rapport with the Marquis has flourished, making me the only president to serve multiple terms in Haikou City over the years. The merchant inquired, What do you know of the relics beneath the sea? Dean replied, As I suspected, it appears you were already aware of the Holy See's intentions in Haikou City regarding the sacred relic beneath the sea. I must first clarify one point. Although I hold the position of president, it does not imply that I am privy to all matters. Furthermore, since Clifford's arrival in Haikou City, he has been solely responsible for all affairs related to the relic and has effectively sealed all information. Apart from the upper echelons of nobility and the royal family, it is likely that very few are aware of the nature of this sacred relic. Additionally, I must mention that the magical array constructed by the clergy at sea is not intended for the acquisition of the sacred relic. Rather, it serves as a form of imprisonment magic. Merchant, are you a wizard? President Dean chuckled lightly. Me? Of course not. However, I do have individuals under my command who are, which is why you might wonder why I am so freely conversing with you in this establishment. The merchant paused before responding. What are your intentions regarding the Holy See, President Dean? No, no, no. Dear merchant, that it is not your intentions, but rather our intentions. As friends, Marquis Vale wishes for you to be aware of our shared adversary in advance. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. This is a cordial arrangement, is it not? Vale is one of the most influential nobles in the Aeon Empire, not only due to his century-old hereditary marquisate, but also because he has been a steadfast supporter of the royal family for generations. As for the Holy See, it is a unique entity, recognized by the Empire but not governed by it. It operates as an independent organization tasked with managing matters related to different races and magic. And at times, it serves as a focal point of faith for the general populace, if Dean's words are to be believed. Since the establishment and evolution of the Holy See, it has amassed considerable resources and power, giving rise to ambitions it ought not to possess. This has transformed the current Holy See into much more than just an independent organization. It has become a force capable of significantly influencing the Empire. An uncontrollable force at that. The dog that its master has nurtured has ultimately begun to disobey, and as Vale, the master's right hand, he naturally feels compelled to discipline this wayward creature. Thus, given that it is Vale who wishes to take action against the Holy See, why involve himself in this matter? This is not difficult for the merchant to comprehend. Vale bears the curse of a sorcerer and needs to find someone stronger to aid him. This serves as an experiment, as Vale must ascertain whether the merchant possesses the necessary strength to assist him. Furthermore, when a common enemy is present, it is only natural for both parties to become allies. However, why would Vale believe that he would be willing to oppose the Holy See? That cursed Hank. As for the validity of Dean's words, what evidence is there? The sacred relic. I am aware of that. Without the door opening, a voice preceded the entrance. Ilya forcefully pushed open the door, followed closely by Mike and Baron. President Dean turned to the young and beautiful girl and inquired, Miss, how did you come to know about the sacred relic? Dean showed no hesitation regarding Mike and Ilya's presence. As he had stated, he was expressing the utmost sincerity. Therefore, there was no need for concealment from the merchant's subordinates. Yet, he was unaware that this girl before him could not be included in that category. Ilya. You are all unaware, aren't you? The sacred relic beneath the sea is actually the Longdrian holy spear. A profound silence enveloped the room. Baron was acutely aware of his identity. He bowed his head, feigning ignorance. Mike, perplexed and at a loss for words, gazed in confusion, while Dean furrowed his brow. As for the merchant, perhaps due to the deepening night, he appeared considerably more somber. Ilya, somewhat pleased, reveled in the reactions of those around her. The sensation of being the protagonist was irresistibly intoxicating. The merchant's voice was as unyielding as machinery. No, I shall not partake, be it the banquet or your plans. Dean halted, locking eyes with the merchant. The two men standing in opposition. Ilya, sensing the tension, decided it was time to intervene, realizing that the most effective way to mediate was through blunt resolution. Ilya declared, Of course, we will attend the banquet. I, Mike, and the manager, we shall all be present. Thank you for your invitation. We shall see you tomorrow evening. Right, Mike? Mike nodded in agreement, prompting Dean to smile broadly. That is splendid. I can hardly wait to see everyone at the banquet. Baron, let us depart. There is much to prepare. After watching the two leave the room, Ilya winked at Mike, who wore a hesitant expression. However, under Elia's increasingly intense gaze, he eventually approached. After several deep breaths, Mike began. Manager, while I was out shopping with Ilya today, I bought you. The merchant interjected. How do you know that is the Longdrian Holy Lance? Who informed you? Ilya replied. I inquired of a noble, but that is of little consequence. You see, Mike has brought you. The merchant interrupted once more. What noble? Where did you hear this? Irritated, Ilya retorted. Hey, enough. Can you allow someone to finish speaking? Can't you see Mike has something to discuss with you? The merchant dismissed. Mike, I am currently occupied and cannot attend to you. Let us converse tomorrow. His gaze remained averted from Mike. Ilya exclaimed, Manager, you. Watching Mike flee in distress, she erupted in fury. What issue could possibly matter? Did I not inform you? A noble. I learned from a noble that the relic is the Longdrian Holy Lance. What sort of jest is this? Do you have any idea how much time Mike spent today on your gift? He wandered for ages, haggling until his throat was dry, and even had the audacity to borrow money from Baron. all to present his very first gift to the manager he holds dear. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Do you not realize how important you are to him? Unbelievable. Elia stormed out, her voice trailing behind her, laced with a torrent of invectives. What an utter fool. How could someone like you deserve such kindness from our dear Mike? The merchant sat motionless in his chair for a prolonged moment, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, resting the back of his head against the chair. He reopened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the box in the room, a finely crafted toolbox filled with an array of antique tools commonly used. The following day, Mike remained ensconced within the confines of his chamber. While Ilya made numerous attempts to seek him out, she endeavored to knock upon his door, inviting him to witness the descent of the airship. Yet all her efforts proved futile, as a flimsy barrier of wood severed all channels of communication. In another room, a certain individual, whom Ilya was loath to mention, similarly languished in isolation, exhibiting no signs of life even after the passage of considerable time. Ilya called out, "Hey Mike, are you prepared for tonight's banquet? It is hosted by the president of the High Cow City Chamber of Commerce. I believe we should procure a suitable attire to maintain our dignity. I suggest we take advantage of the remaining time and venture to the commercial street to purchase an outfit each. What do you think?" Mike's refusals grew increasingly forthright, and Ilya recognized that remaining in this situation would not coax the man who had locked himself away from his retreat. She shot a fierce glare at a nearby room, lamenting that an unappreciative and inconsiderate shopkeeper was a calamity for all the staff. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a merchant whose gaze met Ilya's fierce expression. "It's not my fault. Why should I hide?" Ilya realized that she had no reason to fear this man, despite having berated him the previous night. She felt justified in her words, believing that anyone would have expressed the same sentiments, and that this foolish man deserved a proper reprimand. The merchant closed the door behind him and approached, standing before Ilya in opposition to Mike's door, his countenance placid and his gaze condescending. Ilya's confidence wavered slightly under the merchant's calm scrutiny, yet she lifted her chin defiantly, striving to project strength. What do you want? You seem to have something to say. Speak your mind. I assure you, I am not afraid of you." The merchant remained silent, and the prolonged eye contact compelled Ilya to avert her gaze, her previously elevated chin now lowering as her firm conviction began to falter. At last, the merchant spoke. "Step aside. You are obstructing my path." Ilya complied, but as she sensed something amiss and attempted to regain her stance, it was already too late. The merchant, after a moment of gathering his thoughts, addressed the door. "Mike." The simplicity of his call rendered the atmosphere outside the door palpably tense. The merchant continued, "What transpired last night was rather significant for me," and Ilya's remarks regarding the relic. "Perhaps due to the unusual complexity of the matter, it has left me feeling a long-lost sense of irritation." Ilya cast a sidelong glance, puzzled by his use of a rhetorical question. The merchant added, "The gift you bestowed upon me was quite commendable. Upon further examination, I discovered that some of the tools within are not available in my shop, yet are precisely what I require. This replenishment will undoubtedly facilitate my work in the future. This gift is immensely beneficial." With a sudden bang, the door swung open, revealing Mike's beaming face. "Really?" he exclaimed. Ilya rolled her eyes, realizing that despite her efforts to cheer him up throughout the day, mere words from this man had overshadowed her attempts. The merchant nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it has been of considerable assistance, Mike. That is simply splendid. To be honest, I have been troubled for quite some time about whether or not to purchase this toolbox. Considering the manager already possesses a set of tools that he frequently uses, I was concerned it might be somewhat superfluous, but I am truly grateful to have acquired it." Merchant: "Indeed, however, there is one matter I must share with you. If you find yourself short on funds, simply inform me. There is no need to borrow from strangers. If the opportunity arises, do repay me." The merchant then produced a heavy pouch filled with coins, which Mike accepted, the weight in his hands making it clear this was no trivial sum. Upon opening it, Mike was taken aback. "My goodness, manager, I did not borrow this much money. You need not give me 200. 300 gold coins. In short, I do not require such a large amount, nor can I advance so much of my wages." Mike leapt with joy. "Really? Is this true? Oh my. Ha. This is far too much." No. Manager, it's not a matter of excess. It's ha. It's simply marvelous. I cannot express it adequately. Manager. Merchant: "Well, as long as you are satisfied." Elijah observed this absurd scene with an impassive expression. "Money? A gift? How superficial. Forgiven with just a few words. Just like that, everything was back to normal. Even better than before. It was far too easy. Once Mike's excitement had slightly subdued, he recalled something. By the way, manager. About what Elijah said to you last night. Perhaps you might consider forgiving her. Elijah, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaimed. What? Forgive? I did nothing wrong. The merchant paid her no heed. Well, I have forgiven her. After all, I have already reprimanded her. Elijah erupted. What nonsense. What do you mean by already reprimanded? You certainly did not teach me any lesson. The merchant replied with indifference. Did you not just bow your head and admit your fault? Mike glanced at Elijah in surprise, not expecting her to be so forthcoming in her admission. Is that true? Merchant. Of course it is true. Elijah looked at the two of them in astonishment as they exchanged questions and answers. Fine. We are ultimately from the same shop, part of the same group. Very well. Good. I shall bear the burden alone. The resentment on Elijah's face was almost palpable. 2 against 1. The conclusion had already been predetermined by these two conspirators. Mike recalled Elijah's earlier words, glanced at his worn trousers, old shoes, faded shirt, and tattered jacket, then looked at the heavy pouch of gold in his hand. Mike. Manager, do you not think we should purchase a new outfit for the banquet tonight? Merchant. Indeed, there is still time. You may go buy one. Mike. You may? Do you not need one? Manager. Merchant. Just help me purchase an outfit, and I would also like to see the toolbox you bought. The merchant's words brought another wave of joy to Mike, yet he also felt a twinge of worry. But I am not quite sure how to select clothing. A large and a small pair of gazes shifted. Elijah, what are you staring at me for? After reprimanding me, you expect me to help you buy clothes. Wake up from your dreams. Mike. Elijah, are you not buying anything? I have plenty of money. Elijah, what of it? What does having money even matter? Mike jingled his pouch, saying, but I have an endless supply of money. Elijah replied, This isn't merely a matter of wealth. The opening of the pouch revealed a dazzling array of gold coins. Gulping, Elijah swallowed hard. Well, I suppose, for Mike's sake, I'll assist you just this once. Elijah paused. Wait a moment. Did that fellow just smile? And what did his gaze mean just now? Why did it feel as though he bore the demeanor of a victor? Outside, the distant murmur of two individuals grew fainter. Elijah, why do you seem so discontent? Didn't the manager forgive you? Do not worry. The manager keeps his promises and won't trouble you again. Elijah, I can't shake the feeling that you've lost something. Be quiet. Mike. As night fell, High Cow City illuminated the brightest lights, and carriages converged from all directions, the unending procession filling the streets. The banquet hosted by the president of the High Cow Chamber of Commerce promised a splendid affair. A black mahogany carriage halted at the entrance as a merchant disembarked, drawing considerable attention. Clad in formal attire, his stature appeared even more elongated and upright, and his meticulously groomed appearance rendered him strikingly handsome. The second to alight was Mike, adorned in a small suit chosen by Elijah. Feeling rather uncomfortable in such formal garb, he walked with an awkward gait. The third was the breathtaking Elijah, her half-up, half-down hairstyle adorned with accessories, while the remaining hair was braided and cascaded gracefully by her ears. The long gown, modestly revealing her décolletage, accentuated her noble elegance, and her poise exuded an irresistible charm that captivated the male attendees. All eyes drawn to her, save for a few. Mike exclaimed, Oh yes, allow me to assist you down, Elijah. As Elijah bent to exit the carriage, the sight of her delicate, fair arms made Mike's heart skip a beat. Her lightly adorned cheeks were so stunning that he found it hard to look directly at her. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a pair of white peaks that sent his face ablaze, compelling him to bow his head even lower. The bashful lad guided a beautiful girl slowly into the venue. The merchant at the forefront seemed oblivious to the responsibilities of a gentleman, too preoccupied to attend to the two trailing behind. Entering the hall, although he kept his eyes ahead, he was constantly analyzing everyone within his line of sight, for the merchant needed to discern his targets before casting his line. Little did he anticipate that, before he had even secured his bait, the fish beneath the surface were already bubbling to the top. Good evening, esteemed guest of the president. Greetings, sir. I am Colin, a humble merchant. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The smile upon his face bore not warmth, but rather disdain. Though his words were welcoming, he refrained from extending his hand, choosing instead to scrutinize haughtily. The merchant slightly inclined his body. Good evening, Mr. Colin. It is a pleasure to meet you. The unexpected politeness and cordial tone took Colin by surprise, those aligned with the president should not be so courteous. Yet this did not alter the fact that this man was part of that cunning old fox's entourage. Merchant, speaking of which, this is my first time attending such a banquet. I possess little experience and am uncertain about what to pay attention to at such an event. Colin, what to pay attention to? Ah, indeed, there are numerous matters to consider, such as keeping your mouth shut and managing your gaze. You have a pair of exquisite shoes, do you not? Just fix your eyes upon them. Child, when beasts brawl, a sheep that enters the ring will be torn to shreds. The merchant's face paled in terror, prompting him to lower his stature further. Colin laughed heartily, patting the merchant on the shoulder before triumphantly departing. It was not until Colin had completely vanished into the throng that the merchant straightened up, his countenance returning to normal. Then my apologies, dear merchant. For the spectacle, no sooner had Colin left than Baron approached the merchant. Merchant, it seems the president cannot keep his subordinates in check. Baron, there is indeed a portion that cannot be denied. The president has successfully secured re-election, albeit with only a 90% approval rating. I hope you can understand. Merchant, those 10% must not have much connection with will. Guests continued to enter the banquet hall. Some were engaged in light-hearted conversation, while others remained serious and aloof. Some cast discreet glances at the merchant, and a few unfamiliar faces even nodded in his direction. The merchant silently categorized the crowd, one large and one small, representing Haikou City, with a conspicuous vacancy remaining. 1 and 2 were present, 3 had yet to arrive, and the crucial question for the merchant was whether the last 4 would make an appearance tonight. Mike and Elijah approached the merchant. Mike appeared noticeably anxious. Having never attended such a gathering, he felt utterly out of place among the affluent, an overwhelming urge to turn and flee coursing through him. In contrast, Elijah wore a faint smile, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. Merchant, let us proceed. It is about to begin. A significant banquet is not solely defined by the identities of its attendees, but also by its exquisite arrangement, the opulent inner walls, crystal-carved chandeliers, and the ceiling adorned with captivating murals, while intricate golden threads entwined beneath it. The long banquet table was laden with an array of fine wines, and dainty baskets brimmed with various delicacies. Surrounded by seasonal fruits for decoration, while perfectly roasted, golden brown cuts of meat lay in neat rows, awaiting consumption. Mike's anxiety began to dissipate, his attention firmly captured by the culinary delights on offer. Elijah, who had drawn attention since arrival, found herself encircled. Every gentleman yearned to admire this resplendent flower. With a perpetual smile, Elijah gracefully curtsied, her hands delicately clasping her flowing gown. Then, crossing her hands before her, she engaged in lively conversation, her flawless demeanor captivating the gentlemen, her measured words enchanting them, and the expression in her eyes bewitching them. Her very presence ensnaring all. It was only when President Dean made his entrance that the throng of gentlemen reluctantly departed from Elijah. She rubbed her cheeks, feeling slightly sore from having maintained her smile for so long this evening. Playfully poking the forehead of the younger companion, she proudly proclaimed, "Little one, your sister Elijah understands far more than you realize. Do not be so easily astonished. In the future, I shall demonstrate even more remarkable feats for you." Mike nodded emphatically. However, these individuals are quite something. With so many delectable dishes available, they choose not to indulge. Yet they surround you with conversation, leaving you with scarcely a bite to eat. But fret not, for I have brought you a portion. Ilya regarded Mike, whose mouth was glistening with grease, and shook her head in resignation. Yet, her dissatisfaction swiftly bubbled to the surface. Mike was still a child, lacking understanding, but that fool who stood idly by, observing with cold indifference. What did he think he was doing? After all, one could argue that she was. Indeed, his companion for the evening. Truly, he displayed a complete lack of discernment, and she could not fathom what warranted Mike's respect. Unbeknownst to the merchant, he was once again subjected to silent scrutiny in someone's mind. Even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. His focus lay on the unfolding events. Dean likely exchanged brief pleasantries with the attendees before making his way to the main stage of the banquet. Without needing to signal, the crowd had already quieted. Dean began, "Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to you all for tonight's banquet. It brings me immense joy to see such a multitude gathered at an event I have the honor of hosting. Your presence affords me the privilege of toasting with you all." Dean continued, "In the past, we were adversaries, divided by significant differences. Today, however, we stand as the best of friends, united by a common goal. When we step out of this venue, we shall behold a thriving city, A magnificent metropolis we have collectively labored to construct. The caravans and merchant vessels that traverse our lands daily are too numerous to count. Although we have recently encountered some unforeseen challenges, I am confident they will soon pass. Let this banquet serve as a preliminary celebration. Raise your glasses, my friends, and let us cast aside our work and relish in this moment. As emotions surged, laughter and merriment intertwined, heralding the commencement of the festivities. At that moment, a contingent of clergy made their way through the crowd, and a man clad in a grand robe materialized at a corner of the hall. The merchant immediately recognized the familiar attire, a garment reserved for archbishops, and so did Dean on the stage. With a shift in tone, Dean remarked, "Speaking of which, I have yet to introduce our esteemed guest who has recently arrived in Haikou City. Let us turn the stage over to the illustrious Archbishop Clifford that I believe many of you have questions you wish to pose to him." Archbishop Clifford's expression darkened, enhancing his already aloof demeanor. Yet he did not decline the invitation. With a flourish of his robe, the archbishop levitated gracefully above the heads of the assembled guests before alighting softly upon the main stage. Dean smiled and stepped aside. Standing tall, Clifford surveyed the crowd with a gaze that few dared to meet, the authority emanating from his eyes causing discomfort. Archbishop Clifford declared, "It seems I may have overestimated the capabilities of your president. I had assumed his recent remark about cooperating with the Holy See being our duty implied he would clarify matters with you, rather than publicly questioning me for leverage." Silence enveloped the audience. Dean maintained his smile. Replying, "Archbishop Clifford, I believe you have misunderstood. The majority of the populace in Haikou City are loyal adherents of the Holy See. What I meant is that they hold numerous inquiries regarding their faith that they would like to discuss with you." Archbishop Clifford scoffed. "Humph." As if nothing had transpired, this minor interlude was overlooked by the crowd, and the banquet continued as planned. Though the atmosphere had noticeably dulled, the vicinity surrounding Clifford was vast and desolate, akin to a solitary wolf estranged from its pack, with only a select few daring to approach, among whom was Colin, who had initially struck up a conversation with the merchant. Mike and Elia were reveling in the festivities, with Mike guiding Elia to savor the delectable offerings on the table. This time, Elia did not release Mike's grasp. She required a gentleman to serve as her shield, albeit one who was merely 13 years of age. Elia wished to avoid spending the remainder of her time fending off unwanted advances. Similarly, Dean, the chairman, extricated himself from social pleasantries and approached the merchant, a man oblivious to his surroundings. "Merchant, are you aware of the 10% encircling him?" Dean proceeded to introduce them one by one. The first on the left, Colin McCann, a gem trader. Next to him, Chichester, also a gem merchant, both of whom were closely associated with a duke named Dennis. Beyond them were, such was the situation, they resembled a pack of dogs wagging their tails, eagerly awaiting their master to toss them a bone, did they not? The merchant took note of this information, so they will be participating this time as well. Dean, perhaps. Merchants are driven by profit. If the church and the nobles backing them offer sufficient incentives, then we should certainly include them in our dealings with the church this time around. Merchant, what preparations have you made? Dean, Marquis Vale has discreetly arranged for 5 sorcerers to accompany me. I suspect Colin and his companions will have similar support, though we have the advantage in numbers. 9 to 1 is indeed a significant disparity. I have gathered sufficient information on the minor players, and the merchant was prepared to delve into the matter at hand. Merchant, what do you know about the Holy Lance of Lundrelin? Dean, to be frank, I am but an ordinary man, with limited knowledge regarding relics. The merchant nodded. It seems I must consult someone more knowledgeable. Dean, who? In a matter of mere steps, the atmosphere shifted drastically. As the entourage surrounding the archbishop exhibited clear hostility and rejection towards the unexpectedly appearing merchant, Clifford displayed no interest in the newcomer. The power struggles of Haikou City were beneath his notice. Even less so for the merchant. Colin, what's wrong? Little fellow, lost your way. Didn't old Dean teach you anything? Merchant, I am an antiquities dealer, with a penchant for collecting unique items. The merchant's disregard left Colin feeling insulted. I'm speaking to you. Lad, didn't you hear? No one cares who you are. While I'm still able to converse civilly, vanish from my sight. Merchant, such as relics, for instance. The continued neglect incited Colin's fury. He seized the merchant by the collar. Damn it. Direct your gaze towards me that I told you to get lost. Clifford, step aside. Colin, did you hear that? The archbishop commands you to leave. Clifford, I was referring to you that as he departed. He did not forget to whisper a threatening remark into the merchant's ear. This has been a memorable encounter. I look forward to our next meeting. The others followed Colin's lead. Even the clergy present took a few steps back, leaving only 2 individuals at the table. The merchant's actions reverberated not only among those seated, but also affected everyone present that evening. The lively atmosphere seemed akin to a mask draped over the faces of the crowd, while beneath that mask, the gaze of each individual was fixated upon but a singular point. Baron approached Dean, inquiring, "President, is this acceptable?" Dean replied, "What issue could there possibly be? A traveler from a distant land wishes to make the acquaintance of the illustrious 5 cardinals of the Holy See. It is not our purview to interfere. Nor should we. It is their freedom, let it be." Despite his words, a playful smirk tugged at the corners of Dean's mouth, as he felt an urge to command his legs to stride over and sit down to attentively listen to the discourse between the two. Eager to discern what manner of person could earn the esteemed regard of Marquis Vale. Returning to the most solitary table in the hall, the man before Clifford appeared unremarkable. If one were to insist on a distinction, it would be his remarkable audacity. The merchant drew back a chair, preparing to take a seat. "Clifford," the Archbishop coldly interjected, "I hope you are fully aware of the implications of your words before you choose to sit down." The merchant, undeterred, took his seat with a calmness and confidence that stemmed from an undeniable strength. No noble in the entire own empire could sit across from the Holy See and brazenly provoke it, save for one, who, strictly speaking, did not qualify as a noble, but rather existed above them. Archbishop Clifford stated, "To possess a holy relic without authorization is a grave sin, in accordance with both imperial law and ecclesiastical doctrine." The merchant replied, "I am merely curious." Clifford continued, "So, you harbor an interest in death as well?" The merchant responded, "Indeed, but that is a matter for another time. At present, I wish to know your thoughts on the Lance of Londrian." Clifford's pupils narrowed, and silence enveloped the table. This was a delicate subject, more sensitive than any other holy relic. "Are you suggesting that you possess this relic?" Clifford queried. The merchant declared, "It measures 2 meters in total. With a 1.2-meter shaft, resplendent in bright white, adorned with 7 magical stones embedded in the hilt, a flawless work of art." He added, "Yes, the Holy Lance resides in my shop. This is precisely why I have come to visit you." Archbishop It appeared that his suspicions were unfounded. Clifford comprehended that the man before him was merely another merchant from Highcow City, hoping to leverage the holy relic to integrate himself into the church. "Very well," Clifford stated, "I shall dispatch someone to retrieve it tomorrow. This time, you may benefit from the church's leniency, but do not expect a second chance." As Clifford rose, he added, "Furthermore, you should consult Colin regarding the proper demeanor one ought to adopt when conversing with others." The merchant sat alone, surrounded by the majority and minority factions of the Highcow City Commerce Association, the archbishop sent by the Holy See, and the nascent identity of the 4th player he had just begun to perceive. He sincerely hoped his deductions were erroneous, for only they understood the significance of the Lance of Londrian to him. Dean also stepped away from the throng and approached the merchant. "After your brief exchange, what did you discuss?" The merchant replied, "The Lance of Londrian." Dean inquired further, "And how did you converse?" The merchant simply stated, "Directly." President Dean inquired, "Is it indeed found beneath the sea?" The merchant paused before responding. "If you were the Holy See and possessed a sacred relic that you were desperately seeking, would you not seize it at once?" President Dean replied, "Certainly." The merchant continued, "Indeed, I share that sentiment. The darkness of the night conceals myriad truths. Beneath the ostentatious feast lies a current of intrigue, whispered exchanges revealing fragments of information, and within the depths of the vast magical circle upon the sea's surface, a luminescence pulses like a heartbeat." Under the same starlit sky, a man wandering the streets of Pegasus City closed his notebook, murmuring, "Is it about to commence?" In another part of the night, a knight clad in armor awaited in silence on a prominent cliff, anticipating the arrival of a shipment still en route. Meanwhile, another man, similarly distant, guided a magnificent black steed through the nocturnal thicket. The ebony horse snorted, seemingly expressing its discontent. "Do not be so obstinate, my old companion. After all, we have endured life and death as brothers of different breeds, and considering the bond we share through our masters, would you not accompany me to one more destination?" The black horse stamped its hooves. "Reluctant, I implore you, just one last place. I assure you, it is truly the final stop. Trust me, my friend, when have I ever deceived you? Hey, Black Wind, What is that look in your eyes? Do you doubt me? The horse's ears twitched to feeble excuse, for not long ago, the man and the steed had already dispatched a letter, but this did not dampen the horse's spirit. Yes, indeed, we must compose a letter to your master. My old friend, we ought to ponder carefully on what to inscribe. The man settled upon a relatively flat stone, brushed off the dust, while the black horse leaned in, exhaling softly. He laid out a pristine sheet of paper, finding a favorable angle under the moonlight to commence his writing. Dear, beloved, old friend, how have you been of late? He began, punctuating with a question mark that it has been far too long since we last met. And I have missed you dearly. The horse nudged the man with its head. Very well, I understand. The man erased the I and replaced it with we, holding the letter before the horse's keen eyes. Once the horse nodded in approval, he resumed writing. Old companion, do you think that our repeated sentiments may appear tedious, rendering our correspondence rather uninteresting? The horse tilted its head. All right, asking you may be futile. Let me ponder. Perhaps we could recount our recent experiences to share with your master to know. On second thought, I doubt he would appreciate our antics. Therefore, let us omit the unwelcome details and focus solely on what pleases him. Aha, the great Hank is ever so adaptable. Beneath the moonlight, man and steed were fervently inscribing their thoughts. The sacred lance of Lunderland 7. The cycle of day and night persisted, with the radiant sun elevated in the heavens. Having experienced his first banquet, Mike did not rise from his bed until nearly noon. It was a rare experience. Last night, he had indulged in all the delicacies available, and under Ilya's coaxing, he had consumed a full glass of rum, along with a drink she referred to as a low-alcohol beverage. That small drink had successfully lulled Mike into a deep slumber, erasing all memories of the events that followed his drinking. After freshening up, he went downstairs to find Ilya and the shopkeeper already seated, partaking in lunch. Rather than enjoying their meal, it seemed they were subjected to Ilya's incessant chatter. To Mike, the shopkeeper's expressionless demeanor appeared somewhat resigned. Ilya remarked, you see, when you're interacting with little Mike, you should consider your attitude and the content of your words. He is just a child, barely 13 years old. You cannot be too harsh on him. And hey Mike, good morning. No, wait, good afternoon. Mike responded, good afternoon. Ilya, good afternoon, shopkeeper. The shopkeeper grunted in acknowledgement. Mike noticed that his arrival seemed to relieve the shopkeeper, suggesting that Ilya's presence was somewhat uncomfortable for him. Ilya had discovered a way to interact with the shopkeeper, albeit a rather one-sided approach. Mike served as an excellent point of entry, particularly after their last minor clash. Ilya had observed that the shopkeeper only exhibited a slight emotional shift when the conversation turned to matters concerning Mike. Her observation proved to be astutely accurate, especially following their morning interactions, which confirmed her findings truly effective. To Mike's amusement, Ilya seemed unaware that the shopkeeper had not noticed this dynamic. Mike admitted, Ilya, I shouldn't have listened to you last night. After drinking the rum, I can't remember anything that happened afterward. Ilya burst into laughter. You may not remember, but I certainly do, and I shall never forget. How was the touch of those mature women? Little Mike? Oh, I forgot. You don't remember, huh? Let me tell you just how bold you were last night. The shopkeeper interjected. You let him drink? Ilya paused, momentarily flustered. Just a little bit. The shopkeeper retorted, a mere child. Mike. A boy who has just turned 13. Ilya composed herself, bowing her head to silently resume her meal. Emotional fluctuations can be beneficial, as they provide insight into what the other person is thinking. However, excessive volatility is not advantageous, especially for oneself. It was merely a glass of wine. Was it really necessary to be so serious? Mike interjected on Ilya's behalf. Shopkeeper, it was my decision to try it. After all, I have never tasted alcohol before, and the atmosphere last night was so inviting that I couldn't resist having a glass. The shopkeeper replied, next time, you will resist, won't you? Mike assured him, I promise, there won't be a next time. The shopkeeper responded, it's best that way. Now, eat something. Ilya immediately perked up. Exactly, children should not drink alcohol. There absolutely cannot be a next time. Don't worry, shopkeeper, I will ensure he is supervised and won't drink again, at least not until he turns 18. The shopkeeper chose not to pursue the matter further, knowing that it would only prompt Ilya to continue her relentless chatter. She was a creature difficult to manage. After a simple lunch, the trio prepared to depart from the inn. The prospect of strolling through the streets with the innkeeper filled Mike with exhilaration. He could hardly contain his eagerness to regale the merchants with tales of all he had witnessed in Haikou City over the past few days. A subtle tremor swept across the entirety of Haikou City, felt by only a select few, who were left in a haze of confusion. The tremor came and went in an instant, too swift and too slight for those who perceived it to dismiss it as mere illusion. The merchant's expression turned grave as he commanded in a tone almost authoritative, "Ilya, take Mike away from Haikou City and find a safe place far from here to wait for me." Ilya responded without hesitation, devoid of resistance or question, seizing Mike's arm and leading him towards the location of the carriage. That slight tremor stirred a profound premonition within Ilya, an ominous sense that something was amiss. As if some malevolent force were breaking free from its shackles to descend upon the world, Baron inquired, "Chairman, should we summon those mages?" Chairman Dean replied, "No, not for now." Thus, any unforeseen events could transpire anywhere. But Haikou City was not one of those places. Baron pressed on. "Then what do you suggest we do now, Chairman?" Dean responded, "Let us observe the developments that know. Summon those adept in magical exploration. I need to ascertain what is happening at sea." In the waters near the maritime magic circle, the sea roared and surged with tumultuous waves, seemingly fixated on this particular spot, purposefully crashing against the magic circle and disturbing the chanting clergy. Dark clouds loomed, accompanied by distant rumbles of thunder, while fierce winds propelled the waves to unprecedented heights. Clifford stood suspended, casting a spell to sever external influences. Mere natural occurrences should not disrupt the formation of the magic circle. At least not under his control. However, Clifford realized he had lost command over the weather, indicating the presence of a higher magical entity manipulating the nearby climate. Undoubtedly, the culprit was the green luminescent orb brazenly exposed beneath the magic circle. Events unfolded more swiftly than anticipated. Clifford was not concerned about the formation of the magic circle, which was merely a ruse crafted with immense manpower. He bore no worry for the safety of the clergy, who, paralyzed by his formidable presence, dared not flee. They were mere expendable sacrifices. His sole concern was whether he could fulfill the task personally entrusted to him by the Pope. The ocean churned as the magic sustaining the clergy standing upon the water abruptly dissipated, plunging them into the depths. The radiance of the magic circle waned sharply, its form becoming increasingly ethereal. A resounding horn echoed from the depths of the sea, a rallying call for morale, a signal for warriors to charge, and a manifestation of a king's return. The sea surface concaved, revealing a basin within the ocean. As the clergy were swept away by the surging waters, awaiting them was the gaping maw of the green abyss, its luminescence engulfing all. The colossal sea beast, now satiated, seemed to calm slightly, its hunger quenched by 300 lost lives, restoring its gentler demeanor towards humanity. Regrettably, the ocean is perpetually capricious. Its fleeting tranquility appears merely to be the time it requires to digest its sustenance. Once the morsels are swallowed, it reemerges before the world in a tumultuous fury, revealing its true visage. The green light erupts like fireworks, engulfing the azure expanse of the sea, while the verdant waters surge and swell, coalescing into a colossal figure towering 100 meters high. It is formidable, it is wrathful, and it seems bent on annihilating all life within the ocean's depths. The 300 clergy, previously consumed, gather at the apex of the giant, their lifeless bodies forming a grotesque semblance of a brain. The sound that emanates is chilling, complex, and layered, resonating with profound desolation. The voice of the giant pierces like a needle into one's marrow, forcefully imbuing the listener with its words, a cacophony birthed from the voices of the deceased 300. The Clifford-esque countenance is a mask of fury. The powerless refuse to perish in dishonor. They are clergy beneath the Pope, in life and in death, not mere instruments for your utterance. Their affront is an insult to the papacy and to the Holy Father, a transgression that Clifford shall not tolerate. Alas, the formidable assault yields little effect. The fewer than 200 remaining corpses, having endured the onslaught, once again breach the ocean's surface, suspended in the air akin to Clifford. Subsequently, a green vortex rises from the surging force of immense magic coalesced to form a barrier that thwarted the giant's assault. Crawford was relentlessly channeling the magical energy within him. As the throne was methodically constructed, a green tide clung to the magical barrier, writhing and enveloping it, seeking any minuscule gap to disrupt the spellcasting. Alas, Crawford afforded no opportunity whatsoever. With a heart of valor, resilient feet, a formidable physique, a wise head, a mithril sword, and a pure steel shield, O valiant 6 knights of the realm, rise once more to conquer. The throne stood upon the sea, its presence the focal point, as golden tiles unfurled across the water's surface, and majestic edifices arose, surrounded by towering walls encasing this gilded domain, a golden citadel emerging from the depths of the ocean. A crown rested upon Crawford's head, and a crimson robe draped elegantly over his shoulders. The green tide shattered as the giant faltered, and 6 hexagonal pillars of light emerged beside him. Crawford's wand fell from the sky with a resounding thud, the cage of Emperor Gaze. The space trembled as the golden tiles shifted and fractured, and the hexagonal pillars ascended, revealing 6 knightly statues kneeling with swords drawn. The 6 knights rose, and as they stood, the hexagonal pillars constricted further, compressing the green giant within, its form diminishing increasingly. The knights towered as if reaching for the heavens, swords held aloft with precision and unison as they advanced toward the pillars, under the relentless contraction. The watery form of the green giant struggled to maintain its shape, twisting and writhing in a futile effort. However, under the merciless advance of the knights and the mechanical pressure of the pillars, all efforts proved utterly futile. The knights pressed forward until they reached the hexagonal apex, simultaneously raising their swords against the now diminutive giant. Standing at a mere 10 meters. 6 blades descended in unison. The sound erupted, a blinding light accompanied by a ferocious impact engulfed the seascape that lay in the distance. A man clad in armor sat at the edge of a cliff, swinging his legs and observing something with keen interest. Behind him approached 5 mages, 4 of whom wielded wands, collectively casting spells to transport a large chest. The man suddenly inquired, "Can you see the sea?" In the direction of the cliff, the view was dominated by verdant woods. The mage who was not casting shook his head. The man remarked, "Indeed, if you could see your archbishop being struck, you would not be so sluggish in your arrival point." One of the mages flinched. Bowing in reverence, "Your Highness, the relic as commanded by the Pope has been delivered." The man responded, "Oh, is that so? Splendid, such swiftness." The mages gently set down the chest and retreated 10 paces. The man stood, scrutinizing the intricately designed chest, resembling a complex mechanism, and sighed, knowing that he would face challenges once again. That he waved his hand. "Not enough." The mages retreated another 10 paces. The man insisted, "Still not enough." The mages withdrew yet another 10 paces. The man continued, "Retreat further, perhaps to the woods for safety." The mages complied and retreated into the forest. The man nodded in satisfaction, bending down to reach for the chest, which seemed to recognize his touch, automatically operating to open. From within the chest, the knight from the cliff retrieved a 2-meter-long spear, its shaft a pristine white. The solitary figure on horseback ambled along a narrow path, when suddenly, the man halted and turned to gaze contemplatively at the desolate road. "Hafeng, we must reach the next city to locate a courier, so we can send this letter to your master. Correct? Perhaps we should inform him in advance, lest he be absent from the shop when the message is delivered." The black horse bobbed its head in vigorous agreement with this course of action. "Very well, let us allow the gentle breeze to convey our humble greetings." The battle occurring in the waters surrounding Haikou City featured not only the combatants, but also 2 spectators. 1 was a bluebell, soaring in circles at the periphery, a bird species typically found inland. The other stood at a distance from the fray on the ocean's surface, draped in a burlap cloak, with a purple mask adorning their face. During the recent skirmish, the masked figure had exploited a temporal gap created by Clifford's invocation of the 7th-tier magic, the Cage of Emperor Gates, to ascertain the true nature of the green giant. Or more precisely, the source of its power in the realm of humanity. Giants were never meant to possess a corporeal form. There lay a bronze chest, somewhat corroded from years of immersion in seawater, emblazoned with an engraving resembling a ferry boat. This was knowledge the figure had acquired even before arriving in Haikou City. However, they had not anticipated hearing that familiar name along the way, which had led to an uncharacteristic loss of composure. Suddenly, the masked individual froze, realizing that the term emotion had unwittingly crossed their mind. Regardless, it was no longer necessary to delve into this matter. It sufficed to know that someone sought to lure them into the open using the holy lance of Londrian as bait, testing their response. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to remain still and observe. Without further ado, the masked figure prepared to withdraw quietly from the maritime battlefield. That a sea breeze swept by, whispering in their ears, carrying a voice long unheard, yet strikingly familiar. "Hey, my old friend, how have you been?" The voice borne by the wind was interspersed with the distant whinnies of horses. The masked figure replied, "Where are you now?" "Oh, my current location is somewhat distant. It may not be convenient to come over." The masked figure inquired, "Not convenient?" "You." After a moment of silence, the wind responded again, "Indeed." The masked figure pressed, "Indeed. Since when have you known?" "Do not be agitated, my friend. It has not been long. Besides, you are aware of your penchant for remaining in the shop all day, while I prefer to wander outside. Thus I may be somewhat more informed." The voice of the masked figure grew increasingly somber. "This is not an issue that can be resolved by mere information or lack thereof. That is precisely why I seek your assistance." "I hope you can seize the chest," the masked figure replied. "It holds little value for us, but it is of significance to the Holy See, and thus it becomes valuable to us," the masked figure queried. "Do you suspect them have had contact with the Holy See?" "This possibility cannot be dismissed." The masked figure pondered for a moment. "All of them?" The masked figure concluded, "Very well, the Holy Lance of Londrian. This name has been mentioned by the nobility of the empire." The sea breeze fell silent once more, and this time, the pause stretched longer than I must amend my previous statement. "I am certain that the Holy See and have indeed been in contact, due to the depletion of magical energy." Clifford's visage bore a distinct weariness, a stark contrast to his usual imposing demeanor. The golden imperial city gradually faded from view as the 6 knights fulfilled their tasks and succumbed to slumber once more. This was the highest tier of sealing magic he could independently invoke, and its efficacy was commendable, for Clifford could now clearly perceive what he desired, a treasure chest enveloped in radiant beams of light. Regrettably, before Clifford could admire it in detail, the chest began to tremble, albeit slightly, yet it wreaked havoc upon the ceiling light, causing cracks to manifest upon the surface. The 7th tier of magic proved utterly impotent before this box. Clifford's expression darkened. He understood all too well that if even the Emperor Gaz's cage was ineffective, his only recourse was to buy time while awaiting assistance. Just as the seal was on the brink of collapse, the chest stilled, emitting a creaking sound as a narrow opening appeared, from which green gas seeped forth. The sea began to convulse. The entire surface, including High Cow City, visibly swayed under this influence, eliciting panic among the populace as they clung desperately to nearby supports. The waters danced, the ocean roared, and this time, everyone could hear a profound bellow that reverberated through the eardrums, resonating deep within the soul. Outside High Cow City, on a black Nanmu carriage, Ilya instinctively covered Mike's ears. Sensing the dire predicament unfolding, unease consuming her heart. What on earth was that fellow doing? Why had he not yet emerged? The ocean boiled like scalding water. Clifford's sealing magic had dissipated entirely, and the chest lay fully ajar, revealing a plethora of silver coins, each adorned with the same emblem as the chest itself. Suddenly, the space quivered, and the entire expanse of the sea surrounding the chest lifted as if severed from its entirety, resembling a chunk of jelly that had been neatly sliced away, exposing a vast expanse of parched seabed. On the opposite side of the cut, the water appeared to be held back by an invisible barrier, unable to flow and fill the exposed terrain. It was a bizarre spectacle. The situation had escalated beyond Clifford's control. He was no longer confronted by a giant composed of seawater, but rather a creature with a corporeal form. An unequivocal monstrosity. The creature, ignorant, foolish, and arrogant, chains shot forth from behind the beast. Clifford would not retreat, for his dignity and the glory of the Holy See forbade such a course of action. The explosive flames reignited, swirling like a dragon entwining the chains, and even in his fatigue, the Archbishop's magic was flawlessly unleashed. However, the chains disregarded the once effective inferno, piercing through with indifference, an eventuality that Clifford had not anticipated. With a thunderous roar, the chains plunged into the seabed, shattering a significant area, and Clifford's presence vanished from the scene. Caught off guard by the unexpected chain assault, the Archbishop was forcibly removed from the battlefield, finding himself seated a considerable distance from the monster. Gazing sideways to see a figure with a purple mask had come to his rescue, Clifford rose, his expression darkened. "Who are you?" "As one of the 5 principal bishops of the Holy See." "It is utterly intolerable to exhibit such a disgraceful demeanor, compounded by the need for assistance due to a momentary lapse in judgment," the masked man remarked. "This is the soul of calamity, which ought not to possess a corporeal form in this realm. However, that chest seems to have bestowed upon it a physical body. You would certainly not wish to be ensnared by its extending chains, for it would result in a most gruesome demise." Furthermore, it is worth noting that should the same spell fail to annihilate it on the first attempt, it will have no effect on the second. Clifford spoke through clenched teeth. Do not make me ask again. The masked man bowed. Mr. Colin extends his highest regards to you. He has sent me to assist you in your endeavors, to heed your commands, and to safeguard High Cow City to the best of my ability, as this is of great importance to Mr. Colin, Archbishop Clifford. With his demeanor softening, Clifford understood, recognizing this as a reasonable maneuver from a businessman who always prioritizes his own interests. Especially since Colin still needed the church's support to ascend to the position of president, Clifford inquired, "What more do you know about that creature?" The masked man responded, "The key points in dealing with the soul of calamity are as I have just mentioned. As for a method, I do have one. I believe what the Archbishop desires is merely that chest, is it not?" As the masked man articulated, the lower half of the monster remained in a state of fluidity. And considering the creature's previous regenerative capabilities, this might indeed be a promising approach. Clifford questioned, "How proficient are you in ice and water magic?" The masked man replied, "Sufficiently so, Archbishop Clifford." The creature, suspended on the ocean floor, could not move. Its lower half was still in the process of formation, just beginning to develop thighs. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this was a humanoid monster, possessing limbs and fingers, though its face was devoid of features save for a pair of hollow eyes. Having dispatched the creatures that had previously scurried before them, the monster's attention turned toward the coastal city, which would undoubtedly be its first target upon acquiring mobility. The initial assault proved ineffective, prompting both individuals to employ the same strategy for their second attempt. This time, however, they drew upon greater resources, transforming their attack from ice spikes to an ice dragon. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The monster's hide was akin to an impervious shield. Thus, the third, fourth, and fifth assaults followed in succession, repeating the futile endeavor. The creature roared, swatting away yet another of their attacks, gradually losing patience and becoming increasingly agitated as the bothersome insects persisted in their futile endeavors around it. The monster declared, "Useless, bothersome, inferior beings." Clifford retorted, "Useless, you say?" The creature's body contorted, certain parts swelling like balloons, as the foreign magic within it clashed violently, muscles tearing and bones fracturing, while the exterior of this seemingly indestructible monster began to unravel from within. Ultimately, the magic surged forth, converging at the chest, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of the green creature, scattering coins from within the chest. With a flourish of his wand, Clifford collected all 8 scattered coins into his possession. Yet, they amounted to merely 8 coins. The treasure chest erupted once more in a dazzling display of light, causing a tumultuous upheaval of soil from the ocean floor. The shattered remnants of the monstrous being were reforged. And this time, the earth melded into the creation of its legs. A complete creature, adorned with a verdant upper body and a brown lower half, loomed before the 2 individuals, empowered by the treasure chest. The monster resembled an indomitable force, growing stronger with each encounter. "Feel my might, you insects," it proclaimed, its presence amplified by its newfound form. As it raised its arms, the natural magical energies within a radius of thousands of meters began to converge upon it, coalescing into an abyss of profound darkness between its hands. A colossal force of consumption commenced, devouring everything in its vicinity, the very ground beneath, the trees on the shore, and the light from above. A tremor shook High Cow City. Fissures began to mar the earth, several buildings collapsed, and the land heaved upwards as objects from the streets were drawn towards the monster's black hole, traversing thousands of meters. The chaos extended beyond the city's borders. Aaliyah released her grip on Make. As a tempest howled ferociously around them, she realized the urgency of action. If she did not intervene, both she and the cart would soon be swept away. She ascended into the air, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow, as a crystalline wand materialized before her. Enveloped in a 7-colored barrier, she insulated herself, Make, and the cart from the external turmoil. Make peered out from the cart. His expression twisted in terror as he beheld the devastation. Darkness enveloped the land, fissures split the earth, and vast trees were uprooted. In the distance lay High Cow City, struggling against the onslaught. Its walls lay in ruins, and the 2 soldiers stationed there had vanished without a trace. Occasionally, a few houses were swept into the air, and the only sound that filled the air was the roaring of the storm, drowning out the cries of despair. Before their eyes lay utter destruction, leaving only this small patch of sanctity beneath the seven-colored shield, as Aaliyah gazed upon a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The black hole between the monster's hands expanded, resembling an insatiable beast. Clifford clung desperately to his resolve amidst the maelstrom, recognizing that his arrogance had led to this precarious situation. He should have kept the 7 holy knights by his side rather than relegating them to a supporting role behind him. The masked figure had long since vanished from view in the black storm, perhaps consumed by the ravenous void. Clifford realized he must devise a means of retreat. It was no longer feasible to salvage all the remaining coins at the center of the black hole. Clutching the 8 coins in his hand, he unreservedly expended the entirety of his remaining magical energy. Yet, before the overwhelming black hole, escape seemed impossible. Rather, he felt himself being inexorably drawn closer. The masked figure stood before a mirror, which reflected the creature cradling the black hole and the archbishop, who resembled a flickering candle in the wind. The masked figure had not succumbed to the black hole. His presence remained firmly rooted on the battlefield. Merely a short distance from Clifford, this was a unique space, where, apart from the 3 mirrors before him, all else was shrouded in inky darkness that he could observe the reflections but could neither touch nor influence the events within the mirrors. Nor could he be affected by them. The masked figure awaited, anticipating the archbishop's demise, the conclusion of the monster's dark erosion, and the moment to deliver a decisive blow. Beneath his cloak, a fully restored staff began to rotate slowly. On this occasion, new intelligence has emerged. After the soul of calamity acquires a corporeal form within the realm of humanity, it is astonishingly capable of unleashing the most potent 8th-tier magic. Even a synthetic body can wield such formidable power. It is no wonder they are unable to cross the river. The masked man turned his gaze, and within the second mirror lay the plight of High City, where individuals, overwhelmed by collapsing structures, were instantly swept into the air along with the debris. Many clung desperately to their supports, yet in the next moment, even the ground beneath them was uprooted. Children were torn from their parents' grasp, and numerous mages began to conjure protective shields for the populace. Regrettably, their capabilities were limited. Those crowded within the shields could only watch helplessly as friends and neighbors were engulfed by the tempest before their very eyes. The masked man merely glanced and then shifted his focus to the 3rd mirror, which depicted a carriage. Inside were a golden-haired girl casting spells and a small boy trembling in fear within the confines of the vehicle. After confirming the situation, the masked man returned his attention to the 1st mirror. The moment was nearing fruition as the black hole drew ever closer. Clifford pondered whether this would be his final stand. Feeling the warmth of the coin in his hand, he wondered if he would indeed conclude his life burdened by the weight of failure. Suddenly, he felt a stir upon his shoulder. A bluebell bird had alighted there. The bird regarded Clifford and spoke. "Archbishop, please be cautious." A searing beam of light cleaved through the heavens, arcing above Clifford's head and targeting the monster. The radiant brilliance of the beam penetrated the black hole, causing it to expand rapidly and develop fissures. As the beam intensified, the black hole erupted in an instant, engulfing the creature in a blinding radiance. The beam descended like divine retribution, obliterating all that it touched, carving a bottomless chasm into the earth. This explosive device was named Fury. In the darkness, the masked man clenched his fists, trembling with rage. That familiar sensation, that well-known power ignited an unquenchable fury within him. Indeed, it was in the hands of the Holy See. The entire space began to tremble, 3 mirrors shattered, and the vibrations echoed with the sound of collapse. Every hair on the masked man's body stood on end, his cloak billowing as a tempestuous wave of murderous intent erupted from within him, saturating the space with an overwhelming aura of death. The sea breeze retreated and returned, whispering into the masked man's ear, "Calm yourself, my friend. We cannot afford to reveal our presence so soon, as it would be detrimental to our cause." Fury breached his reason, and the desire to kill consumed his vision. The masked man found himself unable to halt. A voice within urged him to unleash, to slaughter, to annihilate, beckoning him to liberate his long-sealed freedom. The sea breeze spread throughout the entire space, carrying with it the same message. I said, "Calm down, Ryan." The murderous intent abruptly dissipated, restoring tranquility to the space, leaving only the heavy breaths beneath the mask. The masked man, Ryan, murmured, "Did I nearly lose control?" "Yes, very nearly, my friend. Just a hair's breadth away. I do not wish to witness the empire of Orn become the next graveyard." The masked man, Ryan, replied, "I apologize. Do not apologize. Anyone can utter those two words, but you alone cannot. What you have just done transcends the mere expression of those syllables. There must not be a next time. It is imperative there be no next time. Promise me, Ryan." The radiance dissipated, and before Clifford lay an insurmountable chasm. The monster vanished, the black hole receded, and even the land and mountains before him disappeared. Bellflower spoke again. "I believe we have achieved our objective. Though the outcome is far from perfect, it suffices. Archbishop Clifford, it is time for you to depart." The bellflower bird took to the skies, soaring away from the battlefield, remarking as it flew, "Furthermore, Archbishop, I hope you can bear the weight of the losses incurred this time." Clifford's countenance darkened significantly. The devastation surrounding him would mark the greatest blunder of his life. He cast a glance at the crumbling city of Haikau, cursing under his breath before casting a spell to leave. Nearby, a rift in space shattered like a mirror, and a masked figure emerged. He gazed at the retreating man and bird, lost in contemplation. After slightly tidying himself, the man rubbed his unharmed arm and remarked, "That truly hurts." Under the remnants of the tower in Haikau, a wizard shielded Dean and Baron as they emerged, confronted by a scene that defied belief. Baron stammered, What should we do now, Guildmaster?" The unfolding events were almost impossible to accept, with the wizard's assistance. Dean had witnessed the entire battle from the tower, the deaths of clergy, the emergence of giants, Clifford's struggle, and the appearance of the black hole, culminating in the tempest that toppled their tower. The Holy See cared not for their lives, for they had disregarded even their own clergy, showing no concern for the empire, allowing the vital trade city to be so utterly devastated. Dean ought to have been consumed by rage. Yet as he beheld the once thriving city transformed into a mournful ruin, he could only sigh in sorrow. "Let us now rebuild our home." This calamity was the most terrifying that Elijah had ever witnessed. Suddenly, Elijah rose from his seat. "Mike." Mike looked up to see a familiar figure approaching slowly, and he sprang to his feet. The merchant lowered his head, dragging his legs, for the first time in many years. He felt exhaustion, as if all his strength had been sapped, making even walking a laborious task. That a small figure collided with the merchant's embrace, causing him to stagger back a few steps before he could discern the identity of the newcomer. The merchant said, "Mike." Mike buried his face in the merchant's chest, gripping him tightly. The merchant remarked, "Mike, you're making it difficult for me to move." Mike ignored him, tightening his hold. The merchant fell silent. For reasons unknown, he felt that in this moment he should not push Mike away, but rather comfort him, and so he did. For the first time, he extended his hand to caress Mike's head. Ilya remained motionless on the carriage, refraining from angrily questioning the merchant about his prolonged absence, nor did she express her irritation over how much Mike worried for him. She wished not to disturb the two individuals, nor to intrude upon the merchant's current state. In Ilya's eyes, the merchant, as expressionless as ever, appeared particularly fragile now. Too fragile, as if he might shatter with a mere touch. The journey to Haikau City left her feeling discontented. As for Fusa, his career as a trader had reached unprecedented heights, successfully establishing a personal studio at the trading fair, liberating him from the need to conduct transactions in the bustling ground floor. This achievement marked a significant recognition of his prowess as a trader. However, success seldom comes without the support of others, and with rising fortunes, challenges inevitably follow. "Dear Miss Ilya, please believe that this is not my intention. My interests align perfectly with those of the merchant. Higher prices yield better returns for me. However, rarity commands value. Previously, the merchant's auction items were scarce in the market, leading eager buyers to offer better prices. Yet, the recent auctioned items, though, are you implying that our manager's goods are no longer up to par?" "How could that be, Miss Ilya? I have always held the merchant in the highest regard. Indeed, he is my benefactor, and I would never harbor such disrespectful thoughts." As autumn approached, the air began to cool, prompting a change in attire. Ilya donned silk long sleeves and narrow trousers, her single ponytail bouncing with her animated speech. Yet, the elegance of her garments could not conceal the commanding presence she exuded. With one hand pressed against the table, she advanced with determination, clearly dissatisfied with the auction price of a mere 800 gold coins, absolutely outrageous. Considering it had previously reached at least 1,000, Fusa raised his hands in surrender. There were days when he felt exceptionally uncomfortable, both physically and mentally, often due to the presence of this enchanting girl. To understand the situation, we must turn back to less than 2 months prior. One day, as usual, young Mike brought the auction items entrusted by the merchant to seek Fusa's assistance. However, this time, he was accompanied by a stunning girl whose vivacious spirit and sweet smile made it difficult for Fusa to concentrate on his work. Little did he know that what began as a beautiful encounter would lead to future tribulations. Ilya, of course, was unaware of the intricate dynamics between Fusa, the merchant, and the lord of Devon Castle. Even if the antique shop owner, coveted by nobles and marquises alike, had given Fusa the courage to act, he would not dare to make any missteps. Regrettably, the decision-makers did not include Fusa. Only the antique shop owner and 2 employees were involved. Mike, as Ilya's most devoted supporter, spent his days in her company, wholeheartedly agreeing with her, largely due to the assistance she provided, which afforded him ample time to explore the upper city for delightful treats. Initially, the merchant paid little heed to Ilya, perceiving him merely as a source of disruption. However, after Ilya circled around the merchant's workbench, persistently requesting and even sitting cross-legged, maintaining a forthright gaze with the merchant for a full 10 minutes. The merchant ultimately sighed in resignation and acquiesced. That day, under the admiring gaze of Mike, Ilya burst into a hearty laugh, reveling in the success of his negotiations. Perhaps Mike's loyalty also encompassed a sense of reverence for Ilya. For in his eyes, Ilya was the first to confront the store manager face-to-face and emerge victorious. Consequently, thereafter, seeking out Fusa at the trading fair became a duo affair, yet the number of negotiators remained unchanged. Still just one, albeit now the articulate Ilya took center stage as for how Fusa managed to establish his own personal studio within a mere 2 months at the trading fair. The specifics eluded him. After Ilya's inaugural negotiation and subsequent interaction with Fusa, the fair's president, Scott, personally approached Fusa for a face-to-face conversation. The dialogue was succinct yet left Fusa astounded, as it was entirely composed of accolades and recognition for his work. Following that brief exchange, Fusa inexplicably found himself in possession of his own studio, and his standing within the fair underwent a dramatic transformation. Unbeknownst to him, Fusa attributed this fortune to the reclusive antique shop manager, believing that it was due to the manager's unwavering selection of him as his exclusive trading specialist, consistently presenting high-quality auction items, that the trading fair began to take notice of the humble Fusa. Nevertheless, Fusa occasionally found himself nostalgic for the carefree days spent in the hall, particularly when Mike would come running to him alone. Ilya, if that's not the case, then why has the price decreased? Fusa, Miss Ilya, Haven Tea, I just explained that it's because the recent auction items are more prevalent in the market, whereas those before were relatively scarce, hence the lower prices. Ilya, so, are you implying that our store manager's recent offerings are subpar? Fusa, no, I expressed my respect for Mr. Merchant. Ilya, then why is the price lower? Fusa, that's because they are widely available in the market. So, Ilya, so, your implication is that our manager's items are inadequate? Fusa, a headache, a genuine headache. Fusa realized he had ensnared himself in a vicious cycle. The antique shop employee Ilya was terrifyingly formidable. He pressed his forehead with his hand, seeking assistance from Mike. Noticing the plea in Fusa's eyes while indulging in his meal, Mike paused, flashed a thumbs up, and smiled, encouraging Fusa with a wink that you've got this. Master Trader Fusa. Fusa understood that this time, he would have to rely solely on himself. Ilya suddenly crossed her arms, her voice lowered. Master Trader Fusa, do you often find yourself distracted when clients speak to you? Gazing elsewhere instead? Fusa was taken aback, rendered speechless. Oh my God, please let me perish right now. As they emerged from the trade fair, a tall figure accompanied by a smaller one. It was none other than the spirited Ilya, who had just engaged in a fervent discussion, and the contented Mike, who had indulged in delightful fare. Mike remarked, Ilya, it appears you may have been rather harsh on Fusa. In reality, he is quite amiable. Ilya replied, I am well aware of that. I was merely jesting with him. When have I ever truly expected him to compensate for the missing amount? I aim to inject a dash of amusement into his monotonous daily life. Do you see me jesting with others in such a manner? Mike pondered this and responded, now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. Perhaps Fusa ought to express his gratitude to you. Ilya declared with pride, indeed, that is the case. Mike then queried, if you recognize Fusa's good nature, why did you initially belittle him when discussing matters with the manager? Ilya shook his finger and said, little Mike, you simply do not grasp the nuance that I aspire to become a part of the antique shop, the next new addition to your manager's team, to prove one's worth within the antique store. One must demonstrate their value by undertaking beneficial tasks. To do so, one must first identify what can be accomplished. Otherwise, how could one hope to remain in the shop? You wouldn't wish to see me gone, would you? Mike shook his head vigorously, akin to a bobblehead. Ilya, feeling quite satisfied, continued, in that case, I shall take the initiative, and since you seem somewhat reluctant to approach Vusa at the trade fair, I shall assist you. Together, we shall present ourselves as diligent contributors to the antique shop in the manager's eyes. Furthermore, my disparagement of Vusa was solely to persuade the manager. You know well his temperament. He tends to dismiss anything less than assertive. Thus, I had to utter some insincere words, but rest assured, only the three of us are privy to this exchange. Vusa himself will remain oblivious, and we shall not disclose it to him. This means Vusa will suffer no harm. We all recognize him as a decent fellow, so those remarks were merely for show and not to be taken to heart. Now observe how the situation has unfolded. The manager has acquiesced, allowing him to focus on his work. You and I are at the trade fair, granting you ample opportunity to savor an abundance of delectable treats, while I contribute to the antique shop. Vusa remains unscathed and even receives a promotion. Who, then, has truly been harmed? Mike's mouth fell agape in realization, and he marveled at Ilya's clever maneuver, recognizing it as a masterstroke that accomplished multiple objectives. Ilya basked in the admiration of Mike, relishing the sensation of having everything under her control. Truly, her strategy was flawless, a work of art. Of course, the naive and optimistic Mike need not be burdened with such trivialities. He simply needed to continue believing that his sister Ilya was a benevolent benefactor, eager to spend her wealth on his culinary delights. Ilya, sometimes your cleverness is indeed awe-inspiring. As Ilya exited the trade fair, her spirits remained high. So, little Mike, where would you like to go next? Our tasks are complete, and the manager is engrossed in his work. We mustn't disturb him. Shall we wander somewhere? Mike. All right, I wish to. Wait, perhaps I shall postpone this for another occasion. That I need to pay a visit to the residence of Marquis. While to seek out Mr. Alfred, I would like to ascertain whether the items the shopkeeper mentioned have been located. The smile on Ilya's face waned somewhat. To be frank, she held a certain disdain for the Marquis, although this nobleman often wore a smile and spoke in a friendly manner in Ilya's eyes. The man named Bas, while exuded an innate arrogance, one so profound that he regarded others with indifference, naturally disdaining to reveal anything to them. Thus, he adopted the simplest method of response, and a smile became the most straightforward, albeit perfunctory, approach. However, this was not a concern for Mike. He merely needed to place his trust in his shopkeeper. As Mike departed, Ilya lingered momentarily, muttering to herself before turning away and stepping into a clothing store. The residence of Marquis, while was exceedingly easy to locate, one simply needed to find the grandest, tallest, and most opulent mansion within Devon Castle. The guards at the gate were quite familiar with the young lad who came alone to seek the butler. Alfred, he was a small guest whom even the Marquis himself would greet with warmth. Thus the guards did not subject him to any inquiries, promptly opening the door with smiles, before Mike could take more than a few steps. The inner door swung open, and Alfred emerged, displaying his customary smile as he greeted Mike. It was always the same. Before Mike could even knock or anyone could announce his arrival, Alfred invariably appeared before him first. Instead of leading Mike inside, Alfred guided him around the house to the gazebo in the back garden, where a table was already set with refreshments and snacks, attended by a waiting maid. Upon sitting down, Mike's eyes were immediately drawn to the snacks on the table. Although he had just eaten quite a bit at the trade fair, he was confident he still had the capacity to devour everything laid out before him. At 13 years of age, Mike, though not particularly tall, had an astonishing appetite. Initially, he had endeavored to restrain himself, but after Ilya remarked that it was a time for growth, and that one should eat as much as possible without fear of judgment, he ceased to hold back, though he still politely inquired before indulging. The butler, Alfred, gestured for Mike to feel at ease and then asked, "Young Mike, have you come today to convey any messages from the merchant to the Marquis?" Mike quickly swallowed his mouthful and replied, "Butler Alfred, our shopkeeper did not mention anything. I have come of my own accord this time." Alfred understood and smiled. "Ah, I see that it is indeed enviable for the merchant to have an employee like you." Mike felt a bit bashful. The appreciation born from turning foes into friends always felt remarkably sincere. Alfred continued, "However, I fear I must disappoint you, young Mike. The fiery crimson tooth that the merchant seeks has not yet been found. At least not as of now. Of course, The Marquis has dispatched everyone to search for this tricolored treasure, but unfortunately, we have yet to receive any good news. Upon hearing the answer, Mitsai felt the taste of the snack in his mouth suddenly diminish significantly. However, he quickly donned a smile and said, "It's quite all right. Although I am uncertain of the purpose of this tooth, I believe it must be a rare and elusive item that it is perfectly normal not to find it. In fact, I should not trouble you so frequently, especially since it was our store manager who entrusted Lord Marquis with this request. It seems rather impolite, and I sincerely apologize." Alfred, the butler, replied, No, my dear Mitsai. Do not think like that. Lord Marquis is more than willing to assist a gentleman of commerce, a diligent employee who constantly considers the interests of your manager. I see in you a reflection of my former self. Knowing myself as I do, you need not apologize. Rather, you should take pride in your dedication. These words made Mitsai increasingly bashful, yet filled with joy. After discussing the matter at hand, the two began to engage in light conversation. After a while, it was Mitsai who first took his leave, as Elio was still waiting for him. "Please, come in." Alfred gently opened the door and quietly closed it behind him, his footsteps soundlessly falling upon the floor as he approached the desk to await in silence. At the desk, Lord Marquis Vale was engrossed in attending to various matters concerning Duenberg, some of which required decisions only a lord could make. The smile that usually graced his face had vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow and a contemplative pout. Once he had finished reviewing the documents before him, Lord Marquis turned to his butler and inquired, "What did you discuss?" Alfred responded, "It was regarding the Crimson Tooth." But it was not the merchant's intent. Rather, it was Mitsai's own curiosity about the developments. Lord Marquis nodded thoughtfully. The merchant had, under the cover of night, navigated the intricate defenses of the Lord's residence. Appearing unscathed in Lord Marquis's study, this display did not evoke wariness or concern over a breach in security. Rather, it marked the first time the merchant had revealed his capabilities before Lord Marquis, signifying the commencement of a formal relationship, a crucial step indeed. The royal family was enraged. Undoubtedly, the Holy See would pay a heavy price for this affront, even though a month had passed without a reasonable explanation or stance from them. The royal disposition was exceptionally firm this time, targeting not just the archbishop but the pope and the very essence of the Holy See itself. It was rumored that one of the empire's three marshals, the formidable Duquesne, had received orders to prepare for a direct confrontation with the Holy See's headquarters. Thus, it appeared the royal family was determined to discipline this disobedient hound at their side. Sometimes, Lord Marquis could not help but ponder whether the royal family had ever contemplated taking action against the Holy See in Highcow City. Yet, he dared not delve deeper into such thoughts, akin to contemplating a treasure chest perched perilously at the edge of an abyss, both alluring and terrifying. That night, Lord Marquis and the merchant conversed for an extended period, with each topic more shocking than the last, and the leaps in conversation becoming ever more pronounced. The dialogues exchanged that evening would leave an indelible mark on Lord Marquis's life, one that could never be erased, although the outcome of the conversation diverges somewhat from the plans held within one's heart. The overall direction remains consistent, as both parties are intent on confronting the same adversary. Thus, for the first time, a cooperative relationship has been established between them, with the initial step of this collaboration being the pursuit of one of the three legendary treasures, the flame-red fawn. This endeavor is not solely driven by the merchant's needs. The Marquis of Wyre himself is in dire need of it, as it holds the key to lifting the curse that afflicts him. Initially, the Marquis had underestimated the power of this sorcerer. The curse placed upon him can only be lifted with the aid of a legendary treasure. Yet, this raises a perplexing question. If the sorcerer possesses such formidable strength, why would he cast a curse with a duration exceeding 2 years, rather than a brief or instantaneous one? Perhaps there lies an undisclosed secret, for the Marquis, being merely immortal, cannot fathom the thoughts of those who wield magical powers. It may be that a curse inherently requires time to claim a life. Noticing the Marquis's prolonged silence, Alfred inquired, "My lord, do you wish to alter the plan?" The Marquis responded, "No, there is no need for that. We shall proceed as originally intended. We will remain steadfast in our course, find the flame-red fawn, and deliver it to the merchant. There is no need to hasten. The other party is not in a rush." The butler, Alfred, replied, "But with all due respect, my lord, if we do not locate it within the deadline, you may face dire consequences." The Marquis chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, Alfred," He will not allow me to perish. Haiku. Part 2. Mike, I sincerely apologize for my haste. I failed to notice that it has been a long time. Mike. There is a familiarity to that voice. Mike lifted his gaze, shielding his eyes from the sun, and at last discerned the features of the person before him. Mr. Kyle? Mike exclaimed in delight. Mr. Kyle? What brings you here? Kyle reached out and pulled Mike close, saying, Little Mike, did you not say last time that I should come to Devon Castle to visit you? I have been eagerly anticipating your hospitality. Have you forgotten? Are you now denying our agreement? Kyle chuckled. No worries, Mike. I was merely jesting. In truth, I have some personal matters that brought me to Devon Castle, and due to time constraints, I had not planned to seek you out. Yet, fate can be quite capricious, and here we are, crossing paths. Mike laughed heartily. Indeed, perhaps the goddess of destiny knows of my fondness for your tales and orchestrated this encounter. Kyle asked, So, Mike, what are you doing here? Mike replied, Oh, I am assisting the shopkeeper. I just finished a task and am about to find Ilya. Kyle remarked, Ilya? That is an intriguing name. Mike continued, Yes, she is a new employee at our shop that I met her in Haikou City with the shopkeeper. Recently, some unfortunate events have transpired there, and she is currently homeless, so working at our shop provides her with shelter. Kyle responded, Yes, Haikou City that I have heard of it. That truly was a calamity that I am relieved to hear that you are all safe. Mike replied, Thank you for your concern. You are correct. It was the most terrifying experience I have ever witnessed. Kyle, rest assured, the night shall inevitably pass, and the dawn will rise. All shall be well. By the way, what task did your manager assign you? Why didn't you invite that new staff member to assist? Mike. Of course, Ilya was indeed of assistance. One might say she handled the majority of the tasks. We attended the trade fair together to seek out a merchant named Vusa to auction our items. Subsequently, I intended to visit Mr. Alfred, the steward of Marquis Will, who is the master of Devon Castle. However, it seemed Ilya was rather reluctant to accompany me, so I ventured there alone while she waited nearby. Kyle, I see. What business do you have with the steward then? Kyle nodded. I understand. The conversation was swift and direct. Despite having met only once, with over a month of separation, Mike felt no sense of unfamiliarity with Kyle. Each encounter with Kyle brought an inexplicable warmth, and being in his presence rendered Mike at ease, almost as if it were a delightful indulgence. Kyle. Oh, I sincerely apologize. I imagine you are pressed for time, and I hope I am not impeding your schedule. Mike. Not at all, Mr. Kyle. By the way, since you are here at Devon Castle, why not accompany me to find Ilya? Afterward, I would be delighted to treat you at the shop. Although I am merely an employee, I believe the manager would not mind. He is quite intrigued by matters he is unfamiliar with, and this is likely one of those subjects that piques his interest. I am certain your tales contain stories he has yet to hear. Kyle. Perhaps, but I regret to inform you, Mike, that my time is rather limited this occasion. A visit to the antique shop will have to wait until next time. Mike's spirits momentarily sank. Oh, what a pity. Yet, he quickly regained his enthusiasm. At the very least, allow me to treat you to a splendid meal. You, I, and Ilya. Trust me, the upper district of Devon Castle is a culinary paradise. You will regret not experiencing it. Faced with Mike's fervent invitation, Kyle found it difficult to decline and reluctantly acquiesced. In the upper district of Devon Castle, there exists a girl who is highly esteemed in the clothing boutiques. Her every appearance is met with a treatment befitting nobility, for she possesses immense wealth. Ilya, the number of garments is never sufficient. She aspires to present a wholly new self before the mirror each day. At this moment, Ilya is diligently comparing two dresses, one a vibrantly patterned colorful gown, and the other a simply designed white dress. The prices in the upper district are indeed extraordinary. Each item worthy of adornment cannot be measured in mere silver coins. Undoubtedly, Ilya is affluent, having recently acquired a new income. However, she is not one to squander her riches. As she previously contemplated, funds must be spent wisely, for extravagance does not align with her character. After considerable reflection, Ilya ultimately chose the white long dress, believing it would more likely appeal to her manager's aesthetic sensibilities. After settling the payment and stepping out of the store, Ilya happened to catch sight of Mike, who was scanning the street in search of her. She stealthily approached, intending to give him a fright. Hey! Mike jumped in surprise, exclaiming, Oh, Ilya, you startled me. With a sly smile, Ilya replied, Well, that was precisely the effect I was aiming for. Have you completed your errands? Following the direction indicated by Mike, she noticed a young man approaching. Mike explained, "We were looking for you. The upper town is simply too vast, so I asked Mr. Kyle to assist in finding the most beautiful blonde girl." Ilya's crescent-shaped smile widened further. "Mike, you are the most honest person I have ever met. I hope you remain this way." As Kyle neared, his gaze shifted from Mike to Ilya, causing him to freeze in place. Mike recognized that look all too well. Nearly every man exhibited such a reaction upon seeing Ilya. Even the president of the High Cow Chamber of Commerce had displayed a similar astonishment the first time he encountered her at the inn. Among those Mike had known, only two had not revealed such admiration for Ilya: the shopkeeper and Marquis. Kyle's gaze was unabashedly filled with yearning, hope, and affection. Ilya was no stranger to such looks. They were quite common, yet this directness was rare. More intriguingly, there was no hint of desire in Kyle's eyes, only a pure sense of closeness. Ilya broke the silence. "Mike, aren't you going to introduce us?" Mike replied, "Huh? Oh, yes, indeed. Ilya, this is Mr. Kyle, the gentleman I mentioned earlier. He hails from Pegasus City and is a record keeper who enjoys studying various legends. Mr. Kyle, this is Ilya, the new staff member I told you about." Ilya politely greeted, "Hello, Mr. Kyle. It's a pleasure to meet you." For reasons unknown, Mike felt an indescribable awkwardness standing between the two. He stammered, Ilya, I had promised Mr. Kyle that I would host him during his visit to Duenberg. Although I would love to invite him to the shop, due to Mr. Kyle's limited time, I can only take him out for a nice meal this time. Would you like to join us?" Originally, he had intended to proceed with his plans, but now felt it necessary to seek Ilya's opinion. To Mike's surprise, Ilya was quite forthright. "Of course. I've been eager to try that restaurant you mentioned." On the way to the restaurant, Kyle rarely spoke, leaving Mike and Ilya to engage in their usual banter, while Kyle's gaze remained fixated on Ilya, even after they settled down at the restaurant. The individual feeling discomfort in the presence is none other than the young Mitsai, who, due to his tender age and lack of sensitivity towards such matters, perceives only the superficial aspects of the situation. Consequently, he finds Mr. Kyle's demeanor somewhat blatant, yet remains at a loss as to how to address it. He harbors concerns that although Ilya appears outwardly normal, he might be harboring deep-seated resistance towards Kyle. Compelled to endure dining with them solely due to his own circumstances at this moment, even the steaming delicacies that have just been served fail to captivate Mitsai's attention. Suddenly, Kyle touched his nose, chuckling as he shook his head, seemingly emerging from the initial shock of encountering Ilya for the first time. Upon reassessing the scene, he reverted to the familiar visage of Mr. Kyle that Mitsai recognized. After tasting a morsel of food, he remarked with a smile, "The flavor is quite delightful, that I must confess, Mitsai. I was initially skeptical regarding your hospitality." Mitsai, feigning maturity and confidence, elicited laughter from those present, restoring the atmosphere at the dining table to its rightful state. "By the way, Mitsai," Kyle continued, "you mentioned earlier that your manager is seeking the ember red tooth. I may be able to lend some assistance regarding this matter." Ilya was taken aback, as this was the first instance she had witnessed Mitsai divulging information about the manager in front of an outsider. Mitsai exclaimed in delight, "Are you serious, Mr. Kyle? Are you certain you know where it is located?" Kyle affirmed, "Indeed, you are aware that I specialize in researching and documenting legends, thus I often come across unexpected information in this realm." Mitsai adjusted his chair, moving closer to Kyle, while Ilya, too, displayed interest. However, her focus was not on the ember red tooth, but rather on Kyle. Although it was evident that Mr. Kyle bore no ill intent towards Mitsai, Ilya was curious as to what granted him the authority to elicit such personal information about the manager, who held a position of great significance in Mitsai's eyes. "Several years ago, while I was compiling legends, I came across a piece of information regarding an island called 13 Skull Island, located in the far seas, where one of the 3 prized treasures, the ember red tooth, is said to exist. This is not obscure knowledge, nor is it widely known. However, no one has successfully retrieved the ember red tooth from the island." Mitsai, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, "Why is that?" as Kyle concluded his statement. The glimmer of hope in Mitsai's eyes began to fade, suggesting that embarking on a treasure hunt at sea was an impractical endeavor. Furthermore, following the recent incident in High Cow City, Mitsai had developed an aversion to the ocean. Perceiving the vast, unknown waters as a potential abyss that could engulf all he currently held dear, he disliked the idea of those close to him approaching the sea, especially the manager. Ilya, however, was in deep contemplation. "Mr. Kyle, Since you bring up this matter, surely you must have corresponding suggestions, correct? Why? Within the confines of the antique shop, the merchant, rarely pausing his work, halted. Is this how Kyle conveyed it to you? Meetsai responded, yes, manager. He even left contact information for that captain. Captain Bareback. The merchant pondered. Ilya, what are your thoughts? Elijah. If you are inquiring about credibility, I believe Mr. Kyle is not lying, at least from my perspective. If you are asking about risks, it is clear without needing a reminder that the journey to the island will undoubtedly encounter dangers. Perhaps not significantly safer than the last time. Speaking of the last time, Mike began to feel somewhat uneasy. The merchant, sensing this, refrained from making any immediate conclusions. After noting Bareback's contact information, he concluded the discussion with a promise to revisit it on another day. When it comes to food, Mike became animated. Yes, manager, that restaurant remains as delicious as ever. You must visit next time. Every time I invite you, you say you have work to do. There's nothing wrong with going out occasionally. Merchant. I will consider it. So, does that mean we need not prepare dinner tonight? Mike. Of course. Wait, Elijah interjected. Of course, we must. What? Is the manager looking to be lazy, trying to pass the responsibility? It was agreed that it would be your turn to prepare dinner. Regardless of whether we have eaten or not, there should always be provisions, just in case we become hungry. Furthermore, Mike is at an age of growth. We cannot allow him to go hungry, or he may not grow properly. The merchant had anticipated this. You are right. In light of what you have just eaten, both in quantity and flavor, I believe a simple broth accompanied by some basic bread will suffice for tonight. Merchant. Atsai, what would you like to eat tonight? As for the merchant's opinion, Mike began to feel that these matters were quite taken for granted. Merchant. Must Elijah insist on this? Elijah. Hey, don't sound so aggrieved. All right? Thankfully, we are all on the same side. Otherwise, others might think I am bullying you. TSK. Who could ever bully the manager in this establishment? That would be a dangerous jest. The merchant sighed silently, ultimately pausing his work. After receiving the dinner order for the evening, he walked to the newly established kitchen in the shop to begin preparations. Elijah's keen perception allowed her to discern the merchant's inner thoughts, reaching an almost mind-reading level, and she often felt a sense of pride in this ability. That a person who is accustomed to having everything in their grasp is now being managed by her. There is no greater feeling of victory, especially considering her counterpart is the merchant, the one who initially appeared so formidable in Haikou City, the one who had once reprimanded her. Yet, in her triumph, Elijah failed to recognize that she could only exhibit such insight when facing the merchant, directly perceiving his innermost thoughts. Within the modest antique shop, the three were gradually and imperceptibly changing, albeit slowly. On a new day, Mike diligently worked in the shop, maintaining a serious and meticulous attitude, tirelessly completing even the most repetitive tasks he faced each day. Ilya reclined upon the newly acquired bench, perusing an old book of unknown origin. The space within the antique shop had expanded considerably. It had previously been cluttered with an array of peculiar and utterly useless items. Ilya dedicated a substantial amount of time to organizing these artifacts, relocating them to the attic, while also clearing away the cobwebs and dust that nearly engulfed the upper floor. Who could have imagined that a shop boasting such exquisite decor on the ground floor would conceal such a disheveled upper level? As for the basement, Ilya contemplated the notion of cleaning it as well, aiming to restore the entire antique shop to a pristine state. However, she refrained from doing so, heeding the merchant's stern warning to avoid the basement. The gravity of his expression left no room for doubt, and she never approached the door leading to that forbidden space again. The antique shop now bore a distinctly feminine touch. The arrangement of furnishings, the positioning and variety of antiques were all orchestrated by Ilya herself. The once rigid and austere atmosphere had transformed into a warm and inviting ambience. Regrettably, even with such a delightful change, the business remained stagnant, with only 3 living souls frequenting the shop. Ilya suddenly tossed the book aside and leapt to her feet, exclaiming, I can no longer endure this. Mike, is there not a single other task to occupy our time? I am on the brink of boredom. Mike paused in his work, responding, Ilya, daily organization of the shop is precisely what we, as staff, are required to do. I am aware, of course, Mike, Ilya retorted. Yet have you not noticed? The floor has been scrubbed to a shine that rivals my own complexion. The merchant interjected unexpectedly. Then it seems we must increase our efforts. Ilya shot him a glare, her teeth clenched. Please, focus on your work. Manager, Mike countered. Then what do you wish to do? A shopping excursion in the upper district, perhaps? But do you not yearn to venture out? Mike inquired. Ilya admitted. Well, that I do wish to go out. Mike pressed. But you have no desire to visit the upper district. Ilya sighed. There is nothing worth seeing. Mike, now troubled, glanced at the manager, who appeared eager to dismiss the gaze directed at him. Yet, he soon realized that ignoring it only intensified the scrutiny, until it became impossible to overlook. Do you recall that matter we discussed previously? The merchant asked. Ilya buried her face in her knees. What matter? The incident regarding Skull Island. Ilya lifted her head, tilting it inquisitively. Did you not say it was perilous? Moreover, the manager has not mentioned it for several days. I assumed you had abandoned the idea. On the contrary, the merchant replied, I have recently established contact with Balyabak and gained a general understanding of the situation. There exists a degree of feasibility. Ilya straightened, her eyes alight with excitement. Really? My heavens. Does this mean we are preparing to venture out again? Are we to set sail for distant waters? My goodness. The merchant gestured for her to calm her enthusiasm. Turning to Mike. What do you think? Would you care to join us? Mike was momentarily taken aback. This marks the merchant's first inquiry into his opinion regarding the expedition, despite the fact that they have ventured out only once before. Mike, I have no particular thoughts. If the shopkeeper believes we should go, then I shall go. The merchant nodded. Well, in that case, let us embark on this endeavor. Fear not, Mike, it is merely a routine outing at sea. And we shall be together, the three of us. Elijah also smiled at Mike. Their exchanged glances providing Mike with a sense of reassurance, alleviating some of his concerns about the ocean. The merchant continued. Now that we have a preliminary plan, it is time to make the necessary arrangements. Mike, why don't you head to the upper town? Elijah chimed in. Then I shall accompany you to seek out that ever-smiling steward. The merchant replied. No, you stay behind. I have some matters to discuss with you. Although Mike felt a tinge of curiosity, he nodded in agreement and departed for the residence of Marquis Will. Once only the two of them remained in the antique shop. Elijah was the first to inquire. Speak up. What is it that you must discuss privately, away from Mike? The merchant paused his work and stood up. It concerns matters about me that are not as trivial as you might believe. At the foot of the mountain lies a quaint village named Wood Village, a place where the entire community has engaged in lumberjacking for generations. Despite its modest size, the village experiences a steady flow of visitors, as one can procure any type of wood desired, be it the ironwood for building houses, spruce for construction, or mahogany and rosewood for crafting furniture. As long as you can name it, the lumberjacks will retrieve it from the surrounding forests. Lumberjacking is an early rising profession, requiring one to appear in the woods alongside the sun. Typically, merchants seeking timber arrive in the village by afternoon, necessitating that the lumberjacks prepare the ordered wood beforehand. Chad is considered one of the first lumberjacks to venture into the woods. A young man with clear aspirations, he aims to save enough money this year to marry the girl whose smile radiates like the sun. Whenever he recalls that smile, Chad is filled with vigor, and his axe strikes with renewed strength. Hey Chad, have you saved enough money? Supporting a woman is no trivial matter. I wholeheartedly agree, especially with a beautiful woman. They are a paradise for the eyes, yet a hell for the soul, and a veritable purgatory for the wallet. You speak the truth, my brother. Chad chose to disregard the remarks of the Finnish brothers, two timid souls who, despite their constant association with women, only dared to speak of them and never approached them themselves. The elder brother, Harlan, draped an arm over Chad's shoulder and said, What's the matter? My friend? Why so silent? Are you at a loss for words? The younger brother, Hardy, added, I fear Chad has fallen into the trap. He may never escape it. Alas, Harlan, we are about to lose one of our finest friends. The two brothers were expressions of profound sorrow. Chad sighed. How can I convey to two flightless moles just how vast the sky is? The brothers stood dumbfounded. Well said, Chad. Two lads who have yet to experience the pleasures of a woman dare to critique from the sidelines. A rugged voice emanated from behind the trio. It was their captain, the seasoned lumberjack, Truman. Every cohort of young lumberjacks is typically accompanied by at least one experienced elder, and Truman was entrusted with guiding Chad's group. Being a master of considerable expertise, Harlan interjected defiantly. Truman, are you suggesting that Chad has already savored the pleasures of a woman? I refuse to believe it. Hardy chimed in. Indeed, that is more absurd than my sow giving birth to a litter of piglets. Amidst their playful banter, the lumber team arrived at their destination. The morning forest was shrouded in thick mist, rendering visibility to a mere 3 meters, a milky haze enveloping their surroundings. Harlan queried, Master Truman, what should we do in this situation? Not being able to see is quite perilous. Truman replied, you are correct. We must ensure safety before any tree falls. Thud, thud, thud. Hardy remarked, is that at the sound of trees being felled? Is there someone who arrived earlier than us? Truman, equally perplexed, pondered how they could be the earliest group from the village, yet there seemed to be another team ahead of them, before he could contemplate further. The sound of chopping ceased, replaced by the ominous crackle of trees about to topple, drawing nearer. Truman suddenly realized the impending danger and shouted, you lads scatter. Damn it, the tree is falling towards us. After hastily shoving aside a few of the younger lumberjacks, Truman promptly covered his head and rolled away, while the others dispersed. In the next instant, a massive tree crashed down in the very spot where they had just stood. The force of the impact dispersing much of the surrounding mist. Truman's thoughts turned to a certain individual. He was right. There were indeed no lumberjacks who had arrived earlier, yet he had overlooked one peculiar character. Truman bellowed, damn it, Splitmouth, you nearly cost us our lives. Truman continued, indeed, you wretched fellow, were you aiming to bury me beneath that tree? I still wish to live a few more years. Apologies, old friend. I assumed no one would be around at this hour. So I carelessly chose a tree. In lumberjacking, there are established protocols to ensure safety. Typically, a designated point is selected as a center around which trees are felled in a circular manner, with the fall direction oriented outward. The lumberjack crew operates within this circle, thus preventing any large trees from crashing down upon themselves or their companions. The two brothers approached Chad, and Hardy whispered, Splitmouth? Is Master Truman referring to that Splitmouth? Harlan replied, who else could it be? The forest is vast, and we actually encountered him. I am at a loss as to whether to consider ourselves fortunate or unfortunate. Chad refrained from commenting. Tales of Splitmouth varied widely throughout the timber village. Some claimed that Splitmouth possessed a mouth larger than his face, so vast that it could not close properly, causing his jaw to droop frequently, due to the sheer weight of his oversized mouth. Even a mere jaw could not be contained. On one occasion, while speaking without caution, he exerted too much force, causing his jaw to fall to the ground, thus splitting his mouth wide open, earning him the moniker Splitmouth. There are those who assert that the figure known as Li Zhu is a man of astonishing appetite, towering at half the height of a great tree, due to his substantial physique and insatiable hunger. On one occasion, in a fit of desperation, he shoved an excessive amount of food into his mouth, causing his lips to split. Thus, he earned the moniker. Additionally, there are even more outlandish tales surrounding him. However, regardless of the version, they all share a common thread, is depicted as a peculiar recluse who prefers the solitude of the mountains, or as a man cursed in some way. Consequently, the villagers tend to steer clear of him. Yet today, this infamous figure has crossed paths with none other than Chad. Chad observes that Master Truman does not seem to harbor the same fear of as others do. At least, he does not exhibit the overt trepidation displayed by the two timid souls accompanying him. Instead, Truman appears to greet as one would a friend. Truman, still fuming, exclaims, "What's the matter? Can't even muster the courage to apologize in person? Or have you been hiding away so long that you've forgotten how to interact with people? Hurry up and come here." A moment of silence ensues, broken only by the sound of powerful footsteps approaching through the mist. The young lumberjacks grow increasingly anxious. They have heard various versions of the legend, and the recent crash of the fallen tree pales in comparison to the intensity of the approaching sounds. That a large hand parts the white fog, revealing a man of similar stature to Truman standing before them. He bears the unmistakable appearance of a lumberjack, clad in a coarse linen vest, loose trousers, and sturdy boots, wielding a sharp axe. Yet, the very resemblance causes the young men to instinctively step back. True to his name, possesses a face marred by a deep scar that runs diagonally from his right cheekbone to his left chin, fragmenting his mouth into 4 sections, with a portion of flesh missing as though severed by a sharp instrument. The atmosphere, shrouded in mist and accentuated by his chilling visage, renders most young lumberjacks hesitant to make eye contact. Only Truman seems unfazed, maintaining an open gaze. "You little rascal, you've got quite the nerve to frighten even me. You ought to be grateful that I am nearing 70 yet still spry. Had it been that fellow Pushkin, he likely would have dropped dead from fright right here." "Don't say that, Truman. You know I didn't mean it. And besides, you all have never been here this early," replies. "Humph, so it's our fault now?" "Impudent wretch," Truman retorts without hesitation. delivering a slap to's forehead that far from angered, chuckles and accepts the gesture, though his smile sends a fresh wave of shock through the young onlookers. Truman glances at them, waving his hand dismissively as he commands, "Enough dawdling. Hurry and eat something. Then grab your axes and swing them with all your might. There are numerous orders to fulfill today, and you won't be leaving the mountain until the work is done. Especially you two, Harlan and Hardy. If I catch you slacking off again, I swear I'll have your backsides blooming with bruises and tie you to a tree to experience the sensation of a great tree's fall." As the others partake in their breakfast, begins to clear the smaller branches from the massive tree he has just felled, much like the village lumberjacks, as he too has his own orders to fulfill. Despite his long-standing residence in the forest, suddenly, a loaf of bread soared into view, and Liezue, with a wide grin, caught it. Sitting nearby and enjoying his breakfast was Truman, who waved at Liezue to come over. Liezue smiled in response, thrusting his axe into the ground as he began to devour the bread. This action piqued the curiosity of several onlookers. The young lumberjacks were eager to see what it would be like for someone with such a mouth to eat. Truman abruptly stood up, waving the piece of bread in his hand, and shouted, "You little brats, can't you focus even while eating? Do you need me to feed you bite by bite? Hurry up, once I finish this bread. I want to care whether you're full or not. You'd better get back to work." Truman paused momentarily, shook his head, and took a hearty bite of his bread, chewing attentively as he chewed. He muttered to himself, "Damn it. Of course, there aren't many people to see in this forest all day." After satisfying his hunger, the lumberjacks began to look for the tree they were assigned to. Most of them were inexperienced young men, so they typically tackled a tree in pairs or small groups. Though it seemed effortless for several to fell a single tree together, the trees here were notoriously robust, making the task anything but easy. "Halen, ha, ha, hey, ha, ha, what do you think? Hottie, ha, ha, what, ha, ha do you mean?" The two brothers alternated their axe swings. Halen paused, resting his axe on the ground, and said, "Huh, what else could it be? It's obviously Liezue." Hottie also halted. "What is there to discuss? Though he looks intimidating, he is helping us chop wood, which is quite good." "Halen, I used to hear people in the village talk about Liezue and imagined him to be quite a character. I didn't expect even Master Truman could command him so easily." Hottie, "Master Truman? My dear brother, watch your words. Even if Truman is getting older, I have no doubt he could take us down with a single slap." "Halen, a single slap? For you, perhaps, but for me it would take at least two. Chad. Enough of that. You too. Have you forgotten Master Truman's words? If he catches you slacking, I assure you, you'll be in serious trouble." Mentioning Truman did not intimidate the brothers. Halen asked, "Chad, aren't you even a bit curious about Liezue?" Hottie, "Of course it's about his mouth. Did you see the cut on his jaw? That is not from a heavy jaw-dropping or overstuffing food. It's clearly something that was sliced away." Chad, "So what, would you dare to ask him about it?" Halen, "Well, that is unnecessary." Hottie, "Not exactly. Perhaps others don't wish to bring it up." Chad, "In that case, let us focus on our work instead of talking that we've nearly finished here. Let us switch directions and trim a bit more." The brothers shrugged and, under Chad's guidance, gradually began to concentrate on the task of felling trees. The tree is about to fall. The tree is about to fall. The tree is about to fall. Shouting loudly and incessantly not only serves as a warning to one's companions about the importance of safety, but also alerts all the lumberjacks present to be cautious. With their combined efforts, Chad and the two brothers finally managed to fell the first grand tree, wiping the sweat from their brows, their faces adorned with smiles of triumph. Their technique was commendable, and the time taken was far less than I had anticipated. A strange voice suddenly emerged from behind the trio, causing Harlan and Hardy to jump back in fright. It was Splitmouth. "How long have you been chopping trees?" Splitmouth inquired. "Well, technically, you have improved quite a bit. At least you know how to exert your strength more effectively and where to strike with the axe for maximum efficiency," he continued. "Chad, the masters from Truman taught me all this." Splitmouth glanced at the two brothers. "Taught you all? Did they only impart their knowledge to you?" These two fellows appeared to be complete novices. Chad, feeling helpless, replied, "All right, in this regard, even though they are my friends, I cannot defend them." Harlan and Hardy remained surprisingly docile, a behavior not exhibited even in the presence of Truman. Splitmouth remarked, "Truman has given me the time to teach you how to chop trees more swiftly and aptly. I intended to start with the three of you, but it seems I can save quite a bit of effort. You alone can instruct them, correct?" Chad replied, "Perhaps. But if any issues arise, I will seek your guidance. Splitmouth waved his hand dismissively. Do not seek my counsel. When it comes to tree felling, Truman is the true expert. I am merely slightly better than you. Besides, you may not encounter me again next time. Chad pondered for a moment before deciding to inquire. Why do you choose to live in the mountains? Splitmouth touched the scar on his face. I assumed your first question would pertain to this. I reside in the mountains because .it suits me better. I suppose that's the reason. Chad pressed on. I hope this isn't too forward, but may I ask if there is any truth to what the village says about you? Splitmouth burst into laughter, startling the two brothers once more. How could that possibly be true? It's all falsehoods. These scars are the result of a catastrophe, an unforgettable calamity. His overly nonchalant tone made Chad sense that this matter was anything but ordinary. As the two conversed, Truman approached, producing a letter from his pocket. This letter is addressed to you. It arrived several days ago, but I couldn't find you until today. Who knows when I'll next encounter you in this vast wilderness? Splitmouth swiftly snatched the envelope, tearing it open to examine its contents. His eyes widened as he read each word, and upon reaching the conclusion of the letter, a surge of exuberance ignited in his gaze. Splitmouth leaped into the air, raising his hands, bouncing and cheering with delight, even lifting Truman off the ground for a spin, planting a smooch on his scruffy face. Truman was overcome with goosebumps, his voice trembling with anger. Damn it. What are you doing? For heaven's sake. Are you even sparing an old man? I give you 3 seconds. Put me down this instant. After Li Zhu set down Truman, he was still unable to contain his excitement. I apologize. I truly cannot help but feel overwhelmed with joy. Do you know what this letter says? My goodness, I can scarcely believe it. No, I cannot waste any more time here. I must take my leave. Li Zhu dashed down the mountain like a madman, his movements frenzied, even dropping the axe that the lumberjack regarded as his lifeblood. Once Li Zhu had departed, the two brothers approached with curiosity. So, what does the letter say? Chad replied. Who knows? Truman, seeming to sense something, picked up the axe left by Li Zhu and mused. Is he destined to leave once more? The three inquired. Where is he going? Truman sighed. This fellow is simply ill-suited for the land. He is a man fated to bury his life in the sea. The reconstruction of Haikou City was progressing methodically, rather than a mere rebuilding. It was a complete rebirth from the ground up. The devastation wrought by this disaster was catastrophic. Not a single structure within the city remained intact, with casualties numbering in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, critical paper documents had been severely damaged or lost, marking an irreversible and significant loss akin to that of life itself. The sorrowful past, however, did not deter the people from moving towards the future. Under the guidance of the Merchant Association, those who had initially felt lost found their direction and began to rise anew. Those with wealth contributed financially, while others lent their strength, and within the span of 2 months, Haikou City had visibly begun to stand again in Mike's eyes. The current Haikou City appeared foreign. It had lost its former splendor, devoid of bustling crowds, fragrant delicacies, and dazzling goods. Yet, it remained a beautiful city, possessing a different kind of charm from before. The merchants had been in Haikou City for a week, and they were still being received by Dean's secretary, Baron. However, this time Baron did not accompany them throughout. He had far too many responsibilities. He merely arranged for the merchants, Mike, and Ilya to stay in a temporary residence before hastily departing, and he hardly returned in the following week that as for Dean. Mike heard his name daily but seldom saw him. If Baron was so occupied, one could only imagine how busy President Dean was. The sole encounter they had was when Mike and Ilya happened upon Dean in a carriage while strolling through the city. Dean merely paused to exchange greetings before continuing on his way. Today, Mike and Ilya were not alone. The merchants accompanied them as well. Over the past week, they had contributed in small ways to the city's reconstruction. Whether by preparing meals for the workers, moving timber and pushing stone, or Ilya using simple magic to assist in erecting building supports. The Oran Empire was vast, with a large population, yet the proportion of mages was relatively low. Those of the 3rd tier and above were even fewer, and those above the 5th tier, considered the watershed, were exceedingly rare. Among the human mages in the non-human realms, there were only 3 in the entire empire. One resided in the imperial city. Another was of unknown whereabouts, and the last was so obscure that little more than the fact of their existence was known to in the bustling trade city of Haikou. Finding a multitude of mages to assist in reconstruction is indeed feasible for the Merchant Guild, as wealth can indeed move mountains. However, It is not a simple task, and the utility of novice first and second-tier mages may not be as significant as one might imagine, especially considering the vastness of this city, which stands as one of the largest in the entire empire. Nonetheless, having an additional mage is undoubtedly a boon, particularly when that mage is inclined to lend a helping hand. Thus, the presence of Ilya is quite well received within the city. Naturally, the involvement of a beautiful sorceress greatly boosts morale, significantly enhancing the workers' efficiency. After successfully delivering a timber beam to its destination, Miku is observing Ilya as she levitates a wooden stake that is at least 10 times heavier than his own contribution, placing it steadily in the designated spot while garnering enthusiastic applause from the workers. Young Miku feels somewhat overwhelmed. He and Ilya had initially engaged in a friendly competition to see who could be of greater assistance. Despite his youth, Miku believed that as a boy, he would not be at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. However, he did not anticipate that Ilya would employ magic to aid her efforts. While technically not incorrect, he felt there was an inherent unfairness in this. "Do not mind Miku," remarked the merchant as he set down his own timber beam. "Ilya has a penchant for bending the rules." Shouldn't we be referring to her as a mage?" questioned MC. "Is that so? They are one and the same. Did you not notice how smug that individual is? Her nose could pierce the clouds." The merchant replied with a chuckle. Miku laughed in response, noting that the merchant was consistently dissatisfied with Ilya's actions. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. "Merchant, is it not said that mages must chant incantations? Why have I never seen Ilya recite a spell?" "Miku, what do you believe magic to be?" Magic is the ability to perform wondrous feats using magical power. Indeed, that assertion is not entirely erroneous. Let us adhere to your definition. However, take note. It is performing wondrous feats using magical power, and there is no mention of incantations, is there? But that is merely my perspective as an outsider unfamiliar with magic. Miku protested. That perspective is not flawed. Regardless of the interpretation, there has never been a strict requirement that every mage must solely rely on incantations to wield their magic. You see, Miku, incantations are merely a method of materializing the concept of magic. They allow you to gain a more concrete and realistic understanding of the magic you are about to invoke. Thus, when channeling your magical energy, you will be acutely aware of how and where to direct it. So, as long as one comprehends the essence of magic, incantations are unnecessary. One could say that it is the mind, Miku, the imagination is crucial. The same spell can yield different effects in the hands of various mages, not solely due to the quantity of magical energy, but also as a result of one's understanding of their own magical form. An ingrained understanding will unconsciously guide you to channel your magical energy into what you perceive magic to be. However, magical energy is inherently formless, which implies that, in theory, anyone can create magic. Mike found himself somewhat bewildered, sensing that he grasped the essence yet felt something was amiss. Ultimately, he succinctly summarized, in essence, if one becomes sufficiently acquainted with a particular spell, there is no need for incantations to deepen one's understanding of its form. One can invoke it directly, correct? Absolutely right, little Mike, affirmed his sister Ilya, who was indeed such a remarkable individual. Ilya concluded her work and approached the two. She validated Mike's assertion, bringing their discussion to a close. The merchant interjected, "All right, keep your nose out of this. You might poke me." Ilya shot the merchant a glare before smiling at Mike. "So, what do you think? Are you not in awe of my prowess, feeling utterly convinced by your defeat?" Mike pondered for a moment. "No, I believe that this time, my sister Ilya displayed some dubious tactics. The contest is null and void." Ilya raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why is that? Who claimed I was being unfair? It was never stated that magic could not be used from the outset. Though her words were inquisitive, Ilya's gaze had already honed in on her target. The usually obedient little Mike would not resort to such excuses. Ilya scoffed, while Mike readily played along. "Really?" Mike exclaimed with a hint of excitement. "Ilya, we are setting sail tomorrow or the day after." "Hurrah!" Ilya replied. Indeed, as long as you're happy." Mike responded, "Of course I am. No time to waste. I must finish today's task swiftly so that tomorrow arrives all the sooner." With that, he dashed off to fetch the next timber. Ilya turned to the merchant. "Did you suggest that I was being unfair to Mike?" The merchant, hammering his shoulder, replied, "Sitting at the workbench too often has left me with aches and pains." Ilya narrowed her eyes at him. "Are you unable to play fair? Dare you deny it?" The merchant continued to hammer away as he walked. "I cannot afford to slack off." If Mike catches wind of it, it would not bode well. Ilya stood there, watching the shameless fellow retreat farther away, simmering with frustration. Before long, two workers approached, and their conversation reached Ilya's ears. What a pity. I thought we could make some pocket change this time. Not much to be had. It's just the merchant betting on little Mike. The odds are far too low. The merchant is quite loyal. Even knowing he would lose, he still bets on his own employee. That is the mark of a good person. Indeed, one would think that having declared Miss Ilya a sorceress, a loss would be inconceivable, although Miss Ilya would not stoop to using magic against a child. The outcome between an adult and a child was predetermined from the start. Suddenly, a figure blocked the path of the two workers. Excuse me, from which district do you hail? We are workers from the adjacent area. Oh, is that not Miss Ilya? What brings you here? Ilya's expression darkened. Was the wager between Mike and me set by our manager? Indeed, I believe the merchant intended for us to have some fun, while also doing a good deed by earning a little money. What a splendid manager he is. Ilya's face turned as black as coal. You scoundrel, now I understand why you are not short on funds. It turns out you are engaging in such underhanded dealings. Ilya gritted her teeth, her gaze sharp as a knife. In her eyes, a certain individual had already been subjected to 1,000 cuts, destined to meet a gruesome end in the bustling city of Haikau. Even under construction, the vibrancy of the night showed no signs of waning. Those who had concluded their day's labor gathered to revel in merriment, indulging in food and drink, their voices raised in laughter and song. They danced around the campfire, engaging in spirited games, and naturally, Mike and Ilya joined in the nocturnal festivities. Meanwhile, one merchant remained behind at his lodgings, reverting to his usual demeanor as he sat quietly in the shadows. During the day, he made yet another attempt to connect, establishing a wager with Mike, Ilya, and the workers. However, the outcome was unremarkable that he still felt estranged, unable to perceive the workers' emotions or warmth. There was no flicker of resonance within him. A stark similarity to his previous indifference when witnessing the suffering of Haikau's populace through the mirror of disaster. The only discernible difference was a slight reduction in the habitual strangeness, a modestly encouraging sign. Perhaps, today he merely played the role of a dutiful actor once more. Yet, when in the company of the two, was he merely an actor? This was the merchant's first genuine query, rather than a customary assumption. He sensed a unique interplay between the two sides, a blend of dissimilarity and similarity. After many years, it seemed he was finally beginning to grasp something profound that a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Reminiscent of their initial meeting, Dean, as before, arrived only after nightfall. Though this time it was several days later, the passage of 2 months had visibly aged Dean. The weariness in his eyes, impervious even to the most seasoned of businessmen, revealed a profound fatigue. In that moment, Dean truly resembled an elderly man with graying hair. Merchant, it's quite all right. It was similar last time, merely a matter of waiting a few extra days. Dean was first taken aback, then smiled, noting the stark contrast between the merchant's amiable demeanor now and his previous assertiveness. He settled beside the merchant, leaning back in a relaxed manner, seemingly eager to shed the weight of his exhaustion. Dean, the Marquis of Weir has contacted me, requesting that I provide the necessary assistance for your upcoming voyage. I have arranged a long-range vessel as per your requirements, and the crew is adequately prepared. I trust it is acceptable for me to refer to you as the esteemed friend of his lordship? Merchant, I am uncertain how long this voyage will take. Provisions must be ample. Dean felt at ease enough to engage in conversation. Of course, all essential supplies have been meticulously prepared. You need not worry, Mr. Merchant. Speaking of the island of 13 Skulls, having spent many years as a maritime trader, I have heard a few tales about it. However, the storytellers are often the filthy madmen of the streets. Are you certain your captain can indeed navigate you to this island? Merchant, at the very least, he is a madman who can still comprehend written communication. Dean, yet you have not met him in person, have you? We do not even know what he looks like. Merchant, tomorrow we shall find out. He claims to be someone easily recognizable. Dean, perhaps. May I inquire, Mr. Merchant, how do you intend to utilize this flame-red fong? The esteemed Marquis is neither a sorcerer nor a warrior. He is merely an ordinary man, and an ordinary man cannot withstand the formidable power of the tricolored treasures. The merchant remarked, he may be incapable alone, yet I possess the means to enable him. Dean straightened slightly, acknowledging the apparent chasm between himself and the merchant, for he had not yet garnered the merchant's genuine trust. The merchant replied, this is simply my standard demeanor. there is no need for you to fret over the nobles who support you from behind. Just ensure that all preparations for the voyage are in order. 2 salted fish lay upon the table, one named Mike and the other named Elijah. Plans seldom survive the onslaught of reality. Initially, it was anticipated that the captain would arrive at Haikou City the following day to rendezvous with the merchant's party. Yet 3 days had passed without a sight of him. Elijah began to doubt the very existence of a person named Balyabak in this world. Mike inquired, "Manager, should we prepare our luggage in advance today as well?" "Indeed," the merchant affirmed. For 3 consecutive days, Mike's first thought upon waking was the eager anticipation of setting sail. The trepidation he felt towards the ocean had dissipated after a week in Haikou City. Engrossed in anticipation, he diligently packed his belongings, only to find himself waiting in the hall for the captain's arrival. However, Mike had not expected this scenario to repeat itself for 3 successive days. Nor did he foresee any end in sight. Elijah lamented, "Oh dear, manager, will your captain ever arrive? He is 10 days late. Surely he must have found his way by now." The merchant replied with calm assurance, "Be patient a while longer. He shall arrive either today or tomorrow." Elijah clutched his head in despair. "Please, spare me the repetition. I feel as though I am being brainwashed by your words. I fear I am losing my sanity." At that moment, the door swung open, and all present seemed frozen in place, motionless. Perceiving the oddity, Elijah maintained his posture, wriggling like a worm to shift his gaze, only to be startled by a ghastly visage that invaded his sight. Causing him to spring up, Mike hunched down, seemingly wishing to hide beneath the table, while the merchant waved to the newcomer, recognizing him instantly by the scar that bisected his mouth into 4 parts. Once the individual drew near, the merchant inquired, "Are you Captain Balyabak?" "Indeed, Mr. Merchant," Balyabak replied. "I apologize for my tardiness due to unforeseen circumstances. That it brings me great pleasure to serve you, esteemed sir." The merchant responded, "Very well. Please take a seat. Have you dined yet?" "Not yet, Mr. Merchant," Balyabak stated. "I am quite famished. I feel as though I could devour an entire cow." After sitting down, he did not forget to greet the other 2, expressing his delight in meeting them. Only the merchant could respond with composure. "Then let us first fill your belly before discussing other matters that I in but a brief span." The table was laden with an abundance of food, and it took little time for Balyabak to consume every morsel, leaving him with a resounding belch of satisfaction. The merchant asked, "Are you full now?" "Indeed, most certainly. Thank you very much, Mr. Merchant," Balyabak replied. Mike gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom how Balyabak managed to ingest such a copious amount of food. The portions were so substantial that even he could not have finished them all. Elijah's astonishment stemmed from the remarkable absence of such a substantial portion of flesh on the other party. He was curious how one could so adeptly consume their food with such vigor and efficiency. "Merchant. Well then, Baryabak, enlighten me about the Isle of 13 Skulls." "Baryabak, certainly, you shall know, as will everyone." The ominous tone elicited a sense of trepidation in Mike, while Elijah, having grown accustomed to Baryabak's appearance, found himself intrigued by the tale that was about to unfold. "Merchant, are you certain you can lead us to the Isle of 13 Skulls without fail?" "Baryabak, indeed, I assure you, that route is indelibly etched in my mind, ingrained within my very soul." "Merchant, excellent. That is precisely what I desire. Now let us make some preparations and embark," the merchant retorted. "Is it necessary? Did you not neglect to inquire about our purpose for visiting the Isle of 13 Skulls?" the merchant finally inquired. "So, Baryabak, what weapons do you require?" Baryabak halted his laughter, fixing his gaze upon the merchant while licking his cracked lips. "An axe. Dear merchant, a razor-sharp axe, and then we shall see which beauty is responsible for our voyage. In the port of Haikou City, a brand new ship for long voyages lay anchored. A vessel commissioned by Chairman Dean during the bustling reconstruction of the city. Personally ordered from afar and hastily modified overnight. The ship was tall and robust, impervious to the ordinary blade scratch. Its design was simple, prioritizing functionality over extravagance, with the sole embellishment being a dragon's head at the prow, rendering the vessel both unadorned yet immensely imposing. Oh my goodness! I swear this is the most beautiful ship I have ever seen. This exquisite design has utterly captivated me. Dear merchant, please do tell me who the master craftsman behind this creation is, for I must extend to him a grand embrace. In Baryabak's eyes, a fine ship could rival all the beauties of the world. The sailors, having received their orders to set sail, scrutinized the individual who was both embracing and kissing the ship, occasionally pointing and mocking his seemingly naive demeanor. However, upon catching a glimpse of his face, They were all taken aback without exception. Dean and Baron were also present. It was essential for them to personally bestow their blessings upon the new vessel's departure. Regardless of their numerous responsibilities, Chairman Dean, I believe this must be the captain you have all been eagerly awaiting. Merchant, indeed, Chairman Dean. Even without prior acquaintance, his demeanor suggests he possesses the requisite prowess of a capable captain. Merchant, I harbor no doubts about that. Is everything ready? Chairman Dean. Yes, we are merely awaiting the sailors to meet their new captain. It was the first time Mike had encountered someone with such fervor for a ship, capable of leaning against its hull and whispering secrets to it. Elijah pondered what it would feel like to be kissed by such a mouth. Though it was merely a ship, she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing it would be exceedingly impolite to entertain such notions about another. Under the signal of Chairman Dean, the sailors began to assemble. Dean had no intention of providing extensive introductions, nor did Bareback wish to have others introduce him. He strode forward, scrutinizing each sailor lined up neatly as he passed by. Each sailor instinctively straightened their posture and raised their gaze, too intimidated to meet the eyes of this formidable figure. After completing his inspection, Bareback bellowed, "Excellent. I can see that you are all seasoned hands. However, this voyage will be unlike any you have embarked upon before. For a moment's inattention could cost you your lives. You may never again see your friends, your families, or that woman whom you cherish above all others. Therefore, I present you with an opportunity. Those who wish to disembark may step forward now, and I shall allow them to leave." Ilya leaned closer to the merchant's ear and whispered, "Hey, what if everyone decides to leave?" The merchant replied, "Rest assured, that will not happen." The merchant was indeed correct. In truth, not a single sailor took Bareback's words to heart. Every newly appointed captain typically employs their own method of delivering an opening speech, whether to boost morale, test the sailors, or simply to jest. Yet the sailors underestimated the gravity of Bareback's demeanor. He seized a sailor who had been bowing his head and failing to pay attention, questioning him in a stern tone. "Young man, what is it that captures your attention? Do you think I am jesting?" Bareback demanded, "Tell me your name." The sailor replied, "Yes, Captain, my name is Es." Bareback continued, "Then Es, enlighten me. Now that you understand I am not jesting, what is it that has distracted you?" Es opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Bareback released Es and surveyed the sailors. "I believe you have all misunderstood. This is not Anew Captain's opening speech. I am earnestly conveying the dangers of this voyage. We are bound for Skull Island. And I trust that those of you who have lived at sea for years are somewhat familiar with this island." The expressions of the sailors began to shift. Bareback continued, "Previously, you might have doubted the existence of this island. Now, I can responsibly assure you that it not only exists, but I have personally set foot upon it. My face is the best evidence of that." The sailors gasped in astonishment. Bareback nodded, "Excellent. Now we can truly begin our discussion. I shall ask once more, and this will be the final inquiry. After this, regardless of any change of heart, I will ensure that you all board the ship, even if I must nail you to the mast. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw?" A profound silence enveloped the scene, and no one responded. "We shall not withdraw." The sailor Es, who had just been lifted by Bareback, stepped forward, adding, "Even if we were to withdraw now, we have nowhere else to go." Bareback inquired, "Oh, why is that?" Es glanced at his companions and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "We are all half-breeds, the offspring of alien races and humans. Regardless of where we go, we will never be welcomed. Only the vast ocean, the boundless sea, will embrace us unconditionally. Thus, we must venture out to sea. If we are to perish, let it be in the depths of the ocean." His words rang out with conviction, embodying a resolute attitude. It is no wonder he initially disregarded Bareback's remarks, for he was merely reminding them of what the sailors lacked. Upon closer inspection, Es noticed that while some of the sailors were shorter in stature, they were robust, others possessed unusual eye colors, and some even sported small horns. Each bore their own peculiar traits. Yet Bareback, with disdain etched across his face, retorted, "Enough of this nonsense. Listen well, boys. I do not care what kind of half-breed you are. On my ship, you are nothing but my crew. You will do as I say. Without question, you can nod your heads, but you shall not shake them. Remember, I am your captain and your leader." The unexpected reaction left the sailors momentarily speechless. Unsure of how to respond, a chorus of voices emerged. "I, Captain." Bareback appeared somewhat satisfied. "Good. From now on, you are all my crew. I had intended to intimidate you with my presence to establish authority, but it seems unnecessary now. and mark my words, if I hear any more nonsense about half-breeds aboard this vessel, I will ensure your face resembles mine. Do you understand? The camaraderie among the crew was palpable, an atmosphere that outsiders could not penetrate. Though Mike was oblivious to the specifics of the situation, he felt a surge of excitement even before the voyage commenced. Ilya, on the other hand, shook his head. Men, regardless of age, seemed to be a group of naive souls, recklessly courting danger. Yet, Ilya did not harbor any disdain for such innocence. The merchant stood alongside Dean, remarking, "Dean, you are quite remarkable to have assembled a crew unafraid of death." Dean replied, "They are a group of capable sailors who fear not the end. And you, merchant, have also found a captain skilled in rallying emotions." The merchant added, "Indeed, a clever captain who understands the sentiments of his crew." Ilya rolled his eyes from the back, thinking how truly childish these two men were. As the sails were raised, the grand vessel prepared to embark on its maiden voyage. The crew busied themselves with hoisting sails, weighing anchor, and observing the currents. Mike wandered about the deck, feeling the infectious energy around him. He sensed an urge to contribute, yet worried he might hinder the sailors' efforts. Ilya sat on the steps, propping his chin on his hands, observing the bustling men with a sense of idleness. The adventure he had long anticipated now filled him with unease. Ilya inquired, "What are your thoughts on this voyage?" The merchant responded, "What? Were you not looking forward to it, Elijah?" Anticipation is one thing, yet that a furrow of distress creased her brow. The typically resolute and forward-moving Elijah found herself in a moment of hesitation. She was perplexed, uncertain of the source of her disquiet. Armed with her own prowess, Elijah believed that even if she couldn't safeguard the vessel, preserving the lives aboard would pose no significant challenge, especially with her store manager present. Yet, the vexation remained, annoyance upon annoyance. Am I devoid of the confidence I once possessed? With a cloud of self-doubt hovering over her, Elijah fell into a contemplative silence. Noticing the unusual demeanor of the store clerk, the merchant raised a hand and gently tapped Elijah on the head, only to be taken aback by his own action. The merchant remarked, "There's no need for concern. With me around, even unforeseen events won't amount to considerable troubles." In an unexpected display of restraint, Elijah merely touched her head and muttered a soft acknowledgement. The merchant, turning his wrist, was at a loss for how to respond to her unusually subdued reaction. Feeling an intense sense of dissonance, he pondered what measures he could take to amend the situation. The effect was remarkable. Elijah's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. "Really, manager, you mustn't go back on your word." The merchant replied, "Indeed, truly so. What is it that you desire?" After a moment of contemplation, Elijah made up her mind. "I've decided, manager." She smiled bashfully, exhibiting an uncharacteristic shyness. Manager, I want that rolling fur ball from the store." The merchant responded with a silent pause. Elijah clasped her hands together. "That's the same thing. After all, I assure you, I shall never take anything else from the store again, even if you offer it to me. I shall refuse." Manager, what do you think?" With a stern expression, the merchant replied, "No, it cannot be that way. Choose something else, something normal." Upon receiving this refusal, Elijah's true colors emerged. "How can you be so unreasonable? You said one thing, and I chose. Yet you deny me. You might as well pick something for me yourself instead of claiming I should choose." The merchant looked down at her, asserting, "It is indeed not permissible to act thus." Elijah retorted, "I am not being unreasonable." "Ah, how dare you say that? You are the one reneging on your word." The merchant quipped, "Oh, so you mean to say that I could give you the fur ball individually without issue? After all, you just expressed a desire for the fur ball." Elijah exclaimed, That won't do. This is a complete set, all right. It's one and the same. No more, no less. How can you separate them? Ultimately, you're the one being unreasonable." "Manager, you are being unreasonable, bullying your clerk. Everyone, come and see." Under precise maneuvering, the sails filled with wind, successfully capturing the breeze necessary for departure, coupled with the push of the sea. The grand ship finally began to sail away from the harbor. The one most elated by this successful voyage was not the crew or the captain, but young Mike. The sound of the ship slicing through the waves made him realize that beneath his feet lay not the land he had known for 13 years, but an expansive ocean. Mike exclaimed, "Captain Baluback, we have truly set sail. With just a few dozen people, we can set this grand vessel in motion. It's absolutely remarkable." Baruback laughed heartily, without a trace of modesty. "Indeed, Mike, We are fortunate that these fellows are quite skilled, which has allowed us to embark so smoothly. Mike inquired, Captain, do you not intend to name this vessel? It seems to desperately require a title of its own. Bareback responded, Ah, quite right, Mike, you have hit the nail on the head. It does need a name. Let me ponder. How about Voyager? The disdain on Mike's face was unmistakable. Captain, that is rather too casual. A ship designed for long voyages cannot simply be called Voyager without causing discontent. Suddenly, the ship rocked violently, as if affirming Mike's words. Bareback patted the ship's rail. All right, my apologies, mate. Do not be upset. Allow me some time to contemplate further. Mike then asked, What was the name of your previous ship? Captain, Bareback fell silent. The mood of departure significantly dampened. He could hardly recall how long it had been since he had mentioned that name, yet it remained vividly etched in the depths of his memory. Bareback replied, Dawn. My former ship was named Dawn. Mike felt a wave of regret for his indiscretion, chastising himself for having posed such a foolish question, wishing he could slap himself. Mike said, That is a fine name. But perhaps there exists a name more befitting. We can continue to brainstorm. The night at sea seemed to descend more swiftly, the sky darkening almost imperceptibly, but Mike's stomach growled with hunger. He had spent the entire day exploring the vessel, exhausting a considerable amount of energy. The food aboard was far from delectable, merely palatable at best. However, the variety was plentiful. According to the storekeeper, humans require a diverse array of essential nutrients daily to maintain health, especially at sea. Mike found that assertion peculiar at the time, but was oblivious to the oddity until later, realizing the storekeeper referred to humans, not to them. Mike called out, Hey, everyone, may I join this game? The sailors all turned to look at Mike, the previously lively atmosphere evaporating as if he had committed some absurd act. Their gazes made Mike feel uneasy. Did I say something inappropriate? No, not quite. Mike continued, Well, that is good. I thought I might have done something I should not have done so. May I join? S's replied, No, you cannot, for I do not wish to be thrown overboard by the captain for having broken a human's arm. A few sailors chuckled, not just at Mike, but also at their own predicament. Mike took a few steps back and then quickly ran away. He disliked that atmosphere, which felt like a web ensnaring him, rendering him breathless. Bareback lifted his gaze, the axe hanging on the wall glinting ominously. Soon, very soon, they would meet again. You cursed monsters, prepare your necks for me. Having completed the navigation chart, Bareback stepped out of the captain's cabin and stretched lazily. The night sea breeze could awaken one's mind and disperse the emotions that had ignited too soon. The growling of his stomach protested vehemently, prompting Bareback to realize his deep hunger. He needed to procure some sustenance to satiate his appetite. As he descended the staircase, preparing to enter the ship's cabin, he spotted a small figure standing forlornly by the ship's edge. He approached and inquired, What is the matter? Are you out here to gaze upon the ocean at night? Bareback continued, The sea is vast, S&T it. Sometimes, I feel that even with 2 lifetimes, I might not be able to behold its entirety. Mike responded, Captain, may I pose a question? Noticing a hint of melancholy in the young crew member's demeanor. Bareback replied, Of course, feel free to ask. Mike inquired, Are there many races in this world? Captain Bareback keenly sensed the thoughts occupying the young sailor's mind. Indeed, there are many. Why do you ask? Mike replied. It's just that I wonder why everyone can't coexist harmoniously. Bareback, intrigued, asked, Why do you think so? Mike, somewhat perplexed, admitted, I'm not entirely sure, perhaps it's just a gut feeling. Bareback chuckled unexpectedly. Very well, Mike. Intuition is a remarkable thing. The unrefined first impression often bears the most authenticity and is closest to the truth, even if it originates from a child. With a more serious expression, Bareback urged, Now, tell me, Mike, what is troubling you? During the night, the sailors' workload significantly diminished. Aside from a few on duty, the rest sought ways to pass the time. Tonight, the crew of the Dawnbreaker engaged in a game of arm wrestling. Although their previous bout had been briefly interrupted, it hardly impeded their spirited competition, especially as it was the most thrilling moment. A sailor named Mose and stood atop a table, striking poses and gyrating his ample posterior in as flamboyant a manner as possible, while the onlookers around the table whistled and occasionally reached out to grope him. After losing to ES, Mosen endured the mockery of his companions as he braced himself for the ensuing punishment. Suddenly, the mess hall door was rudely thrust open, and Bareback entered with Mike and TOW. An immediate hush fell over the sailors, save for Mosen, who remained obliviously dancing until a companion yanked off his blindfold. Upon recognizing the fearsome visage of the captain grinning ominously at him, Mohsin trembled and hurriedly dismounted the table to stand at attention. Barabak's eyes swept across the room, his expression dark and foreboding, resembling a bomb on the verge of detonation. Although the sailors were uncertain if they had erred, they instinctively straightened their spines, tensing in preparation for the captain's wrath. Barabak addressed them. "I hear you've been engaging in games? Arm wrestling, I presume." With a wave of his hand, he declared, "This is a time for rest, and my ship does not require such peculiar rules of conduct." He took a seat, propping his elbows on the table. "Who won just now?" Es opened his mouth, but remained silent, as did the other sailors, for while young Mike had been somewhat easier to converse with, confronting their captain was a different matter entirely. Barabak arched an eyebrow. "What's this? Are you afraid? Afraid that I might toss humanity's hand overboard if it's broken? Sit down." In a voice filled with anger, the sailors sat obediently like children, settling into their places. Barabak declared, "Now, let my opponent place his hands properly. The game is about to commence." The look of distress crossed Ace's face as he pondered why misfortune seemed to target him twice. What should he do? If he held back, he feared that the captain would think he was deliberately losing out of disdain. Yet, if he exerted his full strength, he worried he might break the captain's arm, leading to a life of misery. He found himself in an utterly inextricable situation. Barabak pressed, "What's the matter? Ace, hurry up." Under the pressure, Ace resigned himself to his fate. If he had to die, so be it. He could only leave it to fate. Once prepared, Barabak turned to Mike and said, "Come here. Mike, you shall be our referee." Mike responded, "Huh? Me?" Barabak retorted, "What? Is that a problem? Who disagrees?" No one dared to voice an objection. Barabak concluded, "Very well, it is settled then." Thus, Mike reluctantly stepped between the two to assume the role of referee. "Are you both ready?" Barabak nodded, his eyes ablaze with the thirst for victory, and even before the contest began, the muscles in his arms bulged with anticipation. Influenced by this, Ace shed his initial apprehension and began to treat the contest with the seriousness it deserved. In the struggle of strength, men invariably sought a noble confrontation, casting aside any class distinctions, with only the notions of victory and defeat in their hearts. All eyes were fixed upon the duelists, and the sailors formed a tight circle around the table, eager not to miss this spectacle. Mike exhaled. "All right, then the competition officially begins now." As his words fell, both Barabak and Ace's bodies tensed simultaneously, unleashing their full might. The table visibly shook under the tremendous force, only to be firmly pressed down by their elbows. The sailors erupted in cheers, rallying for both contenders. Ace was taken aback, despite holding back some strength. It was astonishing that an ordinary man could match a half-breed like him in a contest of power. This was a first. Barabak maintained a composed demeanor, even managing to utter words. "Is this truly your full strength?" With that, he suddenly exerted force, causing the hands on the table to tilt. The strength emanating from Barabak forced Ace to relinquish his reserve. He summoned all his might to realign their hands. What followed was a prolonged stalemate, neither willing to yield even a fraction to the other. Silence enveloped the room as everyone focused intently on the table, where veins bulged and hands turned a crimson hue. Ace felt his face flush as he sensed his strength waning, while his opponent remained unyielding, the pressure from Barabak's hand unwavering. Finally, seizing the moment when Ace needed to catch his breath, Barabak unleashed a sudden burst of strength. Decisively determining the outcome, Mike announced, This match is won by Captain Barabak." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with many expressing their admiration for the captain. Ace relaxed his muscles, conceding defeat with grace. Yet the victor bore no trace of joy. Instead, he glowered at the crowd, momentarily freezing the atmosphere. Barabak proclaimed, "How about that? A human can win, can't he? What does it mean to fear breaking a human's arm? What utter nonsense." His large hand slammed onto the table, causing it to seem a tad lower, and the sailors fell silent immediately. Barabak gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his fury. Is being a half-breed so remarkable? Is it truly impressive? Not yet defeated by me. You may offer any excuse to refuse me, Tsai, expressing concern for his safety, as he is but a child compared to you. Yet what have you done? Damn it, I shall state this once more. Aboard my vessel, there are only my crew and my guests. There is no need for excessive care or unwarranted prejudice. Do you understand? Yes, whispered, but after all, we are not of the human race. We are half-breeds. Barabak replied, What, is there a problem with being a half-breed? Do you lack the necessary attributes? ES exclaimed urgently. Of course not. Bareback shrugged. Then what is the issue? You are just a man like me. What difference does it make? The sailors stared blankly at Bareback, seemingly seeking confirmation of his belief, and all they could see were his candid eyes that a chuckle escaped someone, quickly spreading to others, and the sailors gradually erupted into laughter, devoid of joy, but rather a profound sense of release. Once the laughter subsided, all eyes turned to Bareback, this time filled with trust. The most genuine trust since they boarded the ship. ES grimaced. Damn it. The crowd laughed heartily, urging ES to dance, whistling in delight. ES's performance was lackluster, far from the enchanting grace of Mo Zong. Thus the sailors were unimpressed and demanded a repeat. Bareback chose not to remain for a second performance. He advised the crew not to revel too late and departed the mess hall. Meatsai glanced in the direction Bareback had taken, then at the merrymaking sailors, hesitating on whether to follow the captain or remain. Suddenly, ES stopped and smiled at Meatsai, saying, Meatsai, if possible, I hope you can join our game tomorrow, even as a referee. Is that agreeable? Meatsai was taken aback. The gazes directed at him were no longer piercing, but rather sincere invitations. He replied with a smile. Of course, I would be delighted, DS said. Then let us meet tomorrow evening. It's getting late, and I would prefer not to leave you with the memory of my poor performance. Meatsai laughed even louder. All right. Yes, see you tomorrow night. Outside, having overheard their conversation, Bareback finally departed, stretching his sore arms as he muttered to himself, Goodness, he is quite strong. Humans and other races are not always adversarial. Friendships and love can flourish between them, and familial bonds may also exist. The realm of other races is vast, encompassing high-born races like elves and dragons, as well as lower races such as dwarves and orcs. Where do humans fit into this classification? They are not included, for they are the classifiers of races, the first and only beings to delineate such distinctions. Half-breeds represent a unique existence, born of love between humans and other races. Their presence is often unwelcome. Both humans and other races have long harbored discrimination and exclusion, making it difficult for half-breeds to find their place among either side. This prejudice and exclusion are starkly magnified within the Aeon Empire, largely due to the influence of the Church. Therefore, individuals of mixed heritage can still strive for survival in the interstices of the other two empires and distant continents. Yet in the Orion Empire, such a feat is nearly insurmountable. Compounding this is the fact that the Church imposes severe penalties on humans who engage with non-human races, while the latter faces the death penalty directly. Consequently, the few mixed-blood individuals who manage to survive are typically orphans, relying solely on their fellow mixed-blood companions for support. This was the information that Mike gleaned from Balubac the following day. He had previously been unaware of the existence of mixed-blood individuals in this world. However, rather than feeling repulsed by the sailors aboard the ship upon learning of their status, Mike found himself drawn to them, desiring to treat them as equals. Moreover, Mike believed that once they were categorized as mixed blood, they had already transcended into the realm of humanity. Elijah observed Mike engaging in jovial conversation with the sailors. Her curiosity piqued. What transpired between little Mike and this group of sailors last night that has so remarkably improved their relationship? A merchant nearby remarked, Had you not been so preoccupied with me last night, perhaps we would have discerned the nature of their interaction. Elijah replied, Embarking on a long voyage necessitates a degree of patience. One must acclimate to solitude and the daily presence of familiar faces. In the vast expanse of the ocean, apart from the endless waters, only the solitary vessel, the Dawnbreaker, remains afloat, as if forsaken by the world, drifting aimlessly throughout the day. Elijah had initially believed her patience could be measured against the heavens. Yet it appeared she had overestimated her endurance. She resembled a fish out of water, devoid of vitality, resting her limbs upon the table in a state of pure and monotonous waiting for time to elapse, her body swaying only in accordance with the ship's movements. With vacant eyes, Elijah inquired, Shopkeeper, how many more days until we reach Skull Island 13? The merchant replied, Balubac could not provide us with an exact time frame. Even with the island's location known, this is his first direct voyage to Skull Island 13, and nonetheless, it will certainly be swifter than his previous aimless wanderings. Elijah sighed. Is there truly nothing else to occupy my time? The merchant responded, Aren't Mike and the sailors enjoying themselves immensely? Why not join them? Elijah retorted, Join them. Engage in arm wrestling with them. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate, fair arms. They would snap my hands as easily as breaking a toothpick. How could I possibly compete? Her hands drooped lifelessly on the table, and she appeared to have lost a measure of her spirit. The recent exertion had drained her of energy, rendering her incapable of further action. The coolness of the tabletop seeped into her cheeks, offering a fleeting sense of comfort. However, every 3 minutes, she had to turn her head to rest the other side of her face upon the surface, ensuring both cheeks received equitable treatment while allowing time for the warming tabletop to regain its coolness. The merchant had brought some easily portable items in need of repair aboard the ship and had arranged for a makeshift workbench to be constructed. Anticipating that this journey would consume considerable time, while Mike and Elijah excitedly discussed what delectable snacks and appealing garments to bring, the merchant had already devised a plan to pass the time aboard the ship. What a terrifying man! Ilya couldn't help but silently critique him. Regardless of the time or place, he could always find tranquility in tinkering with those broken antiques that it was impossible not to admire the shopkeeper at times. When his gaze fell upon the gleaming toolbox on the table, Ilya cast a scornful glance at the merchant. How fierce he had been when Mike gifted it to him, yet now he cherished it dearly, taking it wherever he went. Truly, men are often duplicitous. They tend to ignore others while speaking. Humph, not all men are good. But no, it is the shopkeeper who is not a good man, perhaps sensing a gaze lingering on him for too long. The merchant adjusted his posture and said, I do not intend for you to join in their arm wrestling. There are many forms of entertainment. They are currently fishing on the deck. Deep-sea fishing offers a unique experience. And it is quite an amusing activity. Ilya replied, What is the point of fishing? Just sitting there motionless. Do you have no other suggestions? Damn it, he is ignoring me again. Ultimately, under the merchant's continued disregard for his presence, Ilya chose to leave the cabin and venture onto the deck to discover what joy fishing could possibly hold that compelled a group of grown men to sit obediently. As he pushed open the door to the deck, Ilya was met with a captivating sight. Beneath the sunlight on the sea, the end of a winding fishing line connected to a large, deep blue fish that leaped from the water, sending glistening droplets flying. The fish shimmered in the light, radiating brilliance. The scent of the ocean enveloped him, filled with the rhythm of life. Ilya stared in astonishment at the large fish flopping on the deck, while a group of sailors hoisted Mike into the air, cheering in celebration. Mike, bouncing up and down, beamed with joy, his eyes nearly disappearing in a wide grin, the fishing line in his black rod being the very source of the fish's capture. After being set down, ES wrapped an arm around Mike's neck, playfully ruffling his hair with the other hand. Good lad. Who would have thought you would catch our first big fish of the day? You're quite lucky. Mike pulled away, straightening his disheveled hair, and replied with pride, Yes, this is not mere luck. It is a result of my own prowess that I would prefer to remain low-key, but circumstances do not permit. The sailors erupted in laughter. Mosen playfully kicked Mike's backside. You may be small in stature, but your bravado is considerable. If I hadn't given you a hand just now, you would have been dragged off by that fish. Mike, undeterred, continued to retort, and the lively banter spread throughout the group. Upon arriving at the deck, Ilya's eyes sparkled, and he felt invigorated. Fishing seemed to be more enjoyable than he had anticipated. Ilya stepped into the crowd and exclaimed, Hey Mike, did you really catch that? Mike raised his head high. Of course. Just as the words left his mouth, he received a gentle smack on the back of his head. Ilya chuckled, Can I join in? Please. I can't just sit in the cabin until I'm old away. Seeing Ilya's pitiful expression, Es cheerfully responded, Of course. We welcome your participation. Madam. Es's reaction was completely natural, showing no reluctance. Ilya exclaimed, Aha, splendid. Then let us begin. Es gestured to his companion not to rush. Before we commence, we need to make some preparations, he explained. Ilya, first you must select a fishing rod that suits you. I believe this one may be quite suitable. It is not as robust as the ones we typically use, but do not be deceived by its slenderness. Its resilience is exceptional, and it will not easily snap, even under considerable force. Ilya leaned forward, inquiring, Will this rod be able to catch fish as large as the ones Mike catches? No, I desire even larger fish. Can it accomplish that? The innocence of his question elicited a soft chuckle from Es. Certainly. Ilya, as long as you possess sufficient patience and skill. However, you may also need a touch of fortuitous luck from time to time. Mike interjected, It's not luck, Es. Es replied, Yes, not luck. It's all about skill. Speaking of which, Mike, are you planning to carry that fish around all day? Mike secured the large fish he had caught with a hook and tied it behind him. That he stated plainly. Why not? I intend to show off my catch to the captain and the shopkeeper later. ES shook his head with a smile, retrieving an iron box from the small shelter where the fishing rods were stored and placing it before Ilya. Ilya asked, "What is this?" ES responded, "Bait. It is an essential element for catching large fish." Upon hearing this, Ilya rubbed his hands together in anticipation and eagerly opened the iron box. However, after glimpsing the contents, he immediately recoiled, creating a distance of 10 meters in an instant. Trembling, he stammered, "What is this?" ES, somewhat perplexed, replied, "It's bait. Redworms, a favorite food of bluefish and mackerel. The waters we are currently traversing are their habitat, and using redworms to catch them is most effective." Ilya looked at the two in horror, astonished at how they remained unfazed by the writhing mass of worms within the iron box, long and soft, adorned with patterns and exuding an unknown viscous substance. How could such creatures be handled by humans? Sensing Ilya's reluctance, ES closed the box and suggested, "Perhaps you could observe us fishing for now, and when you feel ready, you can give it a try." Mike reassured, "It's all right. Ilya, you can fish later. There is plenty of time. And you will catch some." Mike's words solidified Ilya's resolve. "No, let's take the bait. I can do this." ES felt a twinge of helplessness, thinking, if you can do it, why not come and fetch it yourself? Of course, all of this was merely her illusion. "Ilya? Ilya? Are you all right?" ES called. Ilya jolted awake, exclaiming, I'm fine. Please continue." To ES resumed. "As I mentioned earlier, the fish we can catch in these waters can largely be categorized into two types, bluefish and mackerel. You have already seen the bluefish, which is the one Mike caught. As for the mackerel, well, you shall see for yourself when you catch one. This time, the experience of sea fishing was markedly different, for we did not anchor the boat to fish, but rather engaged in angling while in motion. Our speed, though not swift, was neither slow. Typically, such conditions render fishing rather unpromising. However, it so happens that both bluefish and mackerel are fond of lively, moving prey. To them, a faster-moving morsel signifies freshness, which is why our drifting bait proved effective. Coupled with the allure of the favored redworms, the bluefish and mackerel would hardly consider that earthworms do not swim. Moreover, while fishing for these two species, silence is not a necessity. As you can observe, others are engaged in conversation, occasionally shifting their fishing rods. Thus it does not resemble the tedious stillness often associated with fishing elsewhere. Focused, Ilya remained largely unaffected by the iron box, at least managing to converse normally. That is truly wonderful. Sitting here without uttering a word or doing anything is more unbearable than death. However, these fish seem rather unintelligent. Es. Whether they are clever or not, you shall discover after you try. Now, let us prepare the bait and commence, shall we? Ilya suddenly stiffened, forcing a false smile. Of course. Let us begin. With her gaze fixed on the iron box, Ilya slowly extended her hand. The thin metal felt as heavy as lead in her grasp. She cautiously opened the box. Her eyes fell upon the vibrant hue within, prompting her to snap it shut with a clap, taking several rapid breaths to regain her composure. How is one supposed to handle such a thing? After regaining a modicum of calm, she glanced at the two gentlemen beside her, hoping to glean assistance from them. Mike, having begun his explanation to Ilya, swiftly hurled out his bait, thereafter immersing himself fully in the task, his mind solely occupied with the rod, the line, and the vast ocean. His gaze conveyed a state of mind indicating that only the catch mattered, with nothing else capable of disturbing his focus. Meanwhile, ES hummed a cheerful tune, skillfully retrieving a red worm from his iron box. The worm, pinched between his fingers, writhed and seemed intent on climbing up ES's wrist. Unfazed, ES expertly pierced the red worm with his hook before executing a graceful cast, settling in to await his quarry for the day. The astonishing sight sent shivers down Ilya's spine, her goosebumps rising from her feet to her crown. How is this possible? The worm wriggled relentlessly in his hand, yet he remained utterly indifferent. Is he even human? As Ilya remained in a state of astonishment, a loud shout erupted from the other end of the boat. The sailors gathered excitedly. Mosin had hooked a fish. Amidst the cheers, Mosin pulled up his first catch. A bluefish like Mike's, albeit somewhat smaller in size. Mosin's success did not perturb Mike, who had transcended into a state of complete focus, while ES's expression grew increasingly serious. Gritting her teeth, Ilya steeled herself, resolving to take decisive action without retreat. Today, she would succeed in baiting the hook through her own strength. A simple action drained all of Ilya's energy. She could not forget the sensation of the red silkworm writhing in her hand. That slimy creature seemed to burrow into her very flesh, and she knew she would never escape that feeling for the rest of her life. After successfully casting her bait, the next step was to wait patiently. Previously shrouded by the fear of the red silkworm, Ilya had evidently failed to consider that while silence is golden, open conversation requires someone to engage with you. To her right sat the mute Mike, and to her left was Es, whose gaze grew ever more serious. Who could she turn to for conversation? The sea breeze rustled the sails, and Ilya's eyes were vacant, resembling a shell devoid of dreams. Much time had elapsed since she cast her first line, during which she had caught nothing. Joyful news circulated around her as others reeled in larger fish, leading to comparisons of their catches. Just moments ago, Mike had landed his second fish, a broad, flat, seaweed-colored creature. He was no longer beside Ilya. He had struggled to carry his 2 fish to bareback, and the merchant, clearly pleased with himself. Frustrated, Ilya rebaited her hook, her silent curses escaping her lips as she vowed to teach those greedy, ungrateful fools a lesson. Unbeknownst to her, she was now rebaiting faster than anyone else, with an effortless grace. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Mike was already seated with his utensils, waiting patiently. Tonight was a fish feast, and everyone had fared well, with nearly everyone catching fish, regardless of size. Mike had specifically requested the chef to prepare the 2 fish he had caught for his dinner. As the merchant took his seat, Mike said, "Good evening, manager. Please sit down. My fish will be arriving shortly. Trust me, it will be exquisite." The merchant replied, I have no doubt about that. Just you? What about Ilya?" Mike responded. "Oh, Ilya is still on the deck." The merchant asked, "On the deck? At night? All alone?" Mike hesitated, unsure whether to speak up, sensing that Ilya might prefer the manager to remain uninformed. However, he reasoned that he would eventually have to boast about their catches to the manager. So it likely wouldn't matter much whether he disclosed it now or later. What is the joy of fishing? Certainly, it is not merely sitting idly, staring at a rod, nor is it the silent anticipation. Rather, it lies in the exhilaration, satisfaction, and sense of achievement derived from countless failures leading to a single success, a pleasure born from preparation. For Ilya, however, this preparation felt excessively prolonged. Under the sparse moonlight, the moon over the sea appeared distinct from that on land. The illumination provided by the moon on the deck was more than sufficient to reveal everything. Even without electric lights on the solitary deck, Ilya transcended into a wondrous realm, exuding tranquility and composure. Even as the profound sea concealed the presence of the buoy, she was able to discern the subtle feedback transmitted through the fishing line with remarkable accuracy. She could even close her eyes and, guided solely by her intuition, ascertain whether a fish was indeed caught. Alas, no matter how extraordinary her state of being, it still could not rival the cunning sea fish that danced on the edge of a knife. Leaving Ilya, at this juncture, empty-handed as night fell, a merchant passing by the dining hall observed Mike frolicking with the sailors, yet the figure of Ilya remained conspicuously absent from the throng. Approaching, the merchant inquired, "Mike, where is Ilya?" Mike scratched his head and replied, "She is still on the deck." The merchant merely nodded in silence. Later that night, the merchant asked Mike, who was sleeping in the neighboring bunk, "Mike, where is Ilya?" Silence enveloped them once more. In the inky darkness, as the crew succumbed to slumber, even the watchful sailors began to feel drowsy. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water broke the silence, accompanied by a cacophony of coughs and giggles. A sinister chuckle sending a shiver down the spine of the on-duty sailor. Startled, he glanced around, only to witness a shadow darting away on the deck, something glittering intermingled within. The corridor of the pitch-black cabin was eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional crash of waves against the vessel. The sound of soft pattering began to echo from the darkened end, shattering the tranquility of the night as it approached the merchant's quarters. With a resounding thud, the door burst open, rousing Mike from his slumber in a state of bewilderment. The merchant sat up, catching sight of a pair of gleaming eyes in the darkness, accompanied by the sound of something lively moving about. A voice, filled with relief and pride, rang out, Look, dear shopkeeper, I have caught a fish." As for the sea voyage, Part 6, progress surpassed the merchant's expectations, taking nearly 10 days to restore all the antiques brought along. Subsequently, he found himself idly seated with nothing to do. The confined space and muted tones of the cabin felt oppressive, and no one wished to linger there long, save for the merchant. Each day, after completing their essential tasks and the captain's directives, the sailors would gather to discuss how to pass the time. Recently, a male and a female, one large and one small, had joined their ranks. Ever since the last fishing escapade, Ilya had seamlessly integrated with the sailors, relishing the creation of new games, a pursuit in which she excelled and delighted. It was precisely this enthusiasm that led to Aaliyah receiving a reprimand from the merchant 2 days prior. The reason? Aaliyah had organized a rather unique diving event that required the use of magic. Each round would accommodate a maximum of 3 participants who would stand side by side. Aaliyah would then cast a spell to launch these 3 individuals into the air like fireworks. And while descending, they could perform their own diving maneuvers, with the remaining crew scoring their performances. After everyone had taken their turn, the scores would determine the victor. This is a game the sailors have never attempted. For none among them possesses the ability to wield magic. Even if they could, it is unlikely they would conceive of a method as utterly wasteful of magical energy as that employed by Aaliyah. For those accustomed to a life at sea, leaping from the height of the ship is no longer considered diving, but merely a simple plunge into the water for a swim. Moreover, Aaliyah's use of magic at such exhilarating heights has sparked the sailors' eager anticipation. The atmosphere was electric from the very beginning, with an array of whimsical aerial poses being executed, until the safety of the game was called into question when one participant, prior to entering the water, fell face down, forcefully striking the surface with his entire body and subsequently losing consciousness. With the crowd's enthusiasm further fueling the excitement, Mike, in a moment of folly, expressed his desire to partake in the diving after this group concluded their turn. Aaliyah, without hesitation, encouraged his boldness, proclaiming him a true man of courage. The outcome was predictable. Aaliyah received a sharp reprimand from a merchant, and Mike found himself subjected to a stern warning. Fortunately, due to the nature of his physical condition, the participant merely lost consciousness and suffered a bit of nosebleed, with no serious harm done. Henceforth, all new games would prioritize safety, with Aaliyah enforcing strict measures, as she had no desire to endure the excruciating sensation of a skull-crushing blow again. The reason the crew aboard the grand vessel could indulge in such leisure daily was largely due to Bareback, who single-handedly managed many navigational responsibilities. The new captain of the Dawnbreaker refrained from explaining much to the crew, merely issuing daily directives at a set time, after which he showed no concern for what they chose to do. Remarkably, the sailors exhibited no doubt or questions regarding their first-time captain, dutifully obeying orders and completing their assigned tasks. The sound of thumping echoed from the ceiling, prompting a merchant seated in the cabin to feel compelled to investigate what absurd game Aaliyah had devised today. Upon reaching the deck, he found the situation relatively benign, save for Mike, who was perched atop Es and Mo's sand, seemingly playing the role of a knight on horseback, while Aaliyah sat nearby, earnestly directing the proceedings. It appeared this fellow had successfully orchestrated a theatrical performance with a group of men. This was indeed a positive development, as it ensured the safety of all involved. The captain's quarters opened, and Bareback, who typically spent his time alone inside except during meals, ventured onto the deck, seemingly intrigued by the theatrical display. Bareback remarked, "A restless bunch, but thankfully obedient. Otherwise, they would truly be a headache. Hey, Borg, keep your binoculars ready and pay attention to the surroundings. Keep your eyes up there." Borg, stationed in the crow's nest, swiftly shifted his gaze from the deck's performance, hurriedly grasping his binoculars and feigning earnest vigilance, yet could not resist complaining to Bareback. "Captain, the route you chose is quite remote. I haven't spotted a second ship in days, and that rascal Mo's San is playing the role of a horse's rear when it's supposed to be his shift. I should be the one playing that part." Bareback replied, "Are you 2 grown men truly quarreling over the role of a horse's backside? Cease the superfluous chatter and focus intently. A brief respite is all that is required. Should distractions persist, it may result in dire consequences, and woe betide you if I am compelled to administer a severe reprimand." With a resigned demeanor, Bog dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities, albeit occasionally glancing at the unfolding theatrical performance and the comical antics of Es and Mo's San as they formed their steed. "Merchant, you seldom depart from the captain's quarters. Is it because you are perpetually plotting the course?" Merchant, "So you planned for a span of 10 days, ultimately selecting such a remote route?" Bareback retracted his smile and solemnly assured, "Rest assured, dear merchant, it is not so much a constraint of the past as it is a severance from it. Speaking of which, this reminds me of a tale." Merchant, "I hope this tale is not lengthy, for I am not one to excel at listening to the narratives of others. The last time I indulged in such a story, I found myself entangled in considerable trouble." Bareback resumed his light laughter. "Fear not, esteemed merchant. This tale is one that bears no relation to your past. The protagonist is a rather exceptional individual. Why, you may ask? Because he was born in a quaint village nestled within the mountains. A place known as Wood Village. The name alone suggests a community intertwined with timber. Every household in the village is comprised entirely of lumberjacks, past generations, the present, and likely the future as well. Yet, there was one young lad, raised amidst the forests, who longed for the world beyond it. He yearned to escape the monotony of his daily existence, dreaming instead of the vastness of the ocean, broader even than the forest itself. Balubac inquired with a smile, "Sounds splendid, does it not?" However, as he continued, Balubac's expression grew somber, his voice increasingly frigid. "Yet, fate has a penchant for chastising those who hold themselves in high regard. Does it not? No one could have foreseen that this voyage, promising bountiful rewards, would lead them into the abyss. For an entire year, they scoured the seas, and just as their supplies were nearly depleted and the need to return loomed, they stumbled upon a clue. What they had initially deemed a failure ignited their spirits, and they began to engage in grandiose discussions about how they would utilize their anticipated wealth. The protagonist, in particular, bore a proud demeanor, convinced that he alone could achieve what others could not upon the ocean. It was then that calamity struck. Balubac exhaled deeply, his quivering voice marking the conclusion of the tale. Even without turning, the merchant could perceive the effort the man beside him exerted to suppress his tremors. Some are not bound by the past, but rather live within it, never truly departing. On yet another sunlit day, upon reflection, the dawn had been sailing for a total of 15 days. Yet, amidst such fine weather, a palpable sense of gravity pervaded the deck. Moreover, last night, Ilya had experienced a surge of inspiration, tirelessly revising the script, elevating the quality of the entire production by several degrees, or at least that was her firm belief. The sole flaw lies in the fact that, as the script has ascended, several new characters have been introduced, including all potential participants. 3 individuals remain uncast. Ilya had previously made the painful concession of eliminating 2 roles, intending to fill the last vacancy with the shopkeeper, only to be met with an unwavering refusal from the merchant. Alas, there is truly no sense of humanity. What a pity for such a splendid script. The valiant knight, accompanied by his steed, charging into the enemy's territory to rescue his beloved princess. Their love transcending the enmity of their nations is a tale far superior to the knight's solitary battles against monstrous foes. Now, all that is required is an actress to portray the princess to complete the masterpiece. Yet the shopkeeper remains utterly uncooperative. Alas, there is truly no sense of humanity. Ilya lamented inwardly. God, could you not send down a soul from the heavens? Yes. Report to the captain. A figure has appeared on the starboard side. 3 individuals seated upon a plank. The voice of Borg echoed from the lookout, causing the sailors to scatter with remarkable alacrity, each returning to their posts in mere seconds, clearly seasoned in their duties, before ES could knock on the captain's cabin door. Balubac emerged, a telescope in hand. After a thorough examination, Balubac commanded, "Let us adjust our course slightly. These 3 enigmatic individuals may require our assistance." After drifting at sea for 3 days and nights, even the warriors of the Great Bear clan could scarcely endure the torment of hunger. Glack felt as though his stomach had become as flat as a sheet of paper, never imagining he would find himself in such a predicament. "Old vulture, oh old vulture, if I cannot slay you in my next life, I, Glack, shall vow never to be human." Pierce lay upon the plank, shielding his eyes with his hand. As the scorching sun gradually depleted the little moisture that remained within him, he could sense his body starting to desiccate, and it would not be long before he transformed into a mere husk. Initially, when Laura found herself surrounded by an expanse of ocean, despair did not envelop her. She believed that with her exceptional archery skills, catching fish would be a trivial matter. However, the subsequent 3 days of drifting brought the harsh reality crashing down upon her, revealing just how swiftly despair could descend, an ocean so vast, yet not a single fish in sight. Just as the 3 despaired, believing they had reached the end of their lives, a twist of fate emerged. Fully aware that drinking seawater could not quench their thirst but would only exacerbate it, Glack, having reached his limit of endurance, disregarded the consequences. He scooped a handful of seawater and swallowed hard against his parched throat. Just as he prepared to bring the seawater to his lips, he spotted a grand ship standing majestically upon the azure surface of the sea. Glack sprang to his feet, confirming multiple times that this was not merely a figment of his imagination, and then erupted into laughter, swaying back and forth. His 2 companions, believing Glack had finally succumbed to madness, exchanged bewildered glances. The stout warrior Glack turned to his comrades, his bloodshot eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming, "Indeed, Your survival against such dire odds must surely be attributed to the presence of the great Glack. The dawn slowly approached the plank, and the three individuals upon it were so drained of strength that they could hardly muster the energy to cheer for their salvation. They could only lie still, watching as they were brought aboard the ship. Upon hearing that someone had been discovered during the voyage, Mike hurriedly made his way from the cabin to the deck. Eager to ascertain who would dare to appear on the open sea with merely 3 individuals and a piece of wood. Surely they ought to have at least brought along a couple of oars. To his astonishment, the 3 who had boarded were none other than the 3 bounty hunters from Devonfort. Mike exclaimed, "Gluck, Laura, Pierce, what brings you here?" The diminutive warrior Gluck replied weakly, "Hey, long time no see. Mike, before we exchange pleasantries, could we trouble you for a glass of water? We're parched to the point of being unable to speak." Without a moment's hesitation, the sailors provided water and carefully assisted the trio to the cabin for some much-needed rest. After receiving attentive care, the 3 began to recover, and by the following day, they were able to converse without difficulty. Gluck, the quickest to regain his strength, sprang out of bed the next morning, eager to recount his misfortunes and repeatedly cursed the treacherous old vulture. However, most of the crew struggled to comprehend Gluck's ramblings, as his speech was peppered with an abundance of foul language, leaving a vivid impression on the sailors who were meeting him for the first time. The dwarf standing on the table and gesticulating was quite the master of invective. Elia leaned in and whispered to Mike, "Little Mike, is this your friend?" Mike replied, Yes, in the midst of this situation." Particularly with his friend's profane outburst, Mike felt a tinge of embarrassment. Hoping to salvage Gluck's image, he added, "Don't misunderstand, Elia. Gluck and T usually like this. It's just that this unfortunate experience has left him with immense negative emotions. I believe he merely needs to vent. Oh, that cursed old vulture, that abominable spawn of a pig and a dog is only worthy of eating my excrement, drinking my urine, and kissing my armpit while licking my armpit hair. You know what? I swear that the next time I see him, I'll plunge my axe into his rear end, stuffing his intestines and that repulsive feces right back into his stomach." And I will. Elia's smile faltered, and Mike froze, the two exchanging increasingly awkward glances. Mike opened his mouth, yet could not muster any further words to redeem Gluck's behavior. He well understood that his friend's reputation was irreparably damaged. Laura and Pierce made their appearance at dinner. The two had taken the time to greet the merchant first before expressing their gratitude to Captain Bareback of the Dawnbreaker and the sailors who had offered them assistance. Gluck, already well acquainted with the crew, was currently engaged in a drinking contest with the burly Bareback, boasting and indulging in whimsical conversation. Bareback, far from minding, seemed rather enthusiastic about sharing drinks and banter with the dwarf warrior. The merchant was accompanied by very few individuals, so few that they almost seemed to be a rare species. Thus, when Elia learned from Mike that these 3 bounty hunters had prior acquaintance with the merchant, his interest was piqued immensely. Elijah's tone was laden with meaning. "Oh, is that so?" It was truly unexpected that the store manager would bestow gifts, and from the recent exchange between the merchants and the hunters, it appeared that a woman named Laura was quite familiar with him. The only woman aboard the entire vessel apart from himself. Elijah felt this could be a promising avenue to explore. He approached Laura and took a seat beside her, smiling as he introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Elijah, currently working in the antique shop just like Mike." The social standing of a woman is sometimes not dictated solely by her rank or status. A more immediate and straightforward criterion is the disparity in appearance. From the moment Laura entered the dining hall, she had noticed this beautiful woman sitting beside Mike in a space filled with men. Her presence stood out remarkably, akin to a delicate lotus blooming amidst the mud. Laura endeavored to maintain her composure. "Hello, I am Laura, a bounty hunter. In the past, she would have proudly proclaimed her identity. Yet this time she felt a tinge of frustration. To rise from the status of an enchanter to become such an accomplished bounty hunter was indeed admirable. However, in the presence of this stunning woman, whose elegance and poise were palpable, Laura felt rather diminished, almost wishing to overlook it entirely. First impressions do not always reflect a person's true character, and with a little more time, Laura would soon discover that this seemingly tranquil Elijah bore little resemblance to her initial perception. Elijah inquired, "I hear you have known the manager for quite some time. Could you share what he was like in the past? I am genuinely curious, of course, purely out of normal curiosity, with no ulterior motives." The other's amicable demeanor alleviated some of Laura's tension. The pressure stemming from Elijah's extraordinary beauty and remarkable presence almost compelled Laura to address this girl, younger than herself, with honorifics. Gradually, the image of the merchant became clearer in her mind. And Laura recounted, Mr. Merchant. He is a kind employer, always engaging with us in a gentle manner, adorned with a friendly smile. Laura continued, Mr. Merchant is undoubtedly a shrewd individual, particularly adept at assessing situations and discerning the hearts of people. Regardless of the perilous circumstances, he remains unflappable. In retrospect, it is only in Mr. Merchant's company that we feel such a profound sense of fearlessness. Elijah smirked. What is this? Why is it all praise? Is there nothing else? Laura found this amusing, realizing that the new store clerk's intentions were not entirely innocent, as she had come to probe whether her employer had any dark past. Unfortunately, Laura could not assist in this matter, as, in her recollection, the merchant had not committed any wrongdoing. The conversation soon shifted away from the merchant, and the two began sharing their personal experiences, subsequently discussing the vessel itself, critiquing its lackluster design, the inadequacies of the bathing system, and the fact that the crew aboard long voyages rarely bathed, as it had become a habit. The more they conversed, the more they discovered that their opinions and perspectives were strikingly aligned. Eventually, they began to chat about fashion, the arrangement of their rooms, outfit coordination, and where to find beautiful clothing for sale. As the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, the only two women aboard swiftly forged a close friendship. Eventually, when Laura felt a hint of fatigue, they agreed to continue their conversation another day. After all that had transpired earlier, Ilya found it inappropriate to monopolize Laura's time, for even a bounty hunter would feel the toll of 3 days and nights adrift, necessitating ample rest for recovery. Upon bidding farewell, Laura prepared to exit the dining hall. Just as she took her first step, she heard Ilya say, Hello, Pierce. My name is Ilya, the new employee of the shopkeeper. I would like to learn more about how the shopkeeper was in the past, if that's all right. Laura shook her head with a wry smile, thinking what an exceptionally charming employee he was. Opportunities for recompense arrived swiftly. The addition of personnel brought great joy to the celebrated writer Ilya. She would not need to condense her script in any way. Moreover, the princess role, which had faced numerous rejections from merchants, had found an impeccable candidate in Laura. Little did Laura imagine that she would one day portray a princess, having spent her days mingling with men, often using the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed. The thought of embodying a refined princess, one who had received an elite education and moved with grace, was utterly unexpected. Ilya encouraged her, saying, Look at you, Laura. You are a princess, my perfect princess. You must exude confidence and hold your head high. I need to choose a more exquisite dress for you from my collection, worthy of your beauty and status. Yes, walk elegantly. This is splendid, a significant improvement, Laura, under Ilya's guidance. Laura exerted every ounce of her strength to control her body's movements. Yet she remained painfully stiff, unable to immerse herself in the role of a princess. Glack, holding a wine jug, watched the spectacle with amusement, exclaiming, Look at Pierce. This woman, Laura, can actually play a princess. Is there anything more absurd? In my opinion, only Ilya deserves to play a princess. At least she possesses the looks that befit the title, don't you think? Pierce replied, But Glack, when Laura donned the dress, you were genuinely surprised, saying, I never thought Laura would look quite good in a dress. How is it now that you believe she cannot portray a princess? Glack took a swig of wine to mask his discomfort, retorting, That was just a casual remark. Why take it to heart? Speaking of you, have you memorized your lines? Remember, you are to face the mightiest general of the enemy nation. Lord Glack. One misstep, and I could easily take you down. But isn't it written in the script that I kill you? Pierce questioned. Aha. Never assume such things. Anything can happen. Do not underestimate your opponent, Pierce, Glack declared, setting down the wine jug and brandishing his battle axe. With a fierce shout, he executed a swift and precise axe maneuver, seamlessly flowing through the motion. Afterward, he gazed at Pierce with pride, asking, How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Before Pierce could express his admiration, Ilya's voice rang out from behind. Glack, come here. After careful consideration, I've decided to trim a few lines, allowing you to exit swiftly so our princess can make her grand entrance. Glack quietly secured his axe, took up his flask, and wore a countenance of profound sorrow. The heroes lamented, for the prowess of our kind remains unappreciated, a tragic and lamentable reality in stark contrast to the lively rehearsals upon the deck. The merchant found himself alone in the cabin, surrounded by a row of identical rings. The inclusion of 3 bounty hunters brought both advantages and disadvantages. Yet overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. It merely required a re-evaluation of the distribution of the rings in the water. The original quantity of rings was already insufficient, and with the addition of 3 formidable fighters, the situation became clear. The 3 sailors who would have originally received rings were now excluded, rendering the outcome evident. The merchant's preparations for the rings in the water stemmed from his conversation with Balubac on the deck, where the monsters Balubac spoke of, akin to the soul of calamity, were anomalies that ought not to exist in this world. The sirens reside in the river of the dead. Once more, an unforeseen event occurred, yet this time it bore a precious clue, whether it be the soul of calamity or the siren. They both pointed to the same destination, the river of the dead. The ferryman's coin and the interest of the Oran Empire's church in that realm of the undead served as a portent, a crucial hint that could enable the merchant to anticipate the next move of his adversaries. The 3 hunters had been aboard the Dawn for over 10 days now. Time had flown by swiftly. Each day was filled with bustling activity under Ilya's frequent commands. As the stage play neared its finale, with only a few climactic scenes remaining, Mike remarked, "Ilya's script is truly excellent." "Wouldn't you agree?" Grack burped and replied, "Indeed, it is splendid. If only it could allow me to live through a few more acts." Mike responded in a tone of entitlement, "But if you live through more acts, wouldn't that delay my appearance in the later scenes?" The dwarven warrior cast a glance at his companion, contemplating the transformation of little Mike into his current unfeeling demeanor. The world had grown increasingly unsettling. Yet, the drink in his hand remained a steadfast companion, never betraying him. Grack dismissed all else from his mind and focused on savoring the contents of his flask. Recalling the hunter's predicament, Mike curiously inquired, "Grack, you still haven't told me why you found yourselves at sea, especially upon a solitary piece of wood." This matter had long piqued Mike's curiosity, but he had refrained from asking when the 3 were too weak to discuss it. Once they regained their strength, Grack's demeanor returned to its usual state, and with the resumption of Ilya's script, the question lingered until now. At the mention of this topic, Grack's temper flared, his voice growing harsh. "Damn it, it's all the fault of that old vulture. You know the one I mean. Even if you don't, just remember how malicious he is." The ears of the combined steeds, Es and Mozong, perked up, clearly intrigued by the subject. Es inquired, "So how exactly is this old vulture so malevolent?" "I am quite eager to know." Mozong concurred, "Indeed, understanding this will inform us on how to guard against him." Grack simply huffed in response, "Indeed, such is the case. It appears I must impart a lesson upon you in advance, lest we find ourselves at the mercy of the old vulture and suffer a grievous fate." How then could I explain to Captain Balubac, who saved my life, and the merchant, who has shown me such kindness? As this conversation unfolded, the trio assumed that Grack was poised to recount the peculiar events that led the 3 bounty hunters to their current predicament. Little did they anticipate that seeking the truth from Grack would first require enduring a torrent of expletives. Automatically disregarding the ceaseless stream of unique profanities emanating from Grack's mouth, Mike awkwardly offered his apologies to the other 2. "I'm sorry, my friend. Well, I find myself at a loss for further words to remedy this. Yes. No, Mike, you needn't feel that way. It's perfectly fine. Your camaraderie is indeed enviable." Es clapped Mike on the shoulder, while Mozong leaned in to give Mike a thumbs up. The smiles on their faces and the emotions reflected in their eyes conveyed a genuine envy. Mike, however, felt bewildered, unable to comprehend what was admirable about such vulgarity. After a further bout of venting, Grack finally delved into the matter at hand. "To put it simply, this all traces back to a particular mission. Please take note, gentlemen, this is no ordinary task. It was personally assigned by the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild. As for the nature of the task, it is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we were personally designated by the president himself, a monumental honor for any bounty hunter. Regrettably, we were not alone in this endeavor. There were others involved." Mike interjected, "So, the old vulture was one of those others, and an incident occurred during the execution of the mission?" Grack scoffed. "Incident? No. It could hardly be deemed an incident. It was merely the old vulture's customary treachery. Just as the mission was nearing completion, he betrayed us all, seizing every advantage for himself, as per his usual practice. How infuriating it is. I cannot believe I fell for his tricks a second time. I must concede my own folly." Es and Mozong, their interest piqued, simultaneously inquired, "What exactly did the old vulture do?" Just as Grack was about to respond, a chilling gust swept through, penetrating the very essence of all present. Their movements froze in that moment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Bang! The sailors, their expressions abruptly transforming, scattered in a flurry, returning to their proper roles in an instant. Grack cast aside his flask and gripped his battle axe. preparing for confrontation, while Pierce drew his weapon to stand alongside him. Laura swiftly discarded her long skirt, revealing her undergarments, and donned her soft armor, strapping on her quiver and nocking an arrow. "Distribute these rings among everyone," she commanded. Unbeknownst to them, a merchant had appeared on deck, handing Ilya a pouch. Upon opening it, she discovered it was filled with water rings, enchanted items bestowing the wearer with the ability to breathe underwater. Further inspection revealed that each ring had an additional layer of protection, a magical safeguard enhancing the wearer's consciousness. To her astonishment, Ilya mused that the preparations were indeed rather thorough, yet, upon careful reflection, she realized that the number of rings was insufficient. Suddenly, Ilya turned her gaze toward the merchant, seemingly seeking confirmation of something from him. The merchant replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, the quantity is lacking. Thus, I require you to deliver the rings to certain individuals. Pay close attention to the names I am about to recite: Mike, Glark, Laura, Pierce, Barabak, yes, Mosen." The calmness of his tone rendered Ilya momentarily speechless. She interrupted him. "Why?" Ilya interjected again. "This was not included in our plan. And my inquiry does not pertain to that. Sacrifices often accompany every endeavor, and—" The merchant hesitated, as the anguish etched upon Ilya's face made it difficult for him to maintain his impassive demeanor. He sighed and said, "I am sorry, Ilya, this is the maximum number of water rings I can create, and there are no alternatives." Ilya approached the merchant, her voice resolute. "I will protect all of them." The merchant averted his gaze. "Perhaps, if you can indeed accomplish that." Ilya was like a sharp blade aimed directly at the merchant, and the atmosphere between them grew exceedingly tense. "It's a minor issue. Ilya, allow me to handle it." Es extended his hand toward Ilya, but she was unwilling to relinquish the rings so easily. Wasn't this akin to passing judgment on others? Es slightly shifted his stance, inadvertently blocking Mike's view at the back. That he remarked, "We have known for quite some time. The merchant specifically informed us a few days ago, and none of us aboard have expressed dissent." Ilya regarded Es, who still bore a smile, as if he were a creature of the night, and firmly rejected. "No, I will not allow it." Es stepped closer, attempting to take the rings from her. "Ilya, we are immensely grateful to you. You need not worry about us. Have you forgotten? We are hybrids. Our physical prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The merchant does not discriminate against us, nor has this arrangement been made due to our heritage. He has communicated clearly with us and sought our opinions. We are all thankful. You merely need to follow the merchant's plan and protect those who need safeguarding, allowing him to depart the ship with peace of mind to confront the enemies that must be eradicated. Ilya, you should understand that the rings are simply insufficient. This is for the best. Now, please, take your ring and Mike's. Kindly deliver it to him. As for the other sailors, I will ensure they receive theirs." Ilya was rendered speechless, yearning to counter his arguments, yet finding no words to express her dissent, as he accepted the situation as a matter of course, while the merchant continued to display an impassive countenance. Ultimately, she had no choice but to relinquish the rings. "I will personally deliver Mike's ring to him. As for myself, I do not require one. I am a mage. I can protect myself, and I can also safeguard you." A final display of defiance. Ilya granted no time for Es to retort. Seizing a ring and striding toward Mike, Es accepted the rings, nodded at the merchant, and began distributing the water rings. The fence, under the excessive force of Barabak, began to show signs of cracks, with his blood boiling and his heart pounding like a drum. At that moment, Barabak could only hear his own heart rhythmically proclaiming its excitement. The currents grew tumultuous, and the ships were struggling against the flow. Ahead of the dawn, it seemed there was an entity capable of devouring light at their destination, as the sun's rays were being cast aside by all. The vessel swayed increasingly, compelling everyone to grasp onto nearby objects to maintain their balance. As the dawn delved deeper, it felt as though they had entered a different world. The light gradually diminished, and the temperature plummeted. By the time the sailors realized, a thin mist had already begun to envelop the ship. In no time, the vessel steadied, the sea beneath it appearing almost motionless. The wind ceased, and the sails drooped, yet the ship persisted in its forward march, as the hidden predator lured its prey ever closer. Mosen licked his lips. The surrounding silence was unnervingly profound. He could not even hear the slightest sound of flowing water. This excessive strangeness made Mosen somewhat anxious. He wished to utter a word to prove he was not alone, while simultaneously fearing that any such action might disrupt the state of readiness aboard the ship. The expressions of his companions were disturbingly focused, a concentration that demanded no interference. Indeed, Es had always been their elder brother, from the very beginning with himself, and later with Tigra, Kindi, Mogus, and others. Es had sought them out on the continent ruled by humanity. From that moment, he had taken on the role of their guardian, consistently looking after and guiding them. This occasion was no exception. Regaining his composure, Mosin felt reassured that as long as Es was present, everything would unfold smoothly to Mike. It seemed as if everyone had become statuesque. Pierce stood like a statue, his body betraying no rise or fall of breath, while Glack resembled a bomb poised to detonate. Silently waiting, yet brimming with potential energy. Laura, Mike had lost track of how long she had maintained the stance of drawing her bowstring. That seemingly slender arm displayed an astonishing endurance, an unexpected revelation for Mike. Even the usually jovial Ilya appeared transformed in this context, her demeanor eerily quiet, and Mike could sense the tension emanating from her, a readiness that lingered at every moment. The only individual who seemed unaffected was the shopkeeper, who, although more serious than usual, exuded a calmness that suggested mastery over the situation, providing Mike with a sense of reassurance. Without it, he might not have had the courage to remain on deck. Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting song filled the air, its tones as gentle as a trickling spring, a profound and ethereal sensation enveloping the heart, akin to warm hands embracing you tightly, wrapping you in a comforting and secure feeling, drawing you in before you even realized it. The merchant's gaze sharpened. At last, it had arrived on the treacherous sea. The sirens are malevolent creatures that wander the banks of the river Styx. They possess the ability to transform into enchanting forms to lure their adversaries. Yet their true visage is a ghastly one, adorned with sharp fangs, mottled skin, and yellowish-green slit pupils, crowned with menacing spines, possessing fins along their sides, and bearing the lower half of a fish. These creatures are inherently savage. The river Styx serves as a mandatory passage for souls of the deceased, and the sirens delight in lurking within its waters, awaiting the arrival of wandering spirits. Those whose lives were steeped in malevolence are most susceptible to the sirens' captivating melodies. Voluntarily casting themselves into the river, however, they are not the sirens' preferred prey. Rather, these creatures crave the pure souls that inadvertently stray into the Styx or the innocent spirits wronged by fate. Legend has it that upon consuming 99 pure souls or innocent spirits, a siren may earn the favor of the ferryman of the Styx at the 100th, thereby escaping the river and attaining rebirth in another realm. Yet, this remains but a tale, perhaps a fabrication by the cunning to elucidate the sirens' dreadful exploits. Their song is their most cunning weapon, resonating differently in the ears of various listeners. For those yearning for love, it is a symphony of tender affection. For those desiring freedom, it is a melody of boundless horizons. For those seeking power, it is a proclamation of dominion. Such enchanting music is perilous, especially for the outcast hybrid crew members, unprotected by the rings that shield them from the water's allure. With their eyes losing focus and minds becoming vacant, they envision a life filled with unfulfilled desires and a radiant future. The ring in Mike's hand transmitted a chilling sensation. Days prior, he and Elijah had been summoned to the captain's cabin, where the captain warned them of a beast they would encounter before reaching the Isle of 13 Skulls, a malevolent creature adept at ensnaring hearts with its song. The captain urged Mike to wear the ring, for it would safeguard him from the creature's control, allowing him to remain vigilant while the captain, Elijah, 3 bounty hunters, and the rest would manage the ensuing chaos, expecting all aboard to don their rings. Mike was dismayed to witness more than 10 crew members fall under the siren's thrall as the haunting melody filled the air. Their movements became languid, their eyes vacant. To his astonishment, none of the others, equipped with their protective rings, made any effort to awaken their entranced comrades. The meticulously planned feast was abruptly interrupted, inciting the siren's fury. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of something striking the ship grew ever louder, more insistent. As the sirens commenced their assault on the Dawnbreaker, Balyabak vaulted over the railing, landing on the deck, his gleaming axe thirsting for blood. He bellowed, "You little wretches, ready your weapons. Those foul harpies are boarding." Blades were drawn, bows were strung, and the bounty hunters and sailors braced themselves for battle. A resounding thud echoed as a pair of webbed hands gripped the ship's edge, and through the mist, pairs of yellowish-green eyes emerged, locking onto the crew. Swish, swish, swish. Without hesitation, Laura unleashed her arrows, the sound of the tips piercing flesh resonating throughout the air. The sirens shrieked in agony, their cries akin to the clarion call of war. As the female monsters surged onto the ship like a relentless tide. In a flash of steel, Pierce plunged into the throng of enemies, the deck awash with the deep blue blood of the sirens amidst their anguished wails. The dual-bladed axe whirled with the force of a tempest, the dwarven warrior becoming a veritable meat grinder, swiftly reaping the lives of foes on the battlefield, just as the tide of battle seemed overwhelmingly in their favor. A thought began to surface in many minds. Perhaps the sirens were not as formidable as they had believed. Suddenly, the surrounding sirens retreated in unison, some even leaping into the air, their fangs bared and blood-red tongues uncoiling. Each covered in barbed hooks, their movements were swift and unpredictable, poised to tear flesh from bone with a flick of their agile appendages, ensuring that even without pursuit, one would bleed out and perish in mere moments. The abrupt shift in their assault caught everyone off guard, prompting a frantic scramble for cover. Clang! Sparks flew as a sword intercepted before Mo-san, their elder brother appearing, as always, at the most opportune moment. Be cautious, Mo-san, Es reminded. This creature's tongue is exceedingly agile. The two noticed that Bareback, in his attempt to save them, had taken a blow to his back, one from the very tongue Es had just deflected. The wound was severe, exposing bone, yet Bareback wore an expression of indifference, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor, clearly in a frenzy of rage. Captain, you need not save us, Es stated. Bareback glared with intensity, delivering a swift slap to his comrade's head. Quit your nonsense and focus on slaying the monsters. I'll say it once more. Don't die on me. It's bad luck. With that, he raised his axe and charged toward the sirens, and Es and Mo-san exchanged a glance. Each recognizing a shared resolve, they too shouted and followed Bareback into the fray as if Grak was the battlefield's meat grinder. Then Bareback was the god of war upon the ship, his eyes burned crimson, the blade of his axe spinning ever faster. Even outpacing the sirens as they boarded, Bareback's presence invigorated the morale of his comrades, emboldening them with each passing moment, their fighting spirit surging ever higher. The roar within him fueled an inexhaustible strength. Today, he would cleanse these waters of all filth. Meanwhile, Mike remained steadfast behind, the shopkeeper indifferent to him. Day's victory loomed on the horizon. Elijah felt the tension begin to dissipate, allowing himself to relax gradually. This was precisely the outcome Elijah had desired. No sacrifices made, a triumphant victory, and all remained unharmed. Splendid, splendid indeed. Elijah, you have successfully safeguarded everyone. Yet, as the rush of adrenaline waned, his strength began to ebb. Even the glass wand in his hand growing heavy, there was no need for further magic. It was over. Suddenly, a chill crept upon his fingertips, and a voice whispered in his ear, Elijah, I entrust the next part to you. Like awakening from a profound dream, cold sweat drenched Elijah's back as the scene before him began to twist and blur. The triumphant sounds were overtaken by roars, the bodies of the sirens vanishing. Rising once more to their feet, the once monstrous forms transformed into humanoid figures, bloodied and grotesque, while the azure blood pooled around them morphed into scalding crimson, the air filled with that hauntingly beautiful song. When did one fall under the enchantment of the siren's song? Which aspects of reality are mere fabrications? From what point does the illusion begin? What of the sailors? What of Mike? What of the captain? In the grim tableau, a horde of sirens congregates on the deck, mercilessly dismembering the corpses of the fallen sailors. Pierce lies sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood and devoid of life, while Laura's right hand bears a gaping wound, leaving her too feeble to draw her bowstring again. Gluck drags his dual-bladed axe across the floor, each swing draining the last vestiges of his strength. The surviving sailors form a circle, the center occupied by the mangled remains of Bareback. Es bellows, protect the captain. Fear not. Everyone, grip your weapons tightly. For every monster that approaches, we shall slay one. In that fleeting moment, yet another sailor is ensnared by a long tongue, scarcely able to emit a cry of despair. Mozong stands shoulder to shoulder with Es, one eye marred and unable to open, resembling a beast in its final throes. Bareback utters hoarsely, Go, quickly, while they feast upon me. You must flee. Each word exacerbates his wounds, blood pouring forth, his vitality waning visibly. None of the sailors retreat or flee. You wretched scoundrels, you little brats, you vile creatures. Such exclamations, though scathing, are almost melodious to the sailors aboard. The captain, throughout, has never once directly addressed them by name. Not even in a moment of inadvertence. Bareback has never referred to them as half-breeds. Thoughts spiral chaotically, and the scene grows ever more tumultuous. Elias stands in bewilderment. Why has this transpired? From the very outset, I interrupted the song. From the very beginning, I safeguarded everyone. How could I have erred so grievously? Wait, where is the shopkeeper? Scanning the surroundings, no sign of the merchant is to be found. And Mike? Elia is suddenly struck dumb. A siren gnaws on flesh, a ring occasionally glinting in its maw. while it cradles a boy, blood streaming from his hand, leaving only a finger intact. The siren gazes at Elia, a semblance of a smile playing upon its lips, before leaping into the air, vanishing with the boy into the depths of the sea. No, no, no. Mike. The anguished scream is swallowed by the darkness, despair beginning to spread across the ocean, in the profound abyss of the sea. Where light and sound are absent, the merchant has received an invitation, forcibly transported to this realm shortly after the battle commenced. Each habitat of the sirens invariably harbors a nest, a life-giving sanctuary that spawns these creatures. Yet, none could have foreseen the presence of an army of the undead lurking in the ocean's depths, nor the Soul Reaper commanding them. The Soul Reaper serves as the first barrier to the river of the dead. In the realm of the undead, the river is a place where the living are typically forbidden to tread, and the existence of the Soul Reaper is precisely for this purpose. Any living being with a corporeal form that seeks to enter the river of Hades will inevitably face the onslaught of the Soul Reapers. However, they do not possess the power to extinguish your existence. Rather, they are capable of slaying your physical body, while your soul may traverse their obstruction and safely enter the river. The Soul Reapers are even more elusive than the sirens, for they exist solely at the entrance of the river of Hades. It was originally presumed that the church held a mere curiosity towards the river. Yet it is astonishing to discover that this band of zealots has constructed a bridge between the ocean depths and the river, artificially creating an additional entrance to the river, thereby eliminating the barriers of the original one. That the church is indeed intent on crossing the river. The merchant, caught off guard, observed as a Soul Reaper clad in rock-like armor gestured towards him with its chin, prompting a surge of the undead to rush forth. The undead inherently possess an allure towards the living, and the sudden appearance of a mortal amidst them is an irresistible temptation. Yet, the merchant remained unperturbed. He even made a deliberate gesture, sending a reminder to Ilya, who remained aboard the ship. The undead are entities beyond the reach of the human realm, if one were to draw a comparison. They exist in a higher dimension, which implies that they can interact with this world, while this world is incapable of affecting them. The sweet seduction of the living ensnared all the undead present, who were eager to infiltrate the merchant's body. The merchant, displaying a magnanimous demeanor, offered no resistance, allowing the undead to enter him without hindrance. In a matter of moments, his diminutive form beneath the ocean accommodated all the undead, and the vessel's owner exhibited no signs of distress. Moreover, with Ilya, Glark, Pierce, and Laura present on the ship, there should be no significant issues. The nest writhed, and a new batch of sirens was ejected, immediately rushing towards the merchant. These newly emerged sirens were ravenous and would not pass up the opportunity for a feast before them. The merchant deftly sidestepped, seizing the tail of a siren whose attack had missed, and wielding her as a weapon, he struck against the other approaching sirens. The resistance of the seawater seemed negligible before him. With a flick of his wrist, the collision of sirens erupted in a shower of crimson blossoms. Within a few moments, the sirens were vanquished, leaving the merchant with naught but a severed fishtail. With the sirens dispatched, the next target was the nest. The merchant discarded the fishtail, tearing with both hands as he wrenched open a space in the profound depths, as if inflating a balloon. With a flick of his fingers, the siren's nest collapsed, vitality swiftly draining away, leaving behind a mere husk. The merchant's hands converged, restoring the seawater to its rightful place and washing away the thin layer that had remained on the cliff. Next, he merely needed to eliminate the undead and the Soul Reaper. Before the Soul Reaper could launch an attack, the merchant suddenly plunged his right hand into his own body, creating a depression in his surface without a single drop of blood spilling forth. His wrist twisted as he searched for something, and then he slowly drew forth a lantern from his chest, illuminating with a cerulean glow. The undead that had recently entered the merchant's body responded to the lantern's call, orderly departing from him and entering the light one by one. The Soul Collector knelt on one knee before the lantern, his neck bending at an almost grotesque angle, embodying an unparalleled reverence. As all the spirits entered the lantern, its radiance intensified. The merchant shook the lantern, and a fissure materialized behind the Soul Collector, a crack that unfolded within the very essence of space itself. The Soul Collector rose, maintaining his bowed head, and retreated step by step towards the spatial rift. Just as everything seemed destined to conclude, the depths of the ocean stirred abruptly. The merchant lifted his gaze towards the far-off surface of the sea, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The abduction of Mike had rendered Elia devoid of thought. She stood frozen, her eyes vacant. Elia, a thunderous roar reverberated through the dawn, diverting even the attention of the siren, who had been feasting and preparing for the next wave of assault. As she curiously regarded this human E.S. locked eyes with Elia, his gaze unwavering, and in the depths of his eyes, she discerned two words: trust. This clarity rekindled some lucidity in Elia. Without hesitation, and before anyone could react, Es plunged into the inky depths of the ocean. The frigid seawater engulfed his limbs, instantly siphoning the warmth from his body. Under the siren's influence, Mike was descending further into the abyss. The pressure of the water made him acutely aware of the air escaping from his lungs uncontrollably, perhaps due to the siren's control over him. In the face of impending death, the young Mike exhibited an extraordinary calmness. Death had become an old acquaintance. He had brushed against it numerous times, and their manner of interaction was all too familiar. Mike had thought that after encountering the shopkeeper, the diminutive figure and his companions, and finally Elia and the crew of the Dawn, he would come to dread death. To his surprise, he found himself facing it with greater equanimity. He had already savored life and experienced its essence, the warmth of belonging, the embrace of friendship. These were truly magnificent, far surpassing anything he had previously imagined. All of this was something he felt he did not deserve. A gift bestowed upon him by his meeting with the shopkeeper. One must learn to be content. A warmth welled in his eyes. In the midst of his icy surroundings, this flicker of warmth stood out starkly. Was this the sea? Mike pondered. Yes, let it be the sea. One must learn to be content. Mike, one must learn to be content. Yet, I still wish to hear the shopkeeper call my name once more. I long to explore the upper city with Elia again. I yearn to ride alongside Es and Mose and his knights in our combined battle steed. I wish to share countless experiences with everyone. More laughter, more joy, more warmth. Mike, the antique shop assistant, desire more. Oh God, am I being too greedy? Mike closed his eyes. Just before losing his sight, he glimpsed a figure slowly swimming towards him. Es was a half-breed. At first, he was unaware of what those 3 words signified, until the moment his mother shielded his small frame from a throng of adults beating her, when he truly understood that being a half-breed meant being an outcast. An embodiment of others' disdain. He once inquired of his mother regarding the whereabouts of his father, yet each time, she would gently smile and reply, "Your father has gone to a distant land, dear Es. You must grow up obediently, for only then will you have the strength to seek him out." The young Es believed her wholeheartedly, until his mother too departed for a faraway place. On a stormy night, while out, his mother met her demise on the road. Young Es discovered her, along with those humans who gazed upon her lifeless form with disdain, even reviling her death. Soaked by the rain, Es realized that his mother, who had always claimed to be unhungry, was in fact emaciated. His human mother had given birth to a being that was not human. His father was the other, the one referred to by adults in hushed tones. From that moment on, Es became a man. He snatched bones from the mouths of wild dogs, scavenged rotting apples from heaps of refuse, and grew amidst the piercing gazes of humanity. This was the sole instance he felt gratitude for the strength his foreign father had bestowed upon him. Surpassing that of ordinary humans, his mother was a good woman. If she could not be protected from the hands of humanity, then one should refrain from loving her, and certainly from allowing her to bear a child. It was this thought that perpetually reminded the grown Es to strive tirelessly, to safeguard himself and those around him. Thus, he protected Mo Zong, Tigra, Kindi, and Mogus, eventually extending his protection to all. If the human continent would not welcome them, then they would venture to sea, where the ocean treated all beings equally. In that era, the mixed-blood individuals shared this sentiment. They then encountered an eccentric captain, one whose visage was quite startling. The captain would berate them, strike them, and with his large hands, leave them dizzy. Yet this manner of interaction filled them with unparalleled joy. And there was that boy, Mike. Es cherished the flushed face of Mike when he played games and refused to lose. His face of unabashed delight as he sat upon Es's back, his slightly embarrassed expression while introducing his dwarf friends, and the concerned look he cast at Es during battle. For his first human captain, Es would stand firm without retreat. For his first human friend, Es would lay down his life to save him. Thus, he came. Es plunged his sword into the back of the siren, seizing the moment as the Selkie loosened her grip in pain. Swiftly placing the ring in Mike's hand, the magic entwined in the ring enveloped Mike in a protective shield, gently lifting him upwards. Upon regaining her senses, the siren lashed out, her tongue ensnaring Es. Her claws digging deep into his flesh. His mission was accomplished. Mike would be saved, and his comrades aboard, including Elia, would surely protect him, for the captain was strong and would survive. The wounds inflicted by the Selkie were bleeding profusely. And just before the crimson haze obscured his vision, Es parted his lips, seemingly wishing to utter a few final words to Mike. The latter appeared to be saying something, but Mike lacked the strength to comprehend. He succumbed to slumber once more. Ilya pondered that the shopkeeper likely did not anticipate the presence of sea fog, nor had Barabak, who had visited this place previously, mentioned it, for neither the captain nor his crew were sorcerers. Yet, this fog ought not to pose a significant threat to anyone, provided the shopkeeper were present. Alas, he was not. Ilya, I entrust the next task to you. The store manager, who left this message, must be preoccupied with other matters. He has faith in himself, yet he has disappointed the manager by allowing the siren to abduct Mike. Ilya, you are indeed an irredeemable rogue, destined to pay a grievous price for your arrogance. As frost swept through the air, several approaching sirens were instantaneously frozen into statues by Ilya's magic. Under the oppressive sea mist, the expenditure of magical energy was exceedingly taxing, leaving Ilya utterly fatigued. She was the sole remaining fighter aboard the ship, while the surviving sailors tended to Barabak with cautious urgency. Grok propped himself up with his double-bladed axe, gasping for breath. The dwarf warrior's eyes still shone with determination. Yet his body could offer no further support. Laura's right hand was grievously injured, her bones exposed to the air, and the excruciating pain caused her to tremble uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth, suppressing any cries of agony. As for Pierce and Barabak, who appeared as if they had been drenched in blood, they were unable to muster any further response. In every battle, one could always glimpse Pierce's figure at the forefront. This valiant man on the battlefield would lead one to believe that his usual demeanor of humility, tinged with timidity, was merely an acto die in this sea, much like his former companions. Might be considered a noble end, Barabak thought, yet countless hands clung to him, refusing to allow him to perish so easily. With great effort, he forced his eyelids open, only to behold a flurry of frantic faces, the blood adorning them rendering these individuals so youthful, reminiscent of his own departure from the wooden village. Indeed, they were a mere group of young souls, children cast aside by the world before they had even matured. While he, the adult, selfishly aware of the dangers, had resolutely led them to this fate, Barabak yearned to lift his hand, but it felt as if 1,000-pound stone were weighing him down, rendering him utterly immobile. In the end, he could not even wipe the blood from these children's faces. Very well, let me venture to another realm first, to scout the path for them. Grok always relished boasting about his prowess and strength. As if to mask and deny his own frailty, he believed he had been sufficiently cautious, gaining enough awareness of the situation after the merchant's warning. However, clarity of understanding does not inherently contribute to one's own strength. At the moment the sea mist arose, it was merely a fleeting distraction, a momentary lapse. What seemed like the briefest of instants, a mere blink, was enough to throw Grok into disarray as monstrous creatures surged forth. Were it not for Pierce. Oh, damn Pierce. Who the hell told you to block that strike for me? And who the hell compelled you to charge into the enemy ranks like a fool after blocking it? And that wretched woman Laura, when the sirens leaped onto your face, did you really have the time to concern yourself with me? You shot your feathered arrow at the siren behind me rather than at the claws before you, sacrificing a significant portion of your flesh. What if you can never draw your bow again after this? What then? At that moment, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, as I cast you out of the ranks. Black loathes his own impotence. His loud proclamations are an attempt to project an air of grandeur, and his colossal weapon is meant to convey strength. Yet, all this bravado, all this perceived might ultimately relies on the support of his two companions. Glack, you are indeed a feeble dwarf. You cannot safeguard either of your companions. Not even little Mike can you protect. With a splash, a luminous orb ascends from the depths, revealing an unconscious Mike. Following him are more and more sirens, who emerge onto the dawn and engage in a discourse with the sirens aboard the vessel, their voices a cacophony of hoarse, shrill tones that defy comprehension. The sirens gesture towards Mike and then towards Ilya, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. And where is ES? As if comprehending Mozang's words, the sirens erupt into raucous laughter, chattering animatedly at Mozang, one of them even gesturing towards its own grotesque mouth before patting its belly. The ring upon Mike's hand flickers, seemingly lamenting its former master's final moments. Ilya stands entranced. In the next instant, the parched magic within her ignites into a raging inferno. Her hair floats, and the glass wand radiates a searing heat under her profound fury. Ilya's eyes shimmer with hues that no darkness can consume. The sea trembles, and the mist disperses in fright, while the sirens shriek in terror, bewildered by compared to the gargantuan fork. The moderately sized triangular fork posed a catastrophic threat to the sirens. All pleas for mercy were in vain. With a sweeping motion, the silver fork plunged into the sea, causing a violent eruption as the waters exploded, tumultuously disturbing the entire marine expanse. Under the decree of the divine, not a single creature in the ocean survived. The triangular fork obliterated everything in its path. The already severely damaged Dawn vessel plummeted towards the surface of the sea from such a height, and the impact would surely reduce both the ship and its occupants to mere pulp. At this critical moment, a figure shot forth from the depths, swiftly approaching Ilya. The merchant securely caught the unconscious Ilya, whose breath had grown faint, and with a snap of his fingers, the Dawn vessel, on the brink of crashing into the water, suddenly slowed and descended gently. Injured and battered, Ilya beheld the desolate Dawn vessel upon the ocean's surface. The merchant appeared dazed and disoriented, for the sensation of confusion was a novel experience for him. Ilya drifted into an exceedingly long dream, adrift alone upon a crystalline lake, basking in the sunny weather and gentle breezes, feeling as though she could float indefinitely, until a warmth enveloped her hand. Slowly, Ilya opened her heavy eyelids, the first sight being the ceiling of the cabin, marred by numerous cracks, followed by the expressionless merchant seated at her bedside. The warmth emanating from his hand, Ilya inquired, "Is everyone all right?" That simple question drained her of all her strength. The merchant stared at her for a long moment before responding, "You are gravely injured. All your internal organs are damaged, and there is a buildup of congealed blood. Currently, you are reliant on external aid for recovery, so it is imperative that you refrain from movement, lest you exacerbate your condition. It is a miracle that you are still alive after daring to wield ninth-tier magic." His response did not address her query, yet Ilya found herself unable to retort, silently gazing at the merchant. He continued, "The Crimson Tooth has been acquired. Although there were some minor setbacks, they were largely anticipated in my plan. This loss was foreseen, merely a few sailors, and Mike's injuries are quite light. I have arrangements for the lost fingers." Ilya regarded the merchant in silence. He continued speaking, analyzing and instructing Ilya on how to navigate the situation, until all words were exhausted, leaving him with no further commentary, his spine gradually bending with fatigue. After listening for an extended period, Ilya finally gathered a modicum of strength and softly said, "Manager, since you believe yourself to be correct." She slowly raised her hand to caress the merchant's cheek. "Then why do you appear so tormented?" The frail touch of her hand caused the merchant to recoil as if struck by lightning, the chair clattering to the floor, and he gazed at Ilya with alarm. "Impossible, in pain? Me? I have committed no error. Even though there are other factors influencing the process, as long as you adhere to my instructions and follow my commands diligently, everything will conclude smoothly. I have long accounted for the personnel sacrifices." The words of rebuttal surged within my throat, yet not a single syllable escaped my lips. The merchant, in a state of utter panic, fled the scene as if pursued by phantoms. Ilya relinquished her grip. Having exhausted the last remnants of her strength, her body yearned desperately for rest as she closed her eyes once more. "Shopkeeper, what exactly are you evading, and what are you truly pursuing?" On the deck, Mike curled up forlornly at the foot of the stairs, a short bamboo pipe resting on his bandaged right hand. Mosin, emerging from the cabin, found Mike and, after a brief moment of preparation to don an adequate smile, greeted him. "Hey Mike, what are you up to?" Mike remained motionless. Leaning against the ship's railing, Mosin remarked, "At last, we can set sail for home. This journey has consumed quite a bit of time, has it? I can hardly wait to collect my earnings from this endeavor." "Mike, how do you think I should spend this money?" Silence persisted. Mosin, sensing the stillness, inquired, "Do you know what this is you hold?" Finally, Mike stirred. "This," Mosin explained, "is called a windpipe, a simple instrument. You can see the row of small holes on it. It belonged to ES's mother." Mike lifted his gaze. The azure sky, the fluffy white clouds, and the gentle sea breeze created a perfect backdrop for storytelling. Mosin continued, "ES was born on the border of the Empire, and she and her mother relied solely on each other. ES's mother was a resourceful woman, often crafting little trinkets for ES to play with, which she would also sell at the market. She was a gentle and kind-hearted woman, the kind capable of nurturing someone like ES." Mike bowed his head once more, cradling the windpipe as if to embrace it. Mosin added, "For us half-breeds, death is an all too familiar occurrence. Even for those who are not of our kind, venturing into the world is fraught with peril. There is no need for discomfort. This world is inherently unjust. The only moment of equality we experience is that fleeting instant when we are born as humans. At that moment, regardless of who you are merely a nascent life entering this world. And from that point onward, fate has already been sealed." Mosin continued, "We do not harbor." Mike bit his lip tightly, the front of his shirt dampened by tears that he stifled his cries, comprehending the final words of ES. "Farewell, Mike, farewell, my friend." After uttering these words, Mosin gazed up at the sky, Reluctant to let the tears brimming in his eyes cascade down his cheeks, he rubbed his face haphazardly, donning a smile once more. The atmosphere aboard the ship was exceedingly grim. Each individual resembled a machine, mechanically repeating their tasks. Mozong felt the urgent need to disrupt this stifling sense of monotony. Indeed, from this moment onward, he was their elder brother. Having ascended from the role of second brother to that of the eldest, entrusted with the weighty responsibility by the dying elder, the diminished Mike wept silently, clutching the irreplaceable weight of the bagpipes in his hands. Yes, my friend, how do you believe we can forge a just world? Bareback had survived, albeit with grave injuries, yet through sheer tenacity, he persevered. He remained sequestered in the captain's quarters, rarely emerging unless absolutely necessary. Most matters aboard the Dawn had been delegated to Mozong, much like they had once been entrusted to Yes. Even now, Bareback could hear Mozang's voice commanding from outside, a solitary sound echoing through the air. The large axe hanging on the wall was polished to a pristine sheen, as though it had never been wielded. Sitting alone in his chair, Bareback pondered why, despite avenging himself and seeing the perpetrators of his companion's demise perish, he felt no joy. What, then, was the source of this profound emptiness? In the cabin, Pierce, bound like a mummy, rested upon the bed, while Laura diligently cleaned her bow and arrows with her still-functioning left hand. The usually boisterous Grack was unusually silent, the atmosphere among the three thick with tension. Am I utterly useless? The dwarf warrior mused aloud, arriving at the conclusion that indeed, he was. Laura responded calmly, do not say I. It is we. The force with which she polished the bow increased. Grack remained mute. After a lengthy silence, he suddenly remarked, by the way, we have yet to officially perform a stage play together. Laura paused in her actions, and the mummified figure on the bed silently clenched his fists. Dean brought Barin to the harbor, where the guards relayed that they had spotted the Dawn through their telescopes. This voyage had lasted nearly 3 months. Departing in early autumn and returning as winter approached. As the Dawn drew nearer, its scars became increasingly apparent, eliciting gasps from those present. What calamity had befallen the once pristine vessel to leave it in such a dilapidated state? A merchant assisted Ilya down from the ship, while Mike followed behind with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Barin intended to approach but was halted by Dean. The president of the Port City Merchants Guild did not engage in hollow pleasantries or exchange long-awaited jabs with the merchant. He recognized that this was not an opportune moment. The oppressive atmosphere aboard the ship was stifling, and Dean had already discerned that a heavily guarded chest was being brought ashore. He understood that the purpose of this voyage had been fulfilled, and that was sufficient for him. Bareback sat at a dilapidated table in the harbor, engulfed in a profound sense of disconnection. His long-anticipated quest for vengeance had come to an ambiguous conclusion. Indeed, he felt nothing more than a haze of confusion. Mozin approached with a cadre of surviving sailors, and the two parties exchanged a silent, contemplative gaze. Suddenly, Bareback began to remove the bandages from his hands, revealing fresh wounds that had yet to heal. He spoke, at the outset of our journey, I did not explicitly convey my intentions. In truth, I embarked on this voyage for revenge. My crew was slaughtered by those loathsome creatures, and for 5 years, I awaited the day I could exact my retribution. Thus, when the opportunity for vengeance presented itself, my thoughts were consumed with a singular determination. Yes, a determination to spare no cost, including your lives. The words I spoke before our departure were merely a means to ensure your compliance. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am no benevolent soul. Enough of this. The matter is settled. Go wherever you wish and do as you please, for Dean has already compensated you. Now, vanish from my sight, you insufferable wretches. Men often struggle to articulate their emotions, sometimes failing even in their attempts at concealment. Mozin took a seat beside Bareback, and one by one, the remaining sailors settled onto the ground. Observing this, Bareback initially considered reprimanding them, but merely sighed with a wry smile. Alas, you truly are a bunch of fools with heads as thick as a mule's. As summer waned and autumn approached, the journey to Shadow Wolf Mountain had fortunately unfolded without peril. The avaricious denizens of Wolfshade Town, who reveled in the grotesque embellishment of human depravity to justify their misdeeds, were of no interest to the bounty hunters, for their employer shared no such curiosity, and the commission had already been fulfilled. This marked their inaugural substantial contract, a cause for celebration. The memories of the dwarven warrior had conveniently erased the few sips of liquor consumed at the Hyman's establishment in Wolfshade Town. Pierce repeatedly polished the new weapon he had acquired during the journey, the immaculate blade reflecting his grinning visage. The quality of the short sword was such that it could not be obtained for less than 10 or 8 gold coins. Having never possessed anything worth more than a single coin, Pierce cherished this short sword dearly and resolved to visit the forging city at the earliest opportunity to imbue his beloved weapon with magic. Laura remained in her seat beside the merchant, appearing in good spirits, her lips occasionally curling into a smile. 30 gold coins represented an astronomical sum for Laura at this moment, a fortune that had now found its way into her pocket. Something she had only dared to dream of while lying in bed at night. She felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was her delight so evident? The merchant remarked, "This is what you rightfully deserve. Without your protection, I would have long since become a mere pile of flesh in the belly of that giant lizard." The black horse pulling the cart shook its head as if protesting, and only after the merchant tugged on the reins did it regain its composure. However, Laura did not share the merchant's sentiment. The seemingly frail antique dealer, devoid of any semblance of combat prowess, was far from being as weak as he appeared. In the art of maneuvering through circumstances and engaging in discourse, he exhibited a remarkable finesse. Individuals of this ilk typically reside in the upper echelons of power, although they may not possess the ability to conjure fireballs like a sorcerer or charge into battle with the prowess of a warrior. A mere command from them, uttered while reclining on a plush sofa and savoring fine wine, could result in the swift demise of hundreds, if not thousands, of lives. Such is the potency of authority. Indeed, during this journey, Laura herself was but a bow that could be drawn taut with a single order. The late summer weather remained oppressively hot, with the sun's rays scorching the ground, creating a shimmering haze that warped the scenery. Suddenly, the traveling cart came to an abrupt halt as the merchant tightened the reins and gazed ahead. Laura, perplexed, followed his line of sight to find nothing amiss. After a considerable wait, a small black dot materialized on the horizon. And upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a child. Pierce and Glack, seated within the cart, leaned out to discern the cause of their sudden stop. "Sir Merchant, is that a child?" Laura inquired. "What, a child? In a place like this?" Glack exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face. "The parents must be utterly reckless." Pierce, having scrutinized the scene, remarked, "It doesn't seem like there are any parents in sight, and there's something around its neck." "Something around its neck?" Glack had yet to see the child, but an ominous premonition began to stir within him that he disembarked and approached the front, shielding his eyes from the blinding light. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed a gaunt little boy, staggering along the road, with a heavy iron ring around his neck tethered to a chain that nearly reached the ground. Glack's heart sank. His suspicions had been validated. Truly, misfortune struck without fail. Laura again turned to the merchant, who seemed to be contemplating the situation. "Sir Merchant, what do you think we should do?" The merchant said nothing, merely flicked the reins, and the black horse resumed its forward motion. Glack pondered how to elucidate the situation to the other three. He knew Pierce was blissfully unaware of the gravity of the matter, and Laura, being a woman, would undoubtedly be inclined to act with compassion. He himself felt equally compelled to intervene, yet it seemed prudent to defer to the merchant's judgment. After a moment of deliberation, Glack realized the card had already left him behind. Advancing into the distance, he raised his hands in astonishment and called out, "Hey, I'm not aboard yet." Upon the cart halting once more, the child had collapsed from exhaustion onto the ground. Laura was the first to leap down and cradle the child in her arms. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the boy was not only emaciated but also covered in wounds, the result of repeated lashings from a whip. His bare feet were in a state of decay, riddled with sores, a gruesome amalgamation of fresh and old injuries. The iron ring around his neck had chafed his skin to a crimson hue, and combined with the weight of the chain, it was heavier than the child himself. Laura could scarcely fathom the horrors this child had endured. All she knew was that she must come to his aid. She turned H. Merchant. "Pierce, please retrieve the medicine chest from within." Pierce, "Certainly, esteemed merchant." Laura let out a sigh of relief, believing that with the merchant's assistance, everything would turn out well. Glack arrived tardily. By the time he caught up with the group, the merchant was already tending to the wounds of the unconscious child. Laura's face reflected deep concern, while Pierce stood by, aiding the merchant. Glack opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, ultimately choosing merely to stand aside and await the merchant's completion of the treatment. After a simple application of ointment and bandaging, the child's pain seemed to ease, and their furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. "I understand," Laura retorted. "What do you propose?" "Leave this child here to await death." Glack sighed. "Do you not realize how unwise this decision is?" Laura replied. "This is a personal choice of mine, unrelated to anyone else. Should your concern be the chains of slavery that bind him?" Her tone was resolute. For her, this was a definitive matter. Glack responded, So your decision entails caring for this child from now on? On what grounds? Who will cover the medical expenses, the cost of living, and any future needs he may have? Where do you intend to procure the funds to accommodate this considerable burden? He is an injured child. Laura bristled at Glack, referring to the child as a burden, asserting, I possess sufficient means to support him and heal him. Let us not forget that half of this reward, 30 gold coins, belongs entirely to me. Laura cast a glance at the merchant, who remained silent. Glack grit his teeth, feeling exasperated. It was clear that the other party had misconstrued his intended meaning. Pierce appeared bewildered, evidently. This argument was far more serious than their usual verbal sparring. Glack pressed on. So, when the child's master, a slave owner connected to the powerful, comes to claim him, you will be able to handle that situation as well? Laura stood her ground. Indeed, I will resolve my own affairs. The tension in the air thickened, prompting Pierce to suggest, perhaps at that time, Laura could simply buy him from the slave owner. If funds are insufficient, I have some here. Buy him. Glack interrupted with a mocking laugh. You believe that merely paying the money will resolve this matter? Do you think it is that simple? Glack continued. What do you think a slave owner values most? It is their authority, the dominance they wield as masters. In plain terms, a slave owner requires that all their slaves fear and respect them. Only then can they ensure obedience. Do you truly believe that a slave owner commanding dozens or even hundreds of slaves maintains order through mere words? Do you think these individuals willingly become slaves, obediently listening to reason, and even assist in facilitating their own sale? Are you jesting with me? Pierce fell silent, while Laura softened her stance slightly. However, even in light of Glack's directness, she remained unyielding. This only served to further infuriate the dwarven warrior. Very well. Then, if one were to adhere to Pierce's assertions, and should this child's owner seek refuge in Devon Fortress in the future, only to find that you have procured the means to purchase him, one might ponder, why would you presume that the slave owner would readily acquiesce to your desire to buy him? To set an example for the other slaves? To convey that, should they muster the courage to escape, they might encounter a benevolent soul and reclaim their freedom, thereby attaining a life superior to their current plight? Surely, the slave owner must comprehend the gravity of such a situation. Once initiated, such occurrences would inevitably follow in succession. Why would a slave owner invite a cascade of troubles for the sake of a mere handful of coins? Were I in their position, I would resort to a more severe lesson, illustrating to the remaining individuals that the sole outcome of escape is a gruesome demise, under Glack's unrelenting and harsh assault. Laura began to falter, yet she remained unwilling to surrender. She could not bring herself to abandon this already battered and feeble life in her grasp. She yearned for one more opportunity. Their paths had crossed, and thus she could not easily relinquish this child. Glack erupted in laughter, his voice chillingly sinister. Ha! Remarkable, truly remarkable. Who would have thought there were lores scattered throughout the world? Do you truly believe that every escaping slave encounters a compassionate Laura? Had we not fortuitously passed through here, this child would have perished on the road before the sun dipped below the horizon. And let us not forget, which slave owner is devoid of connections to those in power? This child might already be the object of someone's interest. When has Laura ever possessed the audacity to contend with the elite? Laura clutched the child tightly, finding herself unable to maintain her defiance any longer. Pierce, at a loss for how to regain control of the situation, placed his hopes upon the silent merchant, who, fortunately, did not disappoint him. The merchant suddenly inquired, Pierce, how did the three of you first come to know one another? Finally able to speak was a positive turn of events, yet the unrelated nature of the query left Pierce momentarily speechless. The merchant continued, and then you formed a team, which persists to this day? Pierce replied, yes. During this exchange, the merchant cast a discreet glance at Glack, yet the irate dwarf warrior was too consumed by fury to notice the merchant's contemplative gaze. However, Laura turned to the merchant and asked, Sir, are you certain? An instinct warned her that entrusting the child to the merchant might not be prudent. This inexplicable feeling compelled her to inquire further. Focused entirely on the child, she failed to notice the merchant's gaze upon the injured boy, which lacked compassion and instead bore an air of scrutiny and exploration, an expression unbefitting of one regarding a life. The merchant replied, Indeed, I am certain. Hand him over to me. I possess greater expertise in matters of healing than you do. Recalling the previous encounter with the Lizard King and the medicinal concoction that followed, Laura involuntarily shuddered. Yet ultimately, she found solace in the realization that Glack was correct, given her circumstances and abilities. She could not ensure the well-being of this enslaved child at this moment. The dwarf warrior remained oblivious to the fact that the merchant beside him possessed strength far surpassing what he had initially imagined. The trio of bounty hunters were visiting the antique shop for the first time, and the disparity between their expectations and reality was substantial. Contrary to their assumptions, the affluent merchant did not reside in the upper district but, like them, dwelled in the lower district. Indeed, in an area even further down than theirs. The antique shop was nestled within a narrow alley of the marketplace, a dim, damp passage rife with rodents. However, upon pushing open the door, they quickly realized that appearances could be deceiving. The arrangement and decor within the shop were entirely worthy of the merchant's wealth, embodying the standards of the upper district. Laura inquired, "Merchant, where would you like to place this child?" The merchant glanced at an empty table and replied, "Let us place him there for now. I must first attend to his injuries." "Very well," Laura responded. After gently laying the child down, she scrutinized him once more. It was difficult for anyone to refrain from offering assistance to a child who had endured such suffering at such a tender age. Meanwhile, Pierce was curiously examining a featherless bird specimen displayed in the exhibition case, an unfamiliar species to him. And the absence of feathers on its wings struck him as particularly odd. Did the merchant possess such peculiar taste in specimens? Glack's eyes sparkled with intrigue, even for someone as experienced as he. It was challenging to gauge the true value of the antique shop. Aside from some visibly flawed items, likely reflecting the merchant's personal preferences and their unknown worth, the rest of the well-preserved antiques showcased their intrinsic value splendidly. To the dwarf warrior, these treasures were far more enticing than fine wine. Indeed, a paradise on earth truly existed. The merchant handed Laura the coin pouch, stating, "This is the agreed-upon second half of the payment." Although Laura wished to maintain a semblance of composure, the sum was so overwhelming that it defied description. All she could do was strive to control her smile, ensuring she did not appear overly foolish. "Thank you ever so much, merchant," she exclaimed. "The sorrows and joys of humanity cannot be shared, especially for a dwarf warrior who held wealth dear. Oh, how infuriating. That should have been gold in my hands. Alas, the meat I had hoped to grasp has flown away. What a calamity." Yet, the dwarf warrior was a far-sighted individual. Glack remarked, "Merchant, your antique shop is truly resplendent, radiant, and magnificent, so splendid that it seems nearly bursting with treasures." The same old refrain of praise, and Pierce found himself weary of commenting. The merchant replied, "Well, it's not too bad. Each time I acquire something new, I sell off a portion. As he spoke, the merchant brought forth a freshly prepared ointment. Applying it evenly to the enslaved boy's wounds, the healing and pain-relieving effects were evident. Everyone could see that the boy was now sleeping more soundly and peacefully. The merchant added, "As for this matter, consider it as if it never occurred. It would be best for you not to have any further contact with this child for the time being, having been deprived of further opportunities for intimacy with Glack." The merchant's words nearly conveyed an implied dismissal. The dwarf warrior could only respond with a forced smile. After all, time was on their side, both residing in Devonburg's lower district. There would be ample chances in the future. And he was in no rush, for Glack would certainly not allow such a wealthy patron to slip away so easily. After departing from the antique shop, the trio of bounty hunters made their way to the guild. Pierce believed they should explore other bounties that might suit them, while Glack had the primary intention of showcasing the achievements of his recent journey, all the while intending to teach the old vulture a lesson. Taking advantage atop the bodies of the clergy was no trivial matter. Sensing the underlying tension, Glack remarked, "Do not worry, merchant. He shall come to no harm." That a glance at his antique shop reveals that our esteemed proprietor lacks for nothing. Laura interjected, "Did you not repeatedly assert that the slavers and the nobility share connections? Are you not concerned that the slavers might leverage their ties to the nobility against our merchant?" Glack replied, "Indeed, I did say as much. However, I neglected to mention that it is not solely the slavers who maintain such associations. Antique dealers do as well. The impoverished do not provoke the affluent do not confront the powerful, and our merchant, possessing both wealth and influence, please, which slaver would be foolish enough to act against him?" Though there was merit to Glack's argument, and he generally exhibited sound judgment in critical situations, Laura found herself irked by his smug demeanor, particularly when he seemed to relish in the unfolding events. Thus, she resolved to provoke him a little. She deliberately approached Glack, the jingling of coins in her pouch resonating in the dwarf warrior's ears. It was not long before Glack cast a resentful glance in her direction. Laura felt a surge of satisfaction course through her, her steps growing lighter. The merchant had initially presumed that the relationship among the three bounty hunters was predominantly driven by mutual benefit. for from the moment he laid eyes on Glack, it was evident that this was a man who cherished wealth above all else. Pierce, on the other hand, was a person of little independent thought. Whenever the merchant spoke or posed inquiries, Pierce's gaze would fleetingly dart towards Glack. As for Laura, the merchant's impression of her was somewhat unique. She appeared to be an ordinary individual who simply worked for pay. Yet if he were to elaborate, he would describe her as a responsible and conscientious worker who considered her employer's interests quite reasonable, given the 30 gold coins at stake. Thus, he categorized her among the common folk, which aided his understanding of humanity. The slave child lying on the table presented an opportunity, a facet he had long been curious about and wished to comprehend. Might he derive some benefit from establishing connections? Indeed, much like the child before him, a small fur ball rolled across the floor, halting beside the table and nudging it, seemingly inquiring whether it might partake of the morsels upon it. The merchant steepled his fingers, contemplating how he ought to engage with the human child. As summer faded, autumn arrived, followed by the winter solstice and the return of spring. Part 2. The human continent was home to 3 great empires. The Kalba Empire boasts fertile soil and abundant natural resources, rendering it extraordinarily advantageous both militarily and in terms of civilian life. It is also renowned as a prominent realm of magic, housing the largest number of sorcerers among all of humanity. In stark contrast lies the Shalia Empire, which, despite being termed one of the 3 great empires of the human continent, is perpetually marred by internal strife, with no singular faction possessing the strength to unify the territory, thus preventing Shalia from truly claiming its place among the great empires. The Anew Empire is characterized by its intricate societal structure, featuring entities akin to a holy order, alongside autonomous cities like Haikal that govern themselves, and the free city of Phoenix, which resides within its borders yet is not under imperial control. Furthermore, the Anew Empire has persistently upheld the institution of slavery. The existence of slaves implies a demand for their services, creating a market driven by necessity. While the notion that all men are created equal is a rather gentle assertion, it remains true that some individuals are born into a higher station than others, as they occupy a position above the empire itself, having established and commanded it. These individuals are collectively referred to as nobility. The primary supply of slaves is derived from them. The residences of the nobility are grand estates and towering mansions, necessitating the presence of stewards to manage household affairs and certain clandestine matters, as well as maidservants to maintain domestic cleanliness and attend to nocturnal intimacies. They also require individuals to handle various menial tasks, such as the disposal of refuse and the movement of goods. Naturally, a portion of the nobility harbors particular desires, seeking to infuse their privileged and tedious lives with excitement, for the maltreatment and murder of commoners contravenes imperial law. Humanity is a hypocritical and malevolent species. The Anew Empire loudly proclaims death to all non-humans, advocating for their expulsion and the protection of mankind. Yet they wield the same rhetoric against their fellow humans when it comes to slaves, as if the very term slave could strip away their human identity. Deliva is a staunch xenophobe, harboring disdain for all non-humans and their mixed-blood descendants. He believes that humanity, as the architects of civilization, should not have to share its future with such grotesque and peculiar species. However, in another aspect of his identity, he does not reject this notion. In fact, he relishes it. He is a slave trader. Elves represent a particularly unique race, resembling humans closely in appearance, possessing extraordinarily long lifespans, and exhibiting minimal physical aging. Coupled with their striking beauty, they are favored by a segment of the nobility who find immense pleasure in their company. Within human society, hierarchies exist, and the same is true within elven society. Not every elf possesses formidable strength, yet it is undeniable that most possess abilities comparable to high-ranking human sorcerers, and certain realms beyond human comprehension are not so elusive to them. Deliva wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment. Recently, the slave trade has encountered significant challenges, with the availability of quality merchandise dwindling, particularly when it comes to elves. The act of abducting their kin without arousing the suspicion of these foreign races proves to be an exceedingly arduous task. It can only occur as a matter of fortune rather than coercion, for if such endeavors were to be discovered, it would surely bring about catastrophic consequences not only for oneself, but for the entirety of the human continent. Should one commit such an egregious offense, no matter the noble support one might possess, not even the backing of the entire royal family of the Aeon Empire could spare Deliva from a grim fate. At this moment, he finds himself in a tent, indulging in drink, while outside, The cacophony of pleas and struggles resonates. The negative atmosphere greatly diminishes the richness of the wine, prompting Delilah to gesture towards his two guards. Shortly after their departure, the tumult gradually subsides, allowing Delilah to savor his wine once more. The tent is abruptly lifted, and a towering man clad in armor strides in. He sits beside Delilah, seizing the wine jug to take a few swigs before exclaiming, "Boss, this haul is rather mediocre. The children sold by the impoverished are always lacking in substance, as thin as twigs, merely cloaked in a layer of dark, yellowed skin. They require years of nurturing, which is quite disheartening." Delilah, unperturbed by the man's brazen act of commandeering the wine, recognizes him as his captain of guards, a companion since the inception of their business venture. Delilah strokes his goatee thoughtfully and inquires, "Hago, what place is this?" The captain of guards replies, "Boss, do you mean to ask whose territory this is?" Delilah retorts, "Need I spell it out? This should fall under the jurisdiction of Blackwater City, at the very least." The captain, Hago, contemplates, "That's rather difficult to ascertain. This is precisely the boundary between two lords' territories, and it's unclear who possesses more land." Delilah suggests, "Then let us act as benefactors and clarify the matter for the lords." Hago gazes at Delilah, a smile gradually forming. "Ah, I see. Understood. Selling oneself into servitude is not an uncommon occurrence, especially in borderlands. Typically, the victims are young children, brought forth by their guardians, who, upon evaluation, receive a sum of money determined solely by the slave traders. With no room, Anthony is blessed with a joyful family, his gentle and kind wife Amelie, and their delightful and spirited son, Mikai. From the moment they came into his life, Anthony vowed that he would one day provide his wife and child with a life of comfort and happiness. After laboring throughout the morning, Anthony decided to take a brief respite. While his wife played hide-and-seek with Mikai in the fields, with a smile gracing his face, he observed this heartwarming scene before him. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, as Amelie swiftly scooped up their son and turned to her husband. Anthony gestured to calm her, signaling her to look after their child while he ventured to investigate the commotion. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he spotted a figure lying in a pool of blood not far away. As a group of armored guards armed with blades surged forth, Grey Earth Village, geographically positioned at the border between the territories of Giant Rock City and Blackwater City, was inherently neglected, especially as a disputed area. Moreover, this impoverished and remote village offered little to the lords, often rendering it a site of selective oversight by the rulers of the two cities. Most villagers capable of migration had already departed, leaving behind those who could barely scrape by on the barren land or resorting to selling their children to slave traders for survival. Some even resorted to procreation solely to sell their offspring, with the hope of splitting the earnings once enough wealth was accrued. Today, this seemingly ordinary village, laden with peculiarities, was graced by a band of visitors, a menacing escort. "Damn it," Hoger snarled, pointing at one of his fallen subordinates. "Didn't I tell you to keep your blades sheathed? Are you deaf? Gather the adults together. We'll feed them to the beasts later. Take all boys aged 5 to 12, and any unmarried girls over 5. Hurry up, Captain," one guard interjected. "There are 3 more over there." Hoger turned his gaze toward the fields beside the village, where a man and a woman stood, the latter cradling a child. They appeared to be a family, poised to flee. Hoger cursed under his breath and made a slicing gesture across his throat. Better to kill than let them escape. In the fields, Anthony sensed the impending danger that he shouted to his wife, "Amelie, take Mikai and run. Quickly. What about you? What will you do?" Amelie exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. Sweat poured down Anthony's brow as he grasped the hoe. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Don't worry, I will catch up with you. Take care of Mikai for me." Though Amelie longed to point out the contradictions in her husband's words, there was no time for hesitation. She could not squander their precious moments on futile tears and arguments. Embracing Mikai, she fled. The last image etched in Mikai's mind as he rested on his mother's shoulder was of his father's not so tall yet immensely dignified figure, and the armored figures drawing ever closer. From a young age, Mikai had been sternly forbidden by his parents from entering the woods surrounding the village, warned that it was a perilous place unfit for children. This marked Mikai's first venture into the woods, almost 9 years after his birth. The air was infused with the essence of nature, a tranquil silence enveloping him, save for his mother's hurried breaths. He heard nothing else. Amelie seized a momentary pause in her breathing to whisper, "Mike, please lower your head." She could sense the pursuing footsteps drawing nearer behind her, though she harbored a grim understanding of her husband's fate. She dared not dwell on it. nor could she afford to linger on such thoughts. Obediently, little Mike buried his head into his mother's neck, bewildered by the unfolding events. Why his father was not with them, why his mother was compelled to run, why they were being chased, and why he must not look. All he knew was that he must comply. After a brief interval, the sound of wind rushing past was interrupted by 3 peculiar knocks. Thud, thud, thud. Amelia's pace began to falter until she came to a halt. Mike, believing they had reached their destination, was about to open his eyes when a warm hand enveloped him. Close your eyes, Mike. Amelia trembled. My dear Mike, please obey, and keep your eyes shut. Through the gaps of her fingers, he glimpsed his mother's quivering smile, and he dutifully closed his eyes. Go, Mike, Mike, Mike. His mother called out his name repeatedly. Stay strong, Mike. This was the last time he would hear her voice. Suddenly, the space before him felt vacant, as if something had collapsed to the ground. Mike kept his eyes shut. 2 unfamiliar voices began to converse. Is it done? It's done. Damn it, what a hassle. Take the child away. His body felt lighter as he sensed himself being lifted onto a shoulder, remaining with his eyes throughout the journey. This lad remained the most reticent, not uttering a single sound when called. It remains unknown, Mr. Protector. The Protector replied with a click of his tongue. Well, the others are fine. We shall deal with this boy later. The boss has summoned you. The woman bent slightly once more, casting a sly wink at Mike before departing. This subtle gesture brought him a measure of ease. Hige opened the door and entered, briefly reporting to Deliva about the situation in Gray Soil Village. This time, Deliva appeared relatively satisfied. Apart from 3 or 4 villagers whom the guards had dispatched, the rest were herded away toward Blackwater City, pursued by several snake dogs released along the way to hunt them down. These monstrous creatures relished a predatory feast. It was sufficient to create enough of an illusion to lead others to believe that it was a monster invasion that caused the villagers to meet their demise at the jaws of the snake dogs. The townsfolk would only pursue the whereabouts of the man-eating beasts, and given that the villagers' deaths occurred closer to Blackwater City, after Hyde's report, the Lord would naturally attend to the matter, ensuring that no one would delve into why there were no child corpses found at the scene. The door swung open once more, and a woman entered, the very same who had comforted Mike in the cage. Hyde shared a knowing smile. Having delivered his report, he chose not to linger and drink as was his usual custom, fully aware of his employer's intentions. After all, they were both men. Thus, he discreetly vacated the premises, not forgetting to give the woman a playful pat as he passed. Deliva scolded, "You rascal, your audacity grows bolder by the day, daring even to touch my possessions." Yet, there was no trace of anger in his expression, only a hint of mischievous delight. Deliva reclined in the plush chair. "What are you waiting for?" The woman began to silently shed her garments. Deliva savored the exquisite scene before him, licking his lips in anticipation. Once the last piece of clothing fell away, the woman stood before Deliva, wholly unclad, her face devoid of emotion as she accepted the man's unabashed gaze. Deliva loosened his trousers, stating, "Come now, take a seat and move. I have other matters to attend to." The woman approached, and soon the room was filled with suppressed moans. As summer faded, autumn approached, winter set in, and spring returned. Part 3. Many were imprisoned within the cage, yet not a single voice dared to break the silence. Mike. They appeared as mute statues. For 3 consecutive days, the group of more than 10 lived together without uttering a word. It was only over time that Mike realized they were not mute but more akin to lifeless figures. The gentlewoman had not appeared in 3 days, and Mike found himself harboring a flicker of hope to see her again. In the following days, the children sharing the cage with Mike began to be taken away one by one. He knew not where these children were led by the guards. Each child called forth wore an expression of sheer terror, yet followed obediently. Mike did not even know their names, for they had been assigned numbers instead. From the moment they entered this place, the names that were to accompany them throughout their lives were stripped away. Here, Mike acquired a new identity. He was designated as Number 8, and from the searing iron brand, a blood, red 8, was etched upon his back. Perhaps it was due to the guards perceiving him as a mute that Mike had managed to remain in this corner. Unclaimed and unperturbed, he resolved to persist with this strategy, for survival was imperative. When the cage swung open, the woman entered, her smile as reassuring as it had been on their last encounter. "Long time no see, child." Number 8. She uttered the jarring designation, a mere formality, yet she was oblivious to the profound impact such a label could wield. The glimmer of hope in Mike's eyes vanished. He sensed the need for greater concealment and silence in his existence. The woman seated herself beside Mike. The vast space around them now felt desolate. In just a few fleeting days, following a series of transactions, he found himself the sole occupant of this place. The woman suddenly felt a pang of loss. She forced a smile, questioning her own right to feel such sorrow. The guards outside were casting warning glances in her direction, prompting her to recall the purpose of her visit. "Hello, number 8, may we have a conversation? You may call me Jasmine." This was how life should be, Mike mused, the life he once possessed. His mind was awash with memories of family, and he absorbed none of Jasmine's words. For they were intended for number 8, not for Mike, nor for the Mike of Grey Dust Village. That a flicker of compassion stirred within her. This tranquil and obedient child must be a good boy in the outside world. Jasmine placed her hand gently atop Mike's head, reminiscent of their first meeting, and began to hum a soft tune. She wondered if her mother had searched for her, if she still qualified as the good child in her mother's eyes, and whether she was truly alive in the way that mattered. Mike longed for his mother. Jasmine noticed a slight reaction from the boy, subtle yet profoundly laden with loneliness and suppressed sorrow. He was merely a child, not yet 10. The woman suddenly became acutely aware of how long it had been since she had entertained such thoughts. The commands of her master had conditioned her to enter the cage and soothe the emotional turmoil of these enslaved children, to listen to their laments, wipe away their tears, and, through gentle words, extract the scars of their pasts, guiding them into a new life, a life of enslavement anew. This was merely a job, Jasmine, a simple task entrusted to you. Oh heavens, Jasmine, how could you have allowed the destruction of others' lives to become your vocation? She halted her actions, covering her mouth to stifle the sin that threatened to escape her lips. To forget today is to be forgotten tomorrow. Was this not the very essence of her existence? No, she was far worse. Merely stepping out of this cage would allow her to tear off the mask of kindness she had worn, to cast aside that loathsome faade, trample it underfoot, spit upon it, and then compose herself to obediently present herself to her master, fulfilling all his whims. Jasmine, you instill disgust. You are unworthy of such an elegant name. The woman suddenly rose, intent on fleeing the cage, unable to endure the presence of her own self within this space any longer. Greetings, my dear lady. What are you up to? Were you not meant to be observing this child? What are you staring at? You wretched little rascal. How utterly infuriating. The guard directed his ire towards Mike, as though a mere glance from him had committed an egregious offense. Mike, maintaining an impassive expression, lowered his head once more. To my astonishment, Jasmine, whom I thought I would never see again, returned the following day. The guard, who had boisterously vowed to teach Jasmine a lesson the day prior, failed to act on his threats. For Deliva was also present. Deliva, are you implying that this child is mute? Jasmine, indeed, my lord. Deliva, naturally so. Jasmine shook her head, not at all. My lord. It is highly probable that he has experienced a significant trauma, resulting in a temporary loss of speech. Should you be willing to invest some time, I believe I can assist him in regaining his ability to speak. Deliva, you had best succeed, or there will be no reason for you to remain here. My castle has no need for useless slaves. Do you comprehend? Jasmine bowed her head in deference, acknowledging his words. Deliva did not linger long before departing, as he was preoccupied with preparations to welcome a nobleman, needing to meticulously select a group of slaves for the gentleman's perusal. With Deliva's exit, the guard regained his previous bravado, growling, "Damnable slave, you shall pay for your insolence towards me yesterday." Jasmine, bowing respectfully, replied, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guard. If it would quell your fury, I am willing to do anything for you, but I hope this will not affect my interaction with this child, as I trust you do not wish to incite the master's wrath." "Do you?" The guard hesitated, his eyes darting about, and after considerable contemplation, ultimately relented, retreating with a string of curses. Jasmine silently exhaled, having prepared herself for the worst. The only means she possessed to placate his anger was her youthful form. With a self-deprecating smile, Jasmine reflected on how she seemed to belong to Deliva, yet she harbored no doubt that if any of Deliva's subordinates dared to voice their desires, it could very well be any man here who would take her in the night. Fortunately, no one dared to speak up. "Hello, child, we meet again." Jasmine settled beside Mike and began recounting peculiar tales. Vast oceans, parched deserts, treacherous steppes, clear skies, cascading waterfalls, and gardens bursting with blossoms, transitioning from the inanimate to the animate. She spoke of the mischievous Bunker, the boisterous Anka, the warm-hearted Fane, and the diligent Beechel. Jasmine narrated sights Mike had never witnessed, describing kind-hearted and benevolent people. It became a topic that intrigued him. As he listened, he noticed glistening droplets in Jasmine's eyes as she spoke joyfully, and Mike suddenly realized that perhaps this was not merely a description of the world or its ordinary inhabitants, but rather a narrative that belonged solely to Jasmine. Lowering his head, he timidly extended his small hand, gently clasping hers. The tremor of his delicate fingers brought a smile to Jasmine's face. How wonderfully fragile and tender he was. She pressed his tiny hand against her cheek, savoring the faint yet immensely warm contact. The boy felt the chill of sorrowful tears upon the back of his hand. As summer faded, autumn arrived. Winter approached, and spring returned. Jasmine found herself inexplicably drawn to the confines of her cage. The quiet and gentle Mike was an excellent listener. He never interrupted nor questioned her, and he offered timely support whenever she needed it. Engaging in conversation with Mike became an essential part of Jasmine's daily routine. She found herself somewhat immersed in this existence, feeling as though she had gained a younger brother. This daydream persisted for several months before it was shattered. So, after all that time, you still couldn't coax the boy to speak? Jasmine's motion to remove her clothing halted as Deliva narrowed his eyes and approached her step by step. His hands glided over her skin, and he whispered into her ear, "You remember what I said, don't you?" Jasmine knelt on the ground in a panic, imploring, "Please, my master, rest assured. This time it is because this child is rather special, which has required more time than anticipated. However, I can sense he is slowly beginning to accept me. Please grant me a little more time." Deliva appeared to be in a good mood. He bore no intent of reproach. Moreover, a naked woman kneeling before him, with her curvaceous form and graceful waist, presented a most delightful sight. "Very well," Deliva conceded. "This time, the sales of the other slaves have exceeded expectations, and I can afford to wait for this boy. Just remember to complete your tasks promptly, and do not squander the mercy I have extended to you." He licked his dry lips. "I believe you might need some additional assistance, wouldn't you?" Deliva seized Jasmine, forcing her hands behind her back and pressing her down onto the table, rudely entering her body. Much like the animals that emerge from the depths of the forest, eager to forage after enduring the harsh winter, the slave trader was equally eager to profit from those who had survived the season of hardship. The awakening of nature heralded the beginning of a new business cycle for Deliva. The sounds of guards preparing to venture out echoed even to the depths of the cage, and Mike cast a glance at Jasmine, inquiring with his eyes. At present, Jasmine understood that Deliva had not forgotten Mike's existence. He still recalled that there was an unfulfilled revenue in some corner of the cage. What he had truly forgotten was her. Jasmine had mistakenly believed that their days of mutual comfort would continue indefinitely. However, it was fortunate that Deliva needed to replenish his stock of slaves, a process that typically required a month or two, thus granting Jasmine and Mike a reprieve. She began to contemplate how to safeguard Mike in the future. "I wish to hear the tale of the free knight once more." Jasmine was taken aback. This was Mike's first utterance. She gazed at him in astonishment before hastily covering his mouth, glancing around in a panic to ensure no one had overheard. Once she confirmed that Mike's words had gone unheard, she lowered her voice and cautioned, "No, child, you absolutely must not speak. Do not let anyone know you can talk, especially those guards, understand?" Jasmine's demeanor brooked no refusal, and Mike nodded in agreement. The woman exhaled a sigh of relief, releasing her grip. She felt her undergarment dampened by her own sweat, startled by the simple words of the little one. "Child, what is your name? Can you tell me?" Mike. As soon as he spoke, Mike covered his mouth, glancing around like Jasmine had just done. He then conveyed an apology through his gaze, and, taking Jasmine's hand, inscribed his name upon her palm. Jasmine responded, "Mike, so your name is Mike." She affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "Very well, today I shall recount the tale of the free knight once more. Listen closely, Mike," she cautioned. "No matter what transpires henceforth, remember my words. You are mute now, and you must remain so in the future. Do not utter a single sound. Do you understand?" Jasmine cradled Mike's face, repeatedly reminding him, and he nodded each time. Only when she felt sufficiently reassured did she leave the confines of the cage, fully aware that Deliva would seek her out at the first opportunity. Thus, she chose to close her eyes, and once shut, they would never reopen. Jasmine would only call him Mike when they were alone, and Mike would only respond in kind, whispering cautiously when they had privacy. It seemed that Deliva had indeed forgotten about the slave he had kept for 3 years, while the guards paid no heed to any of the slaves. Mike felt as if he had been cast aside by all, his existence concealed. Aside from Jasmine's daily visits, he often pondered that perhaps it was due to her presence that he could remain invisible within the cage. She had referred to that man as master, yet beyond that, Mike found it difficult to comprehend any rationale that could elucidate this circumstance. On this particular day, while en route to the underground prison. Jasmine encountered someone she was not meant to meet. Captain Gorg of the Guard, who blocked her path, his gaze shamelessly scrutinizing her from head to toe. Though she had faced this before, today felt distinctly different. "Forgive me, Captain Gorg. Have I obstructed your path? Or do you seek my assistance?" Jasmine's instincts urged her to flee from this man. Gorg chuckled. "Oh no, how could you obstruct me? Rather, it is I who have impeded your work. However, I have a small matter to discuss with you." He leaned closer. "The boss has gifted you to me." Jasmine's head snapped up, their eyes meeting before darting away as if struck by lightning. The terror in her gaze unmasked. Perhaps she should have long realized that she was merely a plaything for Deliva, to be discarded once he had tired of her. In the meantime, she could serve as a token of goodwill to his subordinates, a most fitting arrangement. She knew that Deliva had recently taken a liking to another slave, who, in a few years, would likely meet the same fate as hers, being given to some guard. Jasmine had foolishly entertained the hope of remaining by Deliva's side indefinitely. A notion both naive and absurd. Gorg's smile deepened, clearly relishing her expression. "I believe you will grace my chambers tonight, but in fact, that room shall become yours henceforth. Will it not?" Jasmine lowered her gaze and bowed slightly. That day, in the cage filled with eager anticipation, Mike awaited the arrival of the one he longed to see, yet she never came. For several days thereafter, the cage was graced by the presence of only one. The guardians of the cage do not choose to linger outside its confines. That space is filthy and unsightly. No guard on duty relishes the thought of descending into the depths. They typically remain stationed at the entrance, indifferent to all else as long as no one escapes from the subterranean prison. They have even failed to notice that the recent food deliveries are no longer made by Jasmine. Something unfortunate has befallen Jasmine. Mike pondered. The sense of unease washed over him, yet he felt powerless to effect any change. Wasn't that so? Mike closed his eyes once more. In the stillness, gentle footsteps echoed, accompanied by a voice long absent from his ears. "Hi. It's been a while, Mike." As he opened his eyes and looked up, he beheld a familiar face, albeit adorned with many new embellishments. Jasmine entered the cage and took her usual seat. She could read the worry etched on his face, and though she attempted to smile, the slightest movement of her lips tugged painfully at her injuries. Ultimately, Jasmine surrendered to the effort, adopting as calm a tone as she could muster. "I'm fine, Mike. I just had a fall a few days ago and sustained some injuries, which is why I haven't been able to come by. I'm sorry." Mike shook his head, slowly inching closer to Jasmine in hopes of offering her a modicum of solace. Jasmine pressed her cheek against his head, savoring this moment of warmth. "What a wonderful child he is. I must shield him from all the evils outside, ensuring that no one recalls he remains here. Even if it requires sacrificing other children in the prison, I cannot confide in him about my own plight. How could I possibly explain to a child that I was beaten for displeasing the captain of the guard?" "Jiao?" Jasmine began to hum a tune, gently patting Mike's back, her voice weaving a melody that enveloped them in a slow, soothing rhythm, providing a sense of comfort even in such a dire place. "Mike, do you wish to leave this place?" The question hung in the air, abruptly silencing the atmosphere within the cage. Jasmine covered her mouth with trembling hands, unable to fathom how she had uttered such blasphemous words. She shook her head repeatedly, as if to wholly disavow what she had just said. As she stroked Mike's spine in an attempt to soothe him from the panic her reckless words had incited, she realized that Mike was not alarmed at all. In truth, he seemed to be comforting her instead. As summer waned and autumn arrived, the boy opened his eyes to find himself in an exquisite shop, where not only the floor but even the lofty ceiling appeared impeccably clean. The proprietor, a tall man seated at a workbench, often wore a stoic expression, absorbed in his tasks. Rarely did he utter a word. One might say he had forsaken speech altogether. Communicating with a mute is indeed a challenge, is it not? The boy shut his eyes once more, oblivious to how many days had passed, though it seemed unnecessary to know. He resolved to adhere to the agreement and remain true to himself. The merchant had attempted to engage the slave boy upon his awakening, but the results were far from satisfactory. The boy appeared incapable of speech. Despite the merchant's various efforts, the outcomes were minimal, markedly different from the interactions he had observed with the 3 bounty hunters. The merchant realized that this did not align with his expectations. However, being the first trial of its kind, the merchant was not in a hurry. He possessed ample time to study this particular subject. The door of the antique shop swung open, and a man clad in the attire of a wandering hero stepped inside. The merchant furrowed his brow and paused his work. "It has been quite some time, my old friend. You still." "Now, this is a novelty. A little guest has graced my shop." The merchant continued, before anything else. Hank, there are matters of greater importance you ought to clarify with me. Hank replied. A daughter, are you referring to the situation with Vale? Very well, very well. I shall certainly discuss this matter with you. But only after you enlighten me about this little fellow. Hank said. With a snap of his fingers, the merchant summoned a slave boy who had fallen into slumber in the corner. Hank remarked, Oh, I would strongly advise against treating a child in such a manner. As he spoke, he settled into a chair opposite the merchant, effortlessly pouring himself a cup of tea. After a tentative sip, he grimaced and said, your taste remains as peculiarly distinctive as ever. The merchant tapped the table as a reminder. Elucidate, unless you wish to find yourself ejected. Hank gestured invitingly, and the merchant, after a prolonged pause, slowly began to recount the events that transpired during the expedition to Shadow Wolf Mountain. Hank mused, So, you intend to glean insights about humanity from this child? I mean, the brighter side of it. The merchant retorted, What, you do not endorse this endeavor? Hank waved dismissively, Of course not. On the contrary, I consider it an admirable attempt. Proactive measures are always superior to passive ones. The merchant replied, I have been proactive before. Hank chuckled. Oh, dear friend, those instances were merely a result of unfortunate circumstances. One cannot define the term humanity by such occurrences, for that would be rather hasty. The merchant, however, disagreed with Hank's assertion, believing that humanity's inherent flaws are deeply ingrained in their very essence. They often relish portraying themselves as victims while wielding weapons of aggression. Acts of kindness may earn their gratitude for a day. Yet when such benevolence ceases, all one receives in return is their scorn and reproach. Humanity, in its foolish laziness, is a greedy species that seeks to gain without giving, and, even worse, they have a penchant for justifying their base actions to attain psychological solace. Wolfshade Town stands as a testament to this reality. Even though Vicini is hardly synonymous with kindness, Hank seemed to grasp the merchant's sentiments and did not wish to engage in a debate on this matter. He understood that only through personal experience of humanity's goodness could one hope for a change in perspective, and such transformation must be rooted in bonds of connection. Providing shelter to a human child could serve as a commendable beginning. Hank then shifted the topic, saying, All right, let us discuss the master of Davenberg. Veiled that he picked up the teacup, intending to soothe his throat, but reconsidered. The tea within would only exacerbate his discomfort and taint his stomach. Hank continued, I believe Vale has already made your acquaintance, correct? Setting aside other matters, I find myself rather fond of Vale. At the very least, he is an intriguing individual, is he not? Hank endeavored to find common ground with the merchant. Yet he faltered, realizing that it was unreasonable to expect someone who struggled to interact with a mere child to easily engage with a marquis. Hank, well, although I perceive him as an intriguing individual, it is undeniable that he possesses a pride that no one can bend, which is evidently unappealing. Will must have spoken to you about the events that transpired concerning him. My concern does not lie with the curse itself, but rather with its caster. Hank adjusted his demeanor, recognizing the necessity of conveying his message to the merchant with utmost seriousness to garner the latter's attention. Hank raised both hands in surrender and implored, Must you resort to this? After all these years of camaraderie, do you not harbor a shred of trust in me? The merchant sighed, Very well, it appears I cannot extract any useful information from you. So let us set this matter aside for the time being. However, I must clarify that I have no intention of aiding this human in lifting the curse. Merchant, what matter? Hank, of course. I refer to the attempts you made prior to my arrival. This was a topic of significant concern for the merchant, prompting him to recount every detail without omission. Hank, resting his forehead in exasperation, asked, Is this what you deem as your so-called attempts? The merchant nodded. Hank, you addressed a child as Hay? Merchant, he is mute and cannot articulate his own name. Hank, could he not write it down? Merchant, given his circumstances, I do not believe he comprehends writing. Hank, and then, you merely tossed food in front of him each day, neglecting him entirely. Hank, oh my heavens, I implore you, he is a slave. He has likely never experienced a proper meal before. Now, with an abundance of delightful food each day, could he possibly resist consuming it all? Merchant, so, my attempt was indeed correct. Hank, you. Hank shook his head, striving to stabilize his emotions. After a deep breath, he inquired, And then, you have not attended to him since. Are you not curious about what has befallen him? Merchant, I am contemplating methods, working while pondering. Thus I have temporarily set him aside. Do you believe that understanding his past would facilitate better interaction with this slave? Hank, I believe that any form of communication can be beneficial. But before that, you must instigate a change. The first step is to refrain from uttering the term slave in his presence. Merchant, I am merely stating a fact. Hank was on the brink of exasperation. He could not comprehend why this otherwise astute individual appeared so foolish before him. Hank, all right, let us cease this discussion for now. I believe before your second encounter with the child, I must impart a lesson to you. Mike had a dream. It was a chaotic vision, wherein he found himself running amidst darkness, struggling to breathe. He discovered that he was donning a black hood while sprinting through the night, his right hand being pulled by someone ahead. Guiding him, a voice that was all too familiar. It was Jasmine. Jasmine hurriedly approached him, her words tumbling out in a disordered rush, leaving Mike to glean only fragments of meaning from her chaotic utterances. Do not speak. Remain silent. Trust me. Escape. Quickly escape. Mike got in the next moment. A hood was drawn over his head, and Jasmine took his hand, guiding him away from the confines of the cage, through the fabric of the hood. Mike could hear the exchange between Jasmine and the guard. Is this the slave that Captain Hogg desires? Indeed. Lord Hogg has instructed me to bring him to him at once. At such a late hour? Our captain prefers a child over you. Woman, you may certainly question the token bestowed upon me by Lord Hogg, the ring he wears, and seek him out personally. However, I cannot be held responsible for the time wasted in the interim. Tisich, begone. Take this little beast out of my sight, you lowly slave. Mike could sense Jasmine's anxiety. Her body was rigid, and he suspected she was desperately fighting to suppress her trembling. In the next instant, the scene shifted once more. With the hood still obscuring his vision, Mike came to a halt, the only sound in his ears being Jasmine's heavy breaths. Mike. Huff. Leave this place. Huff. You should not remain here. Huff. Nor should you be sold to those nobles, only to perish in some forsaken alley. Mike felt her hands gently resting on his face. Child, carry my freedom away from this place. It is my only. Be strong, survive, Mike. The hood was slowly lifted. Beneath the moonlight, Jasmine shimmered. Was it the silver frost of the moon, the sheen of sweat, or the sorrow reflected in Jasmine's eyes? Mike did not know. All he recognized was that in that moment, Jasmine was heartbreakingly beautiful. Let us go, Mike. These were the last words he would hear. A smattering of noise roused the slave boy from his slumber. He opened his eyes, wiping his face, only to discover that tears had streamed down his cheeks during his dream. Though he could not recall the content of his reverie, a significant and unforgettable matter now lost him. Hey, little one, are you awake? A voice called from above. The slave boy looked up to see a grinning man clad in a ludicrous apron, holding a charred pan, indicating that he was attempting to cook. I told you, your cooking only complicates matters. As summer wanes and autumn arrives, winter solstice gives way to spring. Part 6. Admit the truth. Old friend, you cannot deny that I indeed do this better than you, Hank declared. Did he introduce himself to you or sing your praises? The merchant inquired. He did not speak. Rather, he was a good listener and exceedingly cooperative. Hank replied that he is mute, not deaf. The two men were atop a barren mountain, enjoying drinks as the sun descended, casting a golden hue across the sky, a splendid pairing with the rich wine, a true indulgence. So, have you gleaned what transpired with him? The merchant asked. It has only been a few days. It is too soon to tell. Nevertheless, rest assured, I will ensure he accepts me. After all, a man named Hank is quite the striking fellow. Merchant, indeed, I harbor no doubt regarding this matter. Hank, that response is rather dismissive, my old friend. Such nonchalance will surely undermine my confidence. With a flourish, a black vortex materializes nearby as Hank strides toward it, remarking, by the way, you Haven tea bathed that child, have you? Merchant, the shop is immaculate. Hank shakes his head disapprovingly. Too young. A soothing bath serves not merely to cleanse the body of grime, but also to purify the soul and alleviate fatigue. If I could persuade that child to accompany me for a bath, you would surely have to concede that I surpass you in merit, would you not? Merchant, well, I look forward to it. A contingent of guards, accompanied by hounds, scours the jungle. This is no trivial pursuit. A minor oversight could precipitate a far-reaching chain reaction if not swiftly contained. Deliva's countenance is grim, and the usually brazen Hogg appears markedly subdued. Deliva, have you yet located the individual? Hogg, boss, we are still a few short. Deliva curses. Damn it, I am weary of hearing that phrase. What madness has possessed that wretched creature to incite a slave's escape? Truly, she is fearless, Hogg. Rest assured, she is currently facing punishment. Deliva, punishment? Is that what I need at this juncture? Hogg, how could you be so inept as to lose control over a mere woman? When did you devolve into a fool who thinks solely with his loins? Should these lowly beings reach Giant Rock City, the ensuing troubles would far exceed what we could manage. Hog refrains from responding. Fuming, Delilah boards the carriage and departs for Blackwater City. Once the carriage is out of sight, a fierce expression emerges on Hog's face. The Lord of Blackwater City is Marquis Burney, a figure regarded as a typical noble by his subjects. Exuding the haughtiness associated with the aristocracy while indulging in ostentatious displays of wealth and a condescending demeanor. However, unbeknownst to his people, Marquis Burney maintains close ties with various slave traders and is, in secret, a loyal supporter of the church. In his study, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward approaches Marquis Burney and states, "My lord, Delilah requests an audience with you." Marquis Burney. Delilah? Who is he? Steward, a slave trader from the fortress outside Blackwater City. He has had the fortune of meeting with your lordship on several occasions. Marquis Burney. Ah, yes, I recall such an individual. He is an adventurous slave master who ventures to the Elven continent. What business does he have with me? The steward whispers a few words into Marquis Burney's ear, and upon hearing them, the Marquis chuckles lightly. Indeed, this presents a minor inconvenience. The steward inquires, "What are your intentions?" "My lord, if the neighboring Giant Rock City were to learn of this, it could prove detrimental to your standing." Marquis Burney. Do not fret. As for that fellow Darcy, he poses little threat. Rather, it is these slave masters who are growing increasingly audacious. Do they believe that any trouble they stir up can simply be offloaded onto me, and that I shall generously and submissively assist them in resolving the messes of their own making? The steward's eyes glinted with intensity. "My lord, shall we rid ourselves of these disrespectful individuals?" Marquis Burney patted the steward's shoulder and remarked, "Let us not be so hasty. After all, a life is at stake. And how can it be so easily dismissed from your lips? Furthermore, we humans will eventually need to address the considerable nuisance posed by the Elven continent, and slave traders could indeed prove useful. Particularly those with a penchant for capturing elves." The steward inquired, "Does the Marquis truly believe that these individuals are capable of capturing elves?" Marquis Burney paused momentarily and then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. My heavens, that is the most amusing jest I have heard in recent times. Thank you for the delightful humor, Petty." The steward Petty bowed in deference, though he could not discern the punchline. Yet if it pleased the Marquis, it was indeed a worthy jest. Marquis Burney continued, "Elves? Those slave masters? That is utterly inconceivable. They merely delude themselves into thinking they have captured elves. Moreover, few have genuinely encountered an elf, so naturally, no one questions their claims. Yet, it is true, if one cannot deceive oneself, one is ill-suited for such a trade." He seated himself before Petty and added, "Capturing a purebred elf is an exceedingly arduous task, verging on impossibility. These beings, blessed by the gods, can wield magic without depleting their own mana, effortlessly casting spells of the 5th tier and beyond. In comparison, humanity is woefully weak. Fortunately, however, when the gods bestowed their gifts upon them, they simultaneously shackled them. Each elf finds it difficult to leave their own continent, akin to a host of powerful prisoners." Marquis Burney declared, "They are nothing but a collection of half-dash breeds. It is said that a faction of traitorous elves once conspired with humans." "Ha! Conspired. How dare these mere outsiders use such terminology to describe us?" The Marquis scoffed, for these elven traitors discovered a means to escape their continent, seeking to explore this vast world, and had the audacity to fantasize that we humans would welcome them. Outsiders shall always remain outsiders. How could our own empire possibly accept such peculiar beings? Yet, this does not prevent a handful of myopic fools from embracing them. Traitors exist on both continents. The ultimate outcome is that these rejected traitors find solace in the outer islands where both continents converge, supporting one another in their shared existence. Generations of intermingling have naturally given rise to half-breeds. When these slave masters speak of personally venturing to the Elven continent, they are merely referring to some outer islands, far removed from the true Elven realm. And those elves, just a group of half-breeds, their bloodlines diluted, how strong could they possibly be? The steward Petty inquired once more, but can a mere gathering of half-breeds, both sides disdained, serve as a sufficient pretext to eliminate the Elven continent? Marquis Burney chuckled. "Ah, since you also refer to it as an excuse, who would truly care about the weight of such excuses?" The butler, Petty, nodded and said, "I see. But did I beg your pardon, my lord? This seems to be merely a legend." Marquis Burney replied, "Indeed, it is a legend, a tale passed down through word of mouth, likely a fabrication conjured by the imagination of the first storyteller. But have you forgotten? These slave owners have already validated this legend for us. Patey nodded again and inquired, "Does my lord wish to meet this verifier?" Marquis Burney stated, "As a marquis, I am quite occupied. Tell him to resolve this matter on his own. I will keep a close watch on him." Patey nodded once more and then bowed as he exited the study. Leaning back in his chair, Marquis Burney pondered. While he truly did not wish to concern himself with such trivial matters, many of his slave traders were reluctant to venture to the outer islands of the Elven continent. He could not make a decision based on a fleeting impulse that might jeopardize the church's plans. The Marquis felt that he might need to do more than just watch. Some necessary intervention might be required. Otherwise, with those slave owners solely focused on survival and profit, they would achieve nothing worthwhile. After a period of waiting, Deliva found himself without the opportunity to meet the Marquis, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. He feared becoming a mere pawn, a sacrifice for the greater good in the Marquis's plans. Although relations between the two regions had never been cordial, it would be unthinkable to antagonize a mere slave trader. Fortunately, Butler Patey had provided him with a hint, reassuring Deliva that he had not yet become expendable. He merely needed to manage this predicament effectively. Perhaps he could impress the Marquis with his capabilities and secure a more favorable standing, perhaps even obtaining additional titles beyond being merely a slave trader at the Marquis's side. However, just after boarding the carriage, Deliva received distressing news from a messenger guard. The escaped slaves had not sought refuge within the confines of Giant Rock City. They had fled to a far worse location. As summer faded into autumn and winter gave way to spring, Hank succeeded in bringing the slave boy to the bathroom. He opened a seemingly hastily installed wooden door in the wall, revealing a pristine, white bathroom. "All right, little one. Now you need to remove your clothes and enjoy a comfortable soak in the warm water. After a good bath, a delicious dinner awaits you," Hank said, attempting to help the boy disrobe. The tattered garments clung to the boy like withered branches entangled in vines, leading Hank to doubt whether he could manage it alone. Just as Hank reached out his hands, the boy suddenly pressed his back against the wall, exhibiting a strong resistance as if concealing some secret. Hank paused, scrutinizing the boy for a moment before jokingly saying, "All right, I understand your behavior is merely a cover for your shyness. I shall leave you alone for now. You can clean yourself, can't you?" Hank pointed a finger, causing the iron ring around the boy's neck to fall. He instinctively caught it before finally departing the bathroom. The boy stood there, lost in thought, absent-mindedly touching his empty neck, lingering in a daze for an extended period. Upon leaving the bathroom, Hank approached the merchant, who was engrossed in his work, and tossed the iron ring and chain onto the workbench. The merchant glanced up and remarked, "Did he instruct you to remove this object?" Hank replied, "No, I took it off myself. I find it peculiar that you did not remove this abhorrent item from him at the earliest opportunity." The merchant countered, "You did not do so when you first met him. I assumed your thoughts aligned with mine." Hank retorted, "That was due to it being our initial encounter. After he has endured so much suffering, it is far more appropriate to begin with verbal interaction rather than physical contact. And do not tell me you were unaware. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I had already alleviated the burden of that ring and chain. Even if it stems from a place of objective goodwill, rashly engaging with something the other party resists may yield counterproductive results. Furthermore, what do you mean by suggesting that my thoughts are akin to yours?" The merchant stated, "He is a slave." Hank inquired, "And so?" The merchant replied, "Thus, this ring, emblematic of his enslavement, holds a different significance for him. I do not wish to discard it so carelessly." Hank opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. One cannot compel an emotionless individual to comprehend the suffering of others. As Hank gazed at the iron ring on the table, it struck him as exceedingly jarring that he raised his hand to brush it away, erasing its very existence from then on. Suddenly, Hank declared, "I believe we need to earnestly delve into the circumstances surrounding this child." The merchant responded, "Well, this is my concern. I shall attend to it once I complete my current tasks." "No," Hank objected, "from this point forward, it is also my concern. Perhaps I have become somewhat desensitized after being distanced from human affairs for too long. This feeling is quite unsettling, and I find it profoundly displeasing." The merchant retorted, "Are you not traveling outside every day?" Hank sighed and said, "Indeed, it is precisely because I traverse the outside daily that I remain disconnected from the affairs of the world." That asked for the merchant. He deemed Hank's actions superfluous, believing there was no need for such haste. Summer had just passed, autumn was approaching, and the climate had yet to fully transition. Where was winter to be found? However, the merchant felt compelled to acquiesce, lest this individual disrupt his work with madness. The upper district of Devonburg presented a wholly new world for the slave boy. He had never witnessed such a multitude of people, nor had he encountered such opulent carriages. And certainly, he had never seen such grand residences. The boy widened his eyes and stood on tiptoe, seemingly attempting to absorb everything before him. Hank asked, "All right, little fellow, which shop would you like to explore first?" The boy's attention was not focused on himself, nor on the lavishly adorned shops. Instead, he gazed intently toward a delicatessen at the end of the street. Hank discerned this detail for the first time. Emotion flickered in the boy's eyes. "This is quite remarkable," he remarked. "Perhaps we should first satiate our hunger, lest we lack the energy to shop." They found themselves in a barbecue establishment, which, unlike the more upscale restaurants, resembled a modest eatery that barely grazed the realm of refinement, a rarity in the upper town. Hank surveyed the array of meats before finally stating, "Sir, let us begin with a lamb chop for each of us." The merchant replied, "No, although your injuries have healed, your body has yet to recuperate. Lamb meat conflicts with the medications I have prescribed recently, and indulging in greasy foods like barbecued meat is hardly beneficial for your current condition." His tone was flat, as if addressing both the boy and Hank simultaneously, yet his gaze remained unfocused. There was no emotion in his words, nor any expression on his face, resembling the cold, mechanical sound of gears turning, stiff and devoid of sentiment. Each individual, every action, and every utterance bore its own essence. Encountering someone so devoid of color was a novel experience. The boy looked up at the towering figure beside him, finding comfort in this treatment. Hank interjected, "Do not be so harsh. A single indulgence cannot be detrimental, can it? I see the child yearns for it. Shall we not partake?" His intention was to dissuade the merchant, yet he was taken aback as the boy shook his head in refusal. The merchant glanced around and pointed to a nearby establishment, declaring, "This one, fish porridge, is suitable and healthful." He was more direct, making his choice and departing without seeking further input. The boy trailed behind, eyes cast downward. Observing the ankles of the man ahead, he mused that these were large feet, much like his father's, which brought him a sense of reassurance. Hank stroked his chin and chuckled to himself, standing rooted as he observed the pair, beginning to sense that their rapport might flourish beyond his initial expectations. After a span of over 10 days, Deliva led his escort into the territory of Devon Fortress. Upon reaching a clearing 5 kilometers from the fortress, he commanded his guards to set up camp. "Boss, what shall we do next?" asked Galga. "Can't you use your brain for once and ponder a little?" Deliva retorted, irritation seeping through his words. You come from a lineage devoid of intellect. Throughout this journey, the slave trader's mood had been exceedingly foul, his temper increasingly volatile. Since discovering that wretched woman had secretly released slaves, his spirits had plummeted, and upon learning that the slaves had fled into the confines of Devon Fortress, his fury reached a boiling point. That damned child, an 8-year-old, possessed such will to escape here. Ridiculously, not a soul noticed his trail along the way. Something a mere child could scarcely achieve, Deliva pondered, suspecting that Jasmine had arranged for someone to assist these escaped slaves. "Boss, but it's merely a mute child. What could he possibly accomplish? Are we perhaps overreacting?" Galga ventured. Finally, Deliva could no longer restrain himself. He struck Galga across the face, bellowing, "Fool, stupid pig, I shall no longer demand that you engage your pitifully limited intellect in contemplation. All I require is for you to remember every word I utter and to execute each task I assign. You hear me?" The loud reprimand drew the attention of the entire guard, who beheld their captain being soundly slapped before their eyes. Galga clenched his jaw, nodded solemnly, and then departed. "Damn Deliva, how dare he humiliate me in front of everyone? If it weren't for my intervention, would a spineless wretch like you have risen to this level? Just wait. One day, I shall make you regret it." The captain of the guards turned his back in a fit of rage and stormed away, while the slave trader, equally furious, collapsed into his carriage, seething with indignation. After a moment of contemplation, Deliva realized he could not place all his hopes on Galgu alone, should an unforeseen incident occur. Relying solely on Galgu as a lead would inevitably draw flames upon himself. Deliva needed to prepare a contingency plan to sever ties with Galgu if necessary, beneath the night sky. The two enraged individuals harbored their own ulterior motives. As summer waned and autumn arrived, Hank advised, "Let us move these to the corner and tidy up those boxes. Surely, it's enough. One cannot treat a child as a laborer." The merchant replied, "Prolonged exposure to poor diet and environment can deteriorate a person's physique. The atrophied muscles are a clear manifestation of this. Only through appropriate exercise and a balanced diet can one truly enhance physical condition. He was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of human emotion, yet possessed an astute understanding of the human body. Hank sighed. But this level of exertion seems excessive, doesn't it? After pondering, the merchant observed the boy struggling to lift the next box. Only for it to slip from his grasp, he then said, "Very well, that will suffice for today. Rest well, and we shall continue tomorrow." That Hank's tone brimmed with pride, as if he had accomplished something monumental. The merchant glanced at the skewers of roasted meat, remarking, "No, I am not like you. I do not require sustenance." Pausing, the boy looked down at the skewers in the basket, hesitating before timidly offering one to the merchant. The merchant regarded the boy in silence, pondering the fear, trepidation, and intimidation that his very presence seemed to evoke. Yet, amidst the swirling turmoil, he perceived another aspect, a glimmer of courageous vulnerability. The merchant accepted the skewer, chewing it thoughtfully before declaring, quite delectable." A rare smile flickered across the boy's face. The merchant, after gazing at the basket for a moment, reached for another skewer, finishing it and echoing, quite delectable." The boy's smile appeared to brighten further. Hank stood by with his arms crossed, observing quietly. After several days of training within the shop, the merchant began allowing the boy to venture out alone. Initially accompanied by Hank, the boy eventually set out independently. His outings typically involved simple tasks, with shopping comprising the majority of his activities. He merely needed to procure specific items from designated locations, though the merchant, under the guise of benevolence, claimed to facilitate the boy's reintegration into social circles. Hank was acutely aware that the merchant had commenced a meticulous observation of the boy's recovery in terms of physical health. He sought to witness the boy's future transformations and choices. From the outset, the merchant's intentions were unequivocally clear, and Hank did not harbor a sense of denial regarding this. Rather, he felt a twinge of regret. Hank found a peculiar solace in this realization. "At last, I have located you." Number 8, the unfamiliar yet familiar appellation rendered the boy momentarily speechless, as he sensed a searing pain radiating from his back. Shouldn't one politely introduce oneself upon entering another's abode? Hank approached the boy, placing a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Present alongside them was the expressionless merchant. "My apologies for neglecting to introduce myself. I am Gao Gu." Hank remarked, "Hey, old friend, it seems he holds your establishment in disdain." Gao Gu retorted, No. If I have given you that impression, I sincerely apologize. I ought to have articulated my sentiments more precisely. I do not merely disdain your shop, but also find both of you insufferably foolish. Damn it. Do you have any idea how much of my time you two imbeciles have squandered?" Hank retracted his flippant demeanor, while the merchant commanded, "Close your eyes." The familiar phrase momentarily startled the boy. He turned to the man beside him, finding tranquility within the depths of his unperturbed gaze. The boy obediently shut his eyes once more, this time covering his ears as well. Suddenly, Hank clapped his hands, causing the narrow alley to tremble slightly, reminiscent of a box being closed. He then positioned himself protectively in front of the boy, addressing the merchant. "May I?" Gao Gu was poised to draw his blade when he felt an unexpected lightness in his shoulder. A soft thud resonated, as something fell into a puddle. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to discover that it was his own right hand, which he had taken for granted. What the hell? What have you done to me?" Blood gushed forth uncontrollably as Gao Gu roared in agony, clutching his wound, the searing pain causing his vision to blur. "Kill them. Instantly eliminate these two bastards. What are you waiting for? Get on with it." The scene before Gao Gu filled him with an indescribable terror, compounded by the horrifying realization that the expressionless harbinger of death was steadily approaching him. "Wait, noble sir, please hold. I see the error of my ways. I should not have intruded upon your affairs, nor should I have been discourteous. Please forgive my ignorance." Number 8? "Yes, number 8. I can see that you hold a fondness for him, so that I shall relinquish him to you. And I vow never to appear before you again." Gao Gu fell to his knees in a plea for mercy, forsaking both his dignity and the pain of his wounds, consumed solely by an overwhelming instinct for survival. "Perhaps you desire more than just number 8, do you not? Indeed, you must be yearning to avenge the 8th. Deliva, it is all Deliva's fault. I have long harbored a disdain for that greedy, cruel wretch. Grant me a chance, sir. I can lead you to him. Should you desire, I could subject him to various inhumane tortures, ensuring he meets a most wretched end. That I implore you, spare me and provide me with an opportunity for redemption. A chance to atone for my past transgressions. That I promise I will." The voice trailed off as the head of Gauga rolled onto the ground. The merchant bent down to retrieve the lifeless head. Turning to face Hank, a chilling voice echoed through the dim alley. Was it merely a stroke of ill fortune this time? As night descended, the alley outside the antique shop returned to its original state. Devoid of all but the shadows. Inside, the boy lay in a deep slumber. The presence of the five had dealt a heavy blow to him. The merchant sat beside the boy, lost in thought. Just as matters seemed to improve, they took a sudden turn for the worse, and Hank feared that the bond between the merchant and the boy would regress to its previous state. The human heart is the warmest of entities, yet it can also be the coldest. The merchant had witnessed enough of humanity's malevolence. Hank mused, perhaps I should have eliminated these scoundrels sooner. The merchant remained silent for a moment before replying. You realized this from the moment they arrived in Devon Fortress, did you not, Hank? Indeed, there are accomplices of theirs 5 kilometers away. These individuals are undoubtedly slave traders, and this time they have come seeking the boy. Their operations are conducted with utmost secrecy, seemingly intent on keeping their activities hidden from Devon Fortress. I took the liberty of obscuring their trail and misleading them, making it less easy for them to find us. I believe you may find them useful in the future, particularly in your explorations of humanity. The merchant replied, it has proven unnecessary, at least concerning these individuals. Time has dulled Hank's emotional acuity considerably, leading to his foolish actions. The merchant remarked, the atmosphere is rather pleasant, is it not, Hank? Certainly. Do you not agree? The merchant gazed down at the boy, lost in contemplation, recalling the flicker of brave timidity hidden at the center of the vortex. Suddenly, the merchant rose and placed his hand upon the boy's forehead. Hank interjected, old friend, I would not recommend prying into another's memories. It is a crude and impolite act. The merchant paid no heed, closing his eyes and stating, there is something different in his eyes. Hank chose not to respond. Indeed, there was something unique in the boy's gaze, something beyond mere fear of you. Yet, what Hank refrained from voicing was that this certain something had been witnessed by the merchant long ago. Though those individuals had all perished by his hand, the rooster crowed, and the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room. The warm sun roused the boy from his slumber, and as he opened his eyes, the first sight to greet him was the merchant seated at the edge of his bed. The boy sat up, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes. The merchant inquired, do you wish to seek vengeance? As summer fades, autumn arrives, winter's solstice approaches, and spring departs. Deep within his heart, he too harbored a flicker of hope, yearning to once again behold the charmingly infuriating stubble-laden visage of Gao Gu at the moment the dawn broke. On the mountainside, Hank observed the boy slowly walking into the jaws of danger and remarked to his companion, I sincerely wish your intentions were purely to aid him, rather than for ulterior motives. Alas, the merchant inquired, what do you think he will do? Hank averted his gaze, responding, I do not know, nor do I wish to find out. His own luck had never been particularly favorable, and as for the merchant, Hank believed only the direst of outcomes awaited, especially after becoming aware of the boy's memories. Before him stood the slaver, flanked by armored men, with cold blades at their waists. The boy should have felt fear. Yet he approached with remarkable calmness. Do you seek revenge? Do you? The boy offered no reply, feeling nothing in response. He did not even comprehend why he nodded when the question was posed. It seemed he could forego additional preparations. Even if Gao Gu were captured, as long as number 8 remained in hand, everything could be resolved, and no one would possess irrefutable evidence to bring him to grief. The boy halted, seemingly searching the crowd for someone. Ah yes, we are one short here, an essential character. Molly, is it not? I recall that was her name, but alas, she cannot be present, for that wretched slave, that despicable thing, committed actions she ought never to have dared. Defying her master for the sake of a mere lowly creature, Delilah cursed and spat, pouring forth the accumulated emotions of countless days upon an absent woman. You know, number 8, you have been chosen. A noble gentleman is willing to purchase you for a gold coin. This gentleman relishes silent lamentations, which will fill your smile with anguish, thrilling him beyond measure. In truth, I too feel exhilarated. Acquiring a mute for a single gold coin is an undeniably lucrative transaction. How infuriating it is that the wretched creature dared to release you without my consent. Behind my back. Released you. Delilah inhaled deeply, his rage causing his face to twitch, every muscle quivering. Every transgressor must face consequences. This is a matter of principle. Hence, I extracted each of her teeth, ensuring she could not inflict harm while serving others the dough, and I removed her nails as well, for a patron complained she used them to resist. And I am one who values customer experience. Perfection must be achieved. Then I discarded her in a filthy alley, bound in a corner, utterly naked, allowing everyone to partake in her degradation, even those foul beggars with rotting skin. I have benefited humanity, have I not? Shock, confusion, and agony filled the boy's widened eyes. Rejecting the horrid truths he had just heard, he slowly parted his lips, his throat swelling, face flushed, and his hands helplessly clawed at his neck. As if attempting to break free from some unseen restraint, he struggled. He fought with every ounce of his being, disregarding all else. In the end, the boy succeeded. He emitted his first anguished cry after 3 years of confinement. Regrettably, what met his ears was the mocking laughter of Deliva. Ha ha ha. Listen, what a delightful sound. Jasmine has succeeded, just as she promised, to cure your muteness. I have never doubted her. Ding. A sword descended from the heavens, striking the ground. Deliva was startled, retreating a few steps, and upon looking up, he was astonished to see a sword falling from a sky devoid of clouds. The boy's eyes were ablaze with crimson, blood threatening to spill from their corners as he drew the sword with one hand and advanced with steady strides. Deliva retreated once more, but soon his anger flared again, feeling humiliated that a mere child could instill such fear in him. Kill him. The loss of bodily autonomy instilled an unbearable terror, akin to being transformed into a marionette, forced to watch and endure. This time, Deliva truly felt fear, for he saw the child drawing nearer, a genuine murderous intent emanating from him, leaving Deliva devoid of any plea for mercy. He sensed a warmth spreading in his trousers, accompanied by a foul odor. He was not only destined to perish, but to do so in the most disgraceful and impotent manner. As the sword's glimmer fell, Deliva instinctively shut his eyes. The darkness, however, did not herald the end of life, but rather the cries of a child. Before him lay the blade, mere inches away, and before him stood the weeping boy, desperately raising the sword, yet it faltered, lacking the support of a frail body and the guidance of a feeble spirit. Let it end here, child. This is enough. Hank approached from behind the boy, intending to take the sword from his grasp, only to discover that the boy's hand seemed to meld with the hilt. Hank embraced the boy, covering his eyes in an attempt to shield him from his tears. Why can't I even take revenge? The boy sobbed inconsolably. The merchant observed this scene, his eyes calm and devoid of emotion. An unsettling stillness enveloping the atmosphere. The carriage sped onward, indifferent to the jolts, solely focused on speed. Deliva pondered why he was still alive. The man dressed as a ranger had taken only number 8 and spared his life. Thud. The carriage seemed to collide with something solid, and Deliva was violently thrown out, landing face first and rolling several times before coming to a halt. This fall left him bruised and battered. As he attempted to rise with his hands, he noticed a pair of shoes before him. He lifted his gaze, and in the shadow of the sunlight, a pair of red eyes stared back at him. Do you know how many muscles a human has? Deliva's chin trembled. Do you know how many bones a human possesses? Deliva lowered his head. He helplessly and fearfully accepted the embrace of death. 2 men. A prolonged silence. The merchant. What about him? Hank. I let him sleep. Before he cried himself into unconsciousness, another silence ensued. Not a single item in the shop dared to stir. The rolling dust bunnies concealed themselves against the walls, afraid to approach the 2 men. Hank, I hope you have obtained what you desired. The words carried a sharp, ironic undertone. Merchant, unfortunately, that is not the case. Hank, is that so? Then I suppose you must continue to strive, to exert pressure until a child finds themselves in a desperate situation, before you can obtain what you desire. Is that correct? Merchant, silence. I will manage this myself. Hank, indeed, I should have remained silent from the outset. How could I have thought to interfere? You have always been adept at resolving matters. Have you not? Perhaps next time you will do even better, exploiting the child more. Bang. The antique shop trembled, the ground cracking like a web spread beneath. The merchant rose, fixing his gaze upon Hank, enunciating each word. Do not speak to me with such an air of self-importance. Do not presume to instruct me from a perspective of friendship, for we are not my old friend. After receiving both hatred and disdain, you have acquired a third emotion that angered at midnight. Marquis Burney sat with a sense of satisfaction, the vision of thousands kneeling before him seeming vividly close. Upon returning to the estate, Butler Patty discovered, much to his displeasure, that the guards had abandoned their posts. Pushing open the grand door, a heavy stench of blood assaulted him. Though he covered his mouth and nose, the first breath he inhaled lingered in his nostrils, refusing to dissipate. What followed was the most horrifying scene of his life. The estate resembled a sea of blood. With a complete human skin laid out before him, 206 bones, and 639 muscles. Perfect dismemberment. As winter approached, the biting cold wind howled, and even the sun's warmth could not dispel the chill of the season, rendering the antique shop even more desolate. The merchant busied himself as usual at his desk, while the boy organized a recent shipment of antiques. Hank pushed open the door, the cold wind swirling in with him, brushing off the fine snow on his shoulders as he remarked, "It has begun to snow, and quite early this year, I must say." Inside the antique shop, the two were engrossed in their tasks, ignoring the newcomer. Undeterred, Hank attempted to engage in small talk, yet the result was the same. No one paid him any mind. "Hank, very well. It seems I shall speak of serious matters, my old friend. I wish to borrow something from you." The merchant finally reacted, inquiring, "What, Hank? You know I enjoy roaming about, but a journey alone can often feel somewhat dull and lonely. Thus, I was wondering if you might lend me black wind for a time." The merchant raised his head. "What do you intend to do?" "Hank, old friend, you are mistaken. What could I possibly do? The reasoning is quite clear. I simply seek a companion." "Merchant, when?" The merchant resumed his work, neither agreeing nor declining. Hank shifted his focus. "Hey, young lad, would you like to meet Black Wind? It is a rare fine steed, as handsome as I am. No, I am far more handsome. Hiss, am I truly comparing myself to a horse?" The boy, without shifting his gaze, shook his head in refusal while continuing with his work. Everything seemed normal, the scene harmonious. Yet this was the most discordant situation of all. This was precisely what Hank feared. When a particular emotion accumulates to a certain extent, it often requires merely a slight provocation to unleash it, and the resulting devastation can be immense. The antique shop remained unchanged day after day, devoid of any progress or transformation. That evening, when alone with the merchant, Hank could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Do you intend to continue like this indefinitely?" The merchant replied, "What do you mean?" Hank retorted, "What do I mean? I believe this was a matter you were keen to discuss, yet you have chosen to circumvent it." The merchant shot back, "Were you not angered last time because I led him astray?" Hank fixed his gaze on the merchant and said, "Now, I am entirely convinced that you are indeed evading the issue. For centuries, you have pursued the essence of humanity, its existence, emotions, and behaviors. Yet now, you have halted in your tracks at the threshold." The merchant stated, "I have my own plans. I have always acted according to a strategy." Hank responded, "Yes, but a lack of plan is also a kind of plan that I hope you recognize whether you are pausing, progressing, or worse yet, regressing." Within the antique shop, the merchant continued his work, yet soon, he found himself unusually unable to concentrate. He opened the shop door, and fine snowflakes danced in the darkened alleyway. The cool breeze caressed his face, weaving through his hair. A boy awakened in the snow, realizing this was not the familiar alley, nor the shop within it. "We are not in Devonburg." The boy looked and saw Hank seated on a bare rock amidst the snow. "My old friend had matters to attend to here, so I accompanied him. It would not have been right to leave you alone in the shop, hence I brought you along. That I hope you don't mind. Think of it as a holiday." The boy rose and brushed the snow from his clothes, the ground blanketed in white, and the dry branches adorned with silver frost. Curiously, this was a borderland, and the boy recognized it. Interestingly, beyond this snowy expanse lay a familiar little village. The boy walked through the snow, each crunch beneath his feet his only companion, with steps alternating between deep and shallow, large and small. That a puff of warm breath blurred his vision, revealing in the distance small houses bowing under the weight of the snow. Here lay a field, there a path, ahead a bamboo grove, and behind, a hidden lake. Beneath the white blanket, the boy recognized all the scenery. He pushed open the door of a wooden cabin, filled with dust and furnished with simple pieces. The boy rolled up his sleeves and began to tidy up, sweating profusely in the winter chill, as beads of perspiration mingled with tears trickling down to his chin, falling to the ground. After a considerable amount of time, the cabin was finally tidied to a satisfactory state. Feeling a pang of hunger, the boy stepped outside, searching with reddened eyes for a suitable fishing rod. Every winter, his father would take him to the frozen lake to fish, chiseling a hole with a spade and casually adding some bait. The fish in winter were always hungrier than usual, so there was no need to worry about the quality of the bait. With patience, one could always catch fish in the desolate little village. Many abandoned items lay scattered about. It did not take long for the boy to find all the tools he needed: a small chair, a fish net, a spade, and a fishing rod, as he set off alone towards the little lake. This year, the ice upon the lake is thicker than in previous years. The small lake seems to recognize its familiar visitors, offering a measure of assistance. The boy, with little exertion, miraculously breaks a hole in the ice, drops his bait into the water, and sits quietly on the chair he brought, awaiting a catch. Among the four seasons, winter holds a unique stillness, and today is even more profound. The lonely surface of the lake is so tranquil that even the wind seems to disdain a visit. During the wait for a fish to bite, the boy can only pass the time by counting the old trees across the way. Now clad in new attire, he builds a fire, skillfully prepares 3 fish. And simple cooking suffices. In the boy's memory, the fish from the lake have always been exquisitely flavorful. Hank has a keen nose. As the fish begin to cook, he approaches the boy and, without hesitation, takes 2 of them before departing. "Uncle Hank, would you like to have a snowball fight?" In the distance, a man sits on the ground, accompanied only by a single roasted fish in the serene day of snow. One can unexpectedly find many things to do. The boy chases after the small creatures of winter, frolicking with frost cats and snow goats, who become his new companions on a new day, as the ice gradually melts and the earth reemerges. The boy continues to roast fish outside the wooden cabin. The lake's ice is thawed, and fishing no longer requires much effort to drill holes or change positions. Casting a line is now sufficient. It remains 3 fish and a roaring fire. Yet it is not the same person who comes to collect them. The snowmen have all melted away. This marks the first time the merchant has entered this place all winter. It is simpler than he had imagined. With the absence of the white snow's embellishment, the village loses much of its charm as the yellow earth is revealed. The boy focuses on roasting fish, biting his lip, as if he has resolved to make a significant decision. "Shopkeeper, may I address you in such a manner?" The merchant's gaze falls upon the boy, recognizing in him the same mixture of courage and timidity as before. After a moment of silence, he responds, "Yes, you may call me that." The boy replies, "Mike, you may also call me that." The merchant acknowledges, "Very well." Mike then asks, "Shopkeeper, would you care for some fish?" The merchant nods and silently sits beside Mike. However, when the fish is finally ready, Hank is nowhere to be seen. The antique shopkeeper and the boy each hold a fish, quietly eating in unison. Once they have finished their roasted fish, and after swallowing the last morsel, the boy glances at the wooden cabin and sits up straight, saying, "Surely, your business is concluded now, shopkeeper?" The merchant contemplates for a moment before responding, "Do you believe it is finished?" Mike affirms, "Yes, it is done." After a thoughtful pause, the merchant nods. Indeed, it appears to be completed. The early spring sunshine rests upon their shoulders, a long-awaited warmth enveloping them. The sun, having hidden throughout winter, lazily hangs in the sky, as if still not fully awakened from its slumber. Mike exhales and remarks, "Shopkeeper, this winter seems particularly mild. As for Laura, she is the first to depart. The guild has no new enticing bounties. Perhaps there are some, but at this moment, Laura is too preoccupied with her 30 gold coins, which cast a spell upon her, compelling her to spend them as quickly as possible. The essence of Glack's journey was to seek the elusive figure of the old vulture within the Bounty Hunters Guild. Alas, despite scouring every corner, he failed to catch even a glimpse of the bald head, as if the fellow had sensed impending danger in advance. This individual possessed an astute nose, particularly attuned to the approach of peril, a quality Glack could not help but envy. Consequently, the 3 bounty hunters reached a consensus to rest for a few days to regroup. However, what was initially intended as a simple respite turned out to be anything but. Glack remarked, "Pierce, I fear that even after we find a bounty task at the guild and embark on our mission, we may not encounter Laura herself. She will undoubtedly require more time to attend to her house." Pierce inquired, "Has Laura moved to a new home?" Glack retorted, "Indeed. She has not even deemed it necessary to inform us, squandering the precious time we could have spent together on a lucrative bounty hunt." "TSK. Women," Pierce countered, "but Laura did inform us about her relocation." "How do you know she is decorating her new abode?" Glack snapped. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Observation. Observation. How many times must I reiterate, Pierce? Reading the atmosphere is of paramount importance. It reveals much about what is to come. Alas, I am disheartened that after all this time by my side, you have failed to learn even a fraction of my virtues." Pierce scratched his head, sensing something amiss. How could the boisterous Glack, who had burst through the tavern doors in Wolfshade Town, now lecture him on reading the mood? The two made their way to the Hunters Guild, bustling, as ever, with patrons both inside and out. Fortunately, with his double-edged axe in hand, the dwarven warrior carved a path through the throng, narrowly avoiding being suffocated beneath the crowd of men. Upon reaching the bulletin board, Glack turned to his companion and said, "Look, Pierce, see if there are any bounty tasks suitable for us to tackle together." Pierce lowered his gaze, asking, 2 people? Aren't we waiting for Laura? Glack replied, let us forego that this time. That woman will need more time for her new home, and I doubt she would even join us if called. What? Are you concerned that the 2 of us cannot manage alone? Worry not, for my axe is eager for action. There is nothing we cannot conquer at present. What followed was the dwarven warrior's long-awaited self-aggrandizement. He had been silent for too long, with an abundance of tales to share with his companion. Pierce suggested, Glack, what do you think about helping the upper city nobles capture a cat? Glack responded, what cat? Pierce explained, while it states here that it is a pure white kitten, with a small bell on its right front paw and a tag around its neck, secured with a red string. Bearing the name Snow White. It must be the kitten's name. Pierce continued, my apologies. I thought you would find this bounty intriguing, considering it is a straightforward task, merely locating a kitten that may have wandered into the lower city. Moreover, the reward is 60 silver coins. I am curious why such a task has gone unclaimed. Glack scoffed. Pierce, do you even realize what you are saying? Though the bounty hunters here may possess varying degrees of prowess, it is indisputable that each of us harbors our own dignity. What we ought to pursue are endeavors of greater significance and nobility, rather than spending our days searching for wayward cats and dogs. In a certain gutter of the lower district of Duenberg. There. Over there. Quickly, catch it. That cunning little rascal. This creature is remarkably swift. Observe me. Alas, I missed it. It darted in your direction. Goodness. ISNT, this is set up for disaster. I must concede, your speed is quite impressive. It has scurried past your feet, to the left, then to the right, and back to the left. Oh, here it comes. For heaven's sake, stop shouting. Pierce, with your spinning head, it's right on your heels. Damn it. Can't you be a bit more agile? How many chances have we squandered to catch it? It moves too quickly and is so light on its feet, compounded by the unwelcoming environment here. Look, it has gone towards you. Glack, are you suggesting this place is better suited for someone of my stature? Pierce, once this ordeal is concluded, you shall see how I shall reprimand you. But first, let us capture this mischievous little feline. Hey, bending down with both hands outstretched, I grasped at nothing but air, my body failing to maintain balance, and Glack tumbled headfirst into the thick, muddy gutter, becoming momentarily ensnared. Pierce. Oh, Glack, are you all right? Let me assist you. Wait. Ah, damn it. Influenced by the gutter's treachery, when Pierce attempted to step forward with too much force, he too tumbled beside Glack. Pierce. Hey, Glack, are you okay? The 2 men, heads bowed over the gutter, exchanged glances, forming an inverted V shape. Glack roared, do you really think I'm well? After much turmoil, the 2 men finally apprehended the target of their bounty, a noble cat, raised in the upper district, brimming with curiosity about all things new, including the foul gutter unseen in its previous life. Thanks to it, Glack and Pierce now found themselves reeking and filthy, save for their teeth and eyes, their bodies cloaked in a layer of grime. Likewise, the pristine white snowball of a cat, leaping about in the gutter, fared no better. Its originally pure, silky fur was matted and clung to its body, rendering it a sight akin to a bedraggled black cat, greasy enough to evoke disgust. Pierce, Glack, shouldn't we clean ourselves up before reporting back? Glack retorted, is that even a question? Do you wish to present yourself to our employer in this state? Moreover, even if we didn't need to wash ourselves, it is imperative to cleanse this wretched creature. Meow, Glack. What are you yowling about? I'm speaking of you, you sly, mischievous little nuisance. Meow. The cat tilted its tiny head, gazing at the one holding it. Pierce chuckled. I think it has taken a liking to you, Glack. It seems to be enjoying your company immensely. Glack's face twisted in disdain. I am utterly displeased. Just take a whiff of this odor. It's simply revolting. Only a wretched creature like you would find amusement in such a place. The dwarf warrior relished the admiration that came from his prowess, appearance, or reputation, but it should never stem from foul stench. As the 2 bounty hunters made their way to the bathhouse, people parted before them. This should have been a rare experience, indeed unprecedented, yet it occurred under equally unprecedented circumstances. Pierce remarked, it seems we truly reek, but I've grown somewhat accustomed to it. It's not as nauseating as it once was. Human adaptability is remarkable. Silence, Pierce, Glack retorted, in a manner that could be described as ostentatious. The pair arrived at the bathhouse. Under the cascade of hot water and the soothing lather of soap, the 2 bounty hunters finally cleansed themselves of the grime. This time, the snow was exceedingly cooperative, allowing the 2 hefty men to scrub its surface without resistance. Yet, even with their bodies now clean, Glack's mood remained rather bleak. The bathhouse owner dared to discriminate against customers, a grave sin in the realm of commerce. Why should only they be charged double for entry? Such blatant inequality warranted a thorough expose on the bathhouse's purported humanitarian approach to hospitality. The dwarf warrior, heartbroken over the lost opportunity for a bath, failed to ponder the fact that since their arrival, the expansive bathhouse had been reduced to just the two of them. After a refreshing wash, they felt invigorated and prepared to retrieve their cleaned garments, only to discover that the bathhouse owner had extended his discrimination to their clothes as well. "Are you serious? It's merely a few garments. Why charge double?" Grack exclaimed. The bathhouse owner, with a blank expression, retorted, "What do you think?" After exhausting all his arguments, the dwarf warrior still failed to elicit any understanding from the proprietor and begrudgingly withdrew double the laundry fee from his pouch. "Pierce, if you ever take on such a bounty again, I shall make sure to beat you until your backside blossoms." "But it was you who insisted on accepting it," Pierce countered, "and you said it was fortunate to earn 60 silver coins for such an easy task." Alas, it seemed that a bounty hunter of my exceptional caliber ought to confront colossal monstrosities. Indeed, such as the three-crowned lizard king. The dwarf warrior was utterly unwilling to revisit his previous statements. Suddenly, Pierce interjected, "Oh heavens, whether it's a monster or not remains to be seen, but one thing is certain. We are about to encounter significant trouble." "What?" Grack bellowed. "Stop right there. You little creature, don't you dare run off." "Oh no, it's escaped inside," Pierce exclaimed. This scene caught the attention of a passing enchanter. What on earth were these two up to? As night descended, the bathhouse owner, anticipating his next guest, hummed a cheerful tune while sipping his drink. Tonight, patrons were more numerous than usual, and merely estimating the evening's earnings brought an involuntary smile to his lips. A chilling sound echoed, accompanied by a foul odor, as an ominous premonition surged from the soles of the feet to the forehead. The bathhouse owner focused intently and beheld two shadowy figures standing at the entrance. "Good evening, boss." What a coincidence. We meet again. Meow. In the otherwise ordinary bathhouse, terrified screams from the patrons intertwined with the owner's thunderous roars. 3 times. No. 10 times. No, no, no. Get the hell out. You bastards. Get out of my sight. In the second part of the tale, Laura dedicated a month to embellishing her new home, which she could truly call her own for the first time. Previously, her living arrangements had always been temporary rentals. After all, the life of a bounty hunter often entailed a nomadic existence, leading Laura to seldom consider purchasing a permanent residence. However, it now appeared that the primary obstacle had been financial constraints. Laura had a penchant for vibrant decorations. Her chosen wall colors and furniture hues were bright and glossy, complemented by a few mid-tone shades, resulting in an aesthetically pleasing ambience. Particularly striking was the crystal chandelier in the living room. Although it did not perfectly match the room's color scheme, its design captivated Laura's heart. 12 crystals encircled the light source, each suspended by a crystal chain, creating an elegant and beautiful sight, even without illumination. The moonlight filtering in through the window lent it an enchanting glow. These were trivial matters, yet simultaneously they were significant to her daily life. Upon returning to the Bounty Hunters Guild after a long absence, Laura felt that the men here were not as dreadful as she had previously perceived, thanks to the fortuitous events at home. However, the disheartening notices on the bulletin board were a cause for concern. A quick scan revealed that there were no suitable tasks for herself or her team. Having spent a considerable sum on her new home and its decor, she still had some remaining funds. Laura always set aside a portion for emergencies, but the dwindling available resources presented an unavoidable dilemma. Before long, she ought to seek out those two individuals to discuss recent job opportunities. Exiting the Bounty Hunters Guild, Laura's gaze shifted toward a particular direction. She wondered how that boy was faring. As autumn approached, the chill in the air would soon render his scant clothing insufficient against the impending winter. Shaking her head, Laura admonished herself not to dwell on such thoughts. She believed that the merchant would take good care of the child. This gentleman did not strike her as someone likely to break a promise. Regaining her composure, the enchanter began her search for her long-missed companions. The last she had seen of them was when they dashed into an alley. She was curious about what these bounty hunters had been up to lately. After spending considerable time scouring the lower district for their usual haunts, even the Fenny Tavern yielded no trace of the boozy dwarf warrior. She harbored doubts, suspecting that perhaps these two had done nothing at all in the past month. With no other recourse, Laura could only place her hopes on the night. The evening at the Fenny Tavern was arguably one of the liveliest spots in the lower district, where the affordability of drinks fueled a vibrant atmosphere. Pushing open the grand door, the stifling heat of the crowd enveloped Laura. She was not particularly fond of this place. After all, which woman relishes the company of coarse men? Yet, she did not entirely detest it either. For such mingled environments often yield a wealth of necessary information. The enchanter observed that the newly arrived tavern maid, who had joined over a month ago, now completed her tasks with a cheerful demeanor. Balancing an armful of items, she skillfully navigated through the throng without a single malevolent hand daring to touch her. Tio Laura. This maid had clearly found her footing, having fully acclimatized to the tavern's atmosphere. While on the contrary, a hapless newcomer seemed to be grappling with this new phase of life. As expected, the figures absent by day could invariably be found in the tavern by night. Laura settled at her companion's table, casually accepting the wine goblet just brought by the maid. Tilting her head back, she downed the contents in one swift motion. The icy liquid sent a shiver through her, imparting an indescribable sense of refreshment. "Hey, that's my drink," Grack exclaimed. "I thought you didn't enjoy alcohol," Pierce remarked. Setting down the empty goblet, Laura replied, "It's not that I dislike it. It merely depends on the company and my mood. If the company is wrong, yet my spirits are high, I can still indulge." Grack squinted at her. "What do you mean by saying that to me?" Pierce interjected. "Indeed, we had contemplated such a course of action. But suitable bounties for both of us are scarce, and it has been particularly bleak lately. As you might have noticed at the notice board that I have seen it, there is truly nothing suitable for us. Either the rewards are too meager or the challenges too formidable." Laura acknowledged. Grack grumbled. "Damn it, every time I prepare for something grand, it feels as though fate conspires against me, thwarting the rise of the great hero Grack. Hey, where has everyone disappeared to? Can't you see the goblets are empty here? Bring more, bring more." "Oi, don't touch my skewers," Grack barked. The dwarf warrior attempted to swat away the greedy hands reaching for his food, but, regrettably, was unsuccessful. Laura took a bite and deliberately arched an eyebrow at Grack. The dwarf huffed, lifted his goblet to quench his rising ire, only to discover it was empty. The additional goblet that rightfully belonged to him had been drained by her. He let out a heavier huff in dissatisfaction. "What an irksome fellow, why not stay at his new home instead of coming here?" Pierce stated. "Actually, I discussed this matter with Grack. If we continue down this path, this winter will be quite unbearable. We must find something to occupy our time." Finishing her last bite of skewer, Laura inquired, "So, what was the conclusion of your discussion?" Grack retorted, "Oh, now you choose to ask me. Why not inquire when you were drinking my wine and eating my meat?" At that moment, the tavern maid approached with 2 filled goblets. Laura announced, "Let us have another round of all the food on the table, and the wine as well." Turning to the dwarf warrior, she added, "It's on me." Upon hearing this, Grack's tone softened slightly. "There are only a few options. Either lower our expectations and accept those low-paying bounties that few take, or muster the courage to tackle tasks that are more challenging than usual. The former involves physical labor, while the latter carries greater risks that if neither is appealing, we may simply have to find a different locale." Laura inquired, "Are we to change locations? Do you mean to seek another bounty hunter guild in a different territory?" Grack responded, "What else could we do? Do you have an alternative?" Laura furrowed her brow in contemplation, while Pierce observed the two. Sipping his drink, he was accustomed to deferring decisions to them, believing that Grack's proposition was equally viable among the 3 options. Laura then asked, "If we are to visit another bounty hunter guild, do you have a specific destination in mind?" Grack replied, "To be frank, not at this moment that I have inquired with bounty hunters from other regions. Yet their responses have been rather ambiguous. Without first-hand experience, we cannot truly ascertain the situation regarding the bounties offered by other guilds. Ultimately, our urgency to earn money stems from a certain individual who has claimed a substantial portion of the rewards. As we enter a harsh winter, various bounties will drastically diminish, rendering it difficult to secure work." Laura retorted, "What do you mean by that? You volunteered for this from the outset, fully aware of the transaction. And now you wish to deny it?" Grack scoffed. "Humph. Had I known that the merchant was of a benevolent nature, I would have simply taken my leave with the money." Laura interrupted, "Please, perhaps it is precisely because we have honored our agreement that the merchant treats us kindly." "Have you considered our position in opposition to the merchant?" Pierce interjected, "Gentlemen, I believe we are here to discuss matters, not to bicker. Let us not misinterpret our intentions, shall we?" Laura replied, "I am, but I cannot speak for others." Grack, unable to suppress his sarcasm, remarked, "True enough, with a new home and wealth, one need not worry about the impending winter." With a thud, Laura struck the table with her fist, her voice laced with suppressed anger. "Grack, if you wish for me to leave, you need only say so. The dwarven warrior curled his lip, raising his empty cup to his lips. The atmosphere at the table became exceedingly tense. Suddenly, Glack rose. Peering through the tavern's small window, where he faintly discerned the figure of a balding man outside, Glack exclaimed, well, I finally have you in my sights." With that, he abandoned the two and exited the tavern. Though Laura's anger had not yet subsided, she had no intention of caring about his whereabouts. Pierce remarked, "Laura, truly, Glack did not mean it that way. He simply lacks restraint in his speech. His thoughts may not align with his words." Laura countered, "If his thoughts do not align, would he express such sentiments?" Pierce responded, "We are all quite familiar with the kind of person he is, are we not?" Exhaling deeply, Laura stated, "I know. But he has a knack for provoking irritation with his words. Moreover, due to financial matters, he has caused us no small amount of trouble. This time, I aim to teach him a lesson so that he may remember. Sometimes, one can be thoroughly comprehensive in their thoughts. Yet when it comes to money, something invariably goes awry. At IT is often that slight oversight that could cost us our lives." Pierce chuckled. "Glack has said something similar." Laura questioned. "What?" Pierce replied, "How we might endure our winter." With a deeper smile, Pierce continued, "So, what shall it be? Shall we venture out to find Glack and continue our discussion, or remain here and waste time, beneath the shroud of darkness?" The keen eyes of the dwarf warrior could still discern the figure deeply embedded in his mind. Glack seized the other, stating, "It has been a long time, old vulture." The old vulture replied, "Oh, look who it is, my dear friend Glack." His voice bore an unsettling chill. Glack retorted, "Don't play this game with me. Who is your friend? Let us not forget what happened last time." The old vulture interrupted, "My friend, let not our past grievances hinder the development of new camaraderie. If I had the time now, I would surely escort you to the tavern behind us for a merry revelry. But alas, the timing is quite unfortunate, a pity indeed." With that, he turned to leave, yet the dwarf warrior sensed his urgency. There was something pressing that required resolution. However, this was a splendid opportunity for Glack. Not loosening his grip, he smiled, "Indeed, it is rather unfortunate. Especially since you are a person of note received personally by the guild leader. Undoubtedly burdened with many responsibilities, such as reaping benefits upon Shadow Wolf Mountain, and from the church no less, gained only by treading upon their corpses." The old vulture halted, turning to face the dwarf warrior. "From where did you acquire such blatant slander, my friend?" Glack crossed his arms. "Oh, is that so? It seems I ought to report this to superiors to clear your name." The old vulture's gaze intensified, as if he wished to pierce Glack with his eyes, then suddenly he chuckled, "I apologize, my friend. It appears we have much to discuss." Glack declined, "No, there is nothing between us to converse about." The old vulture transformed, adopting a much more amiable tone and demeanor. "Do not be so hasty. There must be something I can assist with. Let me ponder. Recently there is a rather enticing bounty, albeit it is a bit of a trek. Yet the reward is most alluring." Glack scoffed, "Please, such a juvenile trap? Do you truly expect me to fall for it? Do you suppose I possess only a mouth and 2 eyes devoid of intellect?" The old vulture replied earnestly, "Everything I say is genuine, and I heard it straight from the guild leader's lips. Originally, this was a task meant for me, but I believe if I merely recommend it, the leader would gladly assign it to the other 3 exceptional bounty hunters under his command. This is a bounty with a reward of 30 gold coins that I hope you will not hastily reject it. At the very least, consult your 2 companions behind you. Wouldn't you agree?" The old vulture left with a meaningful smile, disappearing into the inky blackness of the street. Emerging from the tavern, Laura, having overheard the exchange, inquired, "Glack, you cannot possibly believe him, can you?" Glack replied, "Believe him? Old vulture, of course not." The dwarf warrior gazed into the enveloping darkness. Lost in contemplation. It soon became evident that Glack had not placed his trust in the old vulture's words. He had long since resolved to disregard any utterance from this man, choosing instead to rely on the Bounty Hunters Guild. Outside the guild, Laura stood with an impassive expression, arms crossed, after clearing his throat with a slight cough. Glack remarked, "This is a rare opportunity for a bounty. Although it may take some time, the rewards are quite substantial. Most importantly, this bounty has been personally issued by the guild master, and I hope we can diligently accomplish this task." Laura cast a sidelong glance at the dwarven warrior before shifting her focus to Pierce, her expression seemingly conveying, "See, I told you so." Pierce awkwardly rubbed his nose. He had spoken on Glack's behalf the previous night. But it was now evident that facts speak louder than words. Laura inquired, "So, you have indeed accepted this bounty task from the guildmaster?" Glack responded with a tone of righteous resolve, "Of course, It is my duty to undertake the responsibilities entrusted to me by the guild master. Laura pressed on. So, last night, even without receiving a response, Old Vulture had already conferred with the guild master and secured his approval for us to undertake this bounty. Glack remained silent. Laura sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. This is precisely what I feared. Old Vulture, despite your rejection, was certain you would accept this bounty. Do you understand what this implies? It signifies that this is the very little bit I referred to last night. The dwarven warrior feigned a cough. Ultimately, it was Pierce who sought to smooth over the situation. All right, since we've accepted it, there's no turning back. Moreover, this bounty could significantly improve our circumstances. Even if Old Vulture is untrustworthy, surely the guild master of the Devonburg Bounty Hunters Guild can be relied upon. Glack quickly concurred. Indeed, Pierce, you are absolutely correct. Cheer up, Laura. This is a legitimate bounty, and the destination is certainly unexpected. Laura acquiesced. Very well. Then please enlighten me as to where we are headed. With a proud tilt of his head, Glack declared, the Free City, the coveted Phoenix. The Free City of Phoenix is a remarkably inclusive place. It is no exaggeration to say that one can find everything that exists in this world. However, finding something does not guarantee possession, as many rare treasures vanish the moment they are uncovered, snatched away by various factions, including relics strictly prohibited for personal ownership by the church, as well as the elusive tricolored gems. The inclusivity of the Free City of Phoenix is not merely manifested in its goods, but also in its way of life, where one can encounter a myriad of races. The term foreign race is non-existent here, having been transformed into a pejorative by the church rather than serving as a descriptor. Nestled in the northern expanse of the Oran Empire, this city blossoms like a flower, generously dispersing its fragrant allure to all. The journey to Phoenix is destined to be a long one. Departing from Devonburg requires traversing nearly the entire breadth of the Oran Empire, spanning from south to north, covering at least a substantial portion of the realm. Along one particular road, an inconspicuous carriage ambled slowly forward, carrying 3 bounty hunters heading northward. Laura inquired, So, how much longer until we reach the Free City? Glack replied, When we once again see green grass, smell the flowers, and hear the birds sing, we shall be near our destination. Laura gazed at the tawny earth and remarked, So, you are uncertain about the exact time, are you not? Glack replied, Of course, I am uncertain. Do I appear to be someone who frequently traverses between Phoenix and Devonburg? The ever-patient Pierce interjected, This is our first venture to such distant lands. We must exercise more patience than ever before. Glack responded, Indeed, Pierce speaks the truth. The journey to the Free City is fraught with challenges, and we shall encounter numerous troubles along the way. The pursuit of freedom is invariably a rugged path, and only those who steadfastly cling to their goals will surmount all obstacles and reach the destination, savoring the fruits of liberty. Glack then quipped, You can never share such thoughts with women, primarily because their logic is often convoluted, rendering them incapable of engaging in profound discussions. A voice emerged from within the carriage. I can hear you, and I hope you can focus on being a diligent driver rather than gossiping like a meddlesome woman. The dwarven warrior scoffed, while Pierce smiled gently, relishing the light-hearted camaraderie among the three. Pierce asked, Glack, do you truly believe the Free City is as they portray it? Glack inquired, Portray it how? Without discrimination or prejudice? Devoid of class and nobility? Pierce nodded. Glack continued, Isn't that nonsensical? If that were the case, how could everyone sing the praises of this city? Have they perhaps received funding from the Phoenix Union? The voice within the carriage spoke again. I advise you not to regard Phoenix as overly perfect. The only true perfection in this world lies within each individual's conception of themselves, the self that resides in one's mind. Glack retorted, Did you not go to rest? Why must you interject with every sentence? The carriage fell silent. No further sounds emerged. Glack straightened himself and continued, Though I have never visited Phoenix, I have frequently heard tales about this Free City, and I have also consulted numerous records and documents. Pierce was taken aback. He found it difficult to reconcile the image of this individual with the notion of someone who needed to peruse scholarly texts. Glack elaborated, You are aware of the Phoenix Union, correct? It bears some resemblance to the Merchant Guild of Highcow City in certain aspects, though there are significant differences between the two. The guild, by its very nature, is indeed an organization that governs Highcow City. However, its members are primarily merchants, and they are all engaged in substantial businesses. Their actions are invariably intertwined with their interests. As for the Union, they resemble, let me think of how to describe it. Yes, They are akin to a group of individuals with a shared objective, indeed, an organization formed by like-minded individuals. Having found an apt description, Grack felt a swell of pride. Pierce inquired, "What is this shared objective then? How does it differ from the Merchant Guild of High City?" Grack shot him a sidelong glance. "Do I appear to be a member of the Union?" Pierce replied, Not particularly," Grack countered. "Then how am I to know what this shared objective is?" The voice within the carriage resonated once more. "Saying it is tantamount to saying nothing at all." Garrick was on the verge of leaping up, exclaiming, "Mind your own sleep and refrain from interrupting." Pierce chuckled once more, reflecting that the enjoyment he had just articulated was precisely this. Time was slipping away, with countless days and nights alternating, and along the journey, one's patience gradually waned with the incessant transitions between light and darkness. The path grew ever more rugged, the land increasingly barren, and the scenery monotonous, consisting solely of endless dirt roads and the occasional withered tree. The carriage resembled a solitary wanderer traversing the wilderness. Laura complained, "How long have we been away from Devonburg? Why haven't we arrived yet?" Garrick, the coachman, echoed her grievances. "Damn it. Those who prattle on about enjoying the journey are nothing but charlatans. Who in their right mind could possibly consider this experience enjoyable? Are they not completely devoid of sense?" Pierce endeavored to conjure a conversation to uplift the spirits of his companions, yet repeating the same topic over time proved exceedingly challenging. He found it increasingly difficult to unearth suitable and light-hearted subjects. In truth, the route to Phoenix was not solely characterized by desolate terrain. They had traversed numerous cities and meandered through various villages. However, at that time, they were solely focused on reaching the fabled city of freedom as swiftly as possible, thus missing out on much of the scenery along the way. Perhaps only Pierce retained the leisure to appreciate the sights. Pierce remarked, "I had thought the Oran Empire was inhabited everywhere. I never anticipated such a desolate landscape in the north." Laura responded, "What is so strange about that? The further north you go, the colder the climate becomes, rendering it unsuitable for crops, and consequently, for human habitation. Who would choose to live here in such frigid conditions?" Deprived of sustenance, Pierce found himself at a loss for words. Realizing he had chosen a rather inopportune topic, his intention was to bolster morale, but it had the opposite effect, deepening the somber atmosphere. Fortunately, Garrick interjected, "That's truly hard to say. Have you forgotten? At the northernmost edge of the empire lies a unique place. It is not a scene like this. Moreover, the city of freedom we are heading towards is a realm of prosperity." "Haven't I mentioned that when we once again behold green grass?" Laura interjected. "When we once again inhale the fragrance of flowers and hear the melodious songs of birds, we shall be near the city of freedom." Yes, I know. You've repeated it countless times along the way." Suddenly, the dwarf warrior, holding the reins, stood up, his eyes wide with excitement, revealing a long-lost smile that, "Oh, my dear gods, I would gladly kiss each and every one of your toes." "Ha! Look, what lies ahead." Pierce attempted to stand as well, peering down the road where a vibrant green hue was discernible not far ahead that he gasped in delight. "Are we nearly there?" A cacophony of clattering objects echoed from within the carriage as Laura leaned forward, parting the two individuals blocking her view. Indeed, she could see the long-awaited green grass. Laura exclaimed, "Wonderful, we are finally approaching. It feels akin to discovering a new continent." Pierce added, "It's as if amidst a sack of gold coins, one unexpectedly finds a silver coin." Garrick retorted, "You've got it wrong. You fool. It's more like expecting a sack of silver coins only to discover it's filled with gold." "Laura, do not even think about it. Such good fortune will undoubtedly never befall you." Glack. "What? You truly do not wish me well at all. I ought to seal your lips." Laura. "By all means, if you can manage it." Pierce. "In fact, I believe that kind of unexpected event I mentioned would be quite splendid, not at all inferior to the present situation." Laura. "Suddenly, I find myself rather parched." Glack. "I am feeling quite hungry." Pierce. "I am both thirsty and famished." Their excessive excitement led the trio of bounty hunters to indulge in nonsensical chatter, uttering illogical remarks. The three cheerful travelers from the north officially entered a realm of dreams. Northward Journey, Part 4. Albert is a reclusive researcher, not in terms of personality, but rather in his approach to work. The scientific division of his research institute, established merely 2 or 3 years ago, stands resilient like a pine tree in a tempest, enduring the trials of wind and rain while growing tenaciously. IT is a place where a group of passionate young scholars engage in mutual exploration, striving for progress and overcoming obstacles together. with Albert being the exception. He is a solitary individual who prefers to immerse himself in his work, neither seeking assistance nor offering help to others. His gaze fixed solely on the peculiar machine before him. Perhaps I should add more coils, intertwine them. Spiral. Yes, this merits a trial. I must recalculate the data, indeed, such as quantity, electrical energy. How much power can be provided? As well as the driving coils and in the cluttered room, Albert is alone, muttering to himself, calculating and tinkering with the machine. The space is filled with various instruments and tools, making it difficult to find a path in or out. Albert oscillates between self-affirmation, self-doubt, and self-correction, gradually refining the design of the machine while unwittingly allowing time to slip away. Outside, the sun slowly descends, carrying away its last remnants of light. Albert claps his hands, and the lights in the room respond, illuminating the space. Perhaps feeling a pang of hunger, he rummages through a mountain of folders and retrieves a piece of bread, unsure of its expiration, and without a second thought. He shoves it into his mouth, chewing while continuing his work. Finally, in the deep of night, after an entire day spent in toil, Albert's bloodshot yet exhilarated eyes behold the completion of his first scientific creation. He examines it as if it were a priceless work of art, eager to caress every component. He turns and rummages through his tools to find a metallic sphere, gently opening the upper part of the machine to reveal a groove in the connecting track. With utmost care, he places the metallic sphere into the groove and reassembles the machine. Creating a bit of space in the room, he exhales deeply, his hands trembling uncontrollably with anticipation of validating his research. His heart pounding fiercely, accompanied by a flicker of worry. What if it fails? However, Albert swiftly banishes this concern from his mind. How could he falter at such a crucial juncture after dedicating so many days and nights? He steels himself and resolutely activates the machine. The entire building seemed to sway momentarily as the machinery sprang to life, emitting a crackling hum of electricity, with flashes intertwining with the currents. The machines resembled awakened beasts, gathering the energy required for their roars. The sound of clattering echoed as items within the room began to tremble under the machine's influence. Boxes piled high against the ceiling toppled down. Albert grinned widely, on the verge of witnessing a historic moment. The electric energy surged ominously, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Under the immense force, the machines ascended, and suddenly, a blinding light erupted, followed by a deafening roar that nearly propelled Albert into the wall. Coughing amidst the swirling dust, the room flickered with erratic lighting. The recent experiment had significantly impacted the circuitry, struggling to rise. Albert brushed off the dust and surveyed the scene. The newly completed machine lay severely damaged, toppled on the ground. Yet, he felt no sorrow. Instead, he erupted into a hearty laugh. The room before him appeared as if it had been licked by a colossal beast, and the night breeze rushed in through the gaping opening, seemingly celebrating Albert's triumph. Isaac possessed a disciplined consciousness. Leading a life of strict order, he ensured that everything was tidied up and ready for rest before midnight. As sufficient sleep was essential for accomplishing the following day's tasks, just as he lay down after extinguishing the lights, before his head even touched the pillow, a tremendous crash resonated from outside, causing his own room to shake noticeably. After the noise subsided, a hearty laughter followed. Isaac chuckled and shook his head, silently rising to turn the lights back on. Preparing hot water for tea, he retrieved 2 teacups, unlocked the door, arranged the table and chairs, and settled in, mentally counting down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor, and the door was kicked open, revealing a drenched Albert, panting heavily. Ha ha ha. Isaac, you won't believe what I just accomplished. Albert exclaimed. Isaac, while pouring tea, replied, Indeed, I did not see this coming. He nudged the teapot and cups aside. After Albert sat down, he spread out the blueprints he had brought, diving into an enthusiastic explanation. Isaac, exhibiting great patience, willingly sacrificed his precious sleep time for the clarity of the unfolding situation. Once Albert finished his exuberant narration, Isaac handed him a cup of perfectly brewed tea and summarized. So, your electromagnetic cannon is complete? Seeing Albert's elation, Isaac couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, my friend. However, it would have been better if you had conducted the experiment in the morning under Professor Minkowski's supervision. Estimating the time, he poured a 3rd cup of tea and added, Albert, please bring over some additional chairs. Safety is paramount. My friend, I understand that each experiment requires significant time investment, and I empathize with your eagerness to achieve results swiftly. Nevertheless, I must emphasize that the professor is very concerned about our safety. And we should be as well. The time should be near. Our guest is about to arrive, that I am well aware of that. Rest assured, my safety measures are thorough. There will be no issues. Which guest is arriving? Albert Einstein. You impudent rascal, I can surmise with the utmost certainty that the recent commotion was orchestrated by none other than you. You fool. How many times must I remind you that you are to seek my permission before conducting any experiments? Furthermore, have you lost your senses, treating your own studio as a makeshift laboratory? Outside, a thunderous roar echoed, and Albert lowered his head. Oh dear, the teacher has arrived. With a resounding thud, Mikhail Minkovsky, donned in spectacles and pajamas, entered the room, his gaze locking onto Albert with an irate intensity as he strode over. Good heavens, Albert! Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Have you mistaken this place for your own home? Detonating experiments at will. Isaac rose and said, Please, take a seat. Professor, this is your favorite high mountain black tea. Mikhail, still fuming, sat down, glaring at Albert as he lifted the teacup to his lips for a sip. Albert, wearing a conciliatory smile, remarked, Professor, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to report my experimental findings to you. Mikhail retorted, Get lost. Only when trouble arises do you think of me as your teacher. You hardly appear for days on end. What is it? Remembering this old man only when you find it convenient. Albert chuckled. Oh, Professor, you are quite the joker, making such quips late at night. Mikhail slammed his hand on the table. Do I appear to be jesting? Albert recoiled slightly, conceding. Very well. Do share your experimental results first, and then I shall ponder how to handle your situation. Mikhail inquired. So, you increased the coils and differentiated them into acceleration coils and ballistic coils, providing substantial energy to the metal sphere through electromagnetic interaction, Albert affirmed. Indeed, Professor, does this mean our scientific department at the Institute can finally gain official recognition? Mikhail's anger momentarily dissipated. The full title of the scientific department is the Free City of Phoenix Institute of Magical Research's Scientific Department. Mikhail spoke earnestly. Albert, do you comprehend the implications of your actions this time? Albert replied. Isn't it merely a scientific experiment? If successful, everyone rejoices. If it fails, we simply try again. It is as straightforward as that. Is it not? Mikhail opened his mouth, hesitating to respond, but he chuckled softly. Suddenly, Isaac burst into laughter, stating, Professor, Albert is correct. It is indeed that simple, at least in the eyes of this fool. Mikhail was taken aback, then sighed with a wry smile. Alas, I truly do not know whether to deem you fortunate or unfortunate. Albert, perplexed, asked, What are you two talking about? I am no fool. I have successfully tackled the electromagnetic cannon that confounds both of you. Even if I am a fool smarter than you, and I intend to further improve it. I am contemplating that the electromagnetic energy generated solely by the coils may not suffice. We require a greater magnitude of foundational energy, for instance, creating a track and connecting it to a power source to provide substantial current. Oh, what a splendid idea, if I could fabricate a handheld railgun. Wouldn't that be a path to the heavens? It is unacceptable. I can no longer remain seated here. I must make an attempt. The student's words resonate with profound truth. It appears I have been overly hasty. Just moments ago, I nearly dashed out in pursuit. It would not be too late to admonish him at dawn. Mikhailovsky, with renewed resolve, settled back down and took a sip of tea, remarking, Fortunately, this fool has a friend like you. Perhaps his only friend. Isaac replied, Do not say such things, teacher. It is I who should count my blessings, for being beside Albert allows me to progress immensely. Mikhailovsky, gratified, patted Isaac's shoulder, leaving the room with an affirming smile. Alone, Isaac gazed vacantly at the blueprints left behind by Albert on the table. This world harbors many geniuses, yet only one monster exists, and this monster feasts upon the so-called geniuses that as for the city of Phoenix. The three bounty hunters could scarcely fathom its appearance. Firstly, its location is remarkable. Phoenix is an aerial metropolis, suspended in the air and connected to three surrounding peaks. It boasts three tiers, structured in a funnel shape, with the first tier designated for agriculture, the second for livestock, all encased in transparent walls, while the pinnacle, the true Phoenix, resides at the topmost level. Secondly, the city itself is extraordinary. The three peaks are widely spaced, and the vastness of the city is such that it could easily be likened to another imperial capital. The periphery is adorned with numerous column-like structures descending to the ground, serving as transport lifts for the bustling populace. Lastly, the heavens above are equally striking. Phoenix connects to each mountain at its mid-height, and above the towering peaks, 6 colossal mana stones float. Unlike anything the bounty hunters have ever witnessed, these stones are nearly a quarter the size of a mountain, containing unimaginable reserves of magical power. Even from a distance, one can sense an overwhelming pressure when gazing upward. As the bounty hunters from the north beheld the true visage of the free city of Phoenix for the first time, they could only raise their heads in awe. Laura exclaimed, This is the legendary Phoenix. Pierce added, Such a city is utterly extravagant. Glack remarked, My heavens, I wouldn't even dare dream of such a sight. With their astonishment echoing, the trio arrived at the transport lift. Although referred to as a lift, it was not a staircase ascending level by level, but merely a simple platform. The three exchanged glances. All first-time visitors to Phoenix. Unsure of how to operate this contraption, Glack turned his gaze and noticed someone preparing to board, stepping directly onto the platform and pressing a button. In an instant, the platform whirred to life, elevating the individual skyward. The dwarven warrior tugged at the reins, feigning composure as he guided the carriage onto the lift. The interior was minimalist, with transparent walls, and only the right side of the entrance featured a screen displaying indicators for the first, second, and third levels. Glack feigned familiarity, saying, Pierce, press the button for the third level. We are ready to ascend. Pierce stammered, Huh? Me? Gulak glared and exclaimed, Who else could it be but me? Do you not see that I am holding the reins? Pierce appeared somewhat apprehensive. Fearing that such sophisticated equipment might fall victim to his clumsiness, he realized that even if he were to toil endlessly for the remainder of his life to earn back the cost, it would likely be a futile endeavor. Laura cast a disdainful glance at the two men beside her and confidently approached the screen, gently pressing the button for the third level. As anticipated, the platform began to move, and the bounty hunters commenced their ascent. In truth, Laura felt a pang of anxiety upon pressing the button, as the next group of individuals eager to board the lift awaited outside. Should the lift remain stationary, it would surely lead to an embarrassing situation, albeit she was uncertain what the embarrassment would entail since it was her first visit. Nevertheless, the notion of appearing foolish lingered in her mind. The lift ascended at a moderate pace, neither hastening to the point of discomfort nor dragging slowly enough to cause one to miss the breathtaking vistas below. Pierce pressed his face against the outer wall, marveling. Viewing the scenery from this perspective is simply magnificent. Hey, Gulak, look at those people. They appear as tiny as ants. Gulak replied, Oh, indeed, my friend, they are remarkably small. Laura interjected, How can you ascertain their size with your eyes closed? Gulak, gripping the reins tightly with his eyes firmly shut, retorted, Nonsense. I know without looking. Distant objects appear smaller while those nearby seem larger. I am not a fool. Laura teased. Ah, so the great warrior Gulak is afraid of heights. Gulak shot back, Be quiet. As the lift reached the third level, the trio was greeted by a vibrant street bustling with life. Above, winged beings soared through the air, delivering letters and parcels to their designated destinations. While aerial vessels glided gracefully above them, in the waterways below, aquatic beings swam freely, each thoroughfare serving as their playground. When weary, they would lounge upon the banks, engaging passers-by in conversation, occasionally splashing water playfully with their broad tails. Boutiques displayed exceptionally unique and exquisite garments, while weapon shops showcased the forging process right on the street. Outside the eateries, vendors called out boisterously, enticing customers of all races and appearances with warm hospitality. In human establishments, patrons of other races were seated comfortably, while in shops owned by other species, humans mingled amicably. The atmosphere was one of harmony and goodwill. Gulak sat in his carriage, utterly mesmerized by the scene before him. He struggled to find suitable words to describe the city, as it felt like a dream. The dwarf warrior could even spot figures reminiscent of himself amidst the throngs of people. Gulak urged the carriage forward, exclaiming, Damn it, look at this street. I could roll this carriage around here. Laura replied, I have no objections to that. But first, take me to a fine establishment. I must satisfy my hunger. Pierce concurred, I agree. The trio settled upon a particularly decorated restaurant, which featured a flowing waterway constructed of transparent glass in addition to the customer aisles. This establishment was run by aquatic beings. A waiter, with his lower half submerged in water, approached the three bounty hunters, presenting them with a menu and inquiring, Welcome, Esteemed guests, please peruse and let me know what you would like to order. Glack cast a glance at the price list, his brow twitching slightly. Do you have any recommendations? The fishman waiter replied. I would recommend you try the ram meat and the healthy beef, both of which are premium cuts sourced from the second floor of our establishment. Expertly prepared by our chef, he gestured towards a bustling fishman chef in the kitchen. I assure you, the flavors of these two dishes will not disappoint. Of course, they won't disappoint me. The prices alone are enough to make my heart sink. The dwarf warrior remarked, glancing at his two companions in an attempt to communicate silently, hoping they could decipher his meaning. Unfortunately, his companions were solely focused on the mouth-watering menu, not even sparing him a glance. Just as Laura and Pierce were oblivious to the prices and ready to place their orders, Glack interjected. Is there any fish here? The fishman waiter momentarily froze, his smile faltering. I beg your pardon. Esteemed guest, what did you say? Fish, Glack clarified. Fresh, delectable fish. As he spoke, he cast a casual glance at the fishman's lower half. Unquestionably, the bounty hunters made a hasty retreat under the cold gazes of the fishmen throughout the establishment. Glack, what on earth are you doing? Laura exclaimed, speaking to a fishman like that. It's a wonder he hasn't thrown you into a pot to stew you. In my view, it is you who are acting irrationally. Glack retorted. Did you not notice the prices on the menu? The cheapest dish costs 20 silver coins. Good heavens, it's no wonder the fishmen have ample funds to embellish their establishment. There seems to be an abundance of foolishly wealthy Phoenix folk. Pierce chimed in. I thought you would have mentally prepared yourself before entering such a dining establishment. I have always maintained a mental preparation, but my wallet was not ready, Glack replied candidly. The dwarf warrior was unapologetically forthright. He never pretended to be affluent when he lacked funds, yet he would certainly play the role of a fool when he had money, for every coin saved was a coin earned. With a sigh, Laura interjected. All right, it's my first time in Phoenix, so please do not ruin my good mood. Follow my lead. This meal is on me. Glack's demeanor shifted instantly, a grin spreading across his face. Why didn't you say so sooner? If you had mentioned that earlier, we wouldn't have had to endure such discomfort. Oh dear, perhaps it's the altitude, but I must say, you are looking increasingly lovely, especially in that outfit today. It suits you splendidly. And just look at that belt. Tut tut tut. And the Laura rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, when have I ever dressed differently for a mission? After indulging in a lavish meal, the satisfied dwarf warrior emerged from the exquisite restaurant, with Pierce trailing behind somewhat sheepishly, and finally, an irate Laura bringing up the rear. Shameless Glack, who had managed to devour a meal costing me 4 gold coins. How could one order so much without fear of choking? Yet, I must blame myself for this predicament. Why pretend to be generous when I already know my companion's tendencies? Laura consoled herself inwardly. It's all right. It's all right. Completing this bounty will yield another 10 gold coins. Consider it a lesson learned. The enchanting city of Phoenix, with its myriad charms, can indeed lull one into a false sense of security, leading to significant missteps amidst those around them. Having resolved their hunger, the bounty hunters commenced their journey towards the destination of the Magic Research Institute. The 3 peaks connected to Phoenix each housed distinct institutions. The United Council, serving as the supreme decision-making body of the Free City. The Review Institute, overseeing the legal governance of Phoenix, and the Magic Research Institute, akin to the Academy of Arcane Arts in the Imperial City of Aorn, a congregation point for Wizards of Phoenix. Along the way, Pierce inquired, Glark, is the individual we are escorting a certain Mr. Albert Einstein, truly a wizard? To which Glark replied, how am I to know? At times, Laura found communication with this dwarven warrior to be exceedingly challenging. She made another attempt to ask, surely you know where we are to escort Mr. Einstein? Glark hesitated, stammering, just to the north. Where else could it be? Laura regarded him for a moment before quietly asking. The president did not inform you, did he? Or perhaps Old Vulture had already contacted the president, indicating that we were aware of the details. Hence the president assumed we all understood the circumstances of this bounty and did not elaborate. And you? Too shy to inquire directly, or rather, too intimidated. Glark turned his head away. Laura sighed silently towards the heavens, pondering why she had placed her trust in such a fool that it seemed she, too, was a fool. With lingering questions, the trio arrived at the Magic Research Institute. Enclosed by towering walls pulsating with visible arcane energy, the Magic Research Institute presented an imposing sight, deterring any advance and inviting only distant admiration. The grand entrance was flanked by 2 towering stone statues, each depicting a wizard brandishing a wand as if chanting incantations. Outside stood a diminutive carriage and 3 outsiders. Laura asked, "Are you certain this is the meeting place?" Clark responded, "I am quite certain. Logically, Mr. Einstein should be awaiting us." Laura retorted, "I am not entirely convinced, but I am quite sure old Vulture has played you for a fool once more." Clark snapped, "Do not mention that detestable fellow in my presence." Pierce interjected, "Look, someone is emerging." From the corner of the Magic Research Institute's grand entrance, a rectangular frame materialized, which then transformed into a small door allowing entry that a young man, scarcely 20, stepped forth. "Greetings, are you the bounty hunters from Devonburg?" he inquired. Pierce replied, "Hello, and you are?" "Isaac Newton, a friend of the individual you are escorting, Mr. Albert Einstein." Clark exclaimed, "Ah, I see that it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Newton. Might I ask where Mr. Einstein is?" The dwarven warrior craned his neck, failing to spot another figure behind Isaac. With an apologetic tone, Isaac responded, "I am truly sorry, but Albert, he is still occupied in the workshop, and I believe he will not be able to join you for some time." Clark replied, "This presents a dilemma, Mr. Newton. It will significantly hinder our progress." Clark feigned profundity. "Well, since that is the case, let us reluctantly wait for a night. I hope Mr. Newton will bring your friend tomorrow. After all, unlike those idle bounty hunters who wander aimlessly, our time is exceedingly precious." Isaac replied, "Of course, I assure you." Laura cast a glance at her companion. Clark only knew how to bully those seemingly harmless young individuals. She smiled at Isaac and said, "Then we shall meet tomorrow, Mr. Newton." Isaac nodded with a smile. "Until tomorrow, fair lady. See, this is high-caliber talent." Even his words are so sincere, in an instant, Laura felt an overwhelming fondness for the young man. After enjoying a night in the luxurious abode of Phoenix, the bounty hunters returned to the entrance of the Magic Research Institute the following morning. No matter how many times one gazed upon it, the grandeur of the Institute's outer walls never failed to evoke admiration. As the carriage came to a halt, a small door appeared once more at the base of the main entrance, and Isaac emerged accompanied by another individual whom they had met the day prior. Isaac greeted, "Hello everyone. I hope we are not late this time." Laura responded, "Not at all, Mr. Newton. The timing is just right." "This is..." The dwarf warrior was bewildered. There was no one asking questions. Was this child not quite sharp? Isaac nudged his friend with his elbow, saying, "Apologies. Albert is just that sort of person. I hope you will be understanding on your journey to Luxembourg." "What? What journey to Luxembourg?" Clark exclaimed in astonishment. "I have not heard of this." Isaac replied, "Was it not made abundantly clear that the bounty involves 3 individuals escorting Albert further north to Luxembourg?" The dwarf warrior seemed to hear someone beside him gritting their teeth. "Of course, I know this. Yes, indeed, it is to Luxembourg." Clark wiped his brow. "Very well, let us prepare to set forth." Pierce, sensing the odd atmosphere, immediately disrupted it by asking, "If I may be so bold, Mr. Einstein, why is it that you are going to Luxembourg, especially with the harsh winter approaching?" Albert responded, "I am going to prove science, though." Science, what a novel term. The dwarf warrior seized the opportunity to divert attention from Laura's piercing gaze. Albert's eyes sparkled. "Are you interested?" Pierce inquired. "An apple?" Albert confirmed. "Precisely. Very accurate. Now, please watch closely." He tossed the apple into the air and caught it. Eagerly asking, "What did you see?" Clark replied, An apple falling." Albert exclaimed, "Exactly. Splendid. So what do you think?" Goodness, not only was this lad not quite bright, he was utterly foolish. Clark and Pierce shook their heads, while Laura, still glaring at the dwarf warrior, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Isaac suggested, "Albert, I think it would be best if you explained directly." Albert appeared somewhat disheartened. "Well, everyone, this is a phenomenon commonly encountered in life that we all understand that what is cast into the heavens will inevitably descend. Yet, no one has ever delved into the reasons behind this descent, merely accepting it as a matter of course. However, I wish for you all to understand that, in my view, every object and phenomenon in this world can be rationally explained, provided we engage in thorough study." This statement caused Laura to forget her irritation, leaving her merely blinking in place, while Pierce averted his gaze from the pleading looks directed his way. On the other hand, it seemed that Clark grasped something, as he nodded slowly while pinching his chin. "Clark, I must admit, Mr. Einstein, I initially underestimated you. I never anticipated that you could conceive such an astonishing theory." Albert, "Ha ha. Impressive. I assent to it. However, this revelation is not mine. It is the work of my esteemed friend, Isaac Newton, who has aptly named it the law of gravity." Albert beamed with pride. while Isaac remained composed. Laura questioned, "Did you comprehend that?" Clark replied nonchalantly, "Of course, it's the law of gravity. After all, just the law of gravity." Laura was entirely convinced that this fellow had understood nothing. Pierce remarked, "Indeed, it is quite fascinating that I hold great admiration for you. Mr. Newton, are there any other similar theories?" The other two bounty hunters glanced at Pierce simultaneously, pondering whether he had truly grasped the concept. Albert, reignited with enthusiasm, declared, "Certainly." He then approached a tree, suspending a box from its branches with a rope. Bringing the box close to his nose, he explained, "Next, I shall release my grip. Do you believe this box will strike my face?" With unwavering confidence, Albert asserted, "I wager it absolutely will not." He tilted his chin, exclaiming, "What do you think?" "Impressive, I assent to it," Clark responded. "It shouldn't, right?" Laura interjected. "Then why don't you give it a try?" Clark agreed, completely oblivious to the provocation that he approached the box, adjusted its height, and pressed it against his nose, inquiring, "Like this?" Albert affirmed, "Yes, I assure you, it will not touch your nose." The dwarf warrior mused inwardly. Could it truly be this miraculous? I find that hard to believe. He then gently pushed the box away, closing his eyes, and remarked, "Though I am uncertain of the nature of your theory, in my view." Before he could finish his thought, a resounding smack echoed as the box fortuitously struck Clark squarely in the face. He rubbed his nose, admonishing, "Did you not guarantee that it would not collide?" Albert retorted, "I never expected you would push it." Clark exclaimed, "What, are you implying that I should bear the blame for being struck?" Albert replied, "Why not? This is the principle derived from Isaac's law of conservation. It cannot fail, as long as you do not apply external force." Laura reveled in his misfortune, while Pierce stifled a laugh. Grack, rubbing his nose, lamented in the center, "This is it. Not only must I journey to Luxembourg before the bitter winter, but my escort has also dropped apples right in front of me. What a clumsy fool." The path of the great warrior of the Bear clan is fraught with difficulties that I in a corner of this farce. The theorist stood silently, expressionless, seemingly indifferent to it all. To the north, the Phoenix agricultural zone is a stretch of fertile land suspended in the air, meticulously divided into various suitable climatic conditions based on the specific needs of each crop cultivated therein, all sustained by magic. Only through the sweat of labor do the crops yield their sweet flavors. Unlike the fully automated management reliant on magic, the elder preferred to engage in the toil himself, basking under the glaring sun, donning a straw hat, and wielding a hoe to turn the soil with deliberate strokes. This small plot, nestled in the farthest corner of the first tier, was favored by the elder for its perspective. Whenever he paused to rest and gazed up, a vibrant tapestry of greens, yellows, and reds unfolded before him. A splendid oil painting of colors from all the crops. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a smile emerged on his face, for amidst a world dominated by magic, it was the grounded satisfaction of labor that truly uplifted his spirits. "Lord Kyloge, the meeting is about to commence." With age weighing upon him and having just completed his labor, the elder found even turning around to be a challenge. "You've arrived, Isaac. What do you think? I've managed this piece of land rather well." Haven Ti. The newcomer was none other than Isaac Newton from the Department of Science, though at this moment he was clad not in the department's uniform, but in formal attire suitable for a different occasion. "That I believe that next year, robust plants will flourish here," Isaac replied. Kyloge's delight was palpable at the exaggerated praise of his land. "That's wonderful. Wonderful indeed. By the way, has your little companion already departed?" "He's a fine young man, full of dreams," Kyloge remarked, "though they may only be dreams." "Well, I think the time is nearly upon us," Kyloge said. Isaac lowered his head, following silently behind the elder as he moved past. The United Assembly was constructed on a mountainside, a grand castle that seldom saw visitors, with foot traffic only visible on the day of the assembly. On such days, those ascending the mountain typically fell into three groups: one from the Review Court, another from the Magic Research Institute, and the third consisting of independents who had never participated in any management, solely inheriting the legacy of the first-generation assembly members. "Since you've gone to the trouble of changing your attire, let us take a stroll together," Kyloge suggested. Isaac remained silent, merely assuming a posture of respectful deference. Observing this, the elder proceeded ahead, flanked by the throng of people. Isaac waited until the crowd was completely out of sight before contemplating his departure. Such a splendid opportunity had been squandered. It seemed he was not as astute as the rumors suggested. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed in business attire and sporting a monocle appeared. "Good afternoon, Mr. Collector, Isaac greeted. Good afternoon, Isaac, the collector replied. After a considerable time, the collector, suddenly recalling something, remarked, You, a friend of Albert, are truly unworthy. With that, he turned and departed. Isaac stood alone, lost in thought as he gazed at the mountain path. Indeed, I am unworthy. The meeting room was remarkably spacious. Aside from the 9 seats at the central round table, there were over 100 chairs arranged around it, almost entirely occupied by a diverse array of individuals. As always, the Magic Research Institute arrived last, and the appearance of the elderly figure in a magical robe captured everyone's attention this time. A spectacle was surely in store. Have you taken up divination? Nonsense. It is evident to anyone with sense that the representative dispatched by the science department recently departed Phoenix heading north. Do you have faith in that young man? Do you think Dean Kyloge is a fool? You indeed speak nonsense. Since old Kyloge is aware that the science department intends to utilize technological theories to explain the magical supremacy he has long championed, why would he permit the establishment of the science department and consent to this wager? Hiss, your words seem to carry some weight. Suddenly, you do not appear so much like a member of the Pigment tribe. You are oblivious to how outsiders perceive you. They say you are. Get lost. I am as shrewd as a monkey. Then why do you think Dean Kyloge agreed? The science department is perpetually conducting experiments. And do you know how much each of these so-called experiments costs? Gold coins are spent like water, day in and day out, especially with their chosen representative, that fellow named Einstein. He is the most extravagant. So I urge you to engage your mind rather than relying solely on your identity as a member of the union to coast through life. The science department continues to endure such extravagant expenditures, which means someone must be financially backing them, and it seems to me that this individual holds considerable influence, possessing a grip so firm that even old Kyloge dares not act rashly. They have concealed their machinations beneath the table. It is time to bring them to the forefront and exchange insights before all. That makes sense. Of course, what I say naturally makes sense. In a corner of the assembly hall, 2 members of the union whispered to each other, eagerly anticipating this meeting. Kyloge took his seat, accompanied by the 2 individuals who had been by his side, the vice presidents of the Magic Research Institute, Ivan and Darren. Once everyone was settled, only 1 seat at the round table remained unoccupied. Excellent. Everyone is present. This meeting will once again be presided over by me, Richard Bennett. Bennett stood beside the main seat, calmly commencing the meeting, as if the empty chair beside him were also filled. Bennett, I trust everyone is aware that the representative from the science department has departed Phoenix for Luxembourg. In this time, the escort personnel were specifically chosen from the distant southern region of Devonburg to ensure there will be no unforeseen interference. Henceforth, I expect everyone to keep their hands and feet to themselves, adhere to the rules, and await the outcome in silence. The meeting room fell silent, with no one speaking, yet an unspoken dialogue permeated the as Bennett spoke. The gazes of the crowd flickered towards Kyloge, then to Miles, the director of the Review Institute, and finally to Jacob of the Independents. The arrangement around the round table symbolized the 3 major factions within the Free City, which also constituted the core triad of the United Assembly. Bennett surveyed the room and reiterated, I shall repeat once more, Albert Einstein, representing the scientific division of the Institute of Magical Research, will embark on a journey to the very roots of magic in Luxembourg to eradicate the Northern Wolves. Under the watchful eye of Luxembourg, and without the assistance of any external forces, should he succeed, it will serve as a testament to the value of the scientific division's existence, according to the regulations of the United Assembly. Director Kyloge of the Institute of Magical Research shall formally acknowledge the existence of the scientific division, in accordance with our previous vote which surpassed 2/3, and shall allocate operational funds as stipulated. Conversely, should he fail, the establishment of the scientific division shall be immediately rescinded, and no individual shall be permitted to propose any related plans for the inception of a similar division under any pretext. Does anyone have any objections to this? Silence reigned. Bennett reiterated, for the final time, does anyone dissent? Still, there was no opposition. Bennett affirmed, excellent. He gestured, and a scroll materialized, unfurling before them. Now, I ask everyone to raise their hands. An emblem began to emerge on the scroll, simultaneously etching the same mark onto the back of each raised right hand. The scroll then disintegrated into light, merging into the imprints on everyone's hands. Bennett declared, the magical oath has been established. Thus concludes the discussion on the establishment of the scientific division. The meeting of the United Assembly shall now commence. Every ordinary topic appeared to concern the populace's welfare. Yet beneath the surface, currents of intrigue flowed. Whenever proposals for improvement arose from either the Institute of Magical Research or the Review Institute, they were invariably met with opposition from the other side, often nitpicking to the point of absurdity. Regardless of the arguments presented, a new contention would invariably arise, plunging the debate into yet another round of discourse. It was only after the independents voiced their opinions, resulting in a 2-to-1 ratio, that any resolution could be reached. At a seemingly straightforward meeting about public welfare consumed an entire afternoon, with disagreements alone monopolizing much of the time. Throughout this assembly, only 3 individuals remained conspicuously silent: Kyloge, the director of the Institute of Magical Research; Miles, the director of the Review Institute; and Jacob of the Independents. The 3 most pivotal figures wielded surprisingly little influence over the proceedings, almost negligible, cloaked in the night. Members of the United Assembly began to depart the conference hall in succession. Indeed, one should not have heeded your words. The entire meeting mirrored those of the past, rife with disputes, and the 3 titans offered neither a word nor a glance. "What do you know? When have you seen a leader concern themselves with trivial matters?" muttered one assembly member to another, who had been whispering in a corner before the meeting commenced. "Aren't you one of them? Curse it! You acknowledge me as the leader, yet perceive me as one who can only manage minor affairs. I find myself at a loss as to whether I should feel pleased or incensed." "Of course, you should feel pleased, for I am indeed praising you. Isn't it you who has been boasting? Why the sudden inquiry directed at me? There exists a term known as gathering wisdom from the masses, which emphasizes the importance of collecting diverse opinions. I believe that Dean Kyloge's confidence stems from the inadequacy of the scientific department's representation. Consider this: the Frostwolf King, a creature of such formidable caliber, was unable to be subdued even by Luxembourg. How could a mere human, devoid of any magical prowess, possibly achieve that? Perhaps Luxembourg was simply preoccupied and could not spare the time. What a jest! The breath of divine flame is far more tangible than my own idle chattered. As for that woman's northern domain, I would believe it if you claimed the entire empire had perished. Yet Luxembourg remained unscathed. My apologies. I forgot you were an admirer of that woman. Shoo! Do refrain from speaking recklessly. I have no desire to meet my demise. What's the matter? Do you intend to cover my mouth to suffocate me? Are you unaware of how far we are from Luxembourg? Shoo! What now? Gazing into the distance, Kyloge descended the mountain slowly, akin to a monarch, supported by his courtiers. Vice Dean Avon remarked, "Dean, are we truly allowing the establishment of the scientific department? This is a grave insult to our Magical Research Institute. How dare a mere boy presume to elucidate the arcane truths that have eluded sorcerers for centuries using science?" The elder raised his right hand and waved it dismissively. "This has already come to pass." Avon persisted, but Kyloge interjected, "No more buts. I suggest we remain silent and wait. Since we have sworn a magical oath, our Magical Research Institute must not interfere with this northern expedition." Avon bit his lip, while Vice Dean Darren leaned forward and affirmed, "Indeed, esteemed Dean, our Magical Research Institute shall not intervene." Avon abruptly lifted his head, and Kyloge smiled. "Yes, our Magical Academy must remain uninvolved. Only our Magical Academy." As for the northern journey, Part 8, Glack profoundly yearned for the days spent alongside Merchant Sir, a patron who was both composed and cooperative, generous in his dealings. How could Glack not miss such companionship? Especially while escorting a fool northward to Luxembourg. Albert was nothing short of a nightmare, a tangible nightmare. The dwarven warrior finally grasped the essence of the so-called science that Albert incessantly prattled about. Science is when, after the wagon will get stuck in a pit, Albert instructs him to remove his belt and fashion a long rope from the garments within the carriage, tying it around the axle and pulling it around a tree trunk with force. Science is using Laura's bow to find a fulcrum and pry the wheel out of the mud. Science is when, lacking a stand to boil soup, 3 twigs are propped against the wheel to suspend the pot. The outcome: the wagon was freed from the pit through the pulling of the belt and clothes, albeit with a significant tear in the garments. The wheel emerged unscathed, but Laura's bow suffered wear. The soup was ready, yet at the last moment, the makeshift stand collapsed, spilling the contents everywhere. Oh hell with science. Perhaps this is what it means to endure humiliation and bear burdens. The dwarven warrior sighed silently from the wagon, acknowledging that life is arduous. Everyone strives for a better existence. Endure a little longer, for with the payment received, a fine winter awaits. Think instead of the warm wine in winter, and perhaps the spirits shall be lifted. As Albert pondered, and Clark engaged in self-reassurance, Pierce stood alone, observing the luggage that Albert had brought along in the cart, a meticulously designed and aesthetically pleasing machine. Albert remarked, "It is beautiful, isn't it?" After what he deemed sufficient reflection. Albert noticed Pierce's considerable interest in his research achievement. Pierce responded, "Indeed, Mr. Einstein, I apologize for my inability to find suitable words to describe it, but it is undeniably beautiful that a sparkle illuminated Albert's eyes. I have devoted much time to it. Do you see the central trajectory?" Yes, look through that heat-dissipating gap from above at an angle." Pierce inquired, smooth and refined. "What is its purpose?" Albert feigned mystery. "In due time, you shall know. I hope that when I unveil it, you can witness its splendor from the front row. I shall maximize its value." Clark interjected, "Speaking of value, Mr. Einstein, how much did it cost to create this contraption?" Laura, seated beside the cart, remarked, "This is a form of research, a pursuit of technology. Let us not conflate everything with money." Clark glanced at his companion and quietly questioned, "Why do you seem utterly unconcerned about your bow?" Laura shrugged, "I intend to replace it anyway, and such wear will not affect my ability to draw it. So yes, I am completely unconcerned." Listen to this infuriatingly wealthy demeanor. "It is grotesque, utterly grotesque," scoffed the dwarf warrior. Albert replied, "Well, to be honest, I do not quite remember how many gold coins I spent. If I were to estimate 5,000, 6,000, a cough escaped him. "What?" Clark nearly choked on his own saliva. 5,000, 6,000, and those are gold coins. Young man, do not exaggerate. By the dear gods, I am transporting a treasury in this little cart. Who could possibly withstand such a burden?" Yet Albert, appearing unfazed, said, "Do not be so tense. This is a perfectly normal occurrence in scientific research. You will grow accustomed to it in time." Pierce shook his head vigorously. Laura, slightly regaining her composure, asked, "Given that research necessitates such exorbitant expenses, Mr. Einstein, you must possess considerable prowess to construct such a machine, correct?" Unfortunately, Albert refuted this, shaking his head. "Indeed, substantial financial backing is required, but this funding does not originate from me. It comes from a similarly science-minded and exceedingly generous collector." Laura queried, "Are you implying a collector?" Albert affirmed, "Yes. How did you know his name?" Laura, puzzled, responded, "Name? Do you mean to say that the individual providing funding for your research is referred to as a collector?" Albert replied, "Yes, it is rather an odd name, is it not?" The perceptive Grack found a familiar sensation in this regard. "No, Mr. Einstein, that name is hardly peculiar. We have previously encountered another individual with an equally strange yet generous name, whom we refer to as Mr. Merchant." Pierce interjected, "Perhaps those with unusual names possess extraordinary hobbies." Grack promptly corrected him, "It is peculiar. I implore you to show some respect." Laura inquired, "So, Mr. Einstein, is your purpose for this trip to Luxembourg also scientific?" Albert replied, "Indeed, to be precise, it is to validate my research findings, as I mentioned earlier. I intend to fully exploit this newly crafted electromagnetic cannon." However, as the conversation turned to science, the light in Albert's eyes suddenly dimmed. He sat down, expressing a hint of regret. "In truth, for this journey, Isaac would have been far more suitable than I. I am not adept at such matters. I should remain in the studio rather than undertake this significant mission." "Which pertains to the very survival of the Department of Science?" Laura asked. "Mr. Newton, why do you say that?" "I believe the department chose you precisely because you are the most fitting candidate. Am I not correct?" Pierce followed with a question, "What do you mean by the survival of the Department of Science?" Albert touched his nose, appearing somewhat inexplicably embarrassed. I have few friends in the Department of Science, which is rather unfortunate in a context where collaborative efforts are essential for resolving research issues. Well, I only have Isaac as a friend. This endeavor requires interaction and communication. It is not merely about presenting results. Isaac is far more skilled in external matters than I am. I initially intended to decline this trip to Luxembourg, but it seems my teacher has placed all his hopes upon me, making it difficult to refuse. As Albert gazed at the three bounty hunters from afar, he pondered the possibility of confiding in them. "I am aware that this matter is not straightforward. It appears that the Academy of Magic has never wished for our Department of Science to be established, as our principles are diametrically opposed to theirs. Were it not for the foundational rules of the Free City, specifically the regulation allowing the establishment of any institution beneficial to Phoenix, provided it does not harm others or endanger the world, I doubt our Department of Science would have ever come into existence. Pierce questioned, then why still? Albert interrupted, take heed. The regulation states beneficial to Phoenix, which means we must demonstrate that the existence of the Department of Science can yield corresponding value for Phoenix. To my knowledge. Thus far, the benefits derived from all our research findings have been minimal. Should I fail this time, the Department of Science will cease to exist, Laura asked. So, Mr. Einstein, how do you plan to prove this during your trip to Luxembourg? Albert donned a more relaxed demeanor, wishing to appear more confident. Rest assured, you need only ensure my safe arrival. The subsequent matters are for me to handle. After a pause, he continued, I will absolutely not allow the Department of Science to vanish. As if revealing his determination or perhaps trying to bolster his own spirit, Albert suddenly inquired, can you envision the world of the future? Clark replied, oh, that's exceedingly simple. My future undoubtedly involves reclining upon a bed crafted from gold, sipping wine while embracing a woman, leisurely counting my riches. Laura interjected, perhaps, if you manage to live for a few centuries, the bountiful rewards from bounty hunting might allow you to indulge in such dreams. Clark retorted indignantly, are you suggesting that if I were to live for a few centuries, I could only earn a living in this line of work? Laura answered matter-of-factly, what else would you do? Just as the dwarven warrior prepared to counter, Albert interposed, I believe our future world will be truly magnificent. His eyes sparkled with renewed fervor. In the future, we shall possess self-driving carriages, allowing horses to roam freely across the plains. In the future, we will have plows that can cultivate the land swiftly and neatly, enabling oxen to shed their burdens and graze leisurely. In the future, every household shall have access to electricity, eliminating concerns over extinguished candles. In the future, we will construct taller and grander edifices, ensuring that there are fewer displaced souls. In the future, we will cultivate superior grains, alleviating our fears of the harsh winters. In the future, we shall create airships that do not rely on magical support, providing everyone the opportunity to soar through the skies. In the future, the young researcher articulated his vibrant vision of the future from the confines of the carriage. A realm untouched and uninterrupted by anyone else. The smile gracing his face and the light in his eyes seemed to repeatedly affirm to the bounty hunters that this was indeed the authentic visage of the future. Clark suddenly recalled when they departed from Phoenix via the transport lift, someone had pressed against the transparent exterior, saying, do you see that transport lift? Though it appears significantly less impressive than the other operational ones. It won't be long before it's completed. Once finished, it will function without magic, relying solely on mechanical force and the turning of gears to transport individuals as efficiently as the current magical transport lifts. At that time, not just Phoenix, but the entire world will benefit from it, allowing even those unversed in magic to enjoy a more convenient life. Furthermore, those barren lands, if approached with the right methods, can once again sprout green grass and even be utilized for cultivation. Gradually, life in the north will improve, attracting more people, and the surroundings will inevitably become more vibrant. At that moment, the man's eyes shone with the same brilliance. The dwarven warrior suddenly felt that this seemingly unremarkable young man, who occasionally displayed peculiarities, might genuinely possess the potential to transform the world. In an abrupt shift, a chilling gust of wind swept in, carrying a piercing sound that reverberated through the carriage. It felt as though the carriage had traversed a temporal divide, with the temperature plummeting and snowflakes beginning to fall. Oh my goodness, everyone, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Clark tightened his collar and answered his own question. The good news is that we are closer to our destination, and you all can don your newly purchased sweaters. The bad news is that the impending weather will be exceedingly frigid, and my sweater has developed a significant tear. The Northern Expedition, Part 9, Luxembourg, revered as the cradle of magic, stands as a coveted destination for all sorcerers across the empire. In a sense, it is the phoenix in the eyes of mages, a sacred enclave nestled in the far north. To discuss Luxembourg, one must first mention its inaugural lord, aka Yuri. Yuri was a remarkably gifted sorcerer. Historically, the first non-human entity to effortlessly traverse the realms beyond humanity. It is said that he was also the inaugural individual capable of wielding the 10th tier magic independently. Yuri bore numerous titles: the King of Magic, the Dragon Slayer, the Supreme One, the Book of Origins, among others. At a tender age, he acquired a plethora of accolades, yet he was also tragically frozen in time, passing away shortly after his 30th birthday. The circumstances surrounding his death remain shrouded in mystery. none know how, or when he met his end point one ordinary day, his lifeless body, missing an arm, abruptly appeared before the people of Luxembourg. A.K. Yuri's demise marked a significant loss for the magical realm. Yet he bequeathed an immense legacy, a grimoire within Luxembourg that chronicles a multitude of magical structures, all crafted by his own hand. However, this legacy was not destined for just anyone, even with Luxembourg's accessibility to the world. One could not discern a single word from the blank pages of the grimoire. The tome itself is a magical artifact, possessing its own will, and it shall only select those deemed worthy as its heirs. Henceforth, only those recognized by the grimoire are permitted entry into Yuri's former residence, where they may consult the tome casually placed upon the table, which harbors extensive records of magical structures and the pathway to the roots of magic. Among his myriad titles, Eik Yuri is particularly known as the Book of Origins due to his unparalleled quest for the essence of magic, as well as for creating the sole instrument capable of breaching the barriers of humanity, a powerful device that allows anyone to manipulate the world's magical energies at will, even if they possess no inherent magic themselves. Yet, since Yuri's passing, no one has ever discovered this legendary artifact. Each successive lord, upon completing their consultations of the grimoire, relinquishes their former surname and inherits the name of Yuri as a mark of legacy. Regrettably, this lineage, while perpetually continued, also faces constant renewal. Consulting the grimoire is both an honor and a deadly curse. Each subsequent lord has met their demise before the age of 30, and each passing has been exceedingly abrupt, be it through accident or physical decline. In short, no lord has managed to surpass the threshold of 30 over time. Luxembourg has grown accustomed to its lords who pass at the age of 30, and each successor readily accepts such a fate. For the allure of the grimoire is simply irresistible. The sovereign of the Luxembourg territory is a duke named Endowed, whose surname is renowned throughout the noble circles of the own empire, not least because his domain encompasses the illustrious castle of Luxembourg itself. This illustrious duke lives a secluded life in the empire's far north alongside Luxembourg. However, today, the routine is poised for a shift. The castle lord's messenger conveyed that guests from afar were en route, soon to enter the realm of Luxembourg. The lord of the castle expressed a desire for Duke Aid to extend the courtesy of a host by going forth to welcome them. Thus, Duke Aid resolved to depart from the highest castle of Luxembourg, accompanied by the lord below, gathering a retinue of 500 guards to venture beyond the city to greet the visitors. After the captain of the guard, Daniel, meticulously counted the numbers and inspected the equipment, he reported, "My lord, the guard is fully prepared." Duke Aid responded, "Excellent, let us set forth." He appeared in high spirits, as this was his inaugural engagement with Luxembourg's affairs, a task bestowed upon him by the castle lord, which filled him with great honor. The formidable contingent of 500, led by Duke Aid and assisted by Captain Daniel, commenced their grand journey toward the border. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, visibility was obscured, and sounds were devoured. A carriage trudged silently through the snowy expanse, the biting cold wind causing the canvas to flap violently. Within the carriage, 3 individuals huddled together, their trembling hands clutching a flask in a futile attempt to stave off the biting chill with strong spirits. The curtain was drawn aside, and a snow-laden dwarf warrior stumbled in, his chin shaking uncontrollably. "Change drivers, it's time for a switch," he announced. Pierce, bundled up so that only his eyes and nose were visible, passed the flask to him and then struggled to rise, leaving the carriage to take Glack's place at the reins. The trio of bounty hunters took turns at the helm, for the frigid temperatures and relentless storm threatened to freeze them solid if they lingered too long. Fortunately, before departing Phoenix, Isaac had replaced their steeds with yaks. Otherwise, the southern horses would have been utterly consumed by the storm the moment they entered its grasp. Albert had also expressed a desire to be included in the rotation, but seeing his nose crimson and his demeanor drowsy, punctuated by persistent sneezes, the bounty hunters could not bring themselves to allow a frail man, accustomed to the confines of a workshop, to face the wrath of nature alone. Glack inquired, "You all right, lad? Care for a sip?" Albert shook his head in refusal. He abstained from alcohol, believing it should only be used for disinfection and experimentation to owe him. Its consumption would muddle the mind, and as a member of the scientific department, he needed to maintain a clear head at all times. Laura exhaled a puff of warm breath, inhaling the frigid air, and shivered as she asked, "What's the situation outside? Can we see Luxembourg?" Glack replied, "Nothing but snow as far as the eye can see. Does this damned weather seek to take our lives?" The dwarf warrior took a hearty swig of liquor, feeling warmth spread from his throat to his belly. Even a small measure was better than none, providing some solace to his increasingly frostbitten spirit. Laura warned, if you ever accept the bounty without adequate clarity again, I shall pierce your body with all the arrows at my disposal. Glack concurred. I agree. Should I err a second time, please do not hesitate to end my life on the spot. Before the might of nature, even the formidable warriors of the Great Bear tribe could not remain unyielding. Oh my goodness! This thought the voice of Pierce echoed within the carriage. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you all ought to step outside and take a look. I am uncertain whether I am succumbing to hallucinations. The three of them poked their heads out. The refreshing scent of the prairie mingled with floral aromas wafting into their nostrils. On either side of the smooth road lay lush green meadows. As if a soft, beautiful carpet had been laid upon the earth, butterflies danced gracefully, bees busily gathered nectar, the blue sky adorned with white clouds, and birds chirped melodiously. All were momentarily entranced until their bodies issued a warning of warmth. Glack removed his heavy fur coat and remarked, did we somehow traverse through winter without realizing it? How is it already spring? Laura neatly folded her sweater and set it aside, saying, you have no idea how many days and nights we have endured. How could it possibly be spring? Just as they were grappling with the situation, a group of riders approached swiftly. The leading man displayed a friendly smile and said, welcome, friends from afar. Thankfully, this blizzard did not entirely impede your journey. I am Lord Edmund Ed, Duke, the captain of the guards. Daniel added, your grace. The bounty hunters, still reeling from the sudden change brought about by the storm, stared blankly at the man upon the horse. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your grace, Albert sniffled. I am Albert Einstein from the Department of Science at the Phoenix Academy of Magical Studies. These three are Glack, Laura, and Pierce, my escorts for this journey. Upon hearing their names, the trio snapped back to reality and bowed to Duke Ed. Ahem. Captain Daniel cleared his throat expressionlessly. Duke Ed replied, let us refrain from addressing me as a friend. Consider me a duke instead. Daniel shook his head in resignation. The bounty hunters found themselves perplexed. This was a far cry from the nobility they were accustomed to. As he spoke, Duke Ed revealed a purple ring adorning his hand, and a large magical circle began to expand from his center. Encompassing the hundreds present and a vast surrounding space, the radiant magic circle surged in brightness, a beam of light enveloping the gathering, while the symbols of the incantation began to detach, floating upwards like lively little sprites engaged in a dance. The brilliance intensified, compelling many to shut their eyes. When all returned to normal and they reopened their eyes, a castle steeped in history stood majestically before them. Duke Ed smiled once more. Welcome to Luxembourg. Northward journey, 10, serene and tranquil. One could use any gentle term to describe Luxembourg. Beyond the city walls, one could occasionally glimpse children frolicking together, while within, adults congregated with smiles, free from worries, living in comfort and peace. The dwarf warriors were assigned by Duke Ed to a residence that had been thoroughly cleaned in advance. Glack inquired, have you ever seen a city like this? Pierce responded, it bears some resemblance to Phoenix, yet is entirely distinct. It is a place of tranquility. Laura asked, on our journey northward, did we encounter any magical beasts? The three fell into silence. Albert was preoccupied with his luggage and equipment, and at this moment, nothing could divert his attention from the impending demonstration of the electromagnetic cannon. The dwarf warrior felt out of place in this vibrant atmosphere. Everyone greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm, even inviting him to sit down for a drink. Eager to hear tales of the outside world's perils, he found himself in a state of indecision, realizing that it was not the castle that was incompatible with him, but rather the bounty hunters. Luxembourg lacked the frenetic energy associated with the lives of bounty hunters, who thrived on danger. Suddenly, Pierce remarked, perhaps settling here wouldn't be such a bad choice. However, his statement was met with vehement opposition from Glack. What nonsense. If you expect me to live here, I assure you, I would go mad within a month. Laura remained silent, harboring an inner longing for such a life while simultaneously feeling an inexplicable aversion to it. Why? Don't you like life in Luxembourg? A flash of fiery crimson swept through the trio as a girl, around 10 years old, entered the room. She wore shorts with her hands tucked into the pockets, revealing her pale, delicate legs. Clad in simple attire, her exquisite and haughty visage, along with her striking red hair, captivated the eye instantly. The temperature seemed to warm further. Glack tugged at his collar for some air and inquired, little girl, who are you? The place arranged for us by the Duke is not one a mere child can enter at will. The girl did not even glance at the dwarf warrior, instead addressing the researcher tinkering with the equipment. Are you the representative sent by Phoenix? The girl continued, well, make sure to rest well today. We shall commence tomorrow. She raised her chin and declared, I am the representative sent by the Lord of Luxembourg to liaise with you. You may call me Teresa. With that, she strode out with her head held high. Black remarked, Oh, what a precocious little brat. Teresa's presence momentarily liberated the dwarf warrior from the ambience of Luxembourg, allowing him to grasp a semblance of familiarity. Pierce commented, A child as a representative, that's quite unusual. Laura replied, Of course it's unusual. Perhaps that girl is some grand sorceress, merely choosing to disguise herself as a child. She cast a pointed glance at the dwarf warrior. Black, torn between belief and skepticism, retorted, Surely not. If any random little girl could be a grand sorceress, then such sorceresses would be far too commonplace. Despite his outward calm, the dwarf warrior felt a surge of anxiety, momentarily forgetting that he was not in Devonburg, but in Luxembourg, a place renowned for its magical roots. Laura shrugged indifferently. Well, that's fine. Just be careful, okay? The dwarf warrior gazed toward the doorway, swallowing hard. After Teresa left, she was soon surrounded by a group of children on the street. Teresa, what shall we play today? Are we going outside to explore? What is so fun about exploring? There is nothing entertaining outside the castle, but the snow-capped mountains behind it are a different story. Teresa paused to gaze at the group of children and solemnly inquired, Do you remember what I told you? The children promptly lined up obediently and chorused, Do not approach the snow mountain. Teresa replied, Excellent. From now on, I do not wish to hear any mention of the snow mountain. Otherwise, I shall cease to take you on adventures. The children's faces lit up with anticipation. For as long as Teresa was willing to accompany them, they believed any activity would surely be far more enjoyable than an expedition to the snow mountain. Teresa continued, However, today is not feasible, and tomorrow is also out of the question, and it is quite likely the day after will not work either. The disappointment was palpable on the children's faces. Observing this, Teresa contemplated and suggested, As compensation, in a few days when I am free, I could take you out for a day and night of fun. Perhaps we could sneak away for an adventure. Sneak away? You mean very far away? Teresa confirmed, Indeed, not just playing outside the castle for a day and night. Teresa reassured, Absolutely. Can you promise? Teresa affirmed, I promise, I assure you, yay. The children cheered joyfully as they departed. And Teresa smiled, amused by how easily children could be pleased by such small matters. With her hands clasped behind her back, Teresa began to stroll along the street, greeting the passing residents, pausing occasionally to exchange pleasantries, share snippets of daily life, and share a laugh. Suddenly stopping, she called out into the air, Louis. A man dressed in a black suit with glasses emerged from the water, silently surfacing like a fish behind the girl. Teresa asked, We have only 4 guests from Phoenix this time, correct? Louis confirmed, Yes, Your Highness Teresa. Teresa repeated, Are you certain? Teresa mused, It has been quite a while since Luxembourg has been this lively. Thus, it turned out that only 2 bounty hunters had ventured out, and they had encountered a girl whom they had met earlier that day, sitting at the roadside in a small eatery selling wraps. Grack stated, Good evening, Teresa. What a coincidence, Teresa remarked. Shouldn't you be calling me little girl? Louis lifted his gaze, his eyes flashing with sharpness for just a moment. Grack chuckled. Ah, that was merely a friendly jest. No need to take it seriously. Let me see what delectable offerings are available. Laura, aware that her words had indeed impressed him today, hoped to redeem herself in his eyes. Thus she chose to sit with Grack. Teresa suggested, The smoked meat wraps are quite delightful, especially with this establishment's secret spicy sauce. Since you have come all the way to Luxembourg, it would be a pity not to indulge. Grack replied, Since it comes highly recommended by you, Teresa, I must certainly give it a try. Louis raised his gaze once more. Yet this time, the usually astute dwarf warrior failed to notice anything amiss. Teresa inquired, Is it just the 2 of you? What about the representatives from Phoenix? Taking a bite of her wrap, Teresa mumbled, It seems we indeed need to make some preparations. Grack inquired with curiosity, Speaking of which, we have yet to learn what exactly we will be doing tomorrow. Teresa replied, Did the representative from Phoenix not inform you? Laura interjected, That gentleman merely suggested we anticipate it eagerly. He promised to showcase the research results to their fullest extent. Teresa swallowed a bite of her wrap and remarked, Indeed, if he does not push it to the limit, it is unlikely he could defeat the Frostwolf King. Grack exclaimed in astonishment, Defeat the Frostwolf King? Is this not merely a demonstration of research findings? Teresa clarified, Of course it is, and this is precisely the method required to demonstrate that his so-called science can achieve what only magic could accomplish. Grack asked, Is this creature known as the Frostwolf King formidable? Teresa scrutinized him for a moment before slowly taking another bite of her wrap and said, "Have you encountered common monsters in the Northern Territories?" He shook his head. Teresa continued, "That's fortunate, for ordinary monsters cannot survive in the North. Only the Frostwolf clan, led by the Frostwolf King, can maintain a foothold in Luxembourg. You consider such a creature powerful?" He nodded. Teresa added, "By the way, the Frostwolf King has another moniker, the Shadow of White Frost. You think it is formidable?" The dwarven warrior suddenly lost his appetite, realizing that since his arrival at Devant Castle, his luck had been consistently poor. Whether it was the Shadow Wolf Mountain or now Luxembourg, unexpected circumstances always arose. Perhaps he was simply incompatible with wolves. Teresa finished her last bite of the wrap and assured him, "Do not worry. You will be safe by our side tomorrow. That my attendant here is quite formidable." Lewis appeared visibly apprehensive. Laura questioned, "Are you implying that Luxembourg will not ensure the safety of Mr. Einstein?" Teresa's brows raised in surprise as she replied, "Is it not he who wishes to prove science?" Having satisfied her hunger, Teresa rose to depart, with Lewis following closely behind. The remaining two exchanged silent glances over the steaming wraps on the table. Grack was preoccupied with concerns about the next day's agenda, knowing that the Shadow of White Frost was no trivial matter in Luxembourg, where the seasons seemed perpetually spring-like. The populace lived in tranquility, shielded from the fierce winds and snow, and safeguarded from the brutal monsters. This harmony was attributed to the current lord of the castle, recognized as the most formidable successor since the first generation. Ikiri. Presently, Luxembourg was protected by a colossal magical barrier, requiring the lord to continuously supply it with magical energy, a consumption so vast it was almost unimaginable. The sheer volume of the lord's magical reserves was equally astounding, and the speed at which the lord could replenish this energy was even more unfathomable, surpassing the barrier's magical drain. At this moment, Teresa and her companions were journeying away from the shelter of the barrier. With Teresa leading, Duke Ed to her left, and Lewis to her right. Albert was seated in the center of a carriage, making final adjustments to the electromagnetic cannon. Before their departure, Grack had strongly advised Laura and Pierce to remain behind, to wait quietly and safely for Albert's triumphant return. Yet, Laura's benevolence prevailed once more, while Pierce, entranced by the allure of science, remained resolute in his desire to witness the moment the electromagnetic cannon was activated. In a moment of desperation, the dwarf warrior resorted to heartfelt persuasion, guiding the two individuals all the way from Luxembourg. Upon reaching the edge of the barrier, they stood just a step away from a frigid, snow-laden expanse. The girl's laughter erupted unexpectedly at the crude metaphor, exclaiming, "I quite appreciate your analogy. It is remarkably apartment now. Let us muster our strength and finish this in one go." Lewis interjected, "Your Highness, time is of the essence. We should continue our journey." Casting a glance at the dwarf warrior, Glark dismissively strode back into the ranks. Resolutely, Lewis resolved to expedite the departure of this group once matters were concluded. Once back at the carriage, Glark began rummaging through his fur coat, preparing for the impending harsh conditions of the snowstorm. "Humph," Glark grunted. "Glark, what are you searching for?" Pierce inquired. "That I'm looking for my wretched clothing. Is that a crime?" Glark retorted, "Are you not already wearing some?" Laura pointed out, contrary to expectations of an even colder climate near the snow-capped mountains, the conditions proved far more tolerable than during the bounty hunter's initial journey to Luxembourg. The sky was devoid of raging blizzards, and the fur coat sufficed to ward off the chill, the only hindrance being the thick snow, which significantly impeded their progress. The majority of the party remained at the foot of the snow-covered mountain, while Duke Ed eagerly wished to ascend but was met with Teresa's unyielding refusal. The Duke had questioned why he could not join them, asserting, "I am the lord of this realm, because I say so." Ultimately, the climbing party consisted solely of Teresa, the attendant Lewis, 3 bounty hunters, and Albert, who bore an electromagnetic cannon and clutched a hefty object. Amidst the vast, icy mountains, the sunlight appeared less brilliant, and each step through the deep snow crunched audibly. A misstep could send a cascade of snow tumbling from the surrounding dead trees. Upon reaching a relatively flat area, they gazed out at a continuous range of snow-clad peaks before them. Teresa gestured with her chin. "The king of the frost wolves resides within this mountain range. Are you prepared, representative of Phoenix?" Albert exhaled a plume of warm breath, asking, "Do you know the exact mountain?" Teresa pointed to the highest peak. Albert inquired further, "If this mountain were to be destroyed, would that pose a problem?" Teresa, intrigued, nodded in affirmation. "Very well. Then let us approach closer, and we can commence," Albert declared. The group resumed their trek. and Lewis quietly approached Teresa, asking, "Your Highness, are you certain?" "Rest assured, I have already made the necessary arrangements," Teresa replied confidently. "I was not referring to the king of the Frost Wolves, but rather to Phoenix. Their representatives have already arrived at our doorstep. What further issues could arise?" Moreover, the girl glanced to the side, confirming that all had followed suitably. Ultimately, the group halted not far from the target mountain. Albert selected a thick, resilient patch of snow to commence the assembly of the electromagnetic cannon. After skillfully piecing it together, a long barrel, supported by a tripod, stood proudly amidst the white expanse. He then unveiled a portable power storage device he had carried along, a robust and heavy apparatus designed for single use. Capable of delivering a substantial surge of electrical energy in a brief span, albeit at the cost of its internal components succumbing to the immense power it unleashed, this 50-pound device would soon transform into an equivalent weight of refuse. Fortunately, Pierce assisted along the way, alternating the burden with Albert. Otherwise, Albert might have succumbed to exhaustion before even reaching this point. Just as had been forewarned at this moment, Pierce stood within a safe distance from the electromagnetic cannon, prepared to witness its resplendent moment from the prime vantage point. With all components assembled, a wave of apprehension washed over Albert. It was the first time he had devoted an entire night to fine-tuning a trial outcome, and he found himself hesitating at the moment of activation. The red button appeared as unyielding as a stone, resistant to his touch. "Hey, Albert," Pierce suddenly interjected, "after this, remember to let me see the automatic pivot next time. I'm eagerly anticipating the bicycle you mentioned." Albert's face broke into a smile. "Of course, no problem." With his tension alleviated, Albert resolutely pressed the start button. The charging device vibrated vigorously as it released electrical energy, which coursed through 3 black conduits into the cannon. This time, the electromagnetic cannon exhibited remarkable stability, absorbing all the energy without a hint of leakage, starkly contrasting the volatile appearance it had shown in his workshop. Just as the cannon charged, a wolf's howl echoed down from the snow-capped peak, prompting everyone to instinctively gaze upward. A pale silhouette observed the humans below. Teresa warned, "I cannot ascertain how long your machine will take to yield results, but I advise you to hasten. The frost shadow descends with great swiftness." No sooner had she spoken than the Wolf King leaped down, its fur blending seamlessly with the snow, rendering it nearly invisible. Though the palpable sense of danger approached rapidly, the power device suddenly ceased, and the cannon emitted a peculiar sound, signaling to all that its energy charge had concluded. Albert promptly pressed the red button once more and dashed away. A golden red light began to radiate from within the cannon, its muzzle agape as a torrent of overwhelming energy surged forth. The colossal force, imbued with searing heat, rendered the snow-capped mountain akin to a tiny ice cube submerged in molten lava. Showing no signs of resistance or defiance, it was as if a red-hot iron had been thrust into the mountain's core, initiating an internal dissolution as the intense heat obliterated the accumulated snow. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, with Teresa, who had once boldly nodded in agreement, now wide-eyed as she beheld the mountain beginning to melt away from its midsection. Once the assault concluded, what had been a towering peak now lay transformed into a slightly elevated plain, blanketed in what resembled a layer of molten lava, from which wisps of white mist arose. The electromagnetic cannon sagged, its tripod collapsing, the barrel's midsection concaving, revealing the extent of its internal damage. Albert gazed with rapt fascination at the fruits of his labor. Power had been achieved, and stability secured, yet the material remained inadequate. If he could not discover a substance capable of both reliably transmitting energy and enduring it, the next electromagnetic cannon would merely amount to disposable debris. The dwarf warrior stared incredulously at the young man, unable to fathom that such an invention could emerge from a seemingly eccentric mind, and the magnitude of its power was utterly preposterous. As Albert concluded his internal reflection, he yearned to inquire about the success of this latest achievement's presentation, only to meet the frostbitten visage of Teresa. "Albert, is there an issue?" Teresa, "None." Albert, "But, didn't you say it could be destroyed?" Teresa, "Have I stated otherwise?" Though her words were technically correct, her expression conveyed a different sentiment. "'Tis day." Teresa, casting her gaze upon the now unrecognizable snow-capped mountains, commanded, "Lewis, escort them down." "I shall join you shortly." "Lewis, as you wish, your highness." Grack, "Do not bother searching for the corpse of the Frostwolf King. It is surely reduced to ashes." The dwarf warrior assumed Teresa sought the remains of the Frostwolf King to validate the electromagnetic cannon's efficacy against the monstrous foe. But upon meeting her icy glare, colder than the snowflakes swirling around them, he promptly sealed his lips. Louis led the four away, with Piers closely trailing beside Albert, igniting a fervent discourse on scientific matters. Once they disappeared from view, Teresa's form flickered and vanished from sight on a distant snow-capped peak. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the pristine snow below to erupt violently. Emerging from the flurry was a colossal white-furred wolf, its sapphire vertical pupils surveying the smoldering snow beneath, which had once been its abode, now rendered to nothingness. The great beast opened its maw. Seemingly exhaling a sigh, a crimson-haired girl materialized out of thin air. Perching atop the wolf's head, the wolf, with a tone imbued with sorrow, spoke. "Teresa, did you not say this was merely a performance, that I should feign death after taking a hit? Teresa, plans have changed." Wolf, the changes are rather drastic, are they not? My home is gone, and had I taken that last blow head-on, I would have been in dire straits. The girl playfully kicked the wolf, chiding, "Who told you to maintain such poor relations with the previous castle lords?" Wolf, feeling wronged, "But I have been getting along splendidly with you, yet you still choose to strike me." Teresa glared. "I can only manage Luxembourg. You think I control the entire empire? Your infamous reputation as a malevolent beast precedes you, and your ill fortune coincided precisely with the establishment of the scientific department. If not you, then whom?" The wolf lowered its massive head. "Teresa, I even devised this elaborate ruse for you to feign death. And you remained dissatisfied?" The wolf subtly rolled its eyes. "You hardly contributed, while I bore the brunt of the effort, and now I have lost my home." Teresa narrowed her eyes. "Are you rolling your eyes at me? Are you dissatisfied?" The wolf trembled, caught red-handed, hastily insisting. "Not at all. I harbor no discontent whatsoever." "Teresa, how dare you lie to me despite your dissatisfaction? It seems I haven't given you a proper lesson in quite some time. If it weren't for the dense fur concealing it, the great wolf would surely be a formidable beast by now." Shifting the topic, it inquired, "Why do you still require assistance with the phoenix matter?" "Teresa, assistance? I am not so benevolent. This is merely a test, extending my reach this far. If I do not administer a reprimand, these individuals will continue to believe their actions are shrouded in secrecy." Great wolf, reprimand what? Teresa changed her approach, stating, "Reprimand this." With that, she vanished from atop the wolf's head. Feeling a lightness above, the great wolf exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, just as the feeling of fortune arose, a certain voice returned. In a snowy expanse, a dark spot emerged, starkly visible against the blanket of white. Before the dark spot lay a mirror formed of water droplets, reflecting several individuals descending from the mountain. Confirming the target, the dark spot began to expand, gradually taking on a humanoid shape. A man standing upon the snow, wielding a wand. The serpent-headed wand glowed with a crimson light, seemingly channeling magic, while the man appeared to stroll leisurely in his own garden. The red light coalesced into a droplet, resembling blood, which fell onto the serpent's fangs, slowly spreading across the surface of the mirror. Concealing oneself behind schemes is not befitting of a gentleman. The man halted, turning to regard the unexpected guest behind him. "If I am not a gentleman, does that grant me license to engage in deception? Luxembourg does not welcome the impolite. How curious it is that casting illusionary magic upon one's guests is considered an act of courtesy in Luxembourg." The uninvited guest adjusted his glasses and remarked, "It is indeed a breach of Luxembourg's etiquette to place guests in peril." The man summoned the red droplet from the mirror, transforming the reflection of 5 individuals into 4. "Even I did not perceive the illusionary magic at first. Luxembourg's sorcerers possess considerable skill." As he spoke, the man's robes billowed, enveloping him in an aura of deep, chilling magic. "Louis, deal with this fellow," the uninvited guest. Louis stepped aside and nodded. "As you command, Your Highness." Amidst the snow, sparks ignited as the red-haired Teresa materialized between the two. Teresa demanded, "Who are you?" The man replied with a smile, "Merely a little-known sorcerer of no consequence." "May I inquire, dear lady, who you might be?" "Man, Luxembourg." "No, dear lady, you are mistaken. That exaggerated magical barrier is Luxembourg. I am but a coward, unwilling to venture into the territory guarded by that beast." Louis stepped forward, his tone icy. "Watch your words. Teresa, do not be so harsh." "Louis, he speaks the truth. In a certain sense, he is indeed a monster, though I refer to it in a favorable light. Moreover, look at this brooding individual. He is clearly envious of the formidable power of Luxembourg's lord. Did you not hear the bitterness in his words?" The man's smile faltered, his mouth still grinning while his eyes glinted with malice. "Very well. The difference between killing 1 person and 3 is negligible." In the face of the man's arrogant words, Teresa chuckled softly. the corners of her mouth curling up in a disdain reminiscent of one addressing mere ants. Teresa, confidence is indeed a fine trait. By the way, you just inquired about my name, did you not? I am called Teresa, although you may be more familiar with my other title. The girl's voice rendered the entire space momentarily silent. Everyone refers to me as the breath of divine flame. Minkowski found himself distracted during his lecture today, scarcely able to believe he had dazedly gazed before all his students. Such a blunder was unprecedented for him. A significant misstep. After class, Minkowski stood alone in the classroom, compelled to promptly and profoundly reflect on his error, a fundamental quality that every researcher should possess. Teacher, Isaac, sir. It seems today was the first time you were distracted during your lecture. I suspect you have been rather fatigued lately. That I have prepared some high mountain black tea and snacks for you in my studio. Please do take a moment to rest. Minkowski smiled appreciatively. Thank you. Isaac, I shall go at once. Isaac understood the reason behind the teacher's distraction. Minkowski was also well aware of the cause. Both shared a tacit understanding, choosing not to mention that name. Upon entering Isaac's personal studio, he pushed open the door to find a guest already waiting. Minkowski exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Collector, you have come as well?" Isaac glanced over and silently retrieved an additional cup. The two took their seats, and Isaac poured the tea. Minkowski, Mr. Collector, is there a matter you wish to discuss during your visit to the Department of Science? Collector, there is no particular matter to discuss. I merely passed by the Research Institute and was drawn in by the aroma of tea. Hoping to share a conversation with you, Professor Minkowski. The collector took a sip of tea, falling silent. Isaac set down the teapot and said, "Sir, I recall I have some matters to attend to, so I shall leave you to converse with Mr. Collector." Before Minkowski could respond, Isaac exited the room. Once the door closed behind him, the collector spoke. "Professor Minkowski, what is your opinion of the Magic Research Institute?" Collector, I apologize. It appears my inquiry was rather abrupt. Allow me to pose another question. What do you think of Phoenix at present, Professor Minkowski? Minkowski set down his cup, replying solemnly, "I do not comprehend your intent, Mr. Collector." Collector, I see. Since you do not grasp my meaning, then it matters little what I say. The man paused to gather his thoughts before continuing. A friend of mine once remarked that when one inhabits a place for too long, they become reluctant to leave. A monotonous existence can immerse one in comfort, which is why he has not moved an inch to this day. Conversely, the longer I reside in one place, the less accustomed I become. And instead, I find the land beneath my feet increasingly transformed and peculiarly strange. The heroes of yore have long faded, while contemporary phantoms roam freely, unsettling the hearts of the people. No longer do they think of ideals, but rather, they cling to dreams that have become mere fantasies. This land has birthed ambitions that ought not to exist. The seed that has been sown is thriving under the nurturing of burgeoning power. The free city of Phoenix, it is merely another cage masquerading under the guise of freedom. Minkowski, it appears that the collector harbors a considerable misunderstanding regarding Phoenix. Collector, misunderstanding. Indeed, one could say so, as your perspective lies within Phoenix. However, this does not hinder me from speaking candidly with you. Does Teacher Minkowski truly believe that those foreign beings who arrive at Phoenix can never depart? I apologize for my choice of words. Rest assured, I harbor no discrimination or prejudice. Minkowski, why would they wish to leave? It is quite pleasant here for them. Ha ha ha. The collector suddenly laughed, remarking, "Indeed, conversing with an intelligent individual is far more enjoyable. Yes, they cannot leave. The moment they take a single step outside, the Holy See would pursue them with frenzied fervor. The foreigners can only remain within Phoenix, laboring under the banner of freedom. The winged beings may soar freely, provided they fulfill their tasks, while the proprietor of the Fishman's Restaurant is, in fact, human. The members of the inclusive union, who profess to embrace all, only extend their tolerance to humanity. Over 100 members all bear shells akin to yours and mine, trampling upon the heads of all living beings under the pretense of liberty. This is merely a different form of slaughter, counter to that of the Holy See." Minkowski chuckled bitterly. "I apologize, Collector, but I truly do not grasp what you are attempting to convey." Minkowski tensed, pressing further. "Are you not aware of any news regarding Albert?" Collector, please do not regard me so highly. Luxembourg is not a place where just anyone can reach. Those who dare extend their hands must be prepared for severed limbs. However, Minkowski's student need not worry too much. The current Lord of Luxembourg is rather unique. Minkowski, do you know the Lord of Luxembourg? Collector, I am acquainted with her, though I cannot ascertain whether she would consider me familiar, as it is merely a fleeting encounter. if it can even be deemed as such. Minkowski, I have heard that previous lords have been unable to contend with the king of the Grey Wolves, and now they expect Albert to validate the worth of science with such a formidable creature. It is nothing short of an ordeal. It is unfathomable how such dealings come to be. His voice trailed off, as the high hopes and admiration for his student nearly led Minkowski to utter words he ought not to have spoken. Flames poured into the earth, melting the ice and snow, incinerating soil and stone. The sight before Lewis left him feeling helpless, yet powerless to intervene, for his strength permitted no such action. The man who had been vociferous moments ago turned and fled in a panic upon hearing those 4 words. But the flames ignited in an instant. The moisture in the air evaporated, isolating a patch of dry ground amidst the snowy mountains, as the searing currents ascended, rendering the weather reminiscent of summer. The man had not taken a single step before being consumed by the crimson blaze. The great wolf emerged from the snow, observing as a substantial portion of its homeland was once again reduced to ashes, this time over a broader expanse, resembling a boiling cauldron laid bare before it. It understood that its young master was somewhat discontented with the machinations of that human science, and thus felt an overwhelming urge to cause a commotion, to unleash its frustrations in the snow-capped mountains. A surge of magic quietly enveloped Teresa, and she appeared considerably more refreshed. Yet, in the next moment, she abruptly shouted into the air, "Show yourself." Instantly, a humanoid figure composed of magical energy materialized. With her head held high, Teresa declared, "What? Did you think you could truly evade my gaze?" The figure replied, "I would not dare." Teresa raised an eyebrow and retorted, "So you genuinely wish to be here?" Then, the figure stated, "I'm merely accompanied out of concern, and it seems my apprehensions were justified." Teresa inquired, "Oh, so you believe I am incapable of safeguarding your representative?" The figure tilted its head, stroking its chin. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as a pillar of fire surged from the snow. When the flames dissipated, nothing remained of the humanoid figure. Lewis interjected, "Your Highness, that is enough." Teresa exclaimed, "Damn it. A bunch of foolish beings dare to come to Luxembourg. Thinking this is a park? Just waltzing in uninvited. They truly do not regard me at all. How infuriating." Lewis hurriedly cautioned, "Your Highness, please mind your language." Teresa, with a wave of her hand, replied impatiently, I know. It's merely a bit of venting. What of it?" With that, she pointed at the colossal wolf and then at the still smoldering ground, her eyes narrowing. The giant wolf nodded obediently on the surface but inwardly lamented, "Well, it seems all the troubles are left for me to resolve. Being the king of the frost wolves is indeed a burdensome fate." As the bounty hunters continued their journey, the guide before them suddenly vanished. Although puzzled, they had no choice but to proceed. Duke Ed remarked, "The snow mountain has melted." "The entire mountain?" Glack responded, "Pretty much, Your Grace, except for the feet of the mountain. The rest has been completely obliterated by this fellow's electromagnetic cannon." Duke Ed inquired, "How was it destroyed? Was it a single explosive bang, or a series of beeps, or perhaps a loud thud?" The dwarf warrior was utterly bewildered, pondering whether this man was truly a duke. After some contemplation, Glack finally conjured a fitting metaphor, stating, "Your Grace, have you ever urinated in the snow? The melting of the mountain is akin to your warm urine being poured onto the snow." Laura cast a disdainful glance at her companion, subsequently distancing herself from him. Duke Ed erupted in laughter, then asked, "And what about the 2 pillars of fire that rose afterward? Were they also caused by the electromagnetic cannon? They were quite impressive." "Did you see? The other side of the mountain has been melted away." Glack replied, "Pillars of fire? We did not witness such a phenomenon." Looking ahead, they observed that the previously intact White Mountain range had inexplicably vanished, as though a large bite had been taken out of a pastry. Duke Ed's eyes widened in disbelief. "That must have been a mistake on my part. No pillars of fire. No pillars of fire." Glack found the situation absurd. The entire continuous snow-capped mountain was evidently missing a section. How could one misinterpret that? Surely, he was not losing his mind. Yes, indeed, it must be a mistake. Where would pillars of fire come from in the vast snowy expanse? Teresa suddenly appeared from nowhere, accompanied by Lewis, who had just re-emerged. The girl cast a sidelong glance at Duke Ed, who promptly averted his gaze to the sky, counting the clouds. Glack, how could I have misjudged it? Clearly, it is . The dwarf warrior, upon a second glance, noticed that the previously missing corner had returned to its original state. Could it be that he truly had seen it incorrectly? Glack. Laura, did you not see it either? She certainly wished to avoid encountering snow that was not white. Teresa. Yes. Are you pleased now? And as for that electromagnetic cannon, I thought it was something remarkable, yet it merely managed to obliterate a snow mountain. I could easily create one myself. Albert, do you want one? I shall bring you one next time. Teresa regarded him as though he were a fool, only to discern from Albert's eyes that he was genuinely serious. So it turns out, this fellow truly did not comprehend the profound impact his creation would have on the realm of magic. Nevertheless, that was not her concern. As for the Phoenix Magic Research Institute, Teresa deemed it necessary to extend a polite inquiry. After all, everyone enjoys magic. A bit of communication is quite essential. Louis rarely dared to glance at Teresa with a reproachful expression. The girl stuck out her tongue and muttered softly, "This shall be the last time." Thus, the bounty hunters had no choice but to remain in Luxembourg, awaiting a gentler snowfall before setting off. Glack began to adjust to life without Pierce. In truth, the dwarf warrior had not conversed with his companion for several days. This fellow seemed to have spent almost every waking moment with Albert, eating together, sleeping together, and even bathing together. Glack found himself questioning whether Pierce had suddenly awakened certain inclinations. But given Albert's appearance, it hardly seemed likely unless he were a merchant. Then it would be somewhat understandable. "Laura, are those two still in the room?" "Laura. Glack. What does that mean? Speak plainly." After a brief hesitation, Laura finally said, "Glack, if Pierce were more suited to being a researcher than a bounty hunter, what would you do?" Glack scoffed. "Do not presume that I look down upon Pierce. Nor do I disdain his intellect. After all these years of acquaintance, how could I not know what he is best suited for? Besides," just as he was about to launch into a tirade, the dwarf warrior noticed that his enchanter companion was adopting a serious demeanor, prompting Glack to pause, unable to continue. "Take a look at this." Laura produced a cylindrical iron object, something that Pierce had a hand in creating. Beneath its smooth iron exterior lay numerous interlocking gears, accompanied by a handle-like contraption. "Glack, what is this?" "Laura, do you recall Mr. Einstein's mention of the bicycle, a vehicle that can be controlled by humans instead of horses?" Glack nonchalantly replied, "So this ridiculous contraption is a bicycle?" "Laura, not quite, but it is a crucial component. Its rotation directly powers the bicycle's movement." Glack, "I do not believe it." "Laura, and you remain skeptical after witnessing the electromagnetic cannon?" Gulak, I cannot believe it is Pierce. He could not possibly create such a thing. This component must have been concocted by that lad, with Pierce merely passing tools at most." Laura lowered her gaze, a hint of melancholy evident. "I initially believed the same, but just now, when I delivered dinner to them, I distinctly heard Mr. Einstein commend Pierce regarding this component." "Laura, have you considered that perhaps Pierce is better suited to remain in Phoenix?" Gulak, "Nonsense. What foolishness are you spouting? If only it were merely my own folly." Gulak's momentum faltered, and in the vastness of the hall, the night wind seemed almost piercing. The dwarf warrior began to detest this desolate atmosphere. He was far more accustomed to the company of three. Gulak raised his head, gazing at a door tightly shut on the second floor. Is Pierce truly not contemplating this? In the late hours of the night, the two individuals engaged in discussion within the room finally began to partake of their belated dinner, their stomachs protesting. "Pierce, you overestimate me. Albert, only talents like Isaac are worthy of collaborating with you." Albert hastily swallowed his food and retorted, "Yet the idea of the automatic axle was proposed by you. In my view, you are more than qualified to join the scientific division. Trust me. There will be no issues with Professor Minkowski. I will ensure he agrees to your inclusion." "Pierce, Albert, do you realize that your generous invitation requires me to forsake my two companions?" Albert replied without the slightest hesitation. "Why not?" Pierce was taken aback, and Albert mirrored his surprise, then suddenly slapped himself, exclaiming, "I apologize. I should not have said that. I simply feel it is somewhat regrettable." "Regrettable?" Pierce chuckled. "I have already participated in research. Perhaps in the future, I can boast, albeit shamelessly, that the bicycles they utilize bear my contribution. Moreover, I have never found being a bounty hunter alongside Gulak and Laura to be regrettable in the least." Albert, "Well, at the very least, accept this." "Pierce, what is this?" The other party handed him a round instrument with dual-colored shoulders, one side red and the other white. Albert explained, "This is a directional device. Did you notice? The red arrow always points north. The specific reason eludes me, but I stumbled upon it while working on the axle these past few days. I thought since you bounty hunters often venture out, this device might prove useful." Pierce graciously accepted. "Thank you. This is quite practical and will constantly remind me of a formidable friend in the north." Albert chuckled. Indeed, in another distant night, a portion of the sky suddenly ignited against the backdrop of 1,000 mountains. The heavens resembled a blossoming golden red flower, a flame plummeting from the radiant light, a fiery phoenix descending from the celestial canvas into the realm of mortals. The cry of the phoenix pierced the tranquility of Phoenix, and 6 colossal magical energy stones immediately ceased their movements, bowing in submission. As the entire free city succumbed to paralysis, the phoenix, with its golden feet, gracefully alighted upon the 2 stone statues of the Arcane Research Institute. Its 4 claws crushed the upper bodies of the statues as the fiery phoenix unfurled its wings, appearing to veil the starry sky above. The outer walls crumbled, and the flowing magical energy was consumed by flames, leaving the entire institute bared before the eyes of all. The blazing phoenix stood there, seemingly awaiting something, yet since its descent, no one within the Research Institute dared to utter a word of defiance. And even the entire free city chose to turn a blind eye, remaining oblivious to the spectacle. Ultimately, feeling a sense of ennui, the phoenix flapped its wings, releasing a melodious cry as it ascended into the air. Gradually fading into the swirling firelight, concealed in the shadows, a bespectacled man sighed. Indeed, the realm of the non-human is truly beyond human comprehension. The man stroked his chin and tilted his head, gazing at the fiery phoenix that was soon to vanish from sight. Secretly relieved, fortunately, it is not here for me. On a new morning, as the snowstorm subsided, the sunlight, long absent, bathed the earth, heralding a splendid opportunity for travel on this clear winter day. Teresa arrived early at the doorstep, intending to bid farewell to the bounty hunters, accompanied by a seemingly half-asleep Duke Ed. This prompted the dwarf warrior to once again lament the inadequacies of the Lord of Luxembourg, standing tall. The dwarf conjurer suddenly bowed his head. Pierce, Albert, we discussed this yesterday. Albert shrugged. All right. I merely wish to give it one last try. Glack relaxed, and Laura lifted her head. The ever-observant Pierce noticed something peculiar about his 2 companions and inquired, "Is something amiss?" Laura chuckled lightly, while Glack snorted heavily, leaving Pierce utterly perplexed. Teresa, how are you? Have you packed everything? Travel safely. Lewis replied, Your Highness, we are here to bid farewell, not to rush anyone. Teresa retorted, I know. Yet you always have something to say. Why not comment on this fellow, who is still dozing off during the farewell? At that moment, a certain individual jolted awake, blinking in confusion. At the conclusion of this long journey, the 3 bounty hunters received a reward far exceeding their expectations, with each individual's gold coins doubling, causing the financially strained dwarf warrior to stride with newfound confidence. He graciously refrained from seeking trouble with the old vulture, as the taste of wealth allowed him to swiftly forget the deceit he had suffered at the latter's hands. After all, in terms of results, the old vulture had indeed helped him earn a considerable sum. Laura had grown accustomed to this behavior, understanding that healing wounds often leads to forgetting the pain, and it was not the first occurrence. Perhaps it would only be after a significant fall, one that was harsh and painful enough that Glack would truly comprehend the gravity of the situation, rather than being perpetually blinded by the allure of gold. This substantial income once again afforded the bounty hunters a chance for a brief indulgence. One day, as Laura planned to venture to the upper district to purchase a new bow for herself, she encountered a boy she had not seen in nearly a year, once on the brink of death, now a lively child. Accompanying the boy was a man with a smile, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. After handing over 5 gold coins, Laura discreetly followed behind a tall man and a young boy. Judging by their interactions, it was highly probable that this man was an acquaintance of Mr. Merchant. The boy walked alongside the man, exchanging laughter and jovial banter, occasionally pulling faces that showcased his cheerful disposition, which reassured Laura. Indeed, Mr. Merchant had honored their initial agreement and was caring for the boy splendidly. Just as Laura was preparing to leave with a sense of relief, the man suddenly turned and waved at her, causing her to feel somewhat embarrassed. She had thought her skills in tailing were commendable. However, it appeared her presence had been detected. Is there something you need? He inquired. Laura glanced at the boy, who returned her gaze with a look of confusion. A tinge of disappointment washed over her, but it was understandable. After all, the boy had been in a state of unconsciousness, and not recognizing her was perfectly reasonable. But my name is Laura, and I am a bounty hunter. She introduced herself, mentioning that she had previously had the opportunity to accompany Mr. Merchant on a journey. Oh, you are one of the 3. The man seemed intrigued. Hello, I am Hank, and this little fellow is Mike. Mike nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his greeting. Pleased to meet you, little Mike, Laura said. Hank inquired, Are you here in the upper town for something? Yes, Laura replied. I intend to purchase a new weapon. Hank clapped his thigh and exclaimed, What a coincidence. We happen to be heading to the blacksmith as well. But we aren't here to buy food. Mike began, only to be interrupted by Hank, who insisted, It's on the way. It all coincides. With Hank's decision made, Mike had no choice but to acquiesce, while Laura, feeling polite, found it difficult to refuse and thus joined the two in their journey. As they walked, Mike suddenly asked, "Sister Laura, you mentioned you traveled with the store owner. Where did you go, store owner?" Upon hearing this title, the bounty hunter took a moment to realize it referred to Mr. Merchant. Quickly, she recalled that the title was indeed fitting for the proprietor of the antique shop. "Yes," Laura confirmed, "Mr. Merchant, along with my other two companions, once ventured to Shadow Wolf Mountain. While it was termed a journey, it was more accurately a bounty mission, wherein we were tasked with escorting Mr. Merchant and ensuring his safety." The boy appeared to understand, nodding in comprehension, and did not press further. However, Laura was eager to prolong the conversation and learn more about him. Is Mike currently working at Mr. Merchant's antique shop? She inquired. Upon mentioning this, Mike's expression brimmed with pride. "Yes, I am now a shop assistant at the antique store, responsible for all matters, big and small." Hank interjected, "Most of the time, it's the small matters," Mike retorted. "That does not diminish my significance." Hank shrugged. "All right then. If you say it's important, then it is." The teasing expression on his face ignited a spirited debate between the boy and Hank. Observing this, Laura couldn't help but smile. This was indeed the spirited demeanor of a child. Subsequently, the three individuals arrived at the blacksmith shop, where the boy exhibited an extraordinary excitement and focus in the presence of the formidable weapons. Perhaps it was simply in his nature. Upon entering the store, Mike became enraptured by the ambience of steel, marveling at the diverse array of weaponry on display. Meanwhile, Laura engaged in her own selection process, placing greater trust in her discerning eye rather than the shopkeeper's recommendations or the opinions of others. In matters of choosing one's weapon, no perspective holds more weight than one's own senses, for ultimately, it is you who will wield the weapon, and no one knows better than yourself what suits you best. As Laura meticulously examined a longbow, Hank suddenly approached her. "Are you accustomed to using a longbow?" Laura replied, "Not exactly. My current bow is somewhat shorter than this one. I merely find this finely crafted piece worth a few extra glances." "Don't you need to select a weapon that fits you well, Hank?" Hank responded, "Please, don't call me sir. Just Hank will suffice. That I'm not like that fellow. I'm not fond of such formalities." His discomfort with the title was apparent, and his awkwardness elicited a laugh from Laura. "Very well, Hank." With the more casual address, Hank relaxed and nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, I am Hank. Speaking of that fellow, what are your thoughts on him?" The question took Laura by surprise. "Are you referring to the merchant?" The merchant seems to be a normal person." Hank's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard something ludicrous. "Normal? That guy? I didn't expect you to possess such a sense of humor." "And why phrase it as a question?" Laura replied. "Because I'm somewhat uncertain. The merchant appears to be akin to a kind-hearted antique shop owner, yet there is an indefinable quality about him. Oh." Hank leaned in with interest. "In what ways is he kind-hearted? And what do you mean by this indefinable quality?" After a moment of contemplation, Laura furrowed her brow and said, "In terms of kindness, the merchant engages with us without any airs. Unlike other wealthy individuals who might use their wealth to belittle you, he even prepared 3 meals a day for us on our journey to Shadow Wolf Mountain, all of which were delicious, so much so that I felt embarrassed to have our employer provide for our sustenance. He frequently converses with us, his demeanor warm and his smile genuine. In summary, interacting with the merchant is quite pleasant. As for the indefinable quality, Laura's brow furrowed even deeper. I find it difficult to articulate. After all, a vague feeling is inherently elusive, isn't it? What a crude and simplistic performance. Hank privately assessed the individual in question. As for the peculiar quality Laura described, Hank had a sense of what it might be. No matter how skilled the acting, the truth tends to reveal itself. After all, falsehoods inevitably create a sense of dissonance. Sometimes, performing too convincingly can itself become a source of discomfort. If they're indeed old friends, why then the inquisitive curiosity? Though Hank found it peculiar, he chose not to press further. Before long, Laura had selected a new bow, opting not to purchase the intricately crafted longbow, but rather choosing a weapon that suited her preferred length. The bounty hunter, along with 2 others who emerged empty-handed, one large and one small, parted ways. As Laura had anticipated, their initial purpose was not to procure weapons. To be precise, Hank had come solely for her. However, he wished to glean insights about his old friend from the perspective of a stranger with whom he had shared only a fleeting encounter. Indeed, the businessman had a rather peculiar acquaintance. Under the sparse moonlight, the night sky bore a luminous orb, resembling a grand lantern, glaringly bright. Flickering fireflies danced amidst the trees, and upon closer listening, one would discover that the forest, shrouded in darkness, was not entirely silent. Holding her breath, She became aware of numerous nocturnal creatures stealthily traversing the shadows. The night was indeed their grand stage. Beneath the guise of tranquility lay an undercurrent of peril, with a sharp pain coursing through her lungs. Each breath felt as though it were tearing at the girl's insides. The muscles in her legs screamed for respite, and she too desperately needed to rest. Uncertain of how long she had been running through the interminable night, exhaustion ultimately overcame her, and her legs could no longer bear her weight. She collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air as if wishing to inhale every molecule surrounding her, straining to lift her head. She sensed that in the depths of the darkness, a sinister claw might reach out at any moment to drag her into the abyss pierce. For instance, the bounty to slay the dragon at Longing Mountain, which has no limit on the number of participants, offers a reward of at least 100 gold coins for each dragon. But what is it? Grak. It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to speak so foolishly. Laura, mind your manners while eating. Mike, Grak. What's the matter? Is this bounty something we can actually handle? Choose some that are realistically achievable, will you? And you, finish what's in your mouth before speaking. Are you trying to converse with a ghost? Pierce, I thought the reward was enticing enough to pique your interest. Grak. Am I such a careless person? A silence fell over the table, with all eyes on the dwarf warrior, while one little fellow remained diligently focused on his meal. Quite impressive, I must say. I didn't expect you all to regard the esteemed dwarf warrior as merely a mercenary driven by gold. Grak. Forget it. Let us eat first. The dwarf warrior waved his hand dismissively. Taking a swig of ale to ease the tension. Oh, Pierce suddenly exclaimed, I forgot to mention, the guild leader is looking for you. Ahem. Grak choked slightly. The guild leader? President Clifford? He rose abruptly, not even bothering to wipe his mouth. Watching his companion's departing figure, Pierce inquired, Laura, shouldn't we follow him? Mike. Laura, finish eating before speaking, don't choke. The boy swallowed his food and replied with a smile. All right. As the dwarf warrior hurriedly arrived at the Bounty Hunter Guild and pushed open the door to the president's office. The sweat on his brow froze alongside his smile. Inside the office, aside from President Clifford, there was an individual Grak was loath to confront, the old vulture. President Clifford, sit down, Grak. You've arrived just in time. No, I certainly have not arrived at the right time. Grak straightened his posture, accepting all of the president's praises. Truly, as the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild, his discerning eye could effortlessly identify qualities in him that others fail to appreciate. President Clifford, the reason I summoned you here is twofold: to express my recognition of your efforts and to discuss a matter that requires the expertise of the Guild's finest bounty hunters. Grak, rest assured, President, whatever it is, the two of us will not betray your trust. We guarantee the task will be executed flawlessly. President Clifford, haha, splendid, Grak, that's the spirit a bounty hunter should embody. However, there seems to be a misunderstanding. When I said you, it definitely includes Laura and Pierce, but there is one more individual to consider. Pausing momentarily, Grak, maintaining his gaze, inquired cautiously. You can't possibly mean the person beside me. Can you? Clifford smiled silently, his expression revealing that Grak had indeed read his thoughts correctly. The dwarf warrior felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Merely hearing that he would have to collaborate with the old vulture made every cell in his body recoil in protest, leaving him feeling nauseated. The old vulture smiled warmly. I am delighted that we can collaborate once more. With that, he extended his right hand. The dwarf warrior stared at the hand, remaining motionless for an extended period, convinced that it was a spectral hand capable of dragging him into an abyss. Observing their interaction, President Clifford remarked, Grak, do you harbor any reservations? If you wish to decline, feel free to express it openly. How could I possibly refuse? Wherever the president requires my presence, I, Grak, shall undoubtedly go without the slightest hesitation. With a forced smile, Grak extended his own hand. President Clifford nodded in satisfaction, saying, Excellent. Now, pay close attention. This is a covert mission. Everything you hear here must not be disclosed to anyone else, except to those who are absolutely necessary. The dwarf warrior wiped his right hand on his trousers and began to listen intently. The old vulture interlaced his fingers, his expression one of deep focus. Once he confirmed that both parties were sufficiently attentive, Clifford began, What do you know about the relic? That night, in the bustling Finney Tavern. So, you have agreed to it. Otherwise, how could I possibly refuse? The three bounty hunters were engaged in earnest discussion at the table, the dwarf warrior reeking of alcohol. Laura could tell he was dissatisfied with this mission. Who could be content working alongside the old vulture? Pierce inquired. So, what exactly do we need to do this time? Grak replied, primarily, we are to escort the relic. The specifics remain unknown even to the president. But from his repeated emphasis, it is evident that this relic is no ordinary artifact. Otherwise, he wouldn't deploy so many people. Laura questioned, if it is so crucial, why employ bounty hunters like us? The church's power far surpasses ours. The enchanter suddenly realized that the dwarf warrior's unusual demeanor, lacking any sense of pride from the president's attention, might stem from the church. In comparison, the old vulture was evidently much more affable. As for the team structure, Grack continued, lowering his voice after surveying the surroundings, one team will be composed of the church's forces feigning to escort the relic, while the other will consist of us bounty hunters. Our bustling presence serves as the perfect cover in this scenario. Furthermore, every time the escort team enters a new territory, a contingent selected by the local bounty hunter guild president will join as guards. The magnitude of our entourage will be immense, as you can imagine. I can't fathom where such fools emerge from, possessing the audacity to meddle with the church's affairs, and they actually have the capability to do so. The Finney Tavern, a melting pot of diverse characters and throngs of patrons, served as an ideal locale for clandestine discussions. Aside from the loud drunken revelers, only those already inebriated lay sprawled on the floor, the cacophony masking any sounds. Pierce inquired, what is the ultimate destination for this escort mission? Grack, I have heard that it was originally decided to deliver to Blackwater City, but now it has been changed to Giant Rock City. We merely need to transport it within the territory, and the Archbishop of the Church will personally take charge. After that, we need not concern ourselves with the ensuing matters. Additionally, I nearly forgot to mention that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this mission will reward us with no less than 100 gold coins. The bounty hunters have generally grasped the situation, yet the trust bestowed by the guild leader and the generous reward have not elicited joy from them. Rather, they appear burdened with grave concerns. Laura exhaled deeply, raised her goblet, and quaffed its contents, resolutely stating, in that case, I suppose we can only prepare ourselves thoroughly and carry out the task as we usually do. Pierce similarly drained his cup and remarked, indeed, there is no other course of action. Upon finishing, the two turned their gazes towards the dwarven warrior. Grack glanced left and right, then abruptly sat up, exclaiming, precisely, you couldn't be more right. Let us toast to our impending victory. Laura and Pierce chuckled as they lifted their cups, but Grack's goblet suddenly slipped from his grasp, and his large face thudded against the table, utterly intoxicated and unconscious. Mike seldom ventured out at night. Only when driven by the primal need of hunger would he seek sustenance. Mike, good evening. Laura turned towards the voice, and, upon recognizing Mike, whom she had seen earlier that day, smiled and replied, good evening, young Mike. What brings you here? Oh, I came out to find something to eat. Mike rubbed his stomach and then surveyed the inebriated Grack, asking, what happened to him? A strong stench of alcohol wafted from every pore, overwhelming Mike. The boy covered his mouth and nose, seeking help from the other two. Laura and Pierce approached, prying apart the dwarven warrior's arms, each taking one side to drag him away. Pierce added, please convey my regards to the merchant. The gift he sent me is quite practical, and I appreciate it. Mike. All right. The boy waved his hand, trying to disperse the swirling alcohol fumes, and quickly departed, unwilling to draw near Grack again. Laura looked at the inebriated man in her hands, shaking her head with a wry smile. Even before the task had commenced, she was already concerned about this escort mission. In the dark mist before me, a flicker of silver light emerged. My rigid feet began to move, an icy sensation coiling around me. Looking down, I saw transparent floats in a clear pool, with a bluish-white halo shimmering beneath the surface, shifting with the ripples. The light coalesced, forming a narrow path of white light that pierced directly into the unknown darkness. With each step, I could distinctly feel the water flowing past my ankles, a gentle resistance urging me not to be lured by the light born from the shadows. Alas, the movement forward did not cease. To return to the embrace of the light, even if it were but a faint glimmer of starlight. Yet the darkness resembled a door filled with unknown temptations, inviting one to reach forth and explore the mysteries concealed behind it. Thus, the door was pushed open. Beneath the frost-colored hue, a longbow, glistening with a crystalline sheen, lay quietly upon the altar. As the warmth of sunlight filtered through her closed eyelids, the girl slowly opened her eyes. The rustic wooden surroundings, imbued with the scent of time, bore a layer of humidity from the rain, evoking a sense of tranquility. You are awake. A gentle voice accompanied the appearance of a kindly face adorned with a soft smile, an elderly woman. She raised her hand to the girl's forehead and nodded reassuringly. It's good. The fever has subsided. The woman's hands, calloused from years of diligent labor, had a rough texture that stung against the skin, yet instilled a sense of comfort. Child, what is your name? She inquired. Hello, Tia. The woman introduced herself. I am Melly. Hello, Grandma Melly. Tia replied. Where am I? Tia opened her mouth, unable to articulate her thoughts, her mind a blank canvas. The elderly woman's heart ached. A dirty child of around 10 lay abandoned by the roadside, bloodstains marring her clothes. Surely, she had endured something dreadful, and perhaps forgetting would be for the best. Are you hungry? Tia? Melly shifted the topic. I have hot soup and bread if you would like. I want it. The girl interjected eagerly. The elderly woman caressed Tia's cheek and smiled. Very well, let us rise and dine. Though Punio town lay at the border, life was remarkably serene. The lands within Devonburg were fertile even in these border regions, and it was one of the few places where the magical creatures had been entirely driven away. Far from the bustling center, only the simplicity of daily life remained. Tia settled into Melly's home, and aside from her name, she seemed to possess no recollection of her past. The elderly woman chose not to delve into Tia's history. She was a solitary figure, her only companions being an empty house and a plot of land she had cultivated for decades. Melly grew fond of the charming girl, who resembled a flower that delighted in laughter. Tia's joyful giggles and playful expressions rejuvenated Melly, rekindling the maternal feelings she had long buried, especially when Tia donned the clothes of her late daughter. Not only Melly, but the entire Punio town welcomed this vibrant new resident. Most of the townsfolk were elderly, while the youth sought more exciting lives elsewhere, like newly struck matches eager to burn brightly. How could they be expected to linger in the vast fields with the older generation? Tia found joy in tilling the earth. She relished the fatigue that came from wielding a hoe, the mud that smeared her face, and Melly's rough hands that lovingly washed her little face clean. Since Tia's arrival, the elderly woman had scarcely ventured into the fields, for the girl insisted on taking on all the labor. With a bold promise to Melly, Tia declared that henceforth, all the arduous tasks would be hers alone. Now, the elderly woman had little to occupy her time aside from occasionally weeding the newly sprouted grass. Tia immersed herself in her work, while Melly strolled along the field's edge, delighted to spot a clump of fresh weeds. Finally, she had something to do. Her years of labor had made it difficult to simply sit idly and watch Tia toil alone. Ah, this is a starry moonflower, the voice of a girl echoed from behind. A rare sight indeed to find such grass growing around the fields. Turning around, Melly remarked, I thought it was merely a weed. Tia, do you recognize this grass? Tia nodded and replied, this grass typically thrives in the wilderness, often flourishing at higher altitudes. It bears a resemblance to sunflowers, but the starmoon grass is attuned to the moon. It blooms only at night, closing its petals entirely during the day. Its delicate appearance often leads it to be mistaken for a weed. Yet at night, these starmoon flowers blossom into impressively large, luminous blooms, truly a sight to behold. Little Tia possessed a wealth of knowledge. As she spoke, the elderly woman gently wiped the dirt from the girl's nose, admonishing her, as a lady, one must learn to maintain cleanliness. Look at you in such a filthy state. Tia obediently leaned closer, giggling, hee hee. But I have Grandma Melly to help me clean up. The elderly woman fondly pinched the girl's nose. Once the dirt was removed from her face, the elderly woman suddenly inquired, Tia, have you ever thought about leaving this place? Tia tilted her head and asked, why would I want to leave? Is it because everyone dislikes me? The elderly woman cupped Tia's small face in her hands, saying, no, my child, we all welcome you if anyone outside is searching for. The elderly woman abruptly halted, a hint of reluctance shimmering in her eyes. She enveloped the girl in a warm embrace, saying, Tia, if you wish, you may remain here forever. Similarly, if there comes a day when you desire to leave, please do tell me. All right? Tia nuzzled against her and replied, I have no intention of leaving. Even if you try to push me away, Grandma Melly, I will stubbornly stay, haha. The elderly woman chuckled, her laugh resembling the deep grooves of ancient tree bark forming into a broad smile. She tenderly stroked the girl's hair, closing her eyes to savor the warmth of the moment. Tia hummed a melody as she skipped around the elderly woman, like a chattering sparrow. The elderly woman allowed her to lead the way, occasionally reminding the girl to watch her step. Farming was a physically demanding task, not requiring much skill, and the young, robust Tia managed it easily. However, when it came to cooking, she felt less capable of assisting. Each time the elderly woman prepared dinner in the kitchen, Tia would tiptoe, resting her chin on the windowsill, watching intently as the elderly woman cooked, eager to learn and lend a hand in the future. It wouldn't be long before a pot of steaming soup and fragrant bread graced the table, marking Tia's second favorite time of day, second only to listening to the elderly woman's stories before bedtime. Children often have hearty appetites, and the elderly woman, with her simple meals, could fill her belly with just a few bites. Her aging body required little sustenance, while Tia, at her growing age, consumed copious amounts of food. The elderly woman delighted in watching Tia devour every morsel of the dinner she had prepared, afterward patting her round little belly and contentedly proclaiming, "I am full," after dinner. The girl would often amuse herself for a while before retreating to her bed to listen to the old woman narrate tales, eventually drifting into slumber. However, tonight, it seemed she had overindulged, leaving her restless. Thus, she resolved to quietly rise and take a stroll to aid in digesting her meal. The inky darkness of Pinuo town was enveloped in profound silence. With all lights extinguished and each resident long since asleep, alone, the girl wandered outside, intending to visit the fields, where she could admire the fruits of her labor from the day while also facilitating her digestion. The path to the fields was neither particularly distant nor close, yet, as she walked through the dimness, she felt no fear, for a grand moon accompanied her, with her hands clasped behind her back. She ambled along, swaying her head gently. As she neared the fields, the ground suddenly sparkled with countless points of starlight. Intrigued, the girl leaned closer to discover that they were clusters of blooming star moon flowers. Unlike their petite daytime form, the petals of the star moon flowers now unfurled to nearly the size of an adult's palm. The girl slowed her pace, delicately counting the flowers with her fingertip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.60, 61, 62. As she counted, she became entranced, completely oblivious to the fact that the path she had traversed was now carpeted with star moon flowers. Upon reaching the fields, her gaze was monopolized by the blossoms, leaving no room for anything else. The abundant radiance rendered her somewhat dazed. She glanced around, and although she stood in the fields, she could no longer discern direction. Before her lay star moon flowers. Behind her were star moon flowers, and to her left and right, the same. Lost in her bearings, she found herself engulfed by a vast expanse of light. The floral clusters coalesced as if they had gained sentience. Tightening their embrace, drawing closer and closer. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, prompting the girl to clutch her head. In the next instant, the agony radiated throughout her body. Every bone trembled, and her blood felt as if it were swelling. As though something were striving to break free from within, the girl yearned to cry out for help, but the torment consumed her voice. She could scarcely exhale, the sensation of suffocation tightening her throat. As her skin split open, gushing forth blood. In an instant, her body was marred with crimson. Before the rooster had even crowed, the elderly woman was already awake. Habitually, she reached out to her side, only to find it empty. Startled, she sprang up, her sudden movement inducing a wave of dizziness, yet she had no time to steady herself before glancing around. The room remained as quiet as ever. Reminiscent of her solitary existence, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the table where a blooming starry moonflower lay in tranquil repose. The great rock city resembled a hermit crab, with its castle nestled closely against the towering cliffs behind it, seemingly shouldering the weight of the majestic mountain itself. The city boasted walls that lived up to its name. From the outside, the robust and towering fortifications enveloped the castle tightly, impenetrable as a fortress. Shielded by the cliffs, Great Rock City was shrouded in shadow at this moment. Count Darcy, the Lord of Great Rock City, stood by the window, clutching a letter from Devon Castle. The news inscribed upon it was grim. The enemy had commenced their maneuvers, and it was time to retract the net they had cast. The parchment began to smolder in the candlelight. The grandeur of Great Rock City was truly a sight to behold. "Welcome, Archbishop Nelson," Count Darcy uttered, though his countenance bore no trace of warmth or hospitality. Nelson, one of the 5 great archbishops of the Holy See, was the youngest among them, seemingly not yet 30, his face lacking in worldly experience yet adorned with a humble, reserved smile. Yet this smile was akin to a blade poised for a strike. Each of the 5 archbishops possessed their own moniker, and he was known as Centipede Nelson. This youthful archbishop wielded the entire intelligence network of the Holy See, with whispers of his agents permeating the empire. And some even claimed he was privy to the royal secrets with uncanny clarity. It was precisely this that endowed Nelson with all information advantageous or detrimental to the Holy See. He discerned loyalty from treachery. When Centipede Nelson smiled at you, one ought to ponder whether they were to be rewarded or to lose their head. "Thank you very much for your generous assistance, Count Darcy," Nelson expressed. "It is only right. For who would expect Bernie to suddenly become a madman, locking himself away and neglecting all matters? I hope Bernie's transformation does not adversely affect the Holy See." Darcy replied, "Of course not. After all, such nobles abound in the empire, and the Holy See has indeed received Count Darcy's support this time." Nelson reassured. "Do not conflate me with them. My generosity stems from adherence to protocol. Since it was initially established that all lords must cooperate with the Holy See in times of necessity, I shall comply at the necessary moment. I shall not allow the actions of a few to tarnish the rules." Darcy declared. And what if that rule did not exist? Archbishop Nelson's smile remained unaltered as he took 2 steps back, his form vanishing through the wall, when his figure materialized in the deserted corridor. His eyes were filled with an icy glare. A voice emerged from the shadows, transmitted through magic into the Archbishop's ears. "Archbishop Nielsen, regarding the investigation into Marquis Burney, I regret to inform you that we have not procured any useful intelligence." The assailant left no trace whatsoever. This individual eluded the vigilant eyes of the city's guards and sorcerers, stealthily slaughtering every living being within the Lord's estate, leaving only a warning for Marquis Burney. Devoid of any clues, Nielsen pondered momentarily and remarked, "Very well then, this time our primary objective is to retrieve the relic. The matter concerning that foolish donkey is merely incidental. Is the transport fully prepared?" "Indeed," came the response. "Excellent. You understand the significance of this mission. Do not let me down, and certainly do not disappoint His Holiness the Pope. At your command." The corridor fell silent once more as Nielsen gazed out the window into the distance. Silently wishing, "Clifford, I hope all is well on your end." In the distant sky, the sun shone brilliantly, unmarred by a single cloud. Below, a tranquil forest sprawled, so dense that no matter the vantage point, one could not discern its breadth. Within the woods, no paths existed, nor sunlight, nor open spaces. At first glance, it appeared as a still painting, until a nondescript patch of grass began to stir, swelling slowly before darting away. It maneuvered through the thick underbrush and robust trunks, and abruptly collided with an unseen object, sending ripples through the air as the patch of grass vanished like a fish diving into water. This was a colossal illusionary magic circle, akin to a chameleon's skin. Mimicking the hues of the forest, the grass that had just disappeared sprang back into view, transforming into a man clad in fur shoulder armor as he landed. The man advanced a few paces, and the scenery opened up before him, revealing a clearing within the forest, meticulously carved out by human hands. In this clearing, a camp was established, comprising over 20 individuals, both men and women. The man inquired of one among them, "Where is the leader?" The individual gestured towards the largest tent, and the man understood, making his way directly towards it. Along the route, each person bore a solemn expression, diligently engaged in their respective tasks. And the atmosphere within the camp was decidedly serious. Upon entering the tent, a middle-aged man was deeply engrossed in contemplating a map spread across the table. After a brief pause, the man spoke. "Sam, what is the situation?" The man named Sam produced a crystal from within his garments, which floated before him, casting forth images. Among these was a knight clad in silver frost armor, exuding an imposing presence as he led a contingent of nearly 100 troops, cavalry at the forefront, sorcerers in the middle, and heavily armored infantry at the rear. "Boss, the situation is dire. The sorcerers in their ranks are all of 3rd tier or above, with no fewer than 25 5th-tier sorcerers among the foremost. The infantry at the rear are clad in demon-repelling armor, rendering any magical ambush from behind impossible. Our only point of breach lies with the cavalry ahead, but as you can see, one among those 7 leads the charge. This is a formation that cannot be harmed from any angle." The middle-aged man's brow furrowed in contemplation. The circumstances were indeed grim, both in terms of numbers and strength. "Does His Majesty have any further instructions?" he inquired. "None for the time being," Sam replied. "Then it appears we must proceed according to our original plan," Sam anxiously exclaimed. "But this is tantamount to suicide. What can we possibly achieve with merely over 20 of us against a team of such caliber?" The middle-aged man remained tight-lipped, unable to articulate words that might reassure his subordinates. Indeed, it was a suicide mission, likely one devoid of any meaningful purpose. The adversary had invested an immense amount of effort, far exceeding their initial expectations. The middle-aged man gazed at the map. Feeling utterly at a loss, he suddenly noticed a fault line on the chart. He inquired, "Which path will our team take?" "Why ask that?" Sam pondered, perplexed. The leader should have a clear understanding of the route. They would follow the main roads toward their destination, with every lord providing assistance along the way. Yes, but traversing the main roads does not guarantee. The middle-aged man glanced at his subordinates, noting that there would be no obstacles in their vicinity. Sam's eyes widened as he studied the map, his pupils dilating in realization as he fixed his gaze upon the man. The middle-aged man pointed at the map, asserting, "At the very least, let this suicide hold some significance." At the exit of Devon Fortress, 3 contemplative bounty hunters stood in a triangular formation, tension and strangeness permeating the air like never before. Old Vulture, a man entwined in their fates, had deceived them on numerous occasions, each time inciting a deep-seated resentment. Yet, from a pragmatic standpoint, His machinations often yielded both gains and losses, leaving them startled yet enriched. To befriend such a duplicitous character was indeed unsettling. To sever ties entirely, however, was impractical, as many tasks and benefits were inextricably linked to him. His unexpected prominence in the eyes of President Clifford ensured that unless one departed from Devon Fortress, as long as one was a bounty hunter, ties to Old Vulture were inescapable. It was truly unforeseen. The dwarven warrior let out a deep sigh. Who could have imagined a day where we would collaborate so earnestly with Old Vulture? Pierce asked. Grack, are you certain everything is all right? Grack retorted, certain? How the hell can I be certain? Is this even something a person can be sure about? Laura interjected. What we can ascertain is that he is not worthy of our trust. The question is, where do we draw the line? Working together necessitates a level of trust among companions, yet I cannot, in good conscience, entrust my back to Old Vulture. Grack replied, of course not. Do you think I feel at ease? Pierce pondered. So, what do we do now? A heavy silence enveloped the trio. Let's disregard it for now. During this escort mission, we should each focus on our assigned roles. However, remember that any issues must be communicated exclusively among the three of us at first. And only then shall we decide whether to involve Old Vulture. Honestly, sharing what I know with that guy makes me uneasy. The dwarven warrior reached a conclusion. The mission had yet to commence, and the specifics remained unpredictable, save for the knowledge of a minor not within this grand undertaking. Thus, he resolved to concentrate on addressing this minor issue while fulfilling their escort duties. Neither of the other two opposed the dwarven warrior's blunt plan, for they too were at a loss regarding what to do. Just as the trio seemed to reach a consensus, the silhouette of Old Vulture emerged. It appears that everyone is remarkably punctual, which instills within me a profound sense of anticipation that this undertaking will proceed exceptionally smoothly. Pierce shuddered. Merely hearing the words of Old Vulture ignited an unsettling premonition that surged uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. Grack hefted his double-bladed axe, a serious expression etched upon his face, and declared, Old Vulture, heed my words. This mission is of extraordinary significance. Personally entrusted to us by Chairman Clifford, I have little tolerance for unforeseen complications, particularly among our ranks. Do you grasp my meaning? Old Vulture chuckled. Of course, my friend. You need not worry. Such circumstances shall not transpire among us. Regardless of past occurrences, this time, we are all in the same boat. And I, for one, cannot swim. Excellent. The dwarf warrior nodded in satisfaction, subsequently moving on from the topic. However, Laura grew increasingly apprehensive. There existed a peculiar bond between Old Vulture and Grack, a strange connection that seemed to glue them together, reinforced by a hierarchical structure where Old Vulture had always maintained the upper hand. Even now, knowing full well that his counterpart was cunning, Laura pondered why such a simple statement could ease Grack's vigilance. The mission had merely commenced, yet Laura already felt mentally and physically drained. The journey commenced with a sense of ease, greatly indicating the likelihood of a successful mission within the confines of Devonsburg. Trouble was scarce, with the only concern in the wild being the nocturnal beasts. The daily routine of the four bounty hunters consisted primarily of traveling, dining, and resting until they reached their destination at the border. When mealtime arrived, the bounty hunters seamlessly fell into their respective roles: hunting, boiling water, and cooking. This time fortune favored them. Pierce managed to catch a few rabbits, which they roasted over the fire, enhanced by Old Vulture's seasoning. Promising a delightful flavor, Pierce presented the rabbits to Old Vulture, who deftly drew his dagger, skillfully skinning the rabbits and disposing of their entrails with fluid motions. Pierce remarked, no matter how many times I witness it, your knife skills are always so graceful. It is truly a pleasure to behold. Old Vulture replied, it is merely a matter of practice, for I possess several more years of experience than you. Given time, you too shall achieve similar proficiency, perhaps even surpassing me. Grack interjected, such a slender dagger will accomplish little on the battlefield. A man should wield a hefty axe. The dwarf warrior swung his double-bladed axe, the sound of slicing air resonating fiercely. Laura let out a heavy tsk, shooting a glare at Grack, whose boastful display nearly toppled the soup she was diligently preparing. Flushing with embarrassment, the dwarf warrior quickly lowered his axe. He had no desire to go hungry, as only Laura among them could truly be deemed a chef. Offending the cook in such circumstances would be an exceedingly foolish choice. Old Vulture added. Indeed, the double-bladed axe is undoubtedly a symbol of true masculinity, yet that does not diminish the worth of a dagger. Every individual possesses weapons that suit their unique capabilities. Choices regarding strength and speed stem from one's inherent conditions. It is precisely due to the variances in physique that Grack can wield his double-bladed axe with such finesse, while Pierce's dagger strikes with the swiftness of an arrow. There exists no absolute superiority or inferiority. In different circumstances, both the double-bladed axe and the dagger can demonstrate their respective efficacy. Would you not agree? The dwarven warrior, arms crossed before him, stands tall and proud, enhancing his appearance of strength. Pierce absent-mindedly touches his nose, adjusting his dagger. After a bit of culinary effort, a pot of steaming, hearty soup is prepared, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of roasted rabbit, perhaps influenced by the recent display of strength. The dwarven warrior, mouth stuffed with meat, begins to recount tales of his past valor. Black proclaims, "Have you heard of the three-crowned lizard? When discussing that battle, it was truly earth-shattering, akin to my neighbor, Old Bush, suddenly leaping from the window and sprinting around the lower town with remarkable agility. Such was the magnitude of the event. This three-crowned lizard towered over me, its body taller than 100 of my stature, its claws thicker than 10 mighty oaks, and its maw, Laura, however, remains oblivious, focused intently on her meal. Personal heroism often leads to embellishments. Particularly in Glack's accounts, Pierce, while somewhat cooperative, realizes that non-compliance is not an option for the dwarven warrior. In moments of excitement, repeatedly turns to him for confirmation of the events as they unfolded. Only Old Vulture listens intently throughout, nodding in agreement at the thrilling moments, which only serves to heighten the enthusiasm of the dwarven warrior. Upon concluding, Old Vulture applauds, exclaiming, "What a splendid battle, truly magnificent." Pierce's initial thought is to incapacitate the three-crowned lizard's mobility, a remarkably astute strategy, particularly suitable for someone as agile as you. However, I do have a minor suggestion. The three-crowned lizard's muscular structure is exceptionally robust. Even if blades manage to pierce its flesh, they inflict minimal harm, especially to its limbs, which are immensely powerful due to years of training. Targeting them would pose a greater challenge. Yet, the approach is correct, should you encounter the three-crowned lizard again under less fortunate circumstances. Consider attacking from the front. Its most agile feature is its fearsome, pointed tail, while its other body parts are comparatively sluggish. With your dexterity, evading its gaping maw from the front should pose no issue. Even if it attempts to strike with its long tail, maneuvering around its form will afford you ample opportunity to evade. Subsequently, you can approach its underbelly, attacking the inner side of its limbs, which will yield more damage compared to targeting the outer scales, effectively diminishing its mobility before addressing the threat of its tail. Upon hearing the praise, Pierce initially responds with modesty, then attentively absorbs the insights offered, nodding frequently in agreement, recognizing the wisdom within. After Pierce speaks, Old Vulture turns to the dwarven warrior. As I mentioned earlier, both axe and dagger have their merits, yet in this particular battle, strength reigns supreme. This encapsulates the distinction between strength and speed in certain contexts. Grack, your double-edged axe possesses formidable destructive power, capable of breaching even the sturdy scales of the tri-crowned lizard king. Such a weapon can only truly reveal its potential in the hands of a fearless warrior like yourself. The notion of employing the venomous mist of the soaring serpent against the tri-crowned lizard king was nothing short of a stroke of genius, had you not made such a sacrifice in that perilous moment. It is quite likely that the three other bounty hunters sharing this roast